The unscrupulous nation of Japan discharges nuclear wastewater into the ocean, triggering the resurgence of abilities and the evolution of all things. After 5 arduous years of survival in a post-nuclear apocalypse, Hai is reborn, seizing the opportunity to awaken a mysterious psychic ability, only to unexpectedly discover that the hamster gifted to him by his first love possesses both spatial and treasure-hunting abilities. Thus, a man and his hamster embark on a journey through the apocalyptic world. Chapter 1. The day before the apocalypse. In a dimly lit, rented room, a young man clad in black lies quietly on a faded red sofa, resembling a lifeless corpse. With a heavy gasp, the young man suddenly sits up, and due to the abruptness of his movement, the already fragile sofa collapses beneath him. Amidst the chaos, a nail grazes his arm, causing a stream of crimson blood to seep from the wound, and the pain jolts Hai fully awake. What is happening? Wasn't I dragged underwater by a level 7 enraged octopus? The hardships endured over 5 years in the apocalypse have instilled in Hai the habit of immediately assessing his surroundings. The familiar yet strange furnishings and the glowing lights all reveal that this is his home from before the apocalypse. Trembling, Hai reaches for the television remote beside him. The ancient television hums to life, flickering as a well-dressed host appears on the screen. As of September 1st, the government of Japan, disregarding numerous warnings, has begun to discharge untreated nuclear wastewater into the Pacific Ocean. According to reports, by midnight on September 29th, Beijing time, the volume of nuclear wastewater discharged has reached 99,600 tons. Reports from Haishur indicate that a large number of tourists were bitten by unidentified fish at Shajian Bay yesterday, with the wounds bearing a similar shape, leading to the preliminary conclusion that they belong to the same species. The day before yesterday, a massive pod of orcas stranded themselves on the shores of Western Australia. Despite rescue efforts, over half of the whales chose to return to the beach and become stranded again, with the reasons remaining unclear. News broadcast, ha ha ha. Hai bursts into wild laughter, only to recall something and feel around in the pocket of his loose sweatpants, confirming that his phone is still there. September 29th, 2050, 1920. It is true, Hai has genuinely returned, back to the day before the apocalypse. At midnight on September 30th, 2050, as the volume of nuclear wastewater discharged by Japan reaches 100,000 tons, the entire blue planet is enveloped in dark clouds, and rain begins to fall synchronously across the globe. Following a month of torrential downpour, a prolonged drought ensues. However, these are not the most terrifying aspects. Far more horrifying are the various awakened beasts, mutated plants, and contaminated individuals. Fortunately, humanity was not left behind in this evolution. After an initial period of chaos and confusion, individuals awakening various abilities soon emerged among the populace, known as psychics. The earlier one awakens, the more potent and promising their abilities become. Hai distinctly remembers awakening his water-based abilities 2 years into the apocalypse. At that time, most mutated beasts had already evolved to the second tier, and without the aid of strong allies, he struggled even to kill a mere rat, let alone level up. He barely survived on the meager offerings at government-established refugee relief points. It was not until the 5th year, when he arrived in Yanjing, that he encountered his first love, Sheng Mingwei. With her covert assistance, Hai joined the logistics team, exchanging water for sustenance at the base. However, good fortune was short-lived as Wei Zitian discovered his presence and used his connections to conscript him into the combat team. In a single encounter, he was pierced through the body by a level 7 enraged octopus, meeting his demise beneath the waves. Thinking of Wei Zitian, Hai clenches his fists, the knuckles cracking audibly, and the veins on his neck bulging. Indeed, his current predicament is a result of that person's actions. Hai's parents tragically passed away in an accident when he was 14, leaving behind a house burdened with a 30-year mortgage and $1 million in compensation. Yet he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he diligently studied and ultimately succeeded in gaining admission to Yanjing Academy, where he reunited with Sheng Mingwei. Wei Zitian, the son of the academy's president, had long coveted the beautiful and well-bred Sheng Mingwei. Upon discovering her relationship with Hai, he bribed the girl to falsely accuse him of rape, resulting in his expulsion from the university before he could even graduate. Hai spent the remaining compensation seeking avenues for appeal, but to no avail, and the house was reclaimed by the bank for failure to make timely payments. At 19, Hai, physically and mentally exhausted, returned to Haishur, armed only with a high school diploma, and was left with no choice but to work in a factory, residing in a meager 25-square-meter rented room. If only I had left a few days earlier, I could have gone directly to Yanjing. Hai murmurs to himself, recognizing that Yanjing, situated inland and elevated, boasts a well-established military presence, and after the nuclear apocalypse, it became home to China's first survival base. However, with less than a day remaining until the onset of the nuclear apocalypse, reaching Yinjing seems impossible, and venturing to other cities would offer little difference, as he possesses intimate knowledge of the developments in Haishur after the apocalypse. While coastal cities are indeed disaster-stricken areas, they simultaneously harbor numerous opportunities, as at least half of the renowned, strong individuals from later generations emerge from these coastal locales. I wonder if my abilities will remain the same as in my previous life. Nevertheless, Yang Hai is not overly concerned, for after 5 years of the apocalypse, humanity has gained profound insights in his psychic abilities. He knows of no fewer than 3 methods for awakening abilities, making early awakening a feasible endeavor. The pressing concern is how to navigate through this preceding month. The initial month, referred to by later generations as the period of adaptation to supernatural abilities, witnessed an exceedingly sparse emergence of those endowed with powers, whose resistance to the aberrant beasts was utterly non-existent. In Haishur, a city with a population of 30 million, nearly 70% of its inhabitants have been contaminated and transformed into aberrants. Aberrants are creatures driven by a bloodthirsty instinct, and in essence, they can no longer be regarded as human. They move with astonishing speed, possess immense strength, and harbor an insatiable obsession for blood and flesh. Yang Hai opened his mobile banking application and glanced at the balance, for 1452.78. This amount was the result of his frugal living over the course of more than a year. This is insufficient. Yang Hai furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly downloaded a lending application and secured the maximum loan amount of 100,000. Your account ending and received a deposit of 100,000 yuan on September 29th at 1935. The current balance is 141,452.78 yuan. Yang Hai felt no moral qualms about this borrowed money. Within half a month, various currencies would likely become worthless scraps of paper, and it was improbable that anyone would come to demand repayment. Yang Hai pushed open the door to his room and casually hailed a taxi downstairs. "Where to, young man?" Observing the driver's slightly fatigued yet still optimistic expression, Yang Hai remained silent for a considerable time. Since the advent of the apocalypse, he had not encountered such a demeanor. "To Guangwei supermarket." "All right." The green taxi's exhaust emitted a few plumes of black smoke as it roared forward along the not-so-wide road. Chapter 2. The mysterious powers. The Radiant Supermarket stands as the largest chain store within the city of Hai, boasting a comprehensive array of products, all guaranteed in quality. Upon entering the supermarket, Yang Hai made a beeline for the food section, gathering rice, instant noodles, canned goods, an assortment of vacuum-packed meats, fresh vegetables, and the essential source of life, water. With the looming threat of insect plagues following the floods, he pushed his shopping cart toward the household section, loading it with entire boxes of insecticide. Although the awakened mutant insects could not be exterminated by mere insecticides, they still detested the scent, which served to mask Yang Hai's own aroma effectively. His frenzied actions attracted numerous curious glances, yet he remained unfazed, aware that soon enough, such supplies would become priceless, and many would lament their lack of foresight in stockpiling necessities. "Sir, you have reached the threshold for free delivery within the city. Would you like us to bring your purchase to your doorstep?" The supermarket manager beamed at Yang Hai, striking the perfect balance of professionalism and friendliness. Yang Hai nodded, retrieving his payment code. "Just deliver it to the Xingfu Li community," he instructed. The sum of 896,455 yuan swiftly diminished from his mobile account. But Yang Hai felt no sting of regret. These provisions would ensure his safety through the early days of the apocalypse. Without delay, he then hurried to various pharmacies, acquiring a substantial amount of bandages and alcohol. Post-awakening, one's physical prowess would significantly enhance, yet injuries were still inevitable. Thus, basic disinfectants were indispensable, while most other medications had lost their efficacy. Upon returning to the entrance of his community, Yang Hai declined the driver's offer to assist with the heavy lifting, opting instead to carry the items upstairs himself. Cautious of prying eyes, he preferred to avoid drawing attention. Fortunately, the neighborhood was predominantly inhabited by the elderly and young laborers, who led lives devoid of nightlife. Otherwise, making multiple trips alone would have been conspicuous. Once he organized all his acquisitions, the clock had struck past 11. After a thorough and refreshing rinse under the shower, Yang Hai lay on his bed, contemplating his newfound abilities. In this apocalyptic world, individuals endowed with powers could be broadly categorized into 3 groups: the mysterious, the elemental, and the ordinary. Elemental users wield control over the 5 elemental forces: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, akin to the practitioners of mystical arts and novels. In his previous life, Yang Hai had been a water elemental user. Ordinary users were further divided into those with speed-based powers and those with strength-based abilities. The mysterious category was the most intricate, encompassing a myriad of types, among which spatial users were the most coveted. Regardless of the category, the physical capabilities of these individuals would enhance as their levels progressed. As he turned over, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to roll up his short sleeves. To his astonishment, the wound on his left arm, inflicted by a rusty nail, had vanished without a trace. "My wound has healed," he exclaimed. Could it be? Yang Hai attempted to delve into his mental realm, a maneuver he had practiced countless times since awakening his powers. As anticipated, a dark energy core floated serenely in the depths of his consciousness, enigmatic and profound. "I seem to be exhibiting signs of power awakening already." After overcoming his initial shock, a wave of exhilaration and a fleeting hint of madness washed over Yang Hai. The sooner he awakened, the stronger his powers would become, and now, before the apocalypse had fully descended, he was already experiencing these signs. This time, he would ensure that Wei Zetian faced utter ruin. Time passed, and Yang Hai regained his composure, beginning to harness this unfamiliar power. Clearly, this was not the water elemental ability he had awakened in his past life. The energy cores of ordinary users were white, while those of elemental users matched the color of their corresponding elements. He had never heard of anyone possessing a black energy core. Seizing a roll of tissue from his bedside, he positioned it before him and summoned his mental energy. At the moment the energy made contact with the tissue, a wondrous idea surged within him. Could this sensation of controlling everything truly exist? In that instant, he perceived the paper as entirely within his grasp. It seemed that with a mere thought, it could be reduced to mere powder. However, achieving such a feat was currently beyond his capabilities. Contemplating this, the tissue before Yang Hai began to quiver and levitate. Under an invisible force's guidance, it fragmented and scattered, showering him in a flurry of shreds. Upon completing the spectacle, an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped him, and his stomach growled in protest. "Ha ha ha!" Yang Hai collapsed onto his bed, emitting a weak chuckle that appeared quite comical. "So this is the mysterious power? I shall name it manipulation." Although the manipulation ability had not fully awakened, its potential was already beginning to manifest. After some time, once he had gathered his strength, Yang Hai settled at the dining table and ravenously devoured the leftover rice from the rice cooker, pairing it with cold dishes. He felt no repulsion. In the apocalypse, such a meal was more valuable than life itself. Powers did not materialize from thin air. Once the energy within the core was depleted, it would draw upon his own bodily energy. It seemed he needed to prepare more food. Yang Hai soon realized that awakening his powers demanded substantial energy, compelling him to eat more to hasten the process. If only I had spatial powers, he mused. Spatial users enjoyed the luxury of preserving the freshness of their supplies, ensuring that anything stored within remained in its original state. With his room brimming with provisions, any discerning individual could easily discern his wealth of resources. Of course, this was merely idle speculation. If given the choice between retaining his manipulation ability or acquiring spatial powers, he would adamantly refuse. The limitations of spatial users were too significant. They could only survive by depending on others with powers, having been granted a second chance at life. He had no desire to tread the same path. After devouring every last morsel, Yang Hai's stomach continued to grumble. I suppose I should venture out once more. He still had a considerable sum left on his phone. If he didn't eat now, opportunities would dwindle in the future. Just a couple of blocks away from the Xingfuli community lay a bustling night market, alive with activity even at midnight. At a stir-fried noodle stall, under the incredulous gaze of the vendor, Yang Hai polished off 10 bowls of meat and egg-fried noodles single-handedly. "Brother, you truly can eat. Just a few days ago, a big eater influencer visited my stall, and he could barely handle a bite before spitting it out. All thanks to editing." The vendor gave Yang Hai a thumbs up. Yang Hai patted his belly and called out again, "Boss, pack me 10 more portions." He continued his culinary journey through barbecue stalls, roasted duck shops, and Shaw County delicacies, until he had filled his electric scooter to the brim, with no space left to spare. Only then did he, still unsated, make his way back home, laden with a bounty of snacks. Chapter 3. The hamster being the cramped rental room was filled with the tantalizing aromas of various foods, stirring Yang Hai's appetite. Clutching a large pork knuckle, he gnawed at it, his mouth glistening with grease. "It's simply divine. Alas, it will be difficult to indulge in such delicacies again," he lamented. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many edible mutated beasts and altered plants had been discovered, though their flavors and textures were less than desirable. Nevertheless, for the refugees struggling to fill their bellies, Such fare was considered a delicacy. Just as Yang Hai was savoring his meal, a rustling sound caught his attention. Soon enough, he noticed a small white fur ball at his feet. Thud! A tender piece of pork fell to the floor, and like a bolt of lightning, a little white ball of fur pounced upon the substantial morsel. It was Bado. Yang Hai, momentarily forgetting the existence of this small creature, set the pork down. Bado was a hamster, the first gift bestowed upon him by Sheng Mingwei. Disdainful of his lack of romantic sensibility, she had purchased the adorable little hamster during shopping trip, claiming it would help cultivate his compassion and patience. Consider it an early experience in fatherhood. Sheng Mingwei had cheerfully declared as she placed Bado in Yang Hai's hands, her eyes sparkling with mirth. However, Yang Hai understood that the true reason was her fondness for the little creature, coupled with her apprehension about caring for it herself, leading her to entrust it to him. Having never owned a pet before, Yang Hai found that caring for a hamster was far simpler than tending to cats or dogs. It merely required changing the bedding every couple of weeks and replenishing food and water every few days. In his previous life, during the cataclysmic upheaval, he had been trapped in a factory, unable to return home, and subsequently roamed with a large group, uncertain if Bado had survived. As he lifted Bado by the scruff of its neck, he was astonished by its tenacity. It clung fiercely to the piece of pork, refusing to relinquish its prize. The two of them locked eyes, and suddenly, the pork vanished from Yang Hai's view. With its beady black eyes swirling innocently, Bado seemed to express confusion. Where did my large piece of pork go? Yang Hai was taken aback, questioning his own vision. After several confirmations, he found only a greasy stain on the floor and returned his scrutinizing gaze to Bado. Did you do this? Bazu, began to lick the remnants of sauce from its paws. Quietly, Yang Hai picked up the knife resting nearby. Although he had no desire to harm Bado, after more than a year of companionship, survival took precedence. It was evident that Bado had begun to mutate, and once fully awakened, it might pose a threat to him. The evolution of pets can be categorized into positive and negative developments, akin to the distinctions between superhumans and ordinary individuals among humans. However, the probability of positive evolution in pets is even rarer than that of superhumans. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, numerous individuals were either killed by their mutated pets or became infected, transforming into aberrant beings. Animals possess extraordinarily keen senses, and sensing Yang Hai's murderous intent, Bado immediately bristled, turning to nip at his fingers. Anticipated pain never came. Instead, Bado merely clutched his finger, embodying a fearless demeanor. Yang Hai hesitated, feeling a pang of reluctance to harm the creature. After a moment's contemplation, he placed Bado on the dining table and cautiously probed. Can you understand what I'm saying? A flicker of human-like understanding shone in Bado's eyes as it nodded affirmatively. Then, with a tilt of its head as if recalling something, the vanished piece of pork reappeared on the table. A flash of regret crossed its tiny face as it slowly but resolutely nudged the oversized chunk of meat toward Yang Hai. Yang Hai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his mind racing with a bold idea. If successful, his supply endeavors could be significantly enhanced. Good boy. Bado, tell Daddy how vast your space is, and this meat is yours. Bado looked perplexed. Yang Hai slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. No matter how intelligent Bado might be, it wouldn't comprehend human measurements. He quickly rephrased the question, in the space where you store things. Is it larger than my current rental apartment? Bado nodded enthusiastically and happily resumed gnawing on the pork. With astonishing speed, the hamster devoured the oversized chunk of meat, leaving not a single hair behind, before shifting its gaze toward the leftover bones on Yang Hai's plate. Seeing Bado's eager expression, Yang Hai generously retrieved a steaming large piece of pork from the takeaway box and placed it before the creature. Eat up, this is all yours. Bado squeaked with delight, bouncing in place before accurately landing on the large pork piece. Yang Hai's eyes wandered back to the cage that had housed Bado, where the food supplies had indeed been completely consumed, and the stainless steel bars were now broken in two, bearing clear signs of tiny bite marks. He had no doubt about Bado's current lethality. It appeared that its evolution was indeed positive, and it relied on him significantly. This was undoubtedly good news for him. Returning to the dining table, he found that Bado had finished a large piece of pork without leaving a trace. With the timing just right, Yang Hai placed Bado atop a box containing insecticide. Put this away. In the next instant, half a cubic meter of cardboard vanished, and Bado gracefully landed on the ground. Now bring it back. The cardboard reappeared, and Bado obediently lay atop it, its dark eyes fixated intently on Yang Hai. Excellent. Truly my good son, Yang Hai exclaimed, filled with excitement as he gave Bado a kiss. Ba Do scrunched up its little face, disdainfully grooming the fur that Yang Hai had disheveled. The notion that hamsters are fastidious is not mere rumor, but fact. After numerous experiments, Yang Hai had begun to grasp Ba Do's spatial abilities. Unlike ordinary spatial manipulators, Ba Do could draw items into its space without direct contact, albeit limited to a 3-meter radius. Beyond this range, it could not retrieve or deposit items from a distance. As for the size of this spatial dimension, Yang Hai had yet to ascertain, but he was certain it was at least 3 times the size of his current apartment, over 140 cubic meters. Frequent retrieval and storage of items had exhausted Ba Do, which now lay sprawled out on the dining table, appearing utterly drained. Stop playing dead. Finish these and get some rest. Tomorrow, Daddy will take you out. At the mention of food, Ba Do's eyes gleamed with excitement as it stared at the takeaway box, eagerly rubbing its paws together. Yang Hai had spent nearly 10,000 on these snacks, and after instructing Ba Do to store half, the two of them swiftly devoured the remainder before collapsing onto the bed, drifting into slumber. Chapter 4. Warehouse Sweet Beep, Beep Beep. The shrill, unfamiliar ringtone of his phone abruptly shattered Yang Hai's slumber, and he cursed under his breath as he sprang from his bed in a single fluid motion. Blinking awake and taking in the familiar sight of his rental apartment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had nearly forgotten. The apocalypse had not yet descended. He was back. No sooner had he thought this than he heard a sharp crack, and the frail bed frame splintered in two. In less than a day, half of his 4 pieces of furniture had already sustained damage. Oh no, where's my good boy? Yang Hai rummaged through the pile of wooden debris and unearthed Ba Do, who was still soundly asleep. It seemed there was no serious harm done. The culprit was not far away. Yang Hai frowned as he picked up the incessantly ringing phone. He initially intended to hang up, but, fumbling with the device, accidentally pressed the answer button. The voice of his workshop supervisor, Lu Daqiang, blared through the cheap speaker, grating on his ears. Yang Hai, why are you only answering now? Don't you see what time it is? Be careful, or I'll dock your pay this month. If you, before Lu Daqiang could finish. Yang Hai swiftly hung up and blocked the number. Had it not been for that call, he might have completely forgotten about the man. In his previous life, he and many co-workers had been trapped in the factory, where this man exploited his stature and seniority to form cliques, subjecting Yang Hai to considerable harassment. Gathering supplies and performing the arduous and menial tasks was no small feat. Yet each day he could only consume 2 fist-sized steamed buns accompanied by a bowl of plain water. After awakening his extraordinary abilities, Lu Daqiang's transgressions escalated. He brazenly took advantage of several attractive female workers in the factory. In a desperate bid for survival, these women served the man who could easily be their father, and those who dared to resist found their limbs mercilessly broken, subjected to the savage whims of his underlings. This grim situation persisted until the government troops arrived at the factory to collect survivors, yet Lu Daqiang, emboldened by his formidable powers, faced no repercussions. Instead, it was Yang Hai and a few brave co-workers who came forward to testify against him that were brutally beaten. Times had changed, and Yang Hai could only hope he would never cross paths with Lu Daqiang again. Awoken from his dreams, Yang Hai dismissed the notion of returning to sleep, particularly since his bed was already broken and offered no comfort. At 8:30, with 3.5 hours remaining, he raked his fingers through his tousled hair and, having eaten a modest meal, stepped out from the community with renewed vigor. Following the route etched in his memory, he navigated through the winding alleys until he stood before a medium-sized supermarket. On this workday, the crowd was sparse, and upon noticing the overweight owner engrossed in a video game at the counter, Yang Hai let out a cold snicker and veered into a narrow alley beside the supermarket. At the alley's end lay a warehouse of several hundred square meters, a location Yang Hai remembered vividly for good reason. With less than 10 yuan to his name, he had once trailed behind a throng of laborers, waiting for the owner to offer him odd jobs for sustenance. However, the foreman, judging by his frail appearance, dismissed him outright. Just as despair began to consume him, the portly owner, Chao Tian, appeared, claiming he needed a mover for his supermarket, with daily wages. Yet, after he painstakingly unloaded an entire truck of goods, Chao Tian had turned his back and ordered his hefty son to eject Yang Hai from the premises. Today, it was that very son, Chao Jin, who was manning the store. Chao Tian had imparted a harsh lesson to Yang Hai, and now he was poised to return the favor to Chao Jin. Perhaps aware of his own misdeeds, Chao Tian had installed 3 or 4 cameras in the warehouse. However, these posed no obstacle. Standing in a blind spot of the surveillance, Yang Hai subtly activated his mental powers, quickly grasping the entire surveillance layout. With a decisive snap, he severed the wires connecting the cameras, extinguishing the red lights of the foremost device. He proceeded to disable the remaining cameras, fully aware that even if captured on film, the evidence would soon be submerged, yet caution had kept him alive through 5 years of the apocalypse. He was not merely surviving by chance. After completing his task, Yang Hai felt a fleeting emptiness in his mind, though it was far less profound than the day before. He had consumed a significant amount of resources since his rebirth, easily surpassing the average person's intake over a fortnight. Ripping open a package of fizzy drink, he guzzled it greedily. Bado, gather everything. At the command, Bado sprang into action, swiftly clearing the area with remarkable speed. Coincidentally, the warehouse's height was precisely 3 meters, perfectly within Bado's spatial control range. Alas, Bado's awakening was incomplete, leading to intermittent pauses, and before they knew it, 2 hours had slipped by. With a satisfied glance at the remaining pile of slippers in the corner, Yang Hai returned Bado to his pocket. He closed the warehouse door, reattached the iron lock, and, once again channeling his powers, miraculously reformed the broken lock, seamlessly restoring it to its original state. This mastery over his abilities was truly remarkable. Stepping out of the alley, Yang Hai checked his phone. Less than half an hour remained until noon. Although he had prepared a raincoat, he preferred to avoid the first drops of rain on this day. After the apocalypse, statistics revealed that virtually everyone who had been caught in the rain on the first day transformed into an extraordinary being. Shortly after Yang Hai departed, darkness enveloped the sky. Oblivious to the changes outside, Chao Jin remained absorbed in his game. In truth, had he simply lifted his gaze, he would have noticed that the 4 surveillance feeds above had all gone dark. A crimson flash of lightning pierced through the layers of ominous clouds, followed moments later by a deafening thunderclap. Boom! Chao Jin's corpulent frame quivered in fright, causing him to misfire his skills. Damn it, what terrible luck to lose like this. Staring at his dismal performance of 1-8, he launched into a tirade against his teammates. If you can't catch anyone, what are you even doing playing jungle? I'm outnumbered 4-1 here. Just wait for me. Don't you dare leave. I need to grab my gear before I come back to school you. His teammates responded in kind, raising their voices in protest. With a derisive snort, Chao Jin's jowls quivered as he retorted, "You're off to collect gear? Why not go home and take care of the kids instead?" Suddenly, he noticed the rain pounding against the window, prompting an exclamation of surprise. Crap, it's raining here too. It was then that he realized the surveillance had also gone dark. In a panic, he abandoned his phone and sprinted toward the warehouse, knowing full well that if anything happened to it, his father would surely flay him alive. Rushing to the backyard, he soon spotted the iron lock on the warehouse door, still intact. Damn it, I told you not to use shoddy wiring. This surveillance system fails every few days, causing me to make pointless trips, and now I'm soaked. Frustrated, he wiped his face. The rain was relentless, and in mere minutes, he was thoroughly drenched. Chapter 5. Completion of Ability Awakening and Communication with Space. As Yang Hai stepped into the corridor, the thunder rolled behind him, and the rain fell in dense droplets, offering no respite. Securing the anti-theft latch in his rented room, he switched on the television. Good boy, bring out Daddy's new sofa. Upon his command, a luxurious leather sofa materialized before the television. This piece had also been taken from Chao Tian's warehouse, given the scale of the Chao family supermarket. Such an item was out of place, clearly intended for personal use, yet now fortuitously benefiting Yang Hai. Bado eagerly leapt onto the sofa, bouncing like a meatball and settling in with a look of utter contentment. Yang Hai, stroking its pleasantly soft belly, reclined beside it. As in his previous life, the television soon began broadcasting an emergency alert. Attention all citizens, an urgent safety notification is being broadcast. A severe rainstorm has struck globally at noon Beijing time. Please seek shelter nearby, preferably in buildings situated at higher elevations. Avoid moving around unnecessarily and do not drive. The message was repeated for clarity. Undeniably, the government's advice was sound, yet it underestimated human nature. In the face of disaster, most individuals instinctively rush home to reunite with their loved ones. And those who become drenched in the rain will, within a week, usher in the terrifying dawn of a transformed world. As a mechanical voice of the announcement intertwined with the sound of raindrops outside, Yang Hai unknowingly succumbed to slumber. When he next opened his eyes, it was already the following morning. Gurgle, gurgle. A wave of hunger swept over him, and Yang Hai felt as if he could consume 10 oxen. Strangely enough, despite an insatiable hunger, his body felt remarkably invigorated, brimming with energy rather than weakness. The sole reason for this paradoxical sensation was evident, suppressing an inner surge of elation. Yang Hai gazed deep into the recesses of his spiritual sea, where a black core of extraordinary abilities was encircled by a halo of blue light, resembling a planet adorned with rings. This signified that Yang Hai had officially ascended to the rank of a level 1 ability user. After a lengthy explanation to Bado, he finally succeeded in persuading it to retrieve the various street snacks purchased earlier from the market, which now piled high upon the dining table. Remarkably, they were still warm. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Yang Hai's eyes. This was the advantage of spatial abilities, secure and convenient, in contrast to the meals prepared by others. Bado displayed a distinct preference for fruits and vegetables, currently engrossed in devouring a mound of raw sunflower seeds. Although Bado was in the throes of evolution, its intelligence evidently lacked the capacity for seamless communication with Yang Hai. If only I could control your space, the thought lingered in Yang Hai's mind, refusing to dissipate. He had heard that, with the consent of the spatial ability user, their domain could be perceived by other ability users, coupled with his manipulation abilities. This aspiration seemed increasingly plausible. Suddenly, while engrossed in its snack, Bado sneezed, rubbed its nose, and cast a glance at Yang Hai. He offered an awkward smile, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Show Dad your space," he suggested. Bado tilted its head in contemplation before releasing its restrictions on Yang Hai's abilities. Soon after, Yang Hai beheld Bado's core, the very source of its powers, the formation of which remained a mystery to all. Curiously, why were there two colors? Bado's core shimmered with hues of gold and silver, distinctly extraordinary. A weary look crossed Bado's face, swaying as if about to faint at any moment. Never mind, there was no time for such thoughts. Bado's awakening was still incomplete, and the strain of a level 1 manipulation ability was considerable for it. Yang Hai swiftly channeled a strand of his manipulation ability into the half-illuminated core, and almost simultaneously, he sensed the vastness of the space. It was immense. The over 100 square meters of goods from the Chow family, combined with Yang Hai's own stockpile, barely filled half of it. Although he had not been a spatial ability user in his past life, he was aware that the typical size of ordinary level 1 spatial abilities range from 5 to 20 cubic meters. Once Bado's awakening was complete, the dimensions of this space would be nothing short of miraculous. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Hai gradually activated the strand of manipulation ability. The black energy drifted toward a bottle of soda within the space, pulsating with power. In the next moment, a 15-liter bottle of soda materialized abruptly on the dining table. It truly worked. Now he could manipulate the space, ensuring easy access to resources in the future. Bado was essentially his portable dimension. Was this not akin to possessing two forms of abilities? Upon examining the manipulation ability retained in the space, he noticed its color had slightly faded, estimating that after 2 or 3 more uses, it would vanish completely. After several experiments, Yang Hai discerned the patterns governing the retrieval of items from the spatial domain. If he strayed more than 5 meters from Bado, he would lose all connection to the abilities stored in the space and could no longer perceive its contents. Within 3 meters of Bado, he could see the space but could not manipulate the items. However, as long as he remained within 3 meters, he could freely extract or insert items into the space. The energy consumed when placing external items into the space correlated with their weight. The heavier the object, the more energy was required, while retrieving items posed no such limitation. Naturally, this entire process hinged on Bado's consent as the spatial owner. While Yang Hai diligently tested his newfound powers, absorbed in his tasks, his second-hand phone, purchased for a few hundred yuan, vibrated once more. Who said domestic phones lack prowess? Their battery life was commendable, although electronic devices like phones and televisions would soon turn into bricks due to power outages. They remained invaluable sources of information in the early days of the apocalypse. Drawing from his past experiences, Yang Hai recalled the wisdom of exercising caution. Upon unlocking his phone, he was greeted by a flood of notifications, which had already surged to 99. The community chat was ablaze with activity. Yang Hai scrolled through the messages, quickly unraveling the situation. Since early this morning, residents on the first floor had begun experiencing flooding. By 5 o'clock, the water had barely reached their ankles, but within a mere 2 hours, it had risen to their calves. The torrential rain outside showed no signs of abating. At this rate, the first floor would soon become uninhabitable. Chapter 6. The argument at this moment, the primary concern of most was their property. "Lord of Heaven, our furniture will be ruined," lamented Mr. Liu from the first floor. "How am I supposed to survive? What are the police doing? The station's phone has been unreachable. We pay our taxes, yet they fail to serve the people," protested Sister Su from the first floor. And from the first floor interjected, "Landlord Li Tsong, this house is flooded. Once the water recedes, I won't be renting anymore. You must refund my rent in full or lower our rent." "Exactly," echoed Brother Bo from the first floor. Following Aunt Anne's lead, other tenants on the first floor chimed in to confront their landlord. Yang Hai found the scene amusing, yet felt no inclination to intervene. 5 years of the apocalypse had hardened his heart, and even if he revealed the truth, it was unlikely anyone would believe him. Li Tsong was bombarded with messages, yet he understood that provoking the ire of the crowd was unwise. He maintained a calm demeanor, reassuring the tenants, "I understand your concerns. Once this torrential rain subsides, we can address the situation together." "What do we do now?" asked Li Hua from the first floor, despair evident in his voice. "With this terrible weather, the rain just keeps pouring. There's nowhere to stay." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. No one wanted to burden their families. After a long pause, a young girl from the 5th floor offered to accommodate another female resident. Anna from the 1st floor replied, "Dear Chen Chi-Chi from the 5th floor, may I stay with you and my grandson? He's still quite young and well-behaved." "Come on, Auntie, your grandson is taller than you." Liu Wakaimding. "Girls, don't believe her. I'm also a single woman and can cook. Here's proof." Chen Chi-Chi said, snapping a selfie and sending it to the group chat. In the photo, a short-haired girl with a neutral appearance stood in a dimly lit hallway, sporting a backpack. Chen Chi-Chi was no fool and quickly chose Li Hua. "Li Hua from the 1st floor, come on up. I'll send you my room number privately." Aunt Anne, exposed, erupted in a furious tirade against Li Hua. "You shameless girl. Once my son and daughter-in-law return from the provincial office, you'll regret this. Don't think I don't know where you live. A young girl without a boyfriend. What are you up to?" Unfortunately, no one paid her any mind. In the end, it was Li Tsong who stepped in to mediate. "During these trying times, let us extend a helping hand. For every person taken in, I will reduce the rent by 500. With that declaration, everyone scrambled to claim a spot. "Room 316 on the 3rd floor, bring 2 people quickly. Room 503 on the 5th floor, bring as many as you can." Behind the screen, Li Tsong, clad in designer brands, wore a mocking expression. "Were it not for the fear that too many would perish here, leaving me unable to rent out this place, I would have little concern for these impoverished souls." Yang Hai silently disabled the message notifications. Soon, those tenants who had taken in others would learn the true meaning of inviting the wolf into the house, though such matters were of no concern to him. "Fortunately, I reside on the top floor. Otherwise, I would have to worry." When he initially rented this apartment, Yang Hai lacked sufficient funds, forcing him to move to this uninhabited top floor, which in summer felt like a steamer and in winter like a freezer. He had suffered considerably. At last, his phone fell silent. After some contemplation, he decided to charge his phone and power bank. The Zenfengli community was notorious for its dilapidation. Poor drainage and aging wiring meant that power outages could occur at any moment. In such cases, he would be reliant solely on mobile information. With the distractions gone, Yang Hai began to focus intently on mastering the use of his manipulation ability. Having witnessed numerous powers during the apocalypse, he held great confidence in his own. Not to mention, the ability to perceive the entire structure of an object was already immensely formidable. In the end times, there were many powerful, mutated beasts with extraordinary defenses. Yet each had its vulnerabilities, often discovered at the cost of countless ability users' lives. If he could utilize his manipulation ability to probe, identifying these weaknesses would be a straightforward endeavor. Crucially, his manipulation ability did not merely operate on a macro scale. It was refined down to the molecular level. Yang Hai's undergraduate major was materials chemistry, which significantly aided him in mastering his manipulation ability with precision. To put it simply, he could transform water into ice and charcoal into diamond. As long as the components were identical, he could induce changes in them. However, the energy consumed was far greater than that required for ordinary object manipulation. How about a refreshing drink? Beverages were a staple in every supermarket. Yang Hai retrieved a bottle of Waham mineral water from his space and promptly activated his ability. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Yang Hai, drenched in sweat, found no signs of the water freezing. It must be too much. Unscrewing the cap, he poured out some water and continued to activate his power. Crack! Crack! The topmost layer of water crystallized into ice at a visibly rapid pace, and soon an entire capful of water had frozen solid. Tapping the cap against the side of the cup, a complete ice block fell out. Before long, the cup was adorned with 7 or 8 ice cubes. And as he poured in some soda, Yang Hai nearly shed tears of joy. After savoring the refreshing chill, Yang Hai's attention shifted to the kitchen knife beside him. Goodness, the difficulty has escalated dramatically. He exerted immense effort alongside a portion of his ability and finally reinforced the carbon steel at the blade's edge. The knife's overall volume was halved, transforming it into a veritable boning knife. He retrieved a fruit knife made of the same material as the original kitchen knife, both of which he had purchased in a buy-one-get-one-free deal from a discount site. And to his surprise, the quality was commendable. Swish! The reinforced kitchen knife effortlessly sliced the fruit knife in half, leaving no gash whatsoever. This boning knife was more than sufficient to deal with early-stage mutants and insects. The fatal point for transformed mutants lay in the brainstem. To truly eliminate them, one had to breach their skull. Even if one decapitated them, they could still lurch forward to bite. Yang Hai had seen many lose their lives due to momentary negligence. In his past life, he wielded a factory kitchen knife, only to have it dull after a few cuts. Were it not for his swift escape, he might have already become a mutant's meal. Nothing should go to waste. Yang Hai picked up the broken fruit knife, intending to fuse it with the boning knife once his ability had recovered somewhat. The initial rainwater contained substances that could trigger adverse mutations. Even as a first-tier ability user, he was not immune. Therefore, Yang Hai had no plans to venture outside. A week later, the rainwater would become harmless, coinciding with the completion of the first batch of mutant transformations. Yang Hai toyed with the boning knife, murmuring to himself. Chapter 7. Escalating Conflict. After muting the community group chat, Yang Hai's world became considerably quieter. He devoted his days to exercising his abilities, amusing his hamster, and cooking. He cherished these precious, tranquil days. However, there were always meddlesome individuals eager to disturb his peace. Bang, bang, bang. A vehement knocking resonated at the door. Yang Hai had no intention of responding, yet the intruders escalated their efforts, attempting to force the lock. Is anyone inside? If not, we're coming in. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and see if there are any supplies inside. All right then, Bogu. As the slight man spoke, he picked up a hammer, preparing to smash the door. Creak! Yang Hai's sudden appearance startled the two, causing the slender man to nearly lose his grip on the hammer, almost striking his own foot. Do you have business here? Yang Hai's gaze was as cold as ice. Since awakening his abilities, Yang Hai had developed significantly more muscle, and at a height of 6 feet. He was undeniably intimidating. Standing behind the slender man, Huang Mao, known as Bogu, reached out, intending to clap Yang Hai on the shoulder, but found nothing but air. A glint of barely perceptible malice flickered in Bogu's eyes before he forced a smile. Brother, didn't you see the group chat? Everyone's food is running low, so we're planning to gather the food from the building to help each other through this tough time. I'm not interested. You can leave now. With that, Yang Hai attempted to shut the door. Hey, little brother, wait a moment. We haven't finished talking yet. Bogu swiftly propped the door open. There's not enough room now. Look at you, a big man. Why don't you let everyone stay in your room? Let us not make this situation too unpleasant, all right? The implied threat in his final words was unmistakable. Is that so? How unpleasant can it get? Yang Hai replied coldly. You'll regret this, kid. Just you wait. Bogu spat contemptuously to the side and dragged the slender man down the stairs. Yang Hai, naturally, was not inclined to show any courtesy to such inept individuals who relied solely on bluster. Before closing the door, he noticed that quite a few people were seated in the corridor, their expressions grim. Several had purplish lips and were sweating profusely, clear signs of impending mutation. Yang Hai reopened the group chat. Today marked the 5th day of torrential rain. The community building had 8 stories, and half of it was already submerged. Power had been cut 2 days prior, though his phone still had signal. As for the awaited rescue and reinforcements, they remained elusive. Those still alive had come to terms with reality. Now, they could only rely on themselves. Many had already exhausted their food supplies. Initially, there were offers to sell food at high prices in the group chat, but as water levels rose, even a bucket of instant noodles or a pack of biscuits had soared to over 1,000. Landlord Li Tsong, brother Yang Hai on the 8th floor. Bogu just mentioned that you're not cooperating. What is going on? Why aren't you responding? If you keep this up, I might have to bring people up. Yesterday, Li Tsong's own supplies had run out. Thus, he conspired with the petty, criminal Bogu and a few strong men to openly scavenge for supplies within the building, all under the guise of everyone sharing food, while the truth of whose stomach it ended up in remained known only to them. Those who resisted were met with brutal consequences, and while their indignation simmered, they dared not voice their discontent, clinging to the last vestiges of hope for a lawful society. Yang Hai's unwavering demeanor instilled in Li Tsong and his companions a firm belief in the treasures hidden within his home, prompting their swift return. The jarring sound of pounding on the door echoed once more, depleting the last remnants of Yang Hai's patience. With a loud clang, the aged iron door was forcefully swung open. Witnessing Yang Hai's proactive gesture, Bo Ji's eyes glimmered with a hint of arrogance. Moments ago, he had been insufferably haughty, yet here he was, now compelled to comply. Well done, Yang Hai muttered impatiently, waving his hand to interrupt their preamble. Will it be one at a time or all at once? Do not waste my time. Li Tsong's expression froze, unable to retract his smile in time. Brother Li, I told you this brat needed a beating, but you refused to believe me. Bo Gu, with his bleached hair, harbored a venomous glint in his eyes as he tightened his grip on the iron pipe he had disassembled from the bed. Very well, you may come me together. Li Tsong took a step back, preparing to observe the spectacle. Let's see what makes you so arrogant. Soon, Yang Hai demonstrated the stark reality of his prowess. As a first-tier ability user, his physical attributes surpassed those of ordinary individuals by 3 to 5 times, not to mention his mastery of supernatural abilities, making him more than capable of facing 5 or 6 adult men simultaneously. However, he had no intention of revealing his powers just yet. The movements of his adversaries appeared to him as if in slow motion, allowing him to effortlessly evade the yellow-haired thug's iron rod before delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing against the wall, leaving him writhing in agony on the floor. Come at me together. The remaining few exchanged glances, stealing their resolve before lunging forward in a disorganized mob. Yang Hai scoffed, his movements swift and elusive. A blur to the naked eye. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, soon causing the others to fall one by one. Li Gong stood frozen, like a deer caught in headlights, as Yang Hai approached him, causing him to collapse to his knees. Brother Yang, it's all a misunderstanding. We were blind, failing to recognize your greatness. A pungent odor wafted from Li Tsong, prompting Yang Hai to scrunch his nose in disgust. How could someone so cowardly attempt to rob others? The downed thugs averted their gazes, fear etched in their expressions, terrified of drawing Yang Hai's attention. Satisfied that he had instilled enough terror, Yang Hai turned and shut the iron door behind him. There's food in their room. A voice bellowed from the corridor, followed by the sound of numerous footsteps. Many among them had suffered at their hands, seizing this opportunity to retaliate. If they didn't act soon, they would starve. You dare. Li Tsong struggled to rise and grab hold of 2 young men attempting to flee down the stairs. Those are mine. Stop. Despite his hoarse cries, none heeded his pleas, trampling over him instead. In a fit of rage, Li Tsong kicked the motionless Bo Gu lying against the wall. You worthless fools. You can't even handle one person. Yet you still act tough. If you don't get up, we'll lose all our food. The fallen men could only suffer in silence, as Yang Hai's strikes were deliberate and merciless, each blow leaving them with at least a couple of broken ribs. Painful, but not fatal. At Li Tsong's urging, they reluctantly helped each other down the stairs. By the time they reached the ground, the door to Li Tsong's room had been completely torn down, and everything inside had been thoroughly pillaged. Chapter 8. The Abnormal Core, a Fortunate Surprise. Ever since Yang Hai single-handedly defeated 5 men, no one dared to provoke him again. Even those passing by his door had diminished significantly. Those who had no choice but to walk past would deliberately soften their footsteps, fearing that even the slightest noise might provoke his ire. Yang Hai welcomed this newfound peace. Delightful. After savoring the last bite of his noodles, Yang Hai leisurely wiped his mouth and glanced at the clock on the wall. 12 o'clock. Welcome to the post-apocalyptic world of nuclear mutation. Clutching his bean, Yang Hai switched off the flashlight and reclined on the luxurious sofa, soon finding his breathing steadying. Moments later, a chorus of piercing screams erupted. Beneath the shroud of darkness, pairs of glowing red eyes flickered to life, reaching out for the nearest living flesh. In the chaotic gloom, some met their end before even grasping the situation. Reduced to bleached bones, they could have been men, women, children, or the elderly, but now they were all referred to as aberrants. Tonight would undoubtedly be a sleepless night. On the 8th day, at 7 in the morning, Yang Hai donned the tactical jacket and sneakers he had purchased from the Guanghui supermarket, armed with a reinforced boning knife, and opened his door. An overwhelming stench assaulted his senses as he stepped into the narrow corridor, stained with blood and littered with dismembered limbs. Countless shards of entrails scattered about. Anyone with a fragile psyche might very well faint at the sight. However, Yang Hai had grown accustomed to such horrors, stepping over the carnage with unflinching resolve. Uncertain of how many had transformed into aberrants in the building the previous day, he proceeded with caution. Arriving at 815, Yang Hai's adjacent apartment, he recalled the young couple who had entertained him nightly with their explicit sounds. He pushed open the ajar door, revealing 2 lifeless bodies sprawled on the floor, their innards grotesquely extracted, blood and flesh in a gruesome tableau. Evidently, the aberrants that had transformed here last night had indulged in a macabre feast. Continuing deeper into the apartment, Yang Hai discerned the sharp sound of crunching emanating from the bedroom. Crack, crack. 2 dark figures were hunched over the bed, relishing their banquet. Suddenly, the gnawing ceased as both aberrants turned to face the intruder in the doorway. With a roar, They abandoned their meal and lunged toward Yang Hai. Yang Hai regarded the grotesque figures with disdain. No matter how often he encountered such abominations, their ugliness never ceased to repulse him. The two aberrants were none other than the former residents, the young couple, their clothing long since eroded by the corrosive fluids produced by their transformed bodies. Their scaly skin remained underdeveloped, resembling a layer of wrinkled bark, revolting and sticky, their faces marred by dark veins, mouths protruding with 5-centimeter fangs bared, and sharp claws poised as their primary weapons. Seizing the moment, Yang Hai swung his 30-centimeter boning knife in a perfect arc, severing the male aberrant's head, which soared into the air while its body staggered forward from the force. Grabbing a nearby stool, he slammed it into the female aberrant, knocking her to the ground. Placing a foot on her back, he plunged the bloodied knife into the base of her skull, silencing her struggles. Almost forgetting, he turned his attention to the male aberrant, causing the knife to rise unsteadily from the female's body, circle in the air, and accurately plunge into the still-moving head, confirming that no living creature remained in the room. Yang Hai commenced his search for supplies. The formidable powers of an ability user were always countered by an insatiable hunger. Only upon collecting the abnormal cores would this dire situation begin to improve. The EVA, or anomalous core, refers to the various mutated biological entities that possess these unique energy nuclei within them. These cores can be absorbed by those with extraordinary abilities, enhancing their powers, and have since the apocalypse become a new monetary system. After wandering around the room, Yang Hai ultimately discovered a few packets of instant noodles and beer tucked away in a storage cabinet in the bedroom. It appeared to be their last remaining stock. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and each of these items would command an astronomical price in the later stages of the apocalypse. With the changing environment, even when humanity eventually established bases, prior crops and livestock could not survive, rendering production impossible, a true rarity. Yang Hai placed all these items into the spatial pocket of his companion, Ba Do, and after confiscating a kitchen knife, he was about to depart when Ba Do, nestled in the lining of his tactical jacket, suddenly stirred. It emerged from the collar and nimbly leaped down. Ba Do, come back. Yang Hai felt a surge of anxiety. All his belongings were with it. Soon, the white fluff ball halted before the head of a male mutant, its dark eyes gleaming with a fervent curiosity, its claws reaching out then retracting. The expression on Ba Do's face, wanting to touch yet repulsed, amused Yang Hai. What do you want with this? It's dirty and smelly. Yang Hai squatted down, attempting to reason with Ba Do. Chirp. Ba Do extended a claw and gestured as if to pry something open. Its gaze directed at Yang Hai, filled with disappointment. You mean to open it? Realization dawned on Yang Hai. Ba Do had always been obedient and quiet, especially after awakening its powers. This behavior likely indicated that there was something of interest in the male mutant's mind. A cold glint flashed as the bone saw effortlessly cleave the skull in two. Nestled within the dark brain was a transparent crystal resembling a marble, emitting a faint glow. A first tier Yiha. Yang Hai's eyes lit up. In the early days of the apocalypse, mutated creatures possessing Yiha were exceedingly rare. He had not expected much from these two newly transformed mutants. Had it not been for Ba Do's reminder, he would have missed this opportunity. Compared to training to use extraordinary abilities, the enhancement provided by Yiha was significantly more efficient, albeit with limitations. Absorbing too many Yiha at once could lead to the user becoming mutated themselves, transforming into a mutant with powers. Yang Hai extended his hand, and the transparent first Yiha floated effortlessly into his palm, guided by his extraordinary abilities. Satisfied with its task, Ba Do climbed back onto Yang Hai's shoulder. Any incremental improvement gained in the early stages of the apocalypse was crucial. The significance of this Yiha was self-evident. However, it was not the opportune moment to absorb it. Safely stowing the Yiha, Yang Hai opened the window and unceremoniously discarded the corpses outside. This was not a manifestation of his obsessive cleanliness, but rather a precaution. The odor of these bodies was overpowering and would easily attract ravenous, mutated creatures. The corpses fell without a splash, swiftly swallowed by the raging floodwaters. Leaving room 815, Yang Hai continued toward the other rooms, his plan for the day being to clear the 8th floor. Chapter 9. The False Saint. The true king of hell. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, Yang Hai arrived at the entrance of the last room, which was locked. Before he could approach, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within, indicating the presence of living beings. Yang Hai instinctively halted his advance. He had no interest in indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Just as he was about to turn away, the door creaked open. Hey, big brother, wait. A delicate voice called from inside. Yang Hai turned back, his instincts honed by 5 years of survival in the apocalypse. Li Jiao Jiao, startled by Yang Hai's cold gaze, trembled slightly, her resolve wavering. Yet, recalling the gaunt figures of her hungry sisters behind her and her own perfect visage and figure, she straightened her back. Is there something you need? Yang Hai frowned it, his impatience genuine. Hello, big brother. I'm Li Jiao Jiao. You must have eliminated all the monsters on this floor, right? Li Jiao Jiao puffed out her chest, showcasing her perfect curves, a tactic that had proven effective with male clients at her fitness center. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Yang Hai rolled his eyes, unimpressed by her blatant flirtation. Are you at least 30? Li Jiao Jiao froze for a moment, wondering if her lack of hygiene over the past 2 days had diminished her allure. However, she quickly regrouped, her voice softening. Big brother, you've been through so many rooms. You must have gathered a lot of supplies. Could you spare some for us? I can assure you, I'm willing to do anything in return. Her expression was one of feigned shyness, biting her lip. Why don't you go find supplies yourselves? Yang Hai cuestionet incredulos. This woman was willing to barter her body for food? A first-tier mutant might possess greater strength, but their speed was not exceptional. 2 or 3 people could easily handle one. He'd seen at least 7 or 8 heads peeking out from behind the door moments ago. Last night, one of our members transformed into a monster, and 2 sisters were killed. Big brother, you're skilled. With great power comes great responsibility. Please help us. Li Jiao Jiao implored. I may be unclean, but they cannot be. Yang Hai was taken aback by her words. Was this woman mentally unstable? Even an angel would have to remove its halo to entertain her, and then be reverently addressed as Saint Mary. I have no intentions of playing the role of a saint. You've mistaken the person you're speaking to. Yang Hai took several steps back, wary of the adage that prolonged exposure to foolishness could lead to contagion. What do you mean? How can you say that to Sister Li? A girl in a floral dress rushed out, embracing Li Jiao Jiao with concern. Sister Li, don't plead with him any longer. We still have plenty of water. We can hold out until the rescue team arrives. That's right, ignore these filthy men. We're not hungry at all. They lambasted Yang Hai, yet their words failed to faze him. They were tragically oblivious to the reality of their situation. You can't leave. The girl in the floral dress dashed a few steps forward, blocking Yang Hai's path. You must give us food today, or once the police arrive. I will ensure the world knows you're a coward who turns a blind eye to suffering. I have 100,000 followers online. Prepare for a social media storm. Not family, not friends. These 2 self-proclaimed saints and scheming women were truly a match made in heaven. 100,000 followers? By now, perhaps 70 or 80,000 have transformed into monsters. Yang Hai Sigit, raising his hand as the boards leaning against the wall trembled and then toppled toward the girl in the floral dress. Yao Yao, watch out. Li Jiao Jiao shouted in alarm. The girl in the floral dress reacted swiftly, lunging forward. On my leg. Yang Hai paid little attention to the woman on the ground as he strode past her. You can't leave. You haven't given us any food. Despite the pain etched on her face, the girl remained steadfast in her pursuit, displaying a dedication that even impressed Yang Hai. Watching the sky gradually darken, he lost the desire to continue this fruitless entanglement, hastening back to his rented room. Wang Yao, are you all right? Li Jiao Jiao hurriedly led a few girls to move the boards aside, bending down to check on Wang Yao's injury. Sister Li, I am in excruciating pain, and I am bleeding. A deep gash had been inflicted upon Wang Yao's fair calf, the crimson liquid flowing profusely, filling the air with a pungent scent of blood. What sort of person lacks such compassion for a delicate flower? I must record this video immediately. This is irrefutable evidence that will ensure he cannot escape retribution. Wang Yao continued her incessant complaints, oblivious to the sound of footsteps echoing in the corridor beside them. It was only when an ominous hand, dark as night, grasped Wang Yao's head that they finally reacted. The corridor was dimly lit, and amidst the shadows, 3 ominous figures silently descended to the 8th floor. Monsters! Li Jiao Jiao let out a piercing scream, hastily releasing Wang Yao's hand and fleeing faster than anyone else. A stark contrast to her previously serene demeanor. Perhaps that saintly facade was but a ruse, a mere guise for seeking her own protector. Sister Li, did you not promise to safeguard me? The shock on Wang Yao's south face froze in place as her neck was brutally snapped by the creature. Such a gruesome spectacle left several girls paralyzed with terror, unable to move until the creature's claws descended upon them, jolting them back to reality. The first thing Li Jiao Jiao did upon returning to her room was to shut the door. What are you doing? They haven't even entered yet. The short-haired girl inside frowned at Li Jiao Jiao. She was none other than Li Hua, the one who had shared photos in their group chat. No one could open the door. If the monsters get in, we will all perish. Li Jiao Jiao's face contorted with rage, her usual grace and intellect vanishing entirely. The remaining four in the room fell silent as Chun Chi pulled Li Hua back to the living room to sit down. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. We're not inside yet. Bastard, let us in. Sister Li, hurry and open the door. The monsters are coming. Open the door, aw. The frantic pounding on the door was accompanied by pleas and curses, creating utter chaos. The soundproofing of the rental house was dismal. Yang Hai heard every commotion from outside, all of which had been anticipated. The creatures might not possess exceptional hearing, but their olfactory senses were extraordinarily acute, rivaling even that of a polar bear. Polar bears have a sense of smell 5 times stronger than that of dogs, capable of detecting prey from 10 kilometers away. The reason the creatures had not mobilized en masse was that they currently had ample food. By now, it was likely that the corpses had been mostly consumed, and the wound on Wang Yao's leg served as a potent stimulant for the creatures. I never expected that Li Jiaojiao was the true, ruthless character. I had misjudged her based on appearances. Yang Hai was somewhat taken aback and casually sprayed a few more puffs of insecticide at the door to mask his scent. Chapter 10. The News of the Kayak. In the ensuing days, Yang Hai continued to eliminate the creatures on the 6th and 7th floors, not for any other reason than to ensure a good night's sleep. Despite having slain numerous creatures, he had yet to encounter a second anomalous core, which aligned with Yang Hai's expectations. As for the first anomalous core, it had been absorbed long ago, becoming part of his control over his powers. The diminishing rainfall had also allowed the floodwaters to recede somewhat from the water level on the opposite floor. It was evident that the height was now only about 3 floors. Yang Hai was keen to venture out and collect some supplies, as those would undoubtedly be glimmering anomalous cores in the future. Unfortunately, his swimming skills were lacking. He could barely manage a dog paddle in a swimming pool, and in this flood, he feared he would simply sink. Had I known about Badu's spatial abilities, I would have prepared a small boat in advance. Stroking Badu's soft fur, Yang Hai sighed. It was too late for regrets now. With nothing else to occupy himself, Yang Hai began to hone his weapons once more, having gathered all the kitchen knives from the vacant rooms. Upon inspection, most of these knives were made of carbon steel, and he had fused them all together. With a whoosh, a stream of silvery liquid poured from Yang Hai's hands, then continued to coalesce and shrink until it took the form of a scimitar. The longer the blade, the stronger the weapon. Against mutated creatures, a long-handled weapon was always the optimal choice. As the blade's shape solidified, Yang Hai retrieved a wooden handle he had prepared earlier. Under the influence of his power, the blade and handle fit together seamlessly. Finally, he wrapped the handle in a layer of carbon steel. Who could resist praising such a fine blade? Alas, due to material limitations, the wooden handle was cobbled together from a broken bedboard, its quality leaving much to be desired. However, crafting an entire scimitar from carbon steel would be too strenuous given his current strength, so he had to compromise with this solution. Buzz. The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated. Yang Hai was quite pleased with his creation, adding another layer of safety for himself. Beep beep. The sound emanated from the mobile phone that Yang Hai had left on the dining table. In recent days, aside from the government's unified alerts, there had been no other communications. Who could possibly be messaging me at this hour? Opening the phone, he found a friend request. Are you interested in collaborating for an outing? Liwa. Yang Hai racked his memory. He vaguely recalled someone who had clashed with the downstairs aunt, but had no bearing on him. Disinterested, he set the phone down, but the other party sent another message that he found impossible to ignore. I have a kayak. How can you prove you're not deceiving me? I purchased it. Image JPG. Yang Hai quickly opened the image. It was a purchase order for a kayak, with the recipient and address matching, dated 2 months prior. Shall we meet at 815 to discuss further? Okay. After confirming the details, Yang Hai readily agreed to meet. 5 minutes later, the iron door at 815 swung open once more, revealing Chun Chi and Li Hua. I won't waste time. Where's the kayak? What are your terms? Yang Hai cut straight to the chase. You will ensure our safety along the way. Once we reach a place with supplies, we'll fend for ourselves. Li Hua stated her pre-prepared terms. However, upon hearing this, Yang Hai frowned. I cannot guarantee safety. I can only promise to do my utmost. What a joke. This is the apocalypse, and Yang Hai is no savior. He is a success if he can merely preserve himself. Hesitation crossed Li Hua's face. Her decision to seek Yang Hai was born from desperation. In the past 2 days, she and Chun Chi had subsisted on just a pack of chocolate beans, and their stamina was nearing its limit. Then how about this? We provide the boat, and you provide the strength. Once we arrive, we'll search for our own supplies. The youthful Chun Chi suddenly stepped forward. Yang Hai was somewhat surprised. You can make decisions? Li Wanudda. I'll follow Chi-Chi's lead. Very well. It's a deal. Yang Hai agreed without hesitation. Now that he was a first-tier anomalous power user, he was eager to find a use for his strength. The three of them made their way to the 5th floor. Li Hua had moved into Chen Chi-Chi's home on the first day, and seeing the flood as ferocity, she had decisively brought along the household inflatable kayak as a precaution. Little did she expect it would prove to be so useful. Li Hua retrieved a bag containing the kayak from the bottom of a storage box, along with the inflation device, and handed it to Yang Hai. How did you choose to collaborate with me? Yang Hai inquired, his curiosity piqued as he inflated the kayak. On that fateful day, he had spotted Li Hua and Chen Chi-Chi on the 8th floor, both of whom were inside Li Jiao's room. And their audacity to approach him for collaboration piqued his curiosity. After the unfortunate demise of Wang Yao and others, we had relocated from the 8th floor. Initially, Li Jiao had rallied nearly all the single women in the building under the pretense of mutual assistance among girls, resulting in the tragic events that unfolded. Now, both Li Hua and Chen Chi-Chi were haunted by the memory. Had they ventured out that day to witness the chaos, they might have met the same grim fate as Wang Yao and her companions. In this dire situation, notions of mutual aid had become irrelevant. Survival was the only concern. Chen Chi-Chi muttered softly. Their words elicited a newfound respect from Yang Hai. In this apocalyptic world, those who swiftly recognize the harsh realities tend to survive longer. And the quick-wittedness of these two was commendable. At least, in his previous life, he had been rather oblivious at this time. The most crucial aspect was that you are not malevolent. Huh? Yang Hai's jaw dropped at Chen Chi-Chi's affirmation. Regardless of Yang Hai's reaction, Chen Chi-Chi continued unabated. It was them who provoked you first. You never saw conflict. Moreover, those individuals were hardly virtuous, were it not for my lack of strength. I would have relished the opportunity to confront them. Fortunately, I have Sister Li Hua to protect me. I am truly fortunate. In the midst of their banter, several minutes slipped away. All right. Observing the inflatable kayak now fully unfurled beneath him, Yang Hai squeezed it, reassured that it could easily accommodate the weight of 3 people. I will lift it with you. Before Li Hua could finish her sentence, Yang Hai, laden with his backpack and hoisting the kayak, swiftly descended to the 3rd floor. The 2 girls exchanged glances, a mixture of relief and trepidation reflected in their eyes. They were relieved to have found the right person, but apprehensive about the threat posed by Yang Hai's displayed strength. It's all right, Chi-Chi, don't worry, I'm here too. Li Hua reassured, grabbing her composite bow and quiver, patting Chen Chi-Chi's shoulder in comfort. Thank goodness for you, but I can't lag behind. Chen Chi-Chi strapped on an additional climbing backpack, resigning herself to the role of a mere porter. Chapter 11. The Assault of the Mutated Carp. The rhythmic sound of the oars slicing through the water echoed as they navigated steadily between the buildings. Left turn at the upcoming intersection. Chen Chi-Chi meticulously observed their surroundings. Directing Yang Hai, who sat in the center, Li Hua led the way, wielding a long pole to probe the waters ahead, though it was dubbed a pole. It was merely a pink clothes drying rod. Meanwhile, Yang Hai was positioned at the rear, rowing the kayak. To be honest, gazing at Chen Chi-Chi's youthful visage reminiscent of a high school student, Yang Hai found it hard to believe she was a middle school teacher over 30 years of age. Nonetheless, having lived in this area for many years, Chen Chi-Chi was intimately familiar with the terrain, allowing the others to confidently entrust her with navigation. With the floodwaters this high, only the Hongyun shopping mall remains above water. Chen Chi-Chi mused, resting her chin in thought. Indeed, Yang Hai nodded. Although he had never visited Hongyun Mall in Haisher, he had been to its counterpart in Yanjing. Being a large nationwide chain, the structural layout was likely quite similar. After maneuvering around a whirlpool, the shadow of Hongyun Market finally came into view. Truly a grand market, the quality of this signage is remarkable. Yang Hai looked up. Amidst the darkness engulfing the other buildings, the 4-character sign atop the Hongyun Mall flickered with light. Just then, the inflatable kayak jolted violently, as if it had collided with an obstruction. Bang! With a resounding crash, Li Hua, positioned at the front, nearly found herself thrown overboard. Fortunately, Chen Chi-Chi, seated in the middle, swiftly grasped her backpack. Thank you. Li Hua expressed her gratitude, her expression turning grave as she scanned the surrounding waters. Be cautious. There is something in the water. She had been vigilant of the underwater situation, her clothes drying rod not having encountered any objects. Although the sudden impact had taken her by surprise, she had distinctly seen a shadow dart beneath the boat. Sit down. As soon as Yang Hai's voice fell, an even greater force struck the kayak. Li Wao Yedi Uva. Sitting down and clutching the safety straps on either side of the kayak to prevent herself from tumbling into the water. You take over the rowing, Yang Hai instructed, tossing the oar to Chen Chi while retrieving his makeshift knife. Although Li Hua's kayak was of good quality, Yang Hai was unwilling to gamble. Should the kayak fail, they would find themselves in a dire predicament. Over there, Chen Chi suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the left. Yang Hai followed her gaze, spotting a black fishtail, half a meter wide, flicking just a few meters from the edge of the boat. Whoosh! A composite arrow with green fletching flew swiftly, and after a splash, crimson droplets surfaced in the water. Clearly, Li Hua had hit her mark. It's coming back. As the green dot loomed larger before them, Yang Hai resolutely activated his manipulation ability, thrusting his knife downwards with force, piercing the black fish. Splashing and thrashing, the fish flailed violently, drenching Yang Hai in its foul blood. Unmoved, he increased the pressure of his grip. Soon, the commotion beneath the surface subsided, and Yang Hai lifted his knife. As he drew it from the water, the black fish emerged alongside it. What on earth is this? Chen Chi-Chi's eyes widened in astonishment, her paddling motion halting involuntarily. The black fish, measuring over a meter in length and nearly skewered by the knife, displayed a grotesque array of sharp, twisted teeth within its gaping maw. It must be a mutated carp, Yang Hai assessed swiftly. Most mutated creatures retained aspects of their original forms, and this creature's tail and scales were no exception. Chen Chi-Chi stared at the deceased black fish, noting its resemblance to the carp she had purchased at the market. The thought crossed her mind, and she swallowed hard. If it's a carp, does that mean we could have a feast today? Yang Hai's brow twitched, and he promptly discarded the mutated carp. You really dare to think that? Aren't you worried about turning into something like it? Most mutated creatures in this nuclear apocalypse carry toxins. Even the strongest of ability users cannot resist them. Very few are safe to consume. To my knowledge, this mutated carp is not on the edible list. I was merely joking. Chen Chi-Chi pouted, truly famished. She and T felt the hunger until the mutated carp had appeared, but now that they were relaxed, she felt utterly devoid of energy. Wait, do you all feel the kayak sinking? Li Hua interrupted their light-hearted banter, feeling around the kayak. This kayak was meant for her vacation, and aside from a cursory inspection upon receiving it, her familiarity with it was limited. Glub, glub. Bubbles the size of coins continuously emerged from the right side of the boat. Clearly, this was the handiwork of the earlier mutated carp. Yang Hai's heart raced at the sight, and he swiftly snatched the oar from Chen Chi-Chi's hands, rowing with all his might. Hurry! Ahead! Li Hua leapt from the boat, swimming to the rear to assist in propelling the kayak forward. Before their departure, Yang Hai and Chen Chi-Chi had explicitly expressed their lack of swimming skills, viewing the kayak as their lifeline. Cursed mutant carp, Chen Chi-Chi muttered under her breath as she picked up the drying pole discarded by Li Hua, clearing the obstacles ahead. The kayak was increasingly submerged, and soon, floodwaters surged in. Yang Hai attempted to seal the breach with his control powers, but alas, the material at the opening had already been gnawed away by the mutant carp. His abilities could not conjure matter from thin air. There was little a clever woman could do without rice to cook. Shall we seek refuge in another building? Li Hua spot, exhausted and leaning against the side of the kayak. Despite her good stamina, the combined weight of the kayak and the two of them was considerable. Having only paddled a little over 100 meters, she was already spent. No, there are numerous office buildings around, but they lack provisions, and the number of mutants inside is likely substantial. Yang Hai promptly dismissed Li Hua as suggestion, as he had not forgotten the purpose of their journey. Gazing at the final 200 meters before them, an idea struck Yang Hai. He pulled Chen Chi-Chi into the water with him. This unexpected action startled both women. Yet Yang Hai, undeterred, began to flip the kayak. I have a plan. Li Hua, come help. Seeing Yang Hai's fervent excitement, Li Hua felt a bit bewildered, but assisted him in overturning the kayak, revealing the breach at its bottom. You, climb up and block the hole. Yang Hai directed Chen Chi-Chi, who was the lightest among the three. Chen Chi-Chi, relieved, immediately shed her outer jacket and secured it tightly against the opening. Observing the kayak cease its leaking, Yang Hai exhaled in relief. Could you please explain your methods next time? Chen Chi-Chi exclaimed, still shaken by Yang Hai's earlier actions, nearly convinced she would meet her end there. Time is of the essence, Yang Hai retorted, flipping onto the overturned kayak and resuming his strokes towards Hongyan Mall. Chapter 12. Hongyan Mall. Through the trio's concerted efforts, they finally reached the front of Hongyan Mall just before the kayak succumbed to the depths. Without hesitation, Yang Hai shattered the second-floor glass window. With a crisp crash, the entire pane of shatterproof glass was forcibly removed. As expected, the interior of Hongyan Mall was a chaotic mess, but fortunately, the water on the second floor was shallow, merely reaching their ankles. Let us proceed according to plan. Each to our own. Confirming that the store he entered bore no mutated creatures, Yang Hai opened the kayak's air valve, addressing the two without lifting his gaze. I'll take the kayak, you two manage the air pump. Let us reconvene here in 3 hours. This arrangement had been previously discussed. The kayak could only be inflated with a specialized pump, and without any one component, they would be unable to depart. If only we knew the password to the top floor of Honyun Mall. It's a warehouse, and I've heard it's stocked with everything. Chen Chi-Chi lamented, glancing at the waterlogged cosmetics around her, her eyes filled with regret, oblivious to the futility of her wish. But that's impossible, Li Hua shook her head. Honyun Mall is under the Pearl Group, and the security measures for the top floor warehouse are said to rival those of a bank vault. Casting a glance at Yang Hai, who was still deflating the kayak, Li Hua pulled Chen Chi-Chi toward the door. On the other side, having confirmed the two women had departed, Yang Hai promptly stored the kayak into space and moved toward the staircase on the opposite side. The shops on the second floor had not escaped the flood's grasp. Their contents were thoroughly soaked and rendered useless. If memory served correctly, the 5th and 6th floors of Honyun Mall were designated food zones. Gripping his knife tightly, Yang Hai ascended the stairs slowly. Starting from the 4th floor, the staircase was strewn with corpses, some human, others mutant. This was not promising news. Yang Hai muttered to himself. Clearly, there were others present, and in considerable numbers. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable. Few would be caught in the rain in such an environment as a mall. Yet they would soon realize that perishing at the onset of the apocalypse might be a preferable choice. Contemplating the potential for conflict, Yang Hai abruptly altered his original intention of heading to the 6th floor and instead made his way to the 7th. Indeed, his destination was the warehouse on the top floor of Honyun Mall. Upon reaching the 7th floor and pushing open the fire door, a gleaming metallic combination lock came into view. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Hai pressed a sequence of numbers on the lock. 521-1200. Click. The heavy metal door emitted a crisp electronic sound as dozens of lock pins disengaged, bright white light illuminating Yang Hai's face. The door swung open. Sheng Mingyue. You were serious? Yang Hai was utterly astonished, having not anticipated that Sheng Mingyue's words held truth. Back when he was in Yinjing, she had jokingly mentioned that in case of emergencies, they could access the top floor of Honyun Mall as long as he remembered her birthday. He had thought little of it until Li Hua and Chen Chi-Chi's discussion rekindled the memory. He knew Sheng Mingyue hailed from a wealthy and powerful family, but he had not realized that Honyun Mall belonged to her. The unlocking password was indeed her birthday, May 21st at noon. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yang Hai stepped into the warehouse. Before him lay rows of red Zhonghua cigarettes and fragrant mitai, items that had held great value even before the apocalypse and had not depreciated in worth. Behind the renowned liquor and tobacco were neatly arranged clothing, furniture, electronics, and a variety of foodstuffs. In the center of the warehouse stood several brand-new Jeep Wranglers. Aside from the large appliances that held little utility, Yang Hai accepted everything, collecting these goods along with their shelves into his space. He even discovered a generator module in a corner, evidently indicating that the warehouse's lighting and air conditioning were not solely reliant on external solar panels. After numerous collections, fatigue began to seep into his body, a warning from his ability core. Badu, it's your turn to work. The snow-white hamster leaped from Yang Hai's shoulder, dashing toward the shelves. Yang Hai let dawn, grabbing an energy drink and gulping it down. Before the proliferation of ability cores, food had been the quickest means to replenish powers. Badu deftly navigated the aisles, leaving emptiness in its wake. Following the complete awakening of the spatial ability, Badu's range for collecting objects extended to 10 meters, and the spatial capacity surged by 500 cubic meters. It was no trouble to fully accommodate the supplies from this opulent warehouse. Soon, the once vast warehouse was reduced to a mere pile of cardboard boxes. Yang Hai's control powers had also stabilized. Glancing at the time, he realized that over 2 hours had elapsed since their entry. Time to return. Shouldering the bag filled with supplies, Yang Hai re-emerged to the 2nd floor. However, upon reaching the rendezvous point, he found not only Li Hua and Chen Chi-Chi waiting, but also 2 unfamiliar men clad in security uniforms. Their eyes continually surveying Chen Chi-Chi and Li Hua, occasionally glancing at the compound bow Li Hua held. Yang Hai, you're back. Chen Chi-Chi waved vigorously at Yang Hai as if she had spotted a savior, then turned to the 2 men with a smile. Brothers, this is my cousin. We came together. A flawless smile adorned Chen Chi-Chi's face. What's the matter? Yang Hai shook the unfamiliar knife in his hand and set the large waterproof backpack on the ground. Little brother, don't misunderstand. We merely wish to inquire if you're interested in staying here. The older security guard, with an astute gaze, discerned that Yang Hai was not to be trifled with, and his demeanor softened instantly. Indeed, there must be many such monsters outside, the middle-aged guard concurred, but you need not worry about our mall. All those monsters have been cleared out. Not interested. With that, Yang Hai busied himself by opening the damaged inflatable kayak, using waterproof tape to seal the gash tightly. We also wish to stay in a mall. It's safe and there is food. But the elderly at home are still waiting for us to bring them something to eat. Chin-Chi-Chi feigned difficulty. In that case, we shall not disturb you. The two security guards exchanged glances, their previous insistence evaporating, and they departed politely, flattering without reason, either a rogue or a thief. Chin-Chi-Chi spat lightly, beginning to explain the circumstances. It turned out that she and Li Hua had gone to the 5th floor of Hanyang Mall, where Li Hua had used a compound bow to deal with several wandering anomalies in the hall, allowing those who had cowered in the shops to finally emerge. Those two guards had been coveting the compound bow in Li Hua's hands and had relentlessly pursued them to this location. Had it not been for Chin-Chi-Chi invoking Yang Hai's name, those two might have already tried to snatch it. You didn't foolishly disclose our whereabouts, did you? The government imposes strict regulations on weapons, and Li Hua's compound bow could only be obtained with certification. Being targeted would certainly pose trouble. Chin-Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. Who do you look down upon? I've at least had 10 more years of meals than you. How could I possibly not understand this? I told them I reside in the office building nearby. That is somewhat clever, Yang Hai remarked noncommittally. Chapter 13, Human Hearts. Amidst the pouring rain, the three of them once again boarded the reinforced inflatable kayak. With prior experience, Yang Hai wielded the oars with deft precision. As they neared the Zinc Singly community, Li Hua turned to Yang Hai after a prolonged silence, his gaze landing on the unfamiliar knife he had laid before him. You seem utterly unfazed by these monsters. Also, where did you acquire this knife? Yang Hai shrugged, a nonchalant expression on his face. I've kept this knife in my backpack all along. Besides, I've always been quite bold. Observing the hefty backpack behind Yang Hai eased some of Li Hua's doubts. Soon, the kayak reached shore, coming to a halt in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Just as Li Hua steadied himself on the stairs, a rather plump figure abruptly lunged toward him. Enin? Li Hua queried uncertainly, the dimness of the corridor exacerbated by the absence of electricity. Oh, it's you, Li Hua. Where have you been? Anton's greedy gaze was firmly fixed on the backpack behind the trio. You must be exhausted from collecting supplies. Let me carry that bag for you. With that, Anton reached out to snatch the waterproof bag from Chin-Chi-Chi's hand. Caught off guard, Chin-Chi-Chi indeed let her succeed. Anton seized the bag and turned to flee, but Li Hua reacted swiftly, tripping her with his leg. Anton stumbled, nearly falling over. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hua reclaimed the waterproof bag. This is outrageous. 2 young girls are bullying an old woman. Anton wailed. Someone's stealing food. Realizing she was at a disadvantage in terms of strength, Anton resorted to throwing herself on the ground, rolling and thrashing about, hoping to morally compel the trio into submission. This tactic had worked for her in the past, but unfortunately for her, the three were not as easily swayed as they appeared. Chin-Chi-Chi rolled her eyes and pulled Li Hua up the stairs, while Yang Hai completely ignored her presence. By the time Anton ceased her sobbing and opened her eyes, she was met with an empty corridor, the kayak having vanished without a trace. Anton was left dumbfounded. They had simply walked away without offering her any food to silence her. Many people had heard Anton's commotion and bravely emerged to investigate the situation, only to see the trio with their enormous backpacks. What's going on outside? Have the police come to rescue us? How much for the food you're carrying? I'll pay 10,000 for a whole backpack. Li Tsong limped out from the back of the crowd. If you want to go out and look for it, get lost. Yang Hai shouted angrily, his unfamiliar knife shimmering ominously in his hand, exuding an intimidating aura. Perhaps having forgotten Yang Hai's ruthlessness, or driven by hunger, the crowd did not retreat an inch. Let us all go, they have supplies. Li Tsong unconsciously swallowed hard, having gone 2 days without food. Moreover, there were even more people present who hadn't eaten for over 2 days. At this moment, their eyes gleamed with desperation, fixated on the trio. This is troublesome. Yang Hai sighed, clearly realizing that he had killed the anomalies too early, allowing too many foolish individuals to survive. Locking onto Li Tsong, who was at the forefront, Yang Hai's arm moved slightly, the sharp knife gliding smoothly across his neck. Thud! A head rolled away, bouncing along the ground. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, gazing at Yang Hai in disbelief, shocked by how casually he had beheaded a living person. Murder! Call the police! Arrest this murderer! They cried out. He has gone mad. He has truly gone mad. The murmurs persisted, yet not a single soul dared to take a step forward. The timid ones had already collapsed onto the ground, trembling. Yang Hai frowned at the blood splattered on his clothing. The scent of mutated creatures and human blood was alarmingly perilous. As for the fallen Li Tsong, he had never been a concern for him. His skills were still a bit rusty. Had it been the Yang Hai of the 5th year of the apocalypse, he could have dispatched an ordinary person without a single drop of blood staining him. Observing Li Hua and Chen Qiqi, who had retreated several steps, Yang Hai remained expressionless, merely discarding the kayak. The boat is yours. The supplies he acquired from the top floor of Hongyun Mall were sufficient for several lifetimes, and he had more than enough to exchange for mutated cores later. Thus, this boat was of no use to him. With that, Yang Hai continued his ascent up the stairs. As soon as Yang Hai left, the crowd's thoughts began to stir again, their greed impossible to suppress. Li Hua, too preoccupied to consider the kayak, grabbed Chen Qiqi and rushed towards the 5th floor. Stop! Leave the supplies behind. You have so much. What harm is there in sharing a little with us? Ant and, having appeared from somewhere on the 3rd floor, blocked their path back to their room, tugging at Li Hua's backpack with indignation. You've been outside too. You must have more experience than us. Just go out and gather a bit more. My eldest grandson hasn't had enough to eat in a day. If he starves, can you afford to compensate us? Chen Qiqi was nearly laughing with anger. Why should they share the supplies they had painstakingly brought back? Judging by the current situation, it seemed the entire city, the entire nation, and perhaps even the world had succumbed to floods and monsters. Acquiring food would only become increasingly difficult in the future. If you think it's so simple, why don't you go yourself? Chen Qiqi kicked Annan aside. Outside, a deluge rages, accompanied by monstrous entities. Such peril indeed. If you have ventured forth once, surely a second foray is within reach. Indeed. Li Hua surveyed the surroundings, her expression one of unshakable resolve, akin to a ravenous wolf among the throng of eager individuals, seemingly comprehending Yang Hai's actions. Thus, she deftly drew her compound bow, aiming it at the crowd. Whoever dares to approach us shall become the first target. A bespectacled middle-aged man sneered condescendingly. Little girl, do not presume that brandishing a toy can instill fear. If you divide your supplies with me, I shall offer you refuge in my home. No one would dare to seize your belongings. The lascivious grin upon his face betrayed his intentions, and without hesitation, Li Hua released her grip. Thwack! The arrow, released from the bowstring, swiftly pierced the middle-aged man's shoulder. Help! He cried, collapsing to the ground, clutching his wound, howling in agony. Li Hua's hand trembled as she knocked another arrow. This marked her inaugural experience aiming a weapon at a living being, and a claim she felt no trepidation would be a falsehood. Yet, reality demanded she conceal any trace of fear as the crowd faltered in their steps, wary of becoming the next victim. Some among them, quick to react, had already made a move toward the kayak, while Yang Hai and the 2 girls were evidently not to be trifled with. Rather than squander time here, it might be wiser to venture out in search of hope. Li Hua, come inside, Chen Qiqi called, having opened the door to beckon Li Hua to join her. After securing the door, Chen Qiqi hastily installed 2 door stoppers she had procured, ensuring their safety. Chapter 14. The Ominous Signs of Pestilence. According to research by the World Health Organization, this calamity is linked to Japan's nuclear wastewater discharge into the ocean, resulting in an inexplicable reaction with mysterious substances at the Pacific Ocean's depths. This has triggered torrential rains and floods globally, leading to the emergence of various mutated beings. A disaster now officially dubbed the nuclear mutation apocalypse. Those contaminated have entirely lost their humanity and are collectively referred to as abnormals. Being bitten or scratched by these abnormals may lead to transformation. Citizens hearing this announcement are urged to distance themselves from urban areas. Surviving government forces will establish refuge in suburban locales of provincial capitals. We shall not abandon a single soul. The gentle voice of the announcement continued to emanate from the phone, gradually fading until it fell silent. Yang Hai attempted to press the power button. The empty battery icon glowed red, clearly devoid of charge. Although portable chargers remained within the space, Yang Hai had no intention of recharging the phone. The mobile signal had vanished 3 days prior, and now they relied solely on the radio function, which would soon cease to function as well. The trajectory of events mirrored that of his previous life. Japan had completely vanished from the world map on the 15th day of the deluge, reduced to a submerged relic. Initially, Yang Hai had harbored concerns that his rebirth might invoke a butterfly effect, yet it appeared that the flutter of his wings held little power. Rising from the luxurious sofa, he stretched lazily, the joints in his body cracking audibly. Since their last expedition to collect supplies at Hongyun Mall, he and Ba Do had remained within their rented room, engaging in a routine of eating, sleeping, and exercising their abilities, leading to a fulfilling existence. With ample food and training, Yang Hai's control over his powers had advanced to the mid-stage of the first tier. He had successfully levitated a 100-kilogram object for half an hour and could instantaneously freeze 100 milliliters of water. As his understanding of these abilities deepened, Yang Hai discerned further patterns, such as the significant energy expenditure required to manipulate living beings. He had once attempted to directly control a cockroach, even breaking its neck. This simple act had nearly depleted his energy core, leaving him dizzy for 2 days. Clearly, his powers were more effective on inanimate materials. It was time to venture out. Considering the timeline, most abnormals should have developed their cores by now, and those with abilities would soon make their appearance. He stowed the luxurious sofa away and departed the rented room without a backward glance. In 3 months, this place would transform into a vast ocean. Let us find your mother together. Bado tilted its head in contemplation, seemingly recalling something. Soon, it located a familiar face in its memory and, with a joyful chirp, swiftly climbed onto Yang Hai's shoulder. Upon exiting the building, Yang Hai was greeted by the long-missed sun. The rain had ceased, and the floodwaters had receded. Yet the streets remained a chaotic mess. Corpses, vehicles, and debris lay strewn about, emitting a foul stench. Among the decaying bodies, which even the abnormals and mutated creatures ignored, countless minuscule organisms reveled in their grotesque feast. Although he was drenched in insecticide, Yang Hai maintained his distance from the corpses. Wary of the potential bite from a venomous insect, regret would come too late. Suddenly, a heavy breathing sound echoed from the intersection, prompting Yang Hai to grip his machete tightly, stealthily approaching the rear of a truck. No doubt, this commotion was caused by abnormals. As he suspected, 4 grotesque abnormals were sniffing around, traversing the street corner. Shielded by the insecticide, they overlooked Yang Hai, who lay concealed behind the vehicle, instead heading toward an office building. These 4 abnormals had fully developed, their bodies covered in wave-like scales, forming a robust armor. This indicated a high probability that they housed cores within them. Lacking the stimulation of prey, the abnormals appeared lethargic, their movements akin to those in slow motion. Yet Yang Hai remained patient, quietly waiting behind the truck. He was not so conceited as to believe he could confront 4 equals alone. Observing the first 3 abnormals entering the building, Yang Hai sprang into action. The speed of a first-tier ability user surged forth. He closed the 10-meter distance in less than a second. The 4th abnormal, unaware of his presence, was swiftly dispatched by his blade, the machete piercing through its brainstem, rendering it motionless. Roar! The remaining 3 abnormals detected the commotion from behind and turned to charge at Yang Hai. They howled with excitement, corrosive saliva dripping from their mouths, eroding the pavement beneath them. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Hai hurled his machete, enhanced by his powers, its trajectory swift and precise. It plunged into the gaping maw of one abnormal, emerging from the other side. With a mere gesture, the machete returned to his hand, as if by magic. In mere seconds, half of the 4 abnormals had been vanquished. The remaining 2 met similar fates at his hands. Approaching the first abnormal's corpse, Yang Hai cleaved its skull open with his machete, rummaging through the repugnant black brain tissue until he discovered the core. To confirm his suspicion, he replicated the process with the other 3 heads, finding no cores within them. His knowledge stemmed from Bado's keen insight. Only after slaying the first abnormal did Bado excitedly paw at his clothing. Can you discern whether these creatures possess cores? Yang Hai inquired, unzipping the pocket of his windbreaker in curiosity. Bado lifted its head, proudly nodding in affirmation. Excellent. Yang Hai generously tossed the anomalous core to Bado, realizing that its potential was far greater than he had initially anticipated, necessitating a careful approach to win its loyalty. Bado, cradling the core larger than its own claws, wore a contented expression. After completing this task, Yang Hai shook off the black blood from his blade and entered the nearby office building. As soon as he stepped inside, several fist-sized, mutated cockroaches emerged quietly from a nearby trash bin, stealthily approaching the corpses of several aberrant beings on the ground. They casually gnawed at the bodies, causing the tough skin of the aberrants to rupture and then wriggle their way inside. A few minutes later, the cockroaches re-emerged, having shrunk in size, their once bulging bellies now resembling deflated balloons. The aberrant corpses remained in place, but upon closer inspection, one could discern subtle bulges beneath their grotesque scales, as if something was gestating within. Chapter 15, Firearms. In stark contrast to the relatively sparse population of the happy neighborhood where Yang Hai had previously resided, This office building housed at least 300 individuals, implying a correspondingly large number of aberrants. Fortunately, those below the fourth tier were driven solely by their bloodthirsty instincts. As long as he exercised caution, it would be no trouble to eliminate them one by one. After effortlessly dispatching 2 aberrants loitering at the stairway, Yang Hai secured yet another anomalous core. The ascent from the 1st to the 10th floor was remarkably smooth, with the stairwell devoid of anything but decaying corpses and dry blood. Clearing the top floor proved to be quite manageable. Yang Hai once again checked the ties at his pant legs and cuffs, ensuring there were no gaps large enough for any insects to slip through, before gently pushing open the fire door to the 10th floor. With a loud thud, the door swung open a mere 10 centimeters before striking an unknown object. Yang Hai peered inside, only to meet the gaze of a pair of bloodshot eyes. He froze momentarily. Soon, more crimson eyes blinked open, and those afflicted with claustrophobia would likely have succumbed on the spot. Countless aberrants packed the corridor like sardines in a can. Good grief. Could it be that everyone is transformed? With no time to ponder further, Yang Hai swiftly severed the head of the nearest aberrant. The creature slumped to the ground, its body wedged at the entrance, while dozens more surged behind it, effectively blocking the fire door and leaving only a narrow gap for a single person to pass through. Just as Yang Hai contemplated shifting to another location to collect anomalous cores, he halted in his tracks. This was akin to a video game glitch, and he had no reason to forfeit the cores that had conveniently presented themselves. Every few seconds, an aberrant would wriggle through the gap, and Yang Hai's task was to wield his blade, slicing and stabbing. Should Ba Dou signal, he would activate his telekinetic powers to open the head and extract the core within. Before long, dozens of aberrants lay defeated at his feet. 1, 2, 300. Retaining 2 cores for the restoration of his abilities, Yang Hai stored the remainder in his spatial realm. Without his explicit permission, Ba Dou would not disturb anything within that realm, even when it came to the irresistibly alluring anomalous cores. This situation was decidedly unusual. Although these aberrants had inadvertently delivered themselves to him, it was rare to encounter such a multitude congregating together, unless a 4th-tier intelligent aberrant had summoned them. Such a feat would be exceedingly difficult, especially given that the nuclear transformation apocalypse had only commenced a little over a month ago. This was clearly implausible. With a sense of perplexity, Yang Hai stepped over the dismembered limbs of the aberrants and entered the corridor of the 10th floor. In the innermost office, he discovered the answer. The entire office was in disarray, with desks and furniture strewn about the doorway, an evident testament to the fierce resistance mounted by those inside against the aberrant assault. In the center of the room, beside several fragmented bones, lay a bloody Type 51 pistol. Now made sense. A flicker of realization crossed Yang Hai's eyes. Firing indiscriminately in the apocalypse was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Firearms wield great power, yet the noise they produce is hard to mask, and one can never be certain what mutated creatures might be drawn in by the sound. In dire moments, however, a firearm can indeed be a lifesaver. Although this individual had succeeded in dispatching the aberrants around him, the commotion had attracted a multitude of others, ultimately sealing his fate. In the wake of the nuclear transformation apocalypse, regulations governing firearms had ceased to exist, and Yang Hai had handled numerous weapons. He adeptly removed the magazine and counted 4 rounds remained. A bit scant, but certainly preferable to having none at all. Squeak! Ba Dou scurried out of Yang Hai's pocket and hastily approached the bookshelf in the corner of the office. Having grown accustomed to Ba Dou's antics, Yang Hai had transitioned from panic to delight. He understood that this behavior signaled the presence of more valuable items. Clearing away a few books from the bottom shelf, a silver safe came into view. Of course, there was no key, but this posed no challenge for Yang Hai. A surge of black energy erupted from his palm, and upon his telekinetic power making contact with the safe, the 3D structure of the lock mechanism instantly materialized in his mind. With a mere thought, the safe would unlock. Click! The door swung open, and Yang Hai began to rummage through its contents. 5 or 6 property deeds, 2 kilograms of gold bars, and over 100,000 in cash. Aside from the gold bars, which held some utility, the deeds and cash were utterly worthless in the apocalypse. While scrap paper could provide warmth when stuffed into clothing at night, these items were deemed too cumbersome to even burn. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not disappointed. He had hoped for at least a few more rounds of ammunition. This was no longer the world he once knew, and such items were of little use. Casually, Yang Hai discarded a stack of 100-yuan notes. Squeak! Ba Dou emitted a dissatisfied protest and promptly leaped on a bookshelf. Its tiny claws effortlessly pried open the safe, revealing a hidden compartment below. Yang Hai quickly extracted the compartment, which contained a brand new Type 54 pistol, 2 spare magazines, and 3 boxes of 7.62 mm ammunition. Compared to the Type 51 pistol, the Type 54 boasted greater firepower and a higher muzzle velocity, and each box contained a full 100 rounds. Observing Ba Do's sulky back, Yang Hai offered an awkward smile. I stand corrected. I promise to never doubt your abilities again. Perhaps once or twice could be chalked up to coincidence. But Ba Do had yet to err. Regarding Ba Do's remarkable treasure-seeking instincts, Yang Hai could only attribute it to the other half of the golden anomalous core. Clearly, Ba Do was a rare dual-ability wielder. Despite Yang Hai's explanation, Ba Do remained unmoved, sulking, and turning away. Yang Hai sighed and produced 2 anomalous cores as a gesture of apology. Upon seeing the cores, Ba Do's eyes sparkled with delight. Clutching one in each claw, it leisurely returned to Yang Hai's side. Yang Hai was left exasperated. This creature seemed to have mastered the art of sulking, much like Sheng Mingwei. After filling the magazine of the Type 51 pistol, Yang Hai secured it to his waist, returning the rest to his spatial realm. He had no doubt about the deterrent power of a firearm. With a pistol in hand, many unnecessary troubles could be avoided. From the 10th floor alone, it was evident that the likelihood of survivors within the office building was nearly non-existent. The number of extraordinary individuals within this vicinity is truly overwhelming, and correspondingly, there exists a plethora of supplies. These provisions, yet to be utilized, have been left behind by their former owners, who have perished. Notably on the 5th floor, the fast food cafeteria is stocked with an abundance of pre-packaged meals, rice, and seasonings, which Yang Hai eagerly accepts without hesitation. Chapter 16. The Chow Family Supermarket. As the flood approached, most people ascended to the upper floors. Descending from the 10th floor, the number of extraordinary beings dwindled with each level. The lower Yang Hai descended, the more at ease he felt. Even with ample extraordinary cores to restore his powers, by the time he had cleared the entire office building, the sun was already beginning to set. At this moment, Yang Hai was smeared with dark blood and grime. Resembling a refugee who had just crawled out of a refuse heap, he nonchalantly wiped his face. Having endured far worse hells, this was hardly a concern. Meanwhile, a medium-sized supermarket stood 200 or 300 meters away, its doors wide open, the supplies within long since stripped bare. A corpulent, balding middle-aged man loomed at the entrance, exuding an air of arrogance. I'm only hiring 2 people each day, providing 3 meals, with strong individuals given priority. A frail, bespectacled man desperately squeezed his way to the front of the crowd. Boss Chow, I've been here for 3 consecutive days. Surely it's my turn now? Chow Jin squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the man before conceding. All right, you can be one. He then surveyed the crowd and pointed to a stout individual. You come as well. The chosen one beamed with joy. As for the rest of you, disperse. I shall return tomorrow. The remaining individuals watched enviously as the 3 departed, lamenting their own misfortune at not being selected. Many felt a stirring desire to approach, but upon glancing at the 2 muscular bodyguards flanking Boss Chow, their ambitions were swiftly quelled. Driven by hunger, an increasing number of people emerged from their rooms, transforming the abandoned supermarket into a makeshift gathering point. A newcomer expressed curiosity. What is the story behind Boss Chow? This supermarket belongs to him, replied an elderly janitor clad in an orange vest. Even in the apocalypse, he is still hiring workers. It's quite peculiar. The young man was puzzled. With the government incapacitated and dangers lurking everywhere, Haven TU heard the announcements urging everyone to flee the city. You seem unaware, but Boss Chow has a large warehouse at home. It said he is hiring these people to guard it. But I doubt that. The old man's tone shifted as he cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before whispering, I live next door to Boss Chow, and there are some unsettling noises coming from his warehouse. What sort of noises? It's hard to describe, but it sounds like the howling of wolf dogs, quite eerie. The old man shuddered at the memory of the gut-wrenching wails. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to scare us off so that no one competes with you for Boss Chow as favor? The young man scoffed, increasingly convinced of this possibility. He must be mad to listen to this old fool for so long. The janitor shook his head helplessly and retreated to his corner, clutching his bedding. Elsewhere, as Yang Hai sought a place to spend the night, he encountered familiar faces. Around the corner, Li Hua and Chen Qiqi, each carrying a hiking backpack, appeared rosy-cheeked, clearly having fared well during this time. Yang Hai, what a coincidence! Chen Qiqi exclaimed, waving enthusiastically, her face alight with excitement. We're heading to the base in the outskirts. Would you like to join us? Initially taken aback by Yang Hai's ruthless methods, she later grew more apprehensive about the actions of the residents within their building. regretting her earlier retreat that had led to their estrangement. With his involvement, the safety of their journey would undoubtedly be enhanced. Upon hearing Chun Chi-Chi's proposal, Yang Hai hesitated. While he was indeed the first to awaken his extraordinary powers, his current level was too low, allowing him to absorb a fixed number of 10 extraordinary cores daily. Advancing to the next level required at least 100 first-tier cores, indicating that it would take him a minimum of 5 days to ascend to second tier. During that time, having companions would alleviate much of his burden. And Chun Chi-Chi and Li Hua were solid choices. Very well, I too intend to visit the Haisher base. In his previous life, the Haisher base had fallen within just 3 months of its establishment, ravaged by a third-tier extraordinary being known as the Undying. This third-tier entity could instantly recover from any injury, withstanding the onslaught of the top 10 fighters of the base, annihilating them before evolving to 4th-tier status. Subsequently rallying a horde of low-tier extraordinary beings to assault the Haisher base, leaving the survivors to either perish or flee. Yang Hai's goal was to obtain the Undying's extraordinary core, as doing so would grant him its regenerative abilities. Unbeknownst to the two women, upon hearing Yang Hai's agreement, they both exhaled in relief. The day is waning. We should find a place to rest soon. Not only is fighting extraordinary beings at night perilous, but it is also when various mutated creatures are most active, making wandering outside tantamount to suicide. Rest assured, Li Hua and I have already plotted out the route. Chun Chi-Chi grinned mischievously. Then lead the way, Yang Hai replied without hesitation. Chun Chi-Chi and Li Hua, not one to be overly modest, walked ahead while Yang Hai remained vigilant, attentively observing his surroundings. Had he been rummaging through trash these past few days? Chun Chi-Chi suddenly turned back, her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded Yang Hai, who was covered in filth. Given his capabilities, finding food should not pose a challenge. The stains on his clothing appeared to be from extraordinary beings. Li Hua cast a thoughtful glance at Yang Hai before quickly averting her gaze. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, she was sensitive to the aura emanating from individuals. Yang Hai was a paradoxical figure, with an innocent visage that belied the coldness and latent killing intent lurking beneath his calm exterior, evoking a sense of dread akin to being encased in ice. What? Chun Chi-Chi gasped, then recalled their surroundings, whispering, "How many extraordinary beings have you killed?" "Not many, just a couple hundred or so." Yang Hai sighed. In these times, it seemed no one believed in honesty. Occasionally, an extraordinary being would wander onto the streets, most of which were dispatched by Li Hua with a well-placed arrow. Yang Hai willingly took on the task of retrieving arrows, as he felt it was his duty to collect cores with minimal effort. Will Bado around? He need not crack open every head to check, for that would be exceedingly odd. Here we are. This will be our resting place for tonight. Yang Hai gazed at the familiar characters of the Chow family supermarket, feeling somewhat incredulous at his peculiar connection to this establishment. Their arrival did not attract attention. Yang Hai trailed behind the two women, wandering casually. Since entering, he had felt no less than 10 pairs of eyes fixated on the backpacks they bore. Yang Hai removed his soiled outer coat, laying the clean side down in a corner, revealing the unmistakable silhouette of a 51-style pistol at his waist. In an instant, those covetous gazes vanished without a trace. Chapter 17. Only those willing will bite. In the distance, the sky began to lighten, and a beam of sunlight filtered through the murky window, illuminating Yang Hai's face, brushing away the white ash left behind by the consumed cores. Yang Hai roused Chun Chi-Chi and Li Hua. The three had taken turns keeping watch the previous night, with Yang Hai opting for the final shift. During this time, he had absorbed 5 cores. Now, only 13 cores remained in their space, sufficient for merely 2 days. Considering the consumption of the Bado, it was likely they wouldn't even last until tomorrow. "Let's set off," he declared. Pretending to retrieve a clean coat from his backpack, he actually drew it from the space, while Bado emerged from the backpack, perching upon Yang Hai's shoulder. What an adorable hamster! Chun Chi-Chi, who had just woken with bleary eyes, instantly perked up, surprised by Yang Hai's affectionate gesture of bringing a pet along. "Can I pet it?" After awakening her powers, Bado's originally snow-white fur had taken on an even more lustrous sheen, resembling fine mutton fat jade. Squeak! Bado fluffed up, attempting to assume a fierce demeanor. Yet its soft and adorable appearance rendered the effort utterly ineffective. Once Yang Hai donned his coat, it nimbly scurried into his pocket. Bado had a rather pronounced aversion to being touched by others. Yang Hai remarked that he was equally powerless in this regard, joking that even if Bado were willing, he would never relinquish it to anyone else. Chun Chi-Chi felt a tinge of disappointment. She had always been unable to resist these fluffy creatures. A gurgling sound from her stomach abruptly pulled her back to reality. First, She needed to consider how to fill her belly. They had food in their backpacks, but given the throngs of people around, Chi certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to eat here. Let's go, we're off. There was hardly anything to pack. They simply grabbed their bags and left. Upon reaching the supermarket entrance, they discovered a considerable gathering of people. What is going on here? Chi inquired, her appearance deceptively charming. A middle-aged man she questioned patiently explained, "We're waiting for Boss Chow to recruit people to repair the warehouse. Meals and lodging are provided." Repairing the warehouse? It turned out that Boss Chow, possessing an abundance of supplies, had already recruited a significant number of hands due to concerns of being targeted. This news was not particularly secretive. Anyone who had spent a few days in the supermarket would be aware. "Is the Boss Chow you're speaking of named Chow Jin?" Yang Hai, standing at the back, interjected suddenly. "Yes, how do you know?" The man replied. Yang Hai smiled broadly, though the smile did not reach his eyes. "Why don't you wait for me here for a bit? I just remembered something. What could possibly be so important at a time like this?" Chi replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice, before glancing at Li Hua. "Fine, we'll wait for you," Li Hua added. "But we'll only wait for half a day at most. Don't worry, it won't take that long. If all goes smoothly, I'll be back in an hour or two." Chi yawned, feeling the urge for a quick nap. Lately, she had been eating and sleeping excessively. In such perilous circumstances, she couldn't help but admire her own calmness. Chow Jin arrived swiftly. Yang Hai had only waited for a little over 20 minutes. From around the corner, a rotund, bald, middle-aged man accompanied by two muscular men approached leisurely. With a grand gesture, Chow Jin proclaimed, "We are short on hands. Today, we can take on 3 more, with plenty of food. Boss, pick me. I'm strong. I've been waiting for 5 days. I was here first. Don't shove. Stand in line." The muscular men restrained the eager crowd, most of whom were at their limits of hunger, lacking the strength to contend with well-fed guards. In just the first month, the dignity of the weak had already been reduced to dust in the pursuit of sustenance. "If you keep this up, none of you will get to follow me." The crowd fell silent promptly. Chow Jin was utterly pleased. Before the apocalypse, he was merely an ordinary supermarket owner, meekly catering to customers. But now, with food at his disposal, he could barter for anything he desired. The 2 bodyguards beside him were easily swayed with just 3 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water daily, while women were drawn to him like moths to a flame. "You, step forward." Chow Jin's gaze landed on the sturdy Yang Hai. Yang Hai squeezed through the crowd, his expression inscrutable. Subsequently, Chow Jin quickly selected 2 more men, all of whom were notably large. "Everyone disperse. The boss will return tomorrow." The 2 bodyguards wielded their baseball bats to disperse those who attempted to draw closer. Under Chow Jin's direction, Yang Hai and his companions proceeded ahead to scout the path. The streets were not teeming with anomalies at present, but once they advanced to the second tier, their speed would escalate, transforming them into a nightmare for ordinary humans. Before long, they halted before a 3-story villa. This place even requires facial recognition to enter. Throughout their journey, the premises were laden with safety locks and anti-theft windows, whether by code or fingerprint. It was evident that the old fellow had a keen sense of security. Yang Hai finally understood why Chow Jin could maintain such control over his 2 subordinates. Without him present, one would have to dismantle the house to access its contents. "You 2, follow me." One of the bodyguards, clutching a baseball bat, brusquely gestured for Yang Hai and another man to accompany him. As they trailed behind, Yang Hai casually inquired, "Shouldn't we eat before working? Wasting food is unwise. But rest assured, the boss won't shortchange you." The bodyguard chuckled oddly, quickening his pace. After traversing a corridor, they arrived at the backyard, where a blue metal shed occupying approximately 50 square meters dominated the area. With a clank, a chain as thick as a pinky finger was unfastened from the main door, and the bodyguard beckoned the 2 men forward, revealing yet another door. This one was ajar. Suddenly, a forceful shove from behind sent them crashing inside, followed by the resounding clang of the door locking behind them. "Your feast awaits you inside." At this point, it was evident to even the dimmest of minds that something was amiss. The man who had entered with Yang Hai began to panic, pounding on the door. "Why are you locking it? Enjoy yourselves." The bodyguard's coarse voice faded into the distance. "Brother, what are we going to do?" The man, drenched in cold sweat, turned to the unflappably calm Yang Hai, hoping for a solution. Yang Hai remained silent, his gaze drawn to a glint on the ground nearby. Was that a pair of glasses? Thanks to the light streaming in through the ventilation window, he could clearly see a broken pair of glasses lying quietly on the ground. The man, observing Yang Hai lost in thought, felt a flicker of malice cross his eyes as he reached out, intending to shove him through the small door first. Chapter 18. Let me help you remember. How could Yang Hai, now a first-tier ability user, allow him to succeed. He sidestepped, causing the man to miss entirely. Fearing he wouldn't be able to move Yang Hai, the man exerted all his strength in that push, only to find himself tumbling into the dark doorway. Before he could hit the ground, the sound of clanking chains echoed, and a shadow approached like the wind, accompanied by the distinct stench emanating from the anomaly. This speed was undoubtedly that of a second-tier anomaly. "Help me, please." The man, dragged by the second-tier mutant, emitted a wretched scream akin to that of slaughtered pig. But soon the sound was abruptly silenced, and once again, silence enveloped the surroundings. Channeling his control over his abilities, a strange blade materialized in Yang Hai's grasp. The clanking of chains resounded once more as the mutant launched another attack. Yang Hai scattered his control abilities, enveloping a 5-meter radius around him. In the next instant, Yang Hai beheld the second-tier mutant. This creature was corpulent, its limbs bound by thick iron chains, which were just long enough to allow movement within the confines of the metal shed. Clang! The strange blade clashed against the mutant's claws, sparks flying. A dull pain throbbed in Yang Hai's palms. The power of the second-tier mutant was formidable, and in a direct confrontation, he might not stand a chance. The chains on the mutant continued to rattle, and a thought quietly took root in Yang Hai's mind. These chains could be his opportunity. Seizing the moment when the mutant prepared to attack again, Yang Hai exerted all his strength to manipulate his abilities. Dark energy swiftly merged with the chains, and a fine sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. This was the first time he attempted to control so many elements simultaneously, and it was evidently taxing. The mutant sensed the hindrance dissipating and became increasingly frenzied. Just as it lunged at Yang Hai with a furious roar, it suddenly felt a weight at its lower body, and with a thud, it collapsed to the ground. The mutant looked down in confusion, discovering its legs completely ensnared by a lump of iron, unable to move an inch. Soon, 2 streams of iron liquid emerged from the mass, securing its arms as well. This iron mass was formed by Yang Hai's amalgamation of all the chains. Having lived 2 lives, it was the first time he had encountered a mutant so well-fed. Yang Hai clicked his tongue in amazement. Of course, it was also thanks to this second-tier mutant being rendered useless that he could triumph so effortlessly. Observing the mutant flailing on the ground like a turtle, Yang Hai stooped decisively. The mutant's mouth remained vulnerable, and the strange blade penetrated with ease. Yang Hai's control abilities rummaged through the lifeless brain, soon extracting a crimson crystal. The second-tier mutant core. Unlike first-tier mutants, all other tiers were guaranteed to produce a core. With this second-tier core, becoming a second-tier ability user was merely a matter of time. Gazing at the iron mass still encasing the mutant, Yang Hai waved his hand, storing it in his spatial pocket. It could serve as a means of attack. Suddenly, the side of the metal warehouse began to tremble, the metal parting like melting chocolate, revealing a 2-meter-high portal. Yang Hai, with his backpack undamaged, stepped out, the darkness of the warehouse dispelled by sunlight, revealing a floor strewn with bones and blood. Exiting the backyard, with his unlocking abilities, Yang Hai navigated effortlessly to the first-floor hall. After easily incapacitating 2 bodyguards, he directly opened the door. Chao Jin, flanked by 2 women, was being attended to when he abruptly noticed the imposing figure that had intruded, momentarily stunned before erupting in rage. "Who are you? And how did you get in?" "I locked the door. Where are my bodyguards?" The wealthy Chao Jin was indeed forgetful. Yang Hai let out a cold laugh. Chao Jin glanced behind Yang Hai, his mind racing, vaguely recalling that this person was someone he had brought back that very day, who should have already been disposed of in the backyard. Yet here he stood, completely unharmed, while the 2 bodyguards had vanished without a trace. "Are you looking for your bodyguards or your fat son?" The moment Yang Hai laid eyes on that mutant, he recognized it as Chao Jin's transformation. He had not anticipated that Chao Tian, aside from being miserly, was so deranged as to feed a mutant with living beings. "Damn it! What have you done to Chao Tian? Speak!" Chao Jin's face flushed with anger, a dark red fireball coalescing in his palm. "If you don't speak, I'll burn you alive." Astonished to encounter one of the first awakened ability users, Yang Hai felt merely surprised. Nothing more. "I've never seen anyone treat a mutant as a son before. Let's see then." Yang Hai didn't even draw his strange blade. Chao Jin's ability was still incomplete, and he was not concerned in the slightest. Chao Jin had never faced such audacity before, swiftly launching the fireball. However, the fireball eerily halted half a meter from Yang Hai. "What are you exactly? You have abilities too, don't you?" "Correct, but alas, there is no reward." With a swish, the suspended fireball returned with uncanny speed. The 2 disheveled women screamed, retreating from the sofa, trembling in fear. Chao Jin attempted to summon another fireball. He had gone from summoning 1 on his first day to 3 now, with 2 chances remaining. Yet Yang Hai, Disinterested in prolonging the game, advanced in swift strides, toppling Chao Jin to the ground. We have no grievances. Why target me? Those people were bound to die. Why not let my son devour them? Chao Jin's wrist was pinned down, pain etched across his face, rendering him unable to summon his abilities. No grievances? Shall I jog your memory? Even now, Chao Jin maintained a self-righteous demeanor, failing to recognize his wrongdoings. The betrayal he faced before the apocalypse might not warrant death, but he had come intending to plunder the other's resources. Little did he know that the unprincipled Chao Jin had resorted to using live humans to nourish the already transformed Chao Tian. In such a short span, Chao Tian had evolved into a second-tier mutant, likely causing countless deaths. Allowing such a person to live was a threat. The glinting strange blade materialized in Yang Hai's hand. Swiftly, Chao Jin's legs were severed cleanly, the excruciating pain causing his body to tremble, unable to utter a sound. Please, spare me. I do not wish to die. Go plead with the one you tossed into the warehouse. Thud! The fireball that had been hovering beside Yang Hai descended violently, crashing onto Chao Jin's face. Flames erupting and a foul smell of charred flesh spreading instantly. Time passed, and eventually, the two women, gathering their courage, seized what supplies they could and fled, only to find the two bodyguards' corpses outside. Chapter 19. The Revelation. I am an ability user. As Chun Chi-Chi felt the gnawing hunger of her stomach, on the verge of fainting, Yang Hai returned to the supermarket. 2 hours. I was too late, was I? Chun Chi-Chi shot him a resentful glare, but refrained from further comment. Yang Hai, maintaining a calm demeanor, followed behind the two as if the earlier carnage had never transpired. Once outside the supermarket's vicinity, Chun Chi-Chi eagerly pulled out bread from her pocket, while Li Hua remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. If you had come a few minutes later, I would have starved in there. Blame me then. How about this? I'll treat you both to lunch. You can eat your fill. Yang Hai rubbed his nose, scheming in his heart. Both Chun Chi-Chi and Li Hua evidently showed signs of emerging abilities. Seizing this opportunity to have them indebted to him would be a wise move. Those who awakened their abilities at this juncture were destined to become formidable forces in the future, provided they survived. It's a deal, but don't you dare regret it. Chun Chi-Chi instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, as if she could already envision Yang Hai sitting on the ground, clutching an empty backpack on the verge of tears. A gentleman's word is his bond. Yang Hai, however, remained unfazed with the replenishment of his extraordinary core powers. His appetite had returned to a normal level, and occasionally skipping a meal for 2 or 3 days posed no significant issue. The hundreds of cubic meters of food and water in the space of his extraordinary core would suffice for him for several lifetimes. As the sun ascended, the dampness from the floods had yet to dissipate, and the entire city of Hai seemed akin to a colossal steamer. The oppressively humid heat loomed like a monstrous beast, swallowing every survivor present. Chun Chi-Chi and Li Hua were nearly drenched, resembling specters freshly pulled from the water, beads of sweat cascading down like marbles. In contrast, Yang Hai appeared at ease, with the majority of the alert duties resting squarely upon his shoulders. In the distance, another extraordinary being fell, struck by numerous arrows. And Yang Hai deftly collected the extraordinary cores and retrieved the arrows. Li Hua scrutinized the recovered arrowheads, her brow furrowed. These extraordinary beings seemed to be growing stronger. Previously, the arrowheads could be reused 5 or 6 times, yet these had already shown significant wear after just 2 uses. At this rate, my remaining arrowheads may not suffice to sustain our journey to the base. Yang Hai nodded in agreement. Nearly 90% of the heads from more than a dozen extraordinary beings they had slain today contained extraordinary cores. These roaming predators were evidently of a higher caliber than those holed up in the buildings. Time was of the essence. Let us find a place to eat and rest. Yang Hai glanced at his watch. It was noon. The trio synchronously made their way to a nearby shop undergoing renovations. As anticipated, the interior was devoid of people and surprisingly clean. With her keen eye, Chun Chi-Chi instantly spotted a gas cylinder and a gas stove tucked away in the corner. If only we had a pot. I can barely recall the taste of hot soup. Since they ran out of self-heating rice at home, they hadn't savored a single warm meal. Who says we lack a pot? No sooner had Chun Chi-Chi uttered those words than Yang Hai produced a brand new iron pot from his backpack. Following that, he unveiled a box of braised beef instant noodles, a box of rich rice noodles, and a bag of fresh lettuce and carrots. Yang Hai, I. Chun Chi-Chi was momentarily at a loss for words, while the typically composed Li Hua also wore a look of astonishment. Yang Hai smacked his forehead. I almost forgot. We need water too. Clang! A 10-liter bottle of mineral water crashed to the ground. How can we cook without water? You are a space ability user. It was Li Hua who first regained her composure. The wireless radio on her phone still broadcasted, mentioning extraordinary ability users, much like the mutated and evolved animals. Humanity, too, had acquired its own capabilities, though the government remained largely ignorant of these abilities, merely skimming the surface. Yang Hai's remarkable performance could only be explained this way. I admit it. I am indeed an extraordinary ability user, though not a space ability user. The journey to the high city base is lengthy, and some truths cannot be concealed. Yang Hai had no intention of downplaying his abilities. Revealing his spatial capabilities would facilitate the collection of additional resources. Rather than waiting for them to discover it on their own, he preferred to clarify matters directly. You sly dog. You've hidden it well. Chen Qiqi's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions, yet jealousy and scheming were absent. She remained blissfully unaware that she had danced with death. Yang Hai, seemingly laid-back, was in fact acutely attuned to the expressions of the two women. Any sign of discord could lead to their demise. He was accustomed to nipping potential hazards in the bud. The next task is yours. Yang Hai spread his hands. Why not utilize the available labor? The gas and stove were both brand new and unopened. After connecting the gas line, they ignited it, and a stable blue flame flickered to life. After a quick rinse of the pot, the two women sprang into action. Chen Qiqi unwrapped the packaging while Li Hua prepared the rice noodles. The rich rice noodles were laden with a variety of ingredients: dehydrated vegetables, tofu skin, bamboo shoots, and even boneless chicken feet, combined with the fresh lettuce Yang Hai had provided, resulting in a delectable and nutritious lunch in no time. Chen Qiqi then opened several boxes of instant noodles, setting aside the noodles and ingredients. The noodle boxes served as makeshift bowls. Gazing at the fragrant, steaming rice noodles before her, Chen Qiqi was on the verge of tears from happiness. Fortunately, she had not forgotten to serve Yang Hai a bowl. With 24 bags and a box of noodles, each bag contained enough for a single adult's meal. Since Yang Hai promised ample servings, Chen Qiqi and Li Hua felt no hesitation and decided to cook 6 bags at once. This quantity was not their limit, but rather the capacity of the iron pot. Yang Hai seated himself at a separate table and retrieved a bag of nuts from his space. Ba Dou eagerly emerged from his pocket, standing on the table, crunching on nuts and carrots. After consuming a large bowl brimming with rice noodles, Yang Hai felt sufficiently satiated, while Chen Qiqi and Li Hua began preparing the next pot of instant noodles. I've had enough. Feel free to help yourselves. Yang Hai intercepted Chen Qiqi, who was about to serve him another bowl. At such a young age, eating so little, is that wise? As Chen Qiqi contemplated teasing him, she suddenly realized that Yang Hai had become their provider, causing her words to take an abrupt turn. Ahem, are you feeling unwell? Yang Hai's lips twitched slightly. This was indeed a normal person's appetite. You two eat. If it's not enough, call for me. I certainly won't deceive you by promising abundance. With that, Yang Hai closed his eyes, pretending to doze off, his thoughts drifting into Ba Dou's space. The vastness of the space and the abundance of supplies presented their own challenges. He had spent considerable time searching for instant noodles, and it was clear that proper categorization was necessary. Under Yang Hai's control, the supplies within the space floated up and down, transforming the chaotic environment into an orderly one. Chapter 20. Simultaneous Awakening. Having devoured the instant noodles and rice noodles Yang Hai provided, Chen Qiqi's attitude towards him softened considerably, while Li Hua, who had always maintained a wary stance, no longer wore a cold expression. In a situation where they could receive such sustenance, how could he possibly harbor ill intentions? If they were to learn of the true nature of Yang Hai's space, they might have an entirely different perspective. To prevent them from noticing anything amiss, Yang Hai informed Chen Qiqi and Li Hua that his space was currently over 20 cubic meters, a size befitting a top-tier space ability user of his level. The sun soon dipped below the horizon, and within a drafty, unfinished building, 2 tents were set up on the top floor. Li Hua, an experienced outdoor camper, skillfully operated the various high-end camping gear Yang Hai had brought out. This top-tier solar panel is worth tens of thousands. Where did you acquire it? In a realm she relished, Li Hua found herself speaking more freely. It was pointless to reveal where he obtained it. Yang Hai couldn't very well admit to raiding the warehouse of the Hongyan shopping mall. Could he? All these premium tents, sleeping bags, and other equipment were neatly stored in a single box, from which he simply retrieved a set. Quite right, but tomorrow we can take this solar panel for charging. They say it can store 10 kilowatt hours after 8 hours of exposure to sunlight. I'll carry it tomorrow, Chen Qiqi volunteered, eager not only to lead the way, but also to demonstrate her own value. Let us keep dinner simple tonight. Having spoken, Yang Hai retrieved a box of self-heating rice, containing an array of delectable dishes. Chen Qiqi and Li Hua exchanged glances, questioning whether this could truly be considered a mere snack. What have they consumed prior? If not refuse? Yang Hai selected 2 boxes, one featuring fish-flavored shredded pork and the other braised ribs, both of which were his favorites. The remaining boxes he generously offered to the 2 women, recognizing that their early awakening of abilities would ultimately benefit him as well. Unaware of the underlying reasons, Chen Qiqi and Li Hua felt profoundly touched by his gesture. Rest assured, Yang Hai, my cousin lives in the suburbs. She's beautiful, has a sweet voice, and a slender figure. If she asks free, I'll certainly persuade her to marry you, Chen Qiqi promised, while devouring her meal with gusto, thumping her chest in assurance. Yang Hai turned his inquisitive gaze towards Li Hua, silently inquiring if this sister had always been so eccentric. Li Hua, sensing Yang Hai's scrutiny, hesitated before responding. I don't have a cousin, but I do have a male cousin who isn't bad-looking. What do you think? Stop right there. Let us put an end to this. I already have a wife, all right? Yang Hai rolled his eyes, bemused by their assumptions about him. He had resolutely turned away from gambling and drugs. Well, that's unfortunate. Why don't you and your cousin live together? Yang Hai mused. No, that's not the point. After days of observation, Chen Qiqi held Yang Hai in high regard. He was handsome and possessed extraordinary abilities. Her family resided in Yinjing. Realizing her gaffe, Chen Qiqi hastily shifted the topic. Speaking of which, we should be able to exit the city center in a day or 2. Perhaps we should consider finding a vehicle. The roads in the urban area were littered with abandoned vehicles and debris, rendering driving nearly impossible. But the outskirts were quite the opposite, where the roads were less congested. While the vehicle was a concern, a more pressing matter was acquiring concentrated gasoline. In his space, Yang Hai had 5 Jeep Wranglers, all of which he had inspected and found contained only a smidgen of concentrated gasoline, enough for perhaps 100 kilometers. Concentrated gasoline was an old invention from 20 years ago, created by adding a special polymer to regular gasoline, significantly reducing its volume. Modern gas stations no longer operated with large tanks, but instead sold uniform packaged products. A single 500 milliliter bottle of concentrated gasoline could allow an ordinary family SUV to travel 2,000 kilometers. Chen Qiqi and Li Hua were no fools. They understood that Yang Hai implied he had vehicles in his space. Thus, their next objective was simply to focus on gas stations. By the end of dinner, they had restructured their route to pass by as many gas stations as possible. Once their discussions concluded, the 2 women retreated into the tent, leaving Yang Hai to keep watch for the night. This was not a matter of chivalry. Yang Hai was acutely aware that the fatigue from awakening one's abilities could not be surmounted merely by willpower. Should he allow them to guard the night, they would likely remain oblivious even to the approach of mutated creatures. Leaning back in a folding recliner, Yang Hai withdrew the second-tier crimson anomalous core he had acquired that day, the rich energy within invigorating him. It felt somewhat wasteful to use it now. Absorbing the second-tier core would indeed accelerate his abilities, but he was not in dire need of first-tier cores at present. Once he advanced to the second tier, the efficacy of first-tier cores would diminish significantly. However, considering that Chao Jin had managed to cultivate a second-tier anomalous being in such a short time, it was evident that second-tier mutated creatures existed elsewhere as well. With this thought, Yang Hai resolved to absorb the energy from the second-tier core without further hesitation. There would be plenty of second-tier cores in the future, but the opportunity for rapid development was a one-time chance. Time slipped by as Yang Hai absorbed the energy, and he experienced a dreamless night. At dawn, at 6 o'clock, Yang Hai awoke, brimming with vitality after a sleepless night. Having completed the absorption of the second-tier core, he sensed that with the addition of 10 or so first-tier cores, he could elevate his control over his powers. Suddenly, Li Hua unzipped the tent and emerged. Before Yang Hai could utter a word, a small flame ignited in the palm of Li Hua's hand. A fire-based ability, impressive. Among elemental abilities, fire and metal possessed the greatest destructive power, though their effectiveness ultimately depended on the wielder's comprehension. As she had just awakened her powers, Li Hua, filled with curiosity, repeatedly conjured and released the fireball, but soon felt a wave of dizziness. It was wiser to be cautious when newly awakened. Yang Hai offered her several energy drinks. Shortly after, Chen Qiqi emerged from the tent, her face alight with excitement. Her first sensation upon waking was hunger, yet she felt remarkably energized, a refreshing coolness coursing through her. Li Hua, look, I've become a water deity, Chen Qiqi exclaimed, as crystal-clear water continuously flowed from her palm, soaking the ground. Yang Hai, quickly grab a basin, she urged. Both she and Li Hua had not properly washed their hair in over 2 weeks. They had to conserve their bottled water for drinking, and daily cleansing had become a luxury. Now, salvation was finally at hand. Yang Hai had meticulously organized the space, which now resembled a vast supermarket of 500 cubic meters. He quickly located a plastic bucket in the household goods section. Without hesitation, he requested Chen Chi to fill a bucket for him as well. It had been a week since his last bath. After filling 2 large buckets, he nearly depleted the newly awakened Chen Chi's power. Such abilities, it seemed, only multiplied with use. Chapter 21. The anomalous being before the gas station. After refreshing themselves, the trio enjoyed a delightful breakfast and set off, feeling invigorated. Chen Chi, humorously balancing a 1 square meter solar panel atop her head, found joy in the absurdity, as it provided her with more shade than Yang Hai and Li Hua had. The number of anomalous beings on the streets was steadily increasing. The initial feast had long since ended, and famished beings began to emerge. After dispatching 5 or 6 of these anomalous beings, Yang Hai did not conceal his actions of extracting the anomalous cores. "What is that?" Li Hua inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she gazed at the transparent, spherical crystal in Yang Hai's hand. "This is an anomalous core. Absorbing it can restore and enhance your powers," Yang Hai replied, his expression betraying no hint of abnormality. As though it were his first encounter with an anomalous core. He had heard about them on the radio the previous night, and was surprised to find they truly existed. Li Hua picked up one of the cores, feeling the heat within her body stir, and without any instruction, her abilities activated autonomously, beginning to absorb the energy contained within the core. So that is how it works, she realized, having no doubts about Yang Hai's words. After all, he had never before severed the heads of anomalous beings, and she did not believe he could have discovered the secret on his own. A new dilemma arose regarding the distribution of these anomalous cores. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hua spoke up, "You keep half of the cores, and Chi and I will share the remaining half." Having witnessed Yang Hai's prowess, she recognized that even combined, the two of them would not be able to defeat him, especially considering his incredibly convenient space abilities. Thus, it was only fair he receive the larger share. "Indeed, the sooner you level up, the more we can carry," Chen Chi chimed in, nodding in agreement, as food and supplies were of paramount importance. Agreed. Yang Hai was quite pleased with the two women's perceptiveness. Tossing 2 anomalous cores to Chen Chi, he had unearthed a total of 6, and Li Hua had already taken 1, knowing that anomalous cores could enhance their powers. Chen Chi and Li Hua's perceptions of the once hideous, anomalous beings transformed. They now appeared almost endearing. With their ascension to first-tier anomalous beings, both women's physical attributes improved accordingly. Chen Chi officially joined the ranks of those who vanquished the aberrations, wielding a fire axe with formidable ferocity. Li Hua was tasked with providing remote support, primarily focusing on Chen Chi. As for Yang Hai, there was no need for her to worry. She had observed him for some time, and regardless of where the aberrations launched their ambush, he always managed to evade with uncanny precision, a battle instinct that was truly terrifying. In truth, Yang Hai's combat intuition stemmed from his ability to manipulate his powers. Once his abilities were activated, he could perceive his surroundings even in complete darkness, though, currently, he could only extend this control up to 5 meters. The pursuit of the aberrations had consumed considerable time, and by the time Yang Hai and his companions arrived at the gas station, dusk had already settled in. Upon witnessing the throng of aberrations gathered at the entrance of the gas station, the trio instinctively halted. The aberrations nearest to the intersection appeared restless, glancing about before tilting their heads to discern the intricate scents in the air. Observing this, Yang Hai quickly produced insecticide and sprayed a perimeter around them. This technique had proven infallible, as the agitated aberrations once again calmed. "What should we do?" Chen Chi rubbed her sore neck. Although the solar panels had been stowed away by Yang Hai, her head still felt heavy, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Yang Hai discerned the orderly rows of concentrated gasoline inside the station. Once this opportunity passed, there would be no other like it. The significance of gasoline was universally acknowledged, and it was uncertain how much would remain at the next station. He had no intention of allowing this gas station to slip away. "We must divide the battlefield. Our numbers are not in our favor." Yang Hai surveyed the area and identified an optimal location for ambush. In the center of the road, not far from the intersection, 3 large trucks with trailers were positioned, their arrangement resembling a triangle due to the floodwaters, with a pickup truck conveniently parked in between. By luring a portion of the aberrations towards them, they could use the trucks to obscure their line of sight and the pickup as cover. After finalizing their strategy, Li Hua stepped forward, knocking an arrow and aiming with fluid precision. The swaying green arrow struck the thigh of the outermost aberration, a deliberate act on her part. Li Hua did not attempt to conceal her presence, causing a dozen aberrations to turn their attention towards her. With a feral roar, the aberrations sprang into action. Before entering the blind spot of the trucks, Li Hua glanced back, noting that approximately a quarter of the aberrations had been drawn in. Quick, get up! Nearly 20 aberrations surged forward as Chun Chi-Chi grasped Li Hua and pulled her onto the pickup. Swish! Swish! Once steady, Li Hua released 2 more arrows. Each additional aberration taken down would lessen their burden. The proximity increased the arrow's potency, and 2 aberrations fell in response. The frenzied aberrations soon surrounded the pickup. Do not let them climb up. Yang Hai dispatched 1 aberration attempting to scale the roof of the pickup with a decisive thrust, while Li Hua followed with another arrow, causing the creature to collapse lifelessly. Chun Chi-Chi, lacking any formal combat techniques, could only wield her fire axe with greater force. Suddenly, 1 aberration grasped the axe, nearly pulling her off the pickup with its strength. Bang! A fireball struck the aberration's face, igniting a fierce blaze as it writhed in agony on the ground. Chun Chi-Chi cast a grateful glance at Li Hua, tightening her grip on the axe. She could not afford to lag behind. The relentless aberrations continued their assault on the pickup, while Yang Hai's defense remained impenetrable, with body parts of the aberrations falling in a gruesome display. In mere minutes, Li Hua, having regained her composure, used the same method to attract another group of aberrations, and thus the cycle continued. Exhausted yet unscathed, they had successfully felled the last aberration, though Chun Chi-Chi appeared somewhat drained. These aberrations were evolving. The pickup bore the marks of their claws, and the blade in Yang Hai's hand had sustained several minor chips. Gently running his fingertip along the edge, he found it remarkably smooth again, as though the imperfections had been mere illusions. Let us extract the cores. We shall spend the night at the gas station. Yang Hai retrieved an aberration core to replenish his powers. In this apocalyptic world, one must always maintain a reservoir of strength. The 2 women mirrored his actions, opening the heads of the aberrations to absorb the energy from the cores. Both Chun Chi-Chi and Li Hua were astute individuals. In this world, being weak was not terrifying, but foolishness was, hence Yang Hai's willingness to team up with them. Surrounding the pickup lay over 80 aberration corpses. After accounting for the battle's toll, they had secured a total of 46 first-tier cores. Chapter 22. Can I allow you to gain from this? With the cores stowed away, the trio approached the gas station's entrance. As Yang Hai's hand brushed against the chain lock, a golden light surged forward, enveloped in a powerful energy. Ding! The chain was severed cleanly in 2, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Had Yang Hai's actions been delayed by even half a second, it might have been his fingers that fell. Suppressing the murderous intent in his gaze, he coldly regarded the approaching figures. Across the intersection, a group of men hurried towards them, led by a young man who was conjuring a sphere of golden light in his hands. Which road are you on? Did you not inquire before encroaching on someone else's territory? A punk-styled ruffian leapt out from behind the young man. What era is this? Do you still think you're in a gangster film? Chun Chi-Chi stifled a laugh, dripping with sarcasm. It was you who struck first. Yang Hai disregarded the punk entirely, focusing on the young man in sports attire, slowly speaking. Daring to treat me like air, you're pushing your luck. The punk's face transformed from red to pale, licking his lips as he brandished a spiked club and charged forward. Thud! The sharp arrow pierced his chest, sending him reeling backward with the force of the impact. Young Master Hua, save me. I don't want to die. The punk's earlier bravado evaporated, replaced by a panic scream as he clutched his bleeding wound. Li Hua calmly withdrew another arrow, aiming at the adversary, ready to act without hesitation. Enough noise. The young man, referred to as young Master Hua, gazed at the punk, now a blubbering mess with a hint of disgust. The next moment, the golden sphere in his hand swelled, morphing into a small, delicate leaf-shaped throwing knife. In a flash of crimson, the punk's throat was slit. Upon witnessing the throwing knife, Yang Hai's pupils constricted. This individual was none other than Hua Feng, one of the top 10 7th-tier masters at the Yanjing base. At last, silence reigns. Hua Feng narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering on the beautiful faces of Chun Chi-Chi and Li Hua, amusement flickering in his eyes. Chun Chi-Chi felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, as if his greedy gaze was caressing her skin. Hey, if you let me spend the night with the 2 beauties behind you, I'll share half of the gasoline in this gas station with you. As the words left his lips, an infuriated Li Hua promptly released her arrow, this time aiming for his head. Hua Feng unleashed the remaining golden energy in his hands, colliding with the arrows shot by Li Hua, both plummeting to the ground. The golden radiance swiftly vanishing upon contact with the earth. The notorious libertine of future generations was indeed so unrestrained at the dawn of the apocalypse. Yang Hai had heard tales of him. Nearly all the respectable women in the Yanjing base would avoid him, fearing his gaze. while the number of women who had perished beneath him was incalculable. His methods were exceedingly perverse, yet as a top-tier gold elemental ability user, the base would turn a blind eye as long as he did not go too far. How rude. I was the one who inquired first. If both parties are willing, I would naturally not interfere, but it is evident that the two ladies are unwilling, Yang Hai lamented, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. I see you're courting death. Hua Feng's gaze turned dangerously sharp. Ever since awakening his powers, he had slain gods upon encounter and vanquished Buddhas as well, with countless subordinates at his back. The last person who had spoken to him in such a manner now resided in the halls of the underworld. You possess commendable strength to deal with the aberrants here. But after slaying so many, how much of your power remains? Hua Feng sneered at the three disheveled figures, knowing they resided in the building opposite the gas station. In truth, they had been eyeing this gas station for quite some time, but the overwhelming number of aberrants had forced them to abandon the idea. The lookout had witnessed the process of them luring the creatures. Due to visibility issues, they could not see the battle within the truck. Initially thinking they would retreat, they were surprised to find they had succeeded. This was a slap in Hua Feng's face. He dared not act, but they did. Hua Feng had already resolved to kill the man on the spot, after which the two women would undoubtedly comply and lay in his bed. A strange expression crossed Li Hua's eyes. Surely this man could not be a fool, for did he not realize that aberrant cores could restore abilities? It was often said that less snacking and more reading the news is beneficial. One could tell he was oblivious to current events and had now met his comeuppance. Charge forth, subdue them. Hua Feng clasped his hands before his chest, appearing as if he were waiting for a spectacle. His subordinates exchanged glances, hesitant to step forward. Opposite them stood a man with a bow, another wielding a fire axe, and at the forefront, a man brandishing a peculiar long knife. The first one to advance would become the target. If you do not advance, you shall die. A golden orb materialized in Hua Feng's hand. Kill. Charge. His subordinates, disregarding their hesitation, surged forward with an array of weapons, unwilling to endure the torment of a slow death. Be careful, Yang Hai warned as he advanced. Wherever the strange knife passed, blood flowed. Watching his subordinates perish one by one, Hua Feng could no longer remain idle. The golden orb in his hand transformed into 3 willow leaf flying daggers, hurled towards Yang Hai. At that moment, a fireball engulfed 2 of the flying daggers, leaving only one, which Yang Hai deftly deflected with his knife. Hua Feng's countenance turned ashen, for he could only condense 5 golden orbs in a day. He had already expended 2 while gathering supplies, and just used 2 more, leaving him with but 1. I shall see how much power you have left. Hua Feng feigned calmness, wagering that Li Hua could not possibly have any abilities remaining. Li Hua, likewise a Tier 1 ability user, had indeed exhausted her 5 fireballs, but she possessed an aberrant core, allowing her to replenish her energy in mere moments. This time, Li Hua seized the initiative, launching 2 fireballs in quick succession. One fireball soared past the head of one subordinate, reducing him to a bald pate. Hua Feng, disregarding his subordinates, hastily dodged. Li Hua calculated Hua Feng's position, directing the second fireball to strike him directly. The sensation of being engulfed in flames was undoubtedly agonizing, and just then, a water ball splashed upon him as well. It was none other than Chun Chi-Chi, who could not tolerate his presence. Ha ha ha, it's raining, heaven is aiding me. Soon, the smile on Hua Feng's lips froze. The area previously scorched now felt numb. Looking down, he was horrified to find that under the alternating effects of heat and cold from the abilities, the wounds on his hand and abdomen had carbonized. I will make you pay. Hua Feng, his face charred, let out a furious roar, resembling a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. In his rage, the energy within his aberrant core erupted, allowing him to condense 2 more golden orbs, transforming them into 6 flying daggers, which he hurled towards the trio. Yang Hai's left hand moved slightly. Gray energy quietly coiling around the flying daggers made of gold elemental energy. In the next moment, the 6 daggers altered their trajectory, embedding themselves into various parts of Hua Feng's body. Yang Hai thus confirmed that his control over abilities could indeed govern those of other ability users, provided his own powers surpassed theirs. Chapter 23. The arrival of the young lady, all step aside. As Hua Feng collapsed, the remaining thugs scurried away like frightened dogs into the night. Yang Hai halted Chun Chi-Chi, who wished to pursue further. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Aberrants and mutated creatures would soon arrive. We must hurry inside. Casting aside his blood-soaked coat, Yang Hai grabbed his backpack and knife, striding into the gas station. Li Hua, the last to enter, bolted the door and expertly sprayed insecticide over every inch of the entrance, maximizing the isolation of their scent. The gas station, aside from the hall they occupied, contained 3 rooms, an office, a storage room, and a restroom. The concentrated gasoline was sealed in packaging, impervious to floods. The hall was lined with over a dozen shelves, nearly all fully stocked, clearly replenished not long ago. Yang Hai counted. Each shelf held 100 bottles. To maintain his persona as a top-tier spatial ability user, Yang Hai, who could have easily stored the entire shelf along with the gasoline, was compelled to retrieve the bottles one by one, lest he create the illusion of a full space later on. Seizing the opportunity while the 2 women were distracted, Yang Hai swiftly sent his subordinate, Ba Do, into the storage room to clear it of concentrated gasoline. The gas station storage held even more stock, with over 2,000 bottles. It was certain that even if he wrecked all 5 of his Jeep Wranglers, he would not exhaust the supply of concentrated gasoline. After hastily consuming dinner, Yang Hai eagerly made his way to the office, where he had set up his tent, anticipating a breakthrough to Tier 2 that night. Grasping a handful of aberrant cores tightly in his palm, he felt a surge of excitement. In his past life, lacking access to aberrant cores, he had struggled for an entire year to ascend to Tier 2. Yet in this lifetime, he could elevate to Tier 2 at the very onset of all ability awakenings, which filled him with exhilaration. Taking a deep breath, Yang Hai centered his mind, focusing on absorbing the energy from the aberrant cores. Soon, his consciousness slipped into chaos, while Ba Do, gazing at Yang Hai with his eyes tightly shut, slowly crawled out from his jacket pocket. The dark green bean-like eyes flickered with a hint of red, vigilantly watching the entrance like a loyal sentinel. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, Yang Hai's consciousness returned, allowing him to once again witness the magnificent scene of breaking through his ability. A black sphere, adorned with a halo of stars, began to expand, with countless black mists swirling around. These mists were the accumulated energy within the aberrant core. Amidst the shimmering glimmers of stars within the sea of consciousness, the pulsating energy core flickers with a mesmerizing intensity, resembling an encounter within the vast expanse of the cosmos. Lacking any point of reference in this ethereal realm, one cannot ascertain the precise dimensions of the energy core. Nevertheless, Yang Hai distinctly perceives that its volume has doubled since the last instance. In tandem with this realization, Yang Hai opens his eyes, feeling the invigorating currents of warmth coursing through his body, enhancing his physical prowess once more. Boom! Yang Hai unleashes his psychic abilities, causing the tent above him to be flung upwards. Fortunately, the office is well insulated against sound. Otherwise, Chen Chi-Chi and Li Hua might have rushed in to investigate the commotion. Oops, perhaps I overexerted myself. This time, Yang Hai has learned to be prudent, utilizing merely 1% of his powers. He directs his abilities through the iron door, reaching the warehouse where Chen Chi-Chi and Li Hua are situated. Who is there? Li Hua pauses mid-motion, lifting her shirt as she scans the surroundings warily. Yet the warehouse is devoid of any presence apart from the slumbering Chen Chi-Chi beside her. Could it be my imagination? Li Hua wonders. Perhaps her anxiety has gotten the better of her. What is happening? Chen Chi-Chi sits up, her blanket slipping away and revealing her fair skin. Nothing, Li Hua replies, her cheeks flushed as she pulls Chen Chi-Chi's south clothes back into place, attempting to act nonchalant. You should continue to rest for a while. Having bathed together, Li Hua still feels a tinge of shyness. Chen Chi-Chi, with a glint of curiosity, inches closer to Li Hua, her hands playfully slipping into Li Hua's clothing. And soon enough, the two are engaged in a playful tussle. Ahem. Far away in the office, Yang Hai sheepishly touches his nose. His intentions were merely to test how far his psychic abilities could extend, not to intrude upon Li Hua as changing. However, truth be told, he hasn't seen much. She still has half her clothes on. Even so, Yang Hai refrains from further extending his psychic reach, lest he witness something inappropriate. The euphoria of his breakthrough swiftly dispels any lingering embarrassment, and he gently pats the sprawled-out Ba Do nestled among the energy cores, chuckling, "Lazy mouse. Are you not awake yet? Or were you up to last night?" Ba Do, who had tirelessly guarded Yang Hai throughout the night, responds with a disgruntled, confused expression. Turning its back on him, Yang Hai, puzzled by its sudden display of annoyance, wonders aloud, what with the morning grumpiness? Oh well, it is indeed a precious little lord. Yang Hai tucks Ba Do into his embrace and tosses it another energy core. Ba Do, clutching the core, sinks back into a deep slumber, deciding not to hold a grudge against its foolish father, given the abundance of energy cores. The outer ring of the city serves as the essential route to the suburbs, with a few errant cars parked haphazardly, occasionally revealing solitary mutants wandering among them. A white Jeep Wrangler roars from the distance, kicking up clouds of dust. Observing two mutants standing in the middle of the road ahead, Chi decisively presses the accelerator. The young lady has arrived. Everyone, step aside. Bang! The two mutants are obliterated, leaving only remnants against the windshield, smeared with blood. The windshield wipers laboriously clear away the shattered remains, yet the dried blood stains indicate that such incidents are far from uncommon. Yang Hai suddenly regrets his earlier decision to allow Chi to take the wheel. He must have been out of his mind. Shouldn't I drive instead? Chi, brimming with confidence, misinterprets Yang Hai's concern as politeness and cheerfully reassures him. It's all right. Don't be shy. These minor matters are in my capable hands. Just because you're fine doesn't mean I am, big sister. Yang Hai silently fastens his seatbelt in the back seat. Li Hua, seated in the front, shares a similar apprehension, as the swerving vehicle feels more like a roller coaster ride. No, it's far more terrifying than that. Yet, seeing Chi's exuberance, she refrains from expressing her discomfort, offering a gentle caution instead. Chi, do be careful with the solar panels on the roof. Don't let them shake loose. Chi nods, as if struck by a revelation. Oh dear, I nearly forgot about that. She promptly reduces the speed. However, soon enough, a group of mutants appears ahead. Chi's lips curl into a smile as she floors the gas pedal. The young lady has arrived. Everyone, step aside. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 24. Other Survivor Teams. Chi's astonishing driving skills enable the trio to reach their intended destination, the suburban bus terminal, a day earlier than planned. The once pristine white Jeep Wrangler now bears no resemblance to its former self, cloaked in layers of blood and dust. Upon disembarking, Yang Hai exchanges a knowing glance with Li Hua, both recognizing the unspoken agreement. Chi must never drive again. I'll go inside to assess the situation, Yang Hai declares, retrieving his blade as he strides into the terminal. Having sat in a vehicle all day, it is time to stretch his limbs. The bus terminal's doors stand ajar, and he quickly spots a mid-sized bus parked within. Who goes there? He inquires, noticing a young man and woman in the security booth, both appearing anxious as they scrutinize him. Both are quite young, wearing black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of studiousness. Clearly still students. I mean no harm, merely passing through, Yang Hai assures them, sheathing his blade as a gesture of goodwill. You're an ability user. The young man's eyes widen in surprise, his wariness intensifying. After all, the world is rife with murderous ability users. Wait here, I'll go call Brother Wang. He signals to the girl before dashing into the terminal. Chi and Li Hua, noticing Yang Hai's presence at the entrance, promptly join him. Little sister, are you headed to the Haisher base as well? Chi beams at the girl in the booth, before the young man returns. Chi skillfully extracts all relevant information from the girl in mere minutes. Her name is Li Shui, while the young man is Jiang Yang. They escaped from Haisher University, a veritable disaster zone, prompting Yang Hai to acknowledge their remarkable fortune. Their leader is Wang Tiancheng, a security officer from their school's security team, a user of strength abilities. This big brother is a space ability user, ISNT. Li Shui gazes at Yang Hai with envy. Before Yang Hai can respond, Jiang Yang reappears with 5 or 6 others. Are you 3 also headed to the Haisher base? A tanned, middle-aged man steps forward, clad in a security uniform, clearly Wang Tiancheng. Indeed, we intend to rest here for the night. We wonder if you could accommodate us. Chi, the most talkative member of the group, takes the initiative to communicate. I'm afraid we might not have space left for you, Wang Tiancheng replies, a hint of concern in his voice, for their group of over 20 has already filled every nook of the waiting area. Moreover, he cannot recklessly admit newcomers without knowing their backgrounds. Chi does not press the matter, noting that the nearest shelter is 20 kilometers away, and nightfall approaches. We can sleep in the vehicle, as long as there's parking space. That will suffice. That's manageable. We only have 2 mid-sized buses, so there's bound to be room in the parking lot. Xiao Jiang, take these folks to the second garage. Jiang Yang is aware that their bus is parked in the first garage, laden with supplies. The first garage is situated within the station, conveniently adjacent to the waiting hall, while the second garage lies even closer to the entrance. Jiang Yang led the trio to the second garage and departed in a manner reminiscent of a hasty escape. Do we really appear that intimidating? Yang Hai inquired, gesturing towards the SUV. This blood-red vehicle is enough to instill fear in anyone. It wouldn't garner such an effect without crashing into dozens of bizarre entities. Chi found herself momentarily at a loss for words, and, upon reflection, it did seem plausible. Then I shall take on the task of washing the car, she declared. Sister Li Hua, please prepare a larger meal tonight. With a forlorn expression on her doll-like face, she drove the car out of the garage, seemingly devoid of hope. Very well, Li Hua replied, turning her hand toward Yang Hai. Understanding her cue, Yang Hai conjured a large cardboard box that appeared beside Li Hua, filled with liquefied gas, a gas stove, various ingredients, and water that Chen Chi-Chi had preemptively set aside. After indulging in so much fast food, let us treat ourselves to grilled fish tonight. With that, Yang Hai also produced a solar battery that had been charging all day along with a rice cooker. Reveling in the advantages of having ample space, he decided on the menu. After handing the items over to Li Hua, Yang Hai settled onto a small stool outside the garage, leisurely watching Chen Chi-Chi wash the vehicle. There is still a piece of meat here. You missed a spot over there. And don't forget the glass, he called out. Chen Chi-Chi shot him a glare. If you're not going to help, then kindly be quiet. Yang Hai complied, shutting his mouth and pulling out a handheld gaming console to immerse himself in play. This was the latest model from Sophie Company, boasting hundreds of AAA titles, dubbed the dream of every man. While Chen Chi-Chi scrubbed the car, she pondered how this fellow had managed to find a wife. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of cooking wafted through the garage. Just as Chen Chi-Chi finished washing the car, she maneuvered the SUV, which had been reluctantly restored to a semblance of its former self, back into position, lowered the roll-up door, and announced, time to eat. The grilled fish, glistening in a golden hue, was adorned with slivers of green and red chilies and a medley of seasonings, a feast for the senses. This is absolutely delicious. Li Hua, I adore you, Chen Chi-Chi exclaimed as she devoured her meal. Why do you alternate between calling her sister and then sister-in-law? Which one of you is older? Yang Hai inquired, Buzlet. That is none of your concern, Chen Chi-Chi retorted, not having forgotten Yang Hai's earlier amusement at the garage entrance. While the second garage buzzed with lively dining, the waiting hall presented a starkly different scene. Inside the only office in the waiting hall, Wang Tianqing was engaged in conversation with Li Shui, Jiang Yang, and others. Are you certain that man possesses spatial abilities? He asked. There is no doubt. I witnessed him make a knife vanish in a thin air, Jiang Yang asserted with confidence. Indeed, I later inquired, and he did not deny it, Li Shui added. Understood. You may leave now. This is your reward for guarding today, Wang Tianqing said, retrieving 2 loaves of bread from beneath his desk and sending them on their way. Tianlin, what are your thoughts? Wang Tianqing turned his gaze to his younger brother, Wang Tianlin, who was notably intelligent and had been the first in their village to attend university. Without his brother's insights during their journey, he would never have been able to lead so many out of the throng of abnormal entities. In the corner of the office, a boy dressed in sportswear, Wang Tianlin, spoke slowly. Brother, let us not rush into engaging with them. Without some degree of strength, it would be impossible to reach this point. If they can join us, that would be ideal. If not, there is no loss. You make a valid point. Wang Tianqing nodded in agreement. At the entrance of the waiting hall, 2 male university students were seated with plastic bowls of porridge. Drinking this bland congee all day has rendered my palate utterly desensitized. One of the boys in basketball attire exclaimed, angrily tossing half of his bowl's contents aside. With a monthly allowance of 100,000, he had never endured such indignity. Chenggu, bear with it. Perhaps the government base will provide better food, Sun Hao suggested, gazing sorrowfully at the spilled porridge. Why does this porridge suddenly smell like grilled fish? Jiangxin Yinan Sapi. Could my sense of smell be failing me? He wondered. Damn this bland porridge. It's driving me to hallucinations. Chapter 25. The incident provoked by grilled fish. Chenggu, this doesn't seem like a hallucination. I can smell it too. Sun Hao confirmed, his nostrils flaring as he detected the faint scent of grilled fish permeating the air. Could Wang Tianlin be secretly cooking for his brother? The thought ignited Chung Xian's ire. Wang Tianlin was the poorest among their dormitory, only ever ordering a single dish per meal. However, with the onset of the nuclear apocalypse, his brother, who had awakened his abilities, had risen to become the leader of their group. Wang Tianlin's status had soared, and those who once surrounded Chung Xian were now flocking to Wang Tianlin for warmth and camaraderie. Once I find my parents at the Haisher base, I must teach those 2 country bumpkins a lesson, Chung Xian resolved quietly to himself. Sun Hao knew that stealing grilled fish was out of the question. They had been trapped in the school cafeteria for over half a month due to the flood, and had it not been for Wang Tianqing's enhanced strength, clearing out the abnormal entities, they would have long been wiped out. The food on the bus had been salvaged from the cafeteria, consisting solely of rice and flour. There was no way grilled fish could be found. Yet Sun Hao understood that Chung Xian harbored a deep resentment towards Wang Tianlin, and thus he could not speak up on their behalf. Then where is this grilled fish aroma coming from? Let's go take a look, Chung Xian declared, brushing off the dust from his pants, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He hoped to catch the two red-handed and use it as leverage to demand their food, putting Wang Tianlin in his place. Sun Hao, savoring the last remnants of porridge from his bowl, quickly followed suit. Chingo, wait for me. By now, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings, but the bright moonlight allowed for a begrudging glimpse of the ground. A gust of cold wind sent shivers down Sun Hao's spine. He mustered the courage to suggest to Chung Xian, Chingo, it's too dark here. Perhaps we should head back. It would be unwise to encounter any mutated creatures. If you wish to return, feel free. I want to be called Chung Xian until I find that grilled fish, Chung Xian retorted, his temper flaring. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and continued to follow. Guided by the enticing aroma, the two arrived at the entrance of a second garage. This must be the place, Chung Xian declared, excitement etched across his face, saliva unwittingly pooling in his mouth. Suddenly, Sun Hao recalled something and hurriedly grabbed Chung Xian. Chingo, wait. Those inside aren't our people. He had overheard Jiang Yang and the others discussing the new survivors who had been assigned to the second garage while he was fetching food for Chung Xian. Not our people. Chung Xian's mind began to race, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Even better, I'll join them. Let those who want to eat bland porridge do so. With newfound confidence, Chung Xian approached and banged on the roll-up door. Who is there? Came an irate female voice. Chung Xian was taken aback. It was a girl. The voice sounded youthful, and he felt an increase in his confidence. With his handsome face and branded basketball shoes, how could he not win her over? Hello, I'm Chung Xian, a student from Haisher University of Science and Technology. He added the air of an educated persona, thinking it might captivate her. Chen Qiqi was comfortably reclining on a folding chair, digesting her meal, when a sudden knock at the door startled her. Yang Hai and Li Hua were still dining, leaving the task of answering the door to her. Who could be so oblivious as to disturb others at this late hour? Reluctantly, Chen Qiqi pulled the door open halfway. The unexpected brightness momentarily disoriented Chung Xian, yet he immediately spotted a large platter of grilled fish on the camping table, which had nearly been devoured. Given the unusual circumstances, he chose not to dwell on it. Clearing his throat, he struggled to divert his gaze from the fish and announced loudly, Ahem, greetings. I have come to join your team. His expression suggested that his presence was a tremendous boon for Yang Hai and the others. Get lost, Yang Hai replied coldly, not bothering to look up. Chen Qiqi rolled her eyes. She had anticipated that Wang Tiancheng might have come with some matter, but turned out to be a lunatic. This door should never have been opened. Little brother, if there is nothing else, we shall close the door now, she said. Chung Xian was taken aback. This was not how he envisioned the encounter. Shouldn't they welcome his addition and invite him to partake in the grilled fish? Wait, do you know who my father is? Chung Xian suddenly regained his confidence and continued. My father is Chung Tianghua. Oh. Chen Qiqi didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, pretending to close the door. Chung Xian quickly grabbed Sun Hao, blocking the door with him, causing Sun Hao to grimace in pain. My father is Chung Tianghua, one of the top 30 wealthy individuals in Haisher. He shouted through the gap of the door. Sorry, stammered Sun Hao, caught in the door's grip and unsure of how to react. What? Is your father wealthy too? Chen Qiqi squatted in front of Sun Hao, her expression playful. My father is Sun Jia. He is a servant in young master Chung's household. We don't have much money. Sun Hao blushed and stuttered, divulging his family's financial situation. What did you say your father's name is? Yang Hai suddenly inquired. Sun Jia, as in the son from Sun Tzu's Art of War, and Jia as in outstanding, Sun Hao replied, startled by Yang Hai's intense gaze. Look at you, scaring the poor boy. Chen Qiqi laughed at Sun Hao's dazed expression. Yang Hai's thoughts drifted as he gazed at Sun Hao's face, which bore resemblance to someone from his past. Sun Jia had been one of the few good people he encountered at the Yanjing base, who had taken great care of him upon learning that Yang Hai was also from Haisher, even allowing him to join his adventure team. Unfortunately, this had drawn the attention of Wei Zitian, leading to the team's tragic demise. The regret that lingered with Sun Jia was that he had never seen his son, Sun Hao, again after the apocalypse, and the coincidence of their meeting here was astonishing. Let the kid in. Since they had crossed paths, Yang Hai had no intention of turning a blind eye. He would ensure that Sun Hao was safely delivered to Sun Jia. Now, that is a surprise. Yang Hai is actually inviting someone in. Chen Qiqi raised an eyebrow, astonished. However, with Yang Hai's words, she extended her hand to pull him inside. Just as Sun Hao steadied himself, a shriek erupted from outside. What the hell? Something bit me. Chung Xian felt a sharp pain in his calf. Without time to ponder, he scrambled through the door. Under the illumination, he discovered a large, black-furred rat clamped onto his flesh, blood streaming from a wound. "Help! Help!" he cried out. "Sun Hao, what are you waiting for? Come and save me." As he thrashed his leg, attempting to dislodge the rat, chaos ensued. Chapter 26. The Escaping Rodent Swarm. Sun Hao swiftly seized a nearby stool, smashing it down on the rat's head. The creature, in pain, finally released its grip. A swift arrow then pinned the rat to the ground. Black-furred rat beast. Yang Hai's expression soured as he glanced at the creature. The black-furred rat beast was a scourge feared by all major bases in the apocalypse, often found in massive numbers, capable of decimating entire bases. "Everyone, get on top of the vehicle," Yang Hai shouted as more black-furred rat beasts began to pour through the door. He swiftly dispatched them with a blade. The pungent scent of blood quickly filled the cramped space, mingling with the urgency of the moment. Yang Hai furrowed his brow upon seeing the blood still gushing from Chung Xin's leg. "Are you going out yourself, or shall I assist you out? You want to go out now?" Jiang Xin et Galim in Sodun. "Going out now is tantamount to signing my death warrant. I'm not leaving." He clung desperately to the top of the vehicle, exuding a defiant air. Yang Hai ceased to engage in further discussion and yanked Chung Xin's collar, pulling him down. Chung Xin felt a tremendous force from behind, lifting him off the ground. The thought that this man was a monster flashed through his mind just before he hit the ground. "Sun Hao, hurry and come help me." Seeing more rat beasts emerging from the station's entrance, Chung Xin bellowed desperately. Sun Hao hesitated but then jumped down from the roof, assisting Chung Xin as they made their way toward the waiting area. Yang Hai showed no intention of stopping them. He saved people, but not fools. Outside, as Sun Hao dragged Chung Xin along, their pace was understandably slow. Two rat beasts quickly caught up with them. Chung Xin could even smell the foul stench emanating from their mouths. Another bite would surely spell his doom. Suddenly, Chung Xin pushed Sun Hao backward without warning. Sun Hao, caught off guard, collided with the two rat beasts behind him. Under the moonlight, Chung Xin clearly saw the shock on Sun Hao's face, but he did not linger. He turned and fled toward the waiting area. One rat beast clamped on his Sun Hao's shoulder while the other sank its teeth into his thigh, the pain overwhelming him. In a moment of desperation, Sun Hao found an unexpected surge of strength, rising to his feet as he headed for Garage 2. However, it seemed too late, as 5 rat beasts the size of basketballs appeared at the station entrance. With their keen sense of smell, they quickly zeroed in on Sun Hao's location and lunged toward him. "Get away!" Driven by an intense will to survive, Sun Hao fought to hold his ground. In a critical moment, a surge of heat erupted deep within his mind. A yellowish aura enveloped him, instantly flinging the 2 rat beasts off him. The greedy creatures would not relinquish their prey easily, repeatedly charging at the earthen shield he conjured. Thud! 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 7 rat beasts crashed into the shield, leaving them bloodied and bruised, yet they pressed on relentlessly. The nascent ability was inherently weak. Within mere seconds, the earthen shield flickered uncertainly, on the verge of vanishing. "Yang Hai, I believe this young lad can still be saved." Chen Chi-Chi, wielding a fire axe, hesitated momentarily. "Do as you wish, but if you bring him back, you'll be responsible for him." It seemed she had received her approval. Without hesitation, Chen Chi-Chi dashed outside, conjuring 2 water orbs that swiftly transformed into 6 water arrows. The 3-headed rodent met its demise in an instant, while 2 others suffered grievous wounds, their abdomens pierced. For small fireballs trailed behind Chen Chi-Chi, igniting the rodent creatures without hesitation. They no longer cared to collide with the earthen shield, instead frantically fleeing and writhing in panic. Just before losing consciousness, Sun Hao felt himself enveloped in a warm, fragrant embrace. A petite girl, standing at a mere 1.55 meters, was cradling a man towering at 1.80 meters in a manner befitting a princess, rendering the scene undeniably bizarre. Gazing at the blood-soaked Sun Hao, Yang Hai promptly retrieved alcohol and bandages. "Take him to the vehicle for treatment," he instructed. After all, it was Chun Chi-Chi who would ultimately clean the car, leaving Yang Hai devoid of any moral qualms. "What? Yes, a man, and I'm merely a fresh graduate, a naive young lady," Chun Chi-Chi exclaimed, her expression one of confusion. Previously unfamiliar with Yang Hai, she had lied about her and Li Hua's ages to intimidate him. "You saved him, and besides, can you truly handle this horde of rodents? Is it not too late to abandon him now?" She pressed. "Wait, what did you say about graduating from university?" Yang Hai's gaze turned dangerously sharp, realizing he had been deceived by these 2 young tricksters. "Ahem, I'll just go in and attend to his wounds first. You 2 can chat," Chen Chi-Chi stammered, hastily retreating upon realizing her slip of the tongue. An awkward expression crossed Li Hua's face as she explained, I'm in my 4th year at Haishur Sports University. And Chi-Chi S from the Drama Academy. She just graduated. Yang Hai was at a loss for words, although his physical age was indeed younger than theirs. His experiences spanned 2 lifetimes, making him their elder. Yet, he had still been outsmarted by 2 girls. Soon, Yang Hai's focus returned to the rodent creatures. With the scent of blood dissipating, the number of rodents approaching garage 2 significantly dwindled. He extinguished the lights and lowered the roller shutter, patiently waiting for the black-furred rodent horde to pass. Meanwhile, anguished cries erupted from the waiting hall, soon accompanied by the roar of an engine. Clearly, someone was attempting to escape on a bus. Yang Hai scoffed. Racing against the rodent horde was the most foolish of actions, particularly at night. The sound of the engine would undoubtedly attract their attention. Unless the entire rodent swarm became incapacitated, they would follow relentlessly. However, what piqued Yang Hai's interest was the fact that only one bus had started, indicating that others, like him, had not yet fled. Inside the waiting hall's office, 7 or 8 individuals held their breath, afraid to make sound. A wall away, the hall was stained with blood, and through the writhing mass of rodents, ghastly corpses were barely discernible. Rodents showed no discrimination, feasting upon both their kind and humans alike. The sharp sound of scraping against the floor occasionally echoed from the entrance. Suddenly, a rodent seemed to sense something amiss in the office and began gnawing at the door. Wang Tianqing tightened his grip on his baton, his body trembling slightly from anxiety. He could crush one of these rodents with a single hand, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Kill one, and 2 more would take its place, an unending cycle. Fortunately, Tianlin discovered rodent repellent in the office and stuffed it into the door crack. Before long, the rodents detected the repellent, recoiling from the unpleasant odor and soon abandoning their pursuit. As the sounds faded, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group, revealing Chung Exan, who had fortuitously returned. Chapter 27, The Haishur Base. Amidst a jarring motion, Sun Hao groggily awoke, the air around him suffused with an enchanting fragrance that lingered. He recalled being surrounded by the black-furred rodents, and just before losing consciousness, someone had seemed to catch him. Who could it have been? Hey, if you're awake, sit up properly. My legs are numb. Chen Chi-Chi's voice broke through, and Sun Hao abruptly came to the realization that he was lying on the legs of the girl with the doll-like face he had encountered the previous day. The pain in his shoulder and thigh reminded him vividly that the events of yesterday were no mere dream. Chen Chi-Chi soon began to regret her meddling. She had intended to let him fend for himself, but the circumstances were far from favorable. Sun Hao was oblivious, swaying this way and that. The freshly bandaged wounds would soon reopen, compelling her to half-hold him. Thank you, he murmured. Had it not been for you, I would certainly have been devoured by those rodents. After expressing his gratitude, he belatedly noticed that he was clad only in a pair of shorts. Where are my clothes? Disposed of, Chen Chi-Chi replied nonchalantly. They were soaked in blood and tattered beyond repair. They were unwearable. At least you realize you should be looking for clothes, she added with a hint of sarcasm. I'm not a fool, he retorted. But if you allow yourself to be treated like a dog, what does that make you? Sun Hao fell silent. He was acutely aware of Chung Xian's character. However, his life had been saved by Chung Lao Yi, who had tasked him with looking after Chung Xian, leaving him with no choice. When Chung Xian had pushed him towards the rodent creatures yesterday, a part of him had felt a twisted sense of relief. Perhaps if he perished, it would repay the debt of gratitude. For 9 years, from elementary school to his 3rd year in university, he had followed Chung Xian, assisting him with homework and cleaning up his messes. Yet now, thanks to the 3 individuals in this vehicle, he finally felt liberated, a wave of humiliation and resentment flooding his senses. Wait, are you crying? Chen Chi-Chi exclaimed, taken aback by the redness in Sun Hao's eyes. She hadn't said anything particularly offensive, yet the emotional capacity of young people today seemed alarmingly fragile. Sun Hao scrambled to explain, but before he could utter a word, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. His eyes rolled back, and he once again succumbed to unconsciousness. Seriously, did I make him faint? Chen Chi-Chi grimaced, her brow furrowing in distress. If it weren't for the apocalyptic circumstances rendering currency useless, she would have found it hard not to suspect he was attempting to con her. Yang Hai, who was driving, calmly glanced in the rearview mirror and remarked, "Yes, likely just faint from hunger." Awakening one's abilities requires considerable energy. Sun Hao had just awakened yesterday and overexerted himself, not having eaten anything in the process. It's entirely normal for him to faint. Phew, that's a relief. Chen Chi-Chi sighed, grateful that she wasn't rescuing a decrepit old man. What exactly happened with those rodents yesterday? Li Hua suddenly recalled the events of the night prior. when she and Yang Hai had ventured out to assess the situation after the commotion outside had ceased. In the moonlight, the barren land outside the station was devoid of life. Countless dark figures surged past, the rodents jostling against one another in a cacophony. Then, from an unknown source, a piercing shriek pierced the air, silencing the entire horde, which then moved in unison towards the dense forest. The sight had been utterly bizarre, leaving her perplexed. At this moment, one thing was certain. Yang Hai, his expression grave, sent the anomalous individual flying who had stood in the middle of the road, stating, "Something has appeared in Haishur that terrifies the entire rodent horde. Rodents possess an uncanny ability to sense impending disasters, such as earthquakes or floods, and will collectively migrate to safer grounds. This phenomenon persists even in the apocalypse." Li Hua could scarcely fathom what kind of creature could drive such a troublesome horde to retreat. Could humanity truly survive in this world ravaged by nuclear catastrophe? The performance of the Mustang remained as formidable as ever. Shortly after noon, Yang Hai arrived at the entrance of the Haishur base. Although the appearance of the base differed somewhat from his memories, its location was unmistakably correct. In the past life, Yang Hai had arrived at this place only after more than a month had passed following the retreat of the flood. At present, the Haishur base was merely in its nascent stages. After waiting in line for half an hour, the four finally reached the entrance. Most of these individuals hailed from the suburbs, and it was a rare occurrence for someone to emerge from the urban area as swiftly as they did. "Park the car and prepare for inspection." A man clad in a blue work uniform gestured for Yang Hai to open both the car window and the trunk. Upon confirming that all four were indeed ordinary humans, the man proceeded to articulate the conditions for entry into the base. Abilities users could bring one ordinary person into the base for free, while ordinary individuals were required to surrender 5 kilograms of food or 10 kilograms of supplies in order to gain entry. Without allowing Yang Hai a chance to respond, Chen Chi and Li Hua simultaneously revealed their supernatural abilities. Observing that both were abilities users, the man's demeanor shifted noticeably to one of enthusiasm. So you both possess abilities. Please do come in." After registration, a designated individual would escort them to the villa area to select their accommodations. The Haishur base had been transformed from an obscure suburban community, which was divided into a villa area and a regular housing district. Only abilities users were eligible to reside in the villa area, while ordinary people were entirely barred from entry. Yang Hai unhesitatingly chose the largest villa, as he had ample supplies at his disposal. On the way to the suburbs, he had clandestinely emptied 2 gas stations, one of which was a large facility. Currently, the concentrated gasoline within his storage space had reached over 10,000 bottles, enough for a single bottle of 500 milliliters to afford a month's stay in the most opulent villa. After the staff at the registration desk verified the quality of the concentrated gasoline, they issued villa access cards and residence permits to the group. Yang Hai rented for a month, as his purpose for staying here was to await the arrival of the undead, whom he intended to eliminate. With over 2 months remaining before the 3rd-tier undead would assault the base, he also needed to ascend to the 3rd tier or even higher to stand a chance. The villa area boasted splendid scenery, and Yang Hai even spotted a small amusement park nearby. Their rented villas spanned over 200 square meters, standing 3 stories tall, with a total of 6 rooms across the 2nd and 3rd floors, more than sufficient for the 4 of them. Yang Hai selected the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, while Chen Chi and Li Hua opted for rooms on the 2nd floor. As for Sun Hao, who remained unconscious, he was also accommodated on the 3rd floor. Upon pushing open the door, they were greeted by a lavish array of appliances, opulent decor, and an assortment of bedding already prepared, complete with an engine for power. As Yang Hai surveyed the sumptuous surroundings, he couldn't help but recall the dismal state he had endured in his previous life. Regardless of the time, human society has always adhered to the 80-20 rule, a mere 20 of people enjoying 80 of resources, while the remaining 80 struggle for the scant 20 left. This was true before the apocalypse, and the post-nuclear transformation era would prove even more unforgiving, devoid of legal and moral constraints, revealing the basest aspects of human nature. For reasons unknown, he had been granted the opportunity for rebirth, and this time, he was determined to rectify all his past shortcomings. Chapter 28. Wang Tianlin. Shortly after Yang Hai and his companions entered the base, a medium-sized bus arrived at the entrance. The man in the blue work uniform boarded the vehicle to assess the situation, frowning upon seeing the ailing Chung Xian. What kind of mutated creature has inflicted this upon him? Due to the lack of medical supplies, Chung Xian's wounds deteriorated rapidly, with a foul stench emanating from one of his legs. Had it not been for Wang Tianlin's assistance in bandaging him, He might have succumbed to excessive blood loss by this point. Despite his weakness, Chung Xin maintained an air of superiority. Hey, get me to the hospital immediately. My father is Chung Tianghua. If anything happens to me, your entire family will pay the price. Taken aback by Chung Xin's brazen attitude, the man paused, mentally scanning through the names of the base's leaders and prominent abilities users, confirming that Chung Tianghua was not among them, and scoffed. What an audacious little brat. Does he still think of himself as a young master at a time like this? Whatever bit him, he could just be left outside the base to fend for himself. Calm down, big brother. The child doesn't know better and may have been bitten by a rat. Wang Tianlin interjected, discreetly offering a red cigarette. The blue-clad man's spirits lifted. That single cigarette was worth a small portion of rice. He casually tucked it into his sleeve, giving a cold huff. At least someone has some sense. I want to hold it against you. Abilities users could bring one person in for free, while ordinary individuals were required to contribute 5 kilograms of food or 10 kilograms of supplies. Why should we have to pay to enter the base? This contradicts what was announced over the broadcast. Are you pocketing the difference? Li Shui exclaimed in shock, her impression being that many things from the government were free, instinctively believing that the Haisher base should be no different. Little did she realize that those seemingly free public facilities were built on the foundation of taxation. This requisition of supplies could also be seen as a form of indirect taxation. However, Li Shui evidently could not comprehend this. 5 kilograms of rice could sustain her for several days, and the thought of having to surrender it was simply inconceivable. Watch out, or I'll report you. Her words drew the support of several others who stepped forward to argue with the man. Yes, who is your superior? Is it the director or the commissioner? All this food was procured at great risk to our lives. How can we possibly hand it over to you? Wang Tianlin observed his classmates, each more foolish than the last, feeling a headache coming on. All right. The blue-clad man was so exasperated he almost laughed. Did they really think he was a sickly cat just because he was acting like a tiger? You don't want to enter? Then none of you shall. He pulled out a walkie-talkie from his waist and communicated with someone off to the side. Take this bus away. No sooner had he spoken than the medium-sized bus began to rock violently, and the crowd felt their center of gravity shift as they were lifted, bus and all. Outside the bus, 6 strength abilities users activated their powers to move the vehicle away. Wang Tianlin hurried to the blue-clad man, explaining, Big brother, we'll hand over the food. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yang interjected sharply. We agreed before that the food belongs to everyone. On what grounds do you make decisions for us? Is that what you all think? Wang Tianlin's disappointed gaze swept over the 5 individuals present, excluding Wang Tiancheng. After journeying from school, he had endeavored to protect each classmate. Now, he felt utterly foolish. We just want to keep our food. Li Shui's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Fine, we'll split the remaining supplies evenly and part ways here. Wang Tianlin stated coldly, a lingering trace of kindness in his heart preventing him from simply throwing them out. Upon hearing this, the 5 were taken aback, having followed Wang Tianlin all along. They had naturally assumed that classmates should assist one another, yet now Wang Tianlin was unwilling to stand with them. I have no objections. But how do we divide the bus? Jiang Yang waved dismissively, unconcerned. After all, they had already reached the entrance of the base, where there were no terrifying monsters in sight. Brother, let us take action. Wang Tianlin's gaze turned frigid to bring them to this point. His brother Wang Tiancheng had repeatedly risked his life, yet he had received not even a word of thanks. You dare? Jiang Yang showed that, his face reddening as he defiantly protested. This bus was found by all of us. Don't think you can claim it all for yourself. Without hesitation, Wang Tiancheng tossed him out of the bus as if discarding garbage, along with their food supplies. When it came time for Chung Xin, he hurriedly waved his hands. I will follow you all. As long as I can find my father, all my food will be yours. Nonsense, in his current state. If he doesn't enter the base, he might very well breathe his last by tomorrow. Although Chung Xin was accustomed to being domineering, he still possessed keen insight. Wang Tianlin pondered for a moment and acquiesced. Their remaining provisions were scarce. Each person allocated around 30 pounds. For a normal individual, that might suffice for a while. But Wang Tiancheng's consumption was substantial. During a meal, he could easily consume enough for 5 or 6 individuals. Having a bit more food could only be advantageous. The man in blue had seen enough of the spectacle and produced a notebook, inquiring without lifting his head. One ability user, right? 3 people can exchange 5 pounds of food. No, it's 2 ability users. A green light emanated from Wang Tianlin's hand. It turned out to be wood-type abilities. A look of surprise crossed the blue-clad man's face. swiftly followed by an expression of overwhelming joy. Aside from the powerful gold and fire abilities, what abilities were currently the most scarce in the base? They held many seeds in storage, and what ability users could spur the germination of seeds. In other words, having a wood ability user was tantamount to having a continuous supply of food. This young man is actually an elemental ability user. I have truly underestimated him. Please. Gumin, the higher-ups have long since instructed that special ability users are to be given absolute preferential treatment. No need for such formality. I have a small favor to ask of you, brother. Wang Tianlin produced half a pack of cigarettes and stuffed them into the blue-clad man's pocket. Please, don't hesitate to speak. Meng Cheng, will not be remiss in what I can accomplish. If I could befriend a wood ability user, perhaps fresh vegetables would grace our tables in the future. He was growing weary of the daily porridge, soup, and bread. Wang Tianlin glanced at Cheng Xian, who was lying on the ground, and continued, I'm looking for someone named Cheng Tianghua to see if he has registered. All right, Meng Cheng. The staff member responsible for checks readily nodded. It's on me. You go pick a house, and I'll send someone to notify you as soon as I find out. Having navigated the workplace for over a decade, Meng Cheng understood the importance of connections. As an ordinary person without abilities, he had to think of ways to survive and maintain dignity. After sending Wang Tianlin off, Meng Cheng seized the opportunity during his break to retrieve 3 cigarettes and headed to the records room, where details of all personnel since the base's establishment, along with their residences and basic information, were meticulously recorded. Whether Cheng Tianghua was present would be instantly discernible. Chapter 29. Who did you say died? Meng Cheng's efficiency was remarkable. As dusk fell, he brought the news Wang Tianlin sought. There was only one Cheng Tianghua in the base, who had arrived the day before and was residing in the villa district. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xian immediately straightened his back, casting a disdainful glare at Meng Cheng. When he finally sees his father, he would certainly teach this gatekeeper a lesson, making him realize that not everyone is to be trifled with. Following Wang Tianlin and his brother, he naturally understood that the villa district was exclusively for ability users. Yet Wang Tianlin, this miser, had been stingy for quite some time, opting for a regular community instead. This glare caused Meng Cheng to swallow back the words of warning that were about to escape his lips. It was a pity not to witness this kid tumble from grace to ruin. Take me to find my dad now. Cheng Xian could hardly contain himself. He was both in pain and hungry, having never endured such indignities throughout his life. The community was vast, but fortunately, there was a bus, and soon the Wang brothers brought Cheng Xian to villa number 35. Wang Tianqing knocked on the door somewhat awkwardly. Who is it? A slightly weary voice responded. Hearing this voice, Cheng Xian was instantly invigorated, dragging his injured leg forward. Dad, it's me, Xiao Xian. Xiao Xin. Cheng Tianghua hurriedly opened the door. Yet his gaze merely skimmed over Cheng Xian, and upon seeing only 3 individuals, the smile on his face abruptly froze. Where's Sun Hao? Why hasn't he come with you? Faced with Cheng Tianghua's inquiry, Cheng Xian felt a pang of guilt and pouted. Dad, can't you see how gravely I'm injured? Instead of comforting me, you're worrying about Sun Hao. Who exactly is your real son? Sun Hao hasn't returned. Have you awakened your abilities? Cheng Tianghua's eyes brimmed with anticipation. I haven't, Dad. Don't you have abilities? Why are you asking me? Jiang Xin Ziplit Nun Jialen. How can you still be so clueless at this point? Cheng Tianghua shot Cheng Xian a glare filled with disappointment, but mindful of the outsiders, he refrained from saying more. Thank you both for bringing Xiao Xian back, otherwise. Cheng Xian abruptly interrupted Cheng Tianghua. Dad, I've already given them food. No need to say more to them. Wang Tianlin had no intention of lingering, offering a hasty greeting to Cheng Tianghua before departing with Wang Tianqing. Just a couple of poor souls unable to afford a villa. What is there to be so proud of? Cheng Xian's expression was one of displeasure. What did you say? Cheng Tianghua's voice suddenly escalated. They can choose a villa? Yes. It seems one is a strength ability user and the other a wood ability user. Upon hearing Cheng Xian's explanation, Cheng Tianghua's mind momentarily froze. 2 ability users, especially one with wood abilities. As an astute businessman, Cheng Tianghua realized that this apocalypse was the domain of ability users. What on earth had his son been up to? Given Cheng Xian's earlier attitude, not only had he likely offended them, but it would also be difficult to engage with them in the future. Dad, why are you acting so surprised? Aren't you an ability user yourself? Cheng Xian continued to chatter incessantly. Enough, don't speak. Let me gather my thoughts. Cheng Tianghua was overwhelmed by this series of blows. If he were an ability user, would he still be performing menial tasks like opening doors? Clutching his chest, he took several deep breaths to steady himself before continuing to inquire about Sun Hao's whereabouts. Speak, you and Sun Hao have always been together. How is it that he has gone missing? Chung Xin stammered, evading the question. Chung Tiangua's heart sank, sensing panic, judging by Chung Xin's demeanor. It seemed Sun Hao's disappearance was somehow related to him. Grasping Chung Xin's wrist firmly, he admonished sternly, regardless of who inquires about Sun Hao. You'd best extricate yourself from this situation. Chung Xin had never witnessed such a serious side of his father. Being the only son born to Chung Tianghua in his later years, he had always had everything he desired, and no matter how great the trouble, his father would always clean up after him. Chung Xin froze, mechanically nodding in agreement. Just then, the front door swung open once more, and a robust voice resounded behind them. Young Master Chung, you have returned. Sun Jie instinctively glanced behind Chung Xin, as he had always associated his son with the young master. Where's Sun Hao? Hasn't he returned with the young master? Chung Xin's gaze flickered, and he remained silent. Sun Jie, Haven T, we said it's different now? You can just call us by our names. Chung Tianghua chuckled, patting Sun Jie's shoulder. Sun Jie scratched his head in a somewhat awkward manner, finding it hard to adjust. Habits formed over more than a decade cannot be altered overnight. Xiao Xin, quickly tell Uncle Sun where Sun Hao has gone. Chung Tianghua shot a meaningful look at Chung Xin, worried that if this kid let something slip, all his efforts over the past few days would be in vain. Sun Hao is dead. Chung Xin kept his head down, unable to meet Sun Jie's gaze. His voice dwindling to a whisper. Last night, our accommodation was besieged by a multitude of mutated rats, resulting in the tragic demise of Sun Hao, who was bitten to death. What? Sun Jie was struck as if by lightning. How could his son have perished in such a manner, without even a chance to say goodbye? Who has died? Yang Hai and his companions suddenly appeared at the doorway, and it was Chun Chi-Chi who spoke first. Who are you? Chung Tiangua's face reflected a wary expression, as this group seemed to harbor animosity towards Chung Xin. Chung Xin's eyes were filled with panic. He was uncertain whether Yang Hai and the others had witnessed his actions against Sun Hao. Recalling Chung Tiangua's earlier admonition, he struggled to compose himself and pointed at the three figures standing at the door, declaring, "They're the ones who harmed Sun Hao." When a swarm of rats descended, these three selfish fiends drove me and Sun Hao out of the room, leading to Sun Hao's gruesome demise at the hands of the rodents. Compared to conversing with these three strangers, Chung Xin believed that Sun Jie would side with him, especially since his words were not entirely fabricated. Little brother, those who tell lies must swallow 1,000 needles. Chun Chi-Chi conjured a water sphere in her hand, and with a flick of her finger, it transformed into hundreds of water needles. Though it was merely a basic water ability, the energy sphere had been divided to such an extent that it possessed no real offensive power, likely weaker than a squirt gun. However, in the eyes of the others, the potency of this maneuver was unquestionable. Chung Xin gasped in fear and hid behind Sun Jie, as Chung Xin had surmised. Sun Jie naturally favored the young master he had watched grow up. Sun Jie stepped forward, a golden spike coalescing in his hand. If you seek trouble, I shall oblige you. Witnessing the youthful version of Sun Jie, Yang Hai felt a pang of nostalgia. It seemed that Sun Hao's death had indeed struck Sun Jie profoundly. Yet, the circumstances had changed. Step forward, Yang Hai beckoned, revealing Sun Hao, who had just awakened from his stupor. Chapter 30. The Conspiracy Unravels. Sun Hao's appearance undoubtedly dealt a resounding slap to Chung Xin's face. How are you still alive? Zheng Xin Shaolet Jimbo. He had seen Sun Hao being bitten by 2 black-furred rats. How could he be here now? Are you human or a ghost? Disappointed, aren't you? I didn't die. Due to excessive blood loss, Sun Hao's complexion was somewhat pale, yet his aura distinctly differed from that of the mere errand boy he had once been. Xiao Hao, what on earth transpired that you would speak to the young master in such a manner? Sun Jie was utterly confounded. Moments ago, he had been informed of Sun Hao's misfortune, yet now Sun Hao stood before him, unharmed, leaving him unsure of whom to believe. It is sufficient that Xiao Hao has returned safely. Let any misunderstandings be resolved by the children themselves. We adults should refrain from involvement. Having grown up together, they are no different from brothers. Chung Tianghua smiled at Sun Hao. Xiao Hao, you agree, do you not? His words subtly urged Sun Hao to remember their past bond. Chun Chi-Chi could no longer bear to watch. This fool remained silent. Just as Chung Tianghua was about to lead the bewildered Sun Jie away, Chun Chi-Chi resolutely stepped forward. Wait, I believe Uncle Sun deserves to know the truth, for only then can he discern whether those around him are human or specter. Chun Chi-Chi's gaze was pointedly directed at Chung Xin, who shrank back, consumed by guilt, behind Sun Jie. Sun Hao may consider your shared history, but I harbor no such sentiments. Upon hearing Chun Chi-Chi's words, Chung Xin regained his confidence. For years, Sun Hao had been his most obedient and useful pawn. Even if he had pushed Sun Hao, he was certain Sun Hao would still support him. Standing tall, he resumed his former bravado. Sun Hao, where have you been? I've not seen you for so long that I thought you had perished. Just watch. Sun Hao would surely help him out of this predicament. If you are willing for your father to be enslaved by such wretches, I already regret saving you. Yang Hai's voice was cold and ghostly, echoing behind Sun Hao. In his past life, Sun Jie would only discover years later that the Cheng family, whom he had faithfully protected, were the very ones responsible for his son's demise. After dealing with the Cheng father and son, Sun Jie had thrown himself into the fight against the apocalypse at the Yanjing base, persevering until the very end of his life. Sun Hao shuddered. Indeed, in his father's eyes, Cheng Tianghua had always been their family's great benefactor. Yet he understood that the Cheng father and son were cut from the same cloth. Cheng Tianghua treated his father like a dog, while Cheng Xian treated him the same, and he owed nothing to the Cheng family. Dad, Sun Hao called out to the departing Sun Jie. Cheng Tianghua, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, kicked Cheng Xian's leg. Ouch, my leg. Cheng Xian broke into a cold sweat, the pain unmistakably genuine. Blood seeped anew from his bandaged leg, rendering him unable to stand. Uncle Sun, please take me to the hospital. I fear I am at death's door. At this moment, Cheng Xian's mind was quick, resorting to a pathetic ploy. Sun Jie, witnessing this, hoisted Cheng Xian onto his shoulder. After all, Sun Hao had returned unscathed to the base, and any matters could wait until the young master was delivered to the medical point. Sun Hao stood firmly at the doorway, blocking the entrance. Xiao Hao, what are you doing? Don't be foolish. Dad, it was Cheng Xian who pushed me. Sun Hao screamed with all his might, whether 10 years ago or last night. It was Cheng Xian who pushed me. Sun Jie was taken aback. With a thud, the Cheng Xian on his shoulder slipped from his grasp, crashing down and leaving him dazed. What did you say? 10 years prior. Sun Hao had fallen from the third floor of the Cheng family villa due to his own recklessness, suffering severe cranial injuries. The exorbitant medical expenses had deterred Sun Jie, but Cheng Tianghua had stepped in at that moment, covering all treatment costs. Sun Hao had lain in bed for a year, and fortunately, the treatment had been successful. However, he had no recollection of that fateful day until today, when everything came rushing back. 10 years ago, it was Cheng Xian who pushed me from the third floor. And last night, Cheng Xian once again thrust me into the jaws of the rats. Sun Hao articulated each word with clarity, then pointed at Yang Hai and his companions. Had it not been for their timely rescue, you would never have seen me again. Sun Jie gazed at Cheng Tianghua in disbelief. Master, did you know all along? Xiao Hao, have you been traumatized? Why do you speak such nonsense? Cheng Tianghua feigned a chuckle, but he was visibly perturbed. If Sun Jie were to discover the truth, he and Cheng Xian would surely be expelled, as they lacked the abilities to survive within a base. Observing Cheng Tianghua's desperate attempts to conceal the truth, Sun Jie, despite his naivety, sensed something amiss. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Chi-Chi mobilized her abilities, unleashing hundreds of water needles that shot forth. This time, Sun Jie did not move to intervene. Are you certain you still wish to remain silent? The water needles, now perilously close, terrified Cheng Xian, who trembled and stammered. Why yes. It was I who pushed him. Sun Hao speaks the truth, but I did not mean to, truly. With the truth laid bare, your fate is sealed. In an instant, the water needles descended upon Cheng Xian's face. Cheng Xian let out a wail that echoed like that of slaughtered pig. Wait, it seems he is unharmed. Chun Chi-Chi burst into hearty laughter. You tricked me. Cheng Xian, both furious and agitated, could not believe that this audacious woman dared to deceive him. As he moved, he inadvertently tugged at his wound. Sun Jie glanced at Cheng Xian, who was still writhing on the ground, seemingly drained of all strength, and turned to call for Sun Hao. Xiao Hao, let us depart. Huh? Why are we the ones leaving? Chun Chi-Chi muttered angrily. Shouldn't they directly expel the shameless Cheng family father and son? As everyone departed, Cheng Xian ceased his theatrics and cast a disgruntled look towards Cheng Tianghua. Dad, what is the meaning of this? If Sun Jie learns the truth, it won't cost us anything. What are you afraid of? You dare to speak. The reason I am residing in a villa is thanks to Sun Jie, Cheng Tianghua retorted angrily. Ever since Sun Jie awakened his abilities, he had humbled himself, and Sun Jie had not disappointed him, treating him with the respect he had come to expect. As long as he could keep Sun Jie content, he would be able to live carefree in the base. However, all of this had been ruined by Cheng Xian. What? Cheng Xian was taken aback. His father lacked abilities as well. Who would support him then? Let us not discuss this any further, Dad. If we don't get to the hospital soon, my leg will truly be useless. Chung Tiang sighed and lifted Chung Xian, hurrying towards a medical point. Chapter 31. The Formation of a Squad. It wasn't until they reached the intersection that Sun Jie finally halted. I apologize, everyone. The events of today have been tumultuous, and I was unable to express my gratitude to the three of you in a timely manner. Sun Jie's face was flushed with shame, addressing both Yang Hai and the others, as well as Sun Hao. His employer, whom he had faithfully served for over a decade, turned out to be a profoundly hypocritical individual, even allowing Xiao Hao to remain close to Chung Xian, who wished him harm. We are all from Haishur. It is only natural to assist one another. Yang Hai patted Sun Jie on the shoulder, reminiscent of the first time they had met in his past life. Chen Qiqi widened her eyes in disbelief. Was this still the Yang Hai she knew? Had he not been taken over by another? Having concluded his business, Yang Hai did not intend to meddle further in the fates of others. He would focus on leveling up, awaiting the arrival of the undead. Farewell, brother Yang Hai. May my father and I join your squad? Sun Hao called out, tightening his fists, uncertain of the response. Out of nostalgia, Sun Jie decided to leave the rented villa and the remaining supplies behind, as they would likely have nowhere else to stay in the short term. Although both father and son were sought-after ability users, the strength of Yang Hai's squad was formidable. They might not be inclined to accept them. In truth, Sun Hao's worries were unfounded. Those who awakened their abilities within the month following the adaptation period were typically gifted individuals. However, Yang Hai's thoughts were not aligned with this concern. He did not plan to remain in the Haishur base for long. I will be departing for the Yinjing base in due course. You should make your preparations in advance. This statement was directed at both Sun Jie and his son, as well as Chen Qiqi and Li Hua. The implication of consent was clear. Though his acquaintance with Yang Hai was brief, the latter's mystery and strength were indisputable. Sun Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Chen Qiqi. Sun Jie silently observed everything. Boom! The white, fully equipped seven-seater Jeep Wrangler came to a steady halt at the outskirts of the city. The road ahead choked with abandoned vehicles, clearly unsuitable for further travel. Uncle Sun, your driving skills are astonishing, Chen Qiqi exclaimed, giving Sun Jie a thumbs up. Amidst such a convoluted route, not a drop of her chilled soda had spilled. Sun Jie chuckled modestly. I've been driving for over 20 years. This is merely a minor skill. Uncle Sun is too humble. Chen Qiqi retrieved several bottles of chilled beverages from the car's refrigerator and distributed them to the Sun family, who appeared somewhat shy about accepting them. Seeing that everyone had exited the vehicle, Yang Hai waved his hand, retrieving the Wrangler back into his spatial pocket. This display left Sun Jie in awe. Today, we shall proceed to the Mingzhu building. Yang Hai pointed to the map's location, stating that if all went smoothly, returning to the base before nightfall would not pose a problem. During their 2 days at the Haishur base, an additional 2,000 to 3,000 people had arrived, revealing various issues regarding supplies and housing. Consequently, the Haishur base had implemented numerous policies, including regulations mandating that ability users complete search or extermination missions periodically. Yang Hai's squad had accepted a search mission. In Yang Hai's view, the distinction between a search and an extermination mission was negligible. To accomplish the task, one had to deal with the mutated creatures within the designated area. Before the apocalypse, this location had been one of Haishi's famous landmarks. But now it was shrouded in desolation. As they stepped onto the main road, several fist-sized cockroaches flew towards them. Oh no, cockroaches can fly! Chen Qiqi shrieked, retreating in fright. You're not afraid of the mutated beings, yet you fear this? Yang Hai scoffed, still harboring a grudge over Chen Qiqi's deception regarding her age. What do you know? The mutated beings possess cores, but this insect does not. Besides, I have always been afraid of bugs. Who told you that mutated cockroaches lack cores? Yang Hai retorted. Mutated rats and smaller mutated creatures like cockroaches could indeed possess cores, albeit at a lower probability. Are you suggesting they might have cores? Chen Qiqi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such crucial information should have been disclosed earlier. Swish, swish, swish. Several slender golden needles shot from Sun Jie's palm, and several cockroaches fell lifelessly to the ground. Thank you, Uncle Sun. Chen Qiqi joyfully approached to inspect the corpses. Yang Hai casually used his dagger to prod one, flicking his wrist as a transparent glass bead flew out, which was deftly caught by a large hand. This seamless display left everyone stunned. In contrast, Chen Qiqi had reduced the mutated cockroach carcasses before her to mere fragments, but failed to uncover a second core. Consider yourself fortunate. It seems someone was feeling a bit competitive. Yang Hai, unfazed, tossed the core to the small creature nestled in his pocket and remarked nonchalantly, "Shall we wager on who collects more cores today? Bring it on. I don't believe you can maintain your streak of good fortune." Chen Qiqi scoffed, her luck being quite decent. She had even won the lottery once, albeit for a mere 20 yuan. Li Hua stood by, hesitating to interject. Clearly, Chen Qiqi was too caught up in the moment for any reasoning to sway her. Yang Hai was secretly pleased, knowing that with the guidance of the small creature, he would easily outmatch Chen Qiqi. In this light-hearted atmosphere, the five of them gradually advanced towards the Mingzhu building. Yang Hai led the way, with Sun Jie bringing up the rear, while Chen Qiqi, Li Hua, and Sun Hao flanked the center. Li Hua primarily relied on her composite bow for attacks. Yang Hai had advised her to conserve her fire abilities for group attacks, as their squad already had ample offensive capabilities. Although she was uncertain of what Yang Hai meant by group attacks, she remained cautious, reserving her abilities for emergencies. An ability user's mental energy was finite, and while cores could replenish it, they could not keep pace with consumption. Ahead of them lay the Liberation Road, a major thoroughfare where the volume of traffic was palpable, mirrored by the throngs of people. The five of them traversed atop the vehicles, arriving at the entrance of the Mingzhu building. The transparent glass doors have long since shattered into fragments, and within the pitch-black edifice, an unsettling silence reigns. Suddenly, the searchlights above the five heads illuminate, bringing a sense of relief with the arrival of light. Yang Hai, wielding his unfamiliar blade, is the first to step into the shadowy corridor. Their mission is to procure the generator units and computer equipment housed within the Pearl Building. The rationale behind Yang Hai's acceptance of this task is straightforward. The allure of second-tier anomalous cores. A complete generator unit contains 8 second-tier cores, and if they can retrieve the supercomputer from the top floor, it would yield 20 cores. Yang Hai has never doubted the capabilities of the national apparatus. Conventional weaponry retains its lethality against mutated organisms of the third tier and below. With his second-tier manipulation abilities, he is capable of dispatching second-tier mutants, albeit with suboptimal efficiency, which naturally pales in comparison to the expedience of completing base tasks. Chapter 32. Do you not feel the same? In the aftermath of the nuclear transformation apocalypse, various survivor groups have established numerous bases across remote corners, yet few have endured the ravages of time. Only the government-sanctioned bases stand resilient. While management systems play a role, the more critical factor is the resources accumulated by these official bases in the early days of the apocalypse. Without the government-provided maps and architectural blueprints, who among the populace would have known that this building, once deemed an ordinary landmark, housed independent generator units on every other floor, as well as supercomputers? Under Yang Hai's command, the five swiftly reached the generator room on the first floor. After forcefully dismantling the entrance, they were met with a potent mix of gasoline and diesel fumes. Unexpectedly, there lay an unanticipated boon. Yang Hai's eyes brightened at the sight of a compartment within the room, specifically designated for storing concentrated diesel and gasoline for the generators. The odor they detected emanated from the leaking generator units, which, after being submerged for so long in floodwaters, were faltering even if manufactured in Huagua. After severing the power supply lines, Yang Hai deftly stored the entire unit within his spatial dimension. Even the damaged units could be exchanged for half the anomalous cores. So nothing could be squandered. The Pearl Building boasts a total of 25 floors, with generator units present on each odd-numbered level. To ensure safety, Yang Hai meticulously cleared each floor. He amassed first-tier cores to the point of exhaustion. Chen Qiqi, wielding a fire axe, was left dumbfounded as she toiled tirelessly, drenched in dark blood, only to collect a fraction of what Yang Hai had. As the clock struck midnight, they had advanced to the 23rd floor. "Let's find a place to dine," Yang Hai said, shaking the blood from his blade before nonchalantly placing a substantial handful of first-tier cores into his backpack in front of Chen Qiqi. A stark reminder of the harsh realities of survival. He intentionally separated the cores, for even brothers must keep accounts clear. Yang Hai had long established the rule that, after accounting for combat expenses, the cores collected daily would be distributed uniformly upon returning to the base. Before long, Sun Hao discovered a relatively tidy room. The familiar sight of folding picnic tables and chairs greeted them, yet the fare before them was anything but ordinary. 8 dishes and a soup were neatly arranged in oversized biodegradable containers, accompanied by packages of steaming rice, eliciting salivation from the already famished group. It was an exquisite feast, a testament to the culinary skills of Li Hua's sister and Uncle Sunday. Chen Qiqi offered a heartfelt commendation. These provisions had been prepared by Li Hua and Sun Jie during their leisure time at the base villa, intended for convenience during their excursions. Yang Hai naturally welcomed this development. The opportunity to enjoy a warm meal is the ultimate goal for every survivor in the apocalypse. The The culinary talents of Li Hua and Uncle Sun impressed even the pickiest of eaters, as Chun Chi-Chi devoured 3 boxes of rice. Having satisfied their hunger, they resumed their task. Upon reaching the 24th floor, an anomaly appeared in their line of sight. Whoosh! The mutant dashed forward, creating gusts of fierce wind. Yang Hai remained unperturbed, merely turning to caution his companions. Be wary, this is a second-tier mutant. A palpable tension filled the air, as they were all first-tier ability users. And the presence of a second-tier mutant was undeniably daunting. The elder son, Jie, displayed remarkable composure, harnessing his abilities to conjure golden spikes, prepared to assist Yang Hai at the opportune moment. They were no strangers to witnessing Yang Hai in action, yet it was only now that they fully grasped the extent of his power. The speed and strength of a second-tier mutant were 2 to 3 times that of a first-tier, yet Yang Hai, as a spatial ability user, matched it blow for blow with sheer physical prowess. Golden spikes, fireballs, and water orbs rained down upon the second-tier mutant. While they could not inflict fatal wounds, they effectively diverted its attention. Seizing the moment as the mutant turned again, Yang Hai thrust his blade toward its nape. In the unseen corner, the blade's tip transformed into a razor-sharp spike. The densely packed carbon steel, enhanced by his manipulation abilities, effortlessly pierced the mutant's skull. The second-tier manipulation ability elevated the carbon steel's strength to another echelon. As the blade withdrew, the spike reverted to its original form. The mutant, its brainstem completely obliterated, collapsed as though a switch had been flipped. In the aftermath, Yang Hai rummaged through the now-broken skull and swiftly retrieved a glowing red crystal. Merely holding it stirred his manipulation abilities, as if urging him to absorb it. Why are you all looking at me like that? Yang Hai inquired, puzzled by the peculiar gazes directed at him by the 4 others. Yang Hai, I knew you were formidable, but I didn't realize you were this formidable. Chun Chi-Chi voiced the collective thoughts of her companions, who nodded in agreement. The fierce second-tier mutant had been dispatched without hesitation. Yet, soon their attention was drawn to the second-tier anomalous core. So this is what a second-tier core looks like, Sun Hao remarked, curiously reaching out to touch it. Being the last to awaken and having only recently encountered anomalous cores, the energy within seemed abundant, but alas, one needed to be at the second tier to utilize it. Li Hua gazed at the second-tier core with a hint of regret. You can only use it at the second tier? Yang Hai asked, perplexed. Indeed. Did you not feel it? Chun Chi-Chi replied, her expression one of disbelief as she held the second-tier core. Her powers tremored within her, exhibiting signs of resistance. Then it dawned on her, Yang Hai, this freak, had already ascended to the second tier. Humph. The base's announcements clearly state that one must not absorb cores beyond their tier, lest their powers explode. Yang Hai found himself bewildered. Why was he exempt from this limitation? He had absorbed second-tier cores even while at the first tier, and his abilities showed no signs of aberration. Reflecting on his previous life, opportunities to encounter anomalous cores were scarce, and he had never even touched a higher-tier core. Nor had anyone ever informed him of such constraints. How many first-tier cores can you absorb daily? Yang Hai inquired tentatively. I can absorb 7. I 6. I too can absorb 7. Yang Hai was now even more confused. Was he the only one able to absorb 10? Soon, he cast these thoughts aside. He had been reborn. So what could be deemed impossible? After securing the second-tier core, Yang Hai led the quartet towards the final floor. Yang Hai, can your spatial dimension accommodate a supercomputer? Chun Chi-Chi posed a soul-searching question, given that each generator unit was no small feat in terms of size, not to mention the space already occupied by a vehicle. Certainly, after ascending to the second tier, the space has significantly expanded, and with a little compression, it can surely accommodate much more. Yang Hai surugit nonchalantly. It seems that overloading oneself with items does indeed raise suspicions. As they approached the entrance, the little creature nestled within his jacket pocket, Badu, became animated, emitting a series of excited squeaks. Yang Hai discreetly patted it to signal for silence. Badu understood the unspoken command and settled back down. Sun Hao activated his abilities to conjure a beige orb, stepping forward to open the door for the group. His earth-based powers excelled in defense, making this task naturally fall to him. Chapter 33, First-Tier Swarm Capsule. Just as the door was cracked open, a chilling rustling sound echoed around them, reminiscent of a 3D surround sound effect. Step back. Yang Hai swiftly pulled the still-dazed Sun Hao, urging everyone to descend half a flight of stairs. No sooner had they moved than swarms of mutated cockroaches surged through the crack in the door, overwhelming them with their sheer numbers. The ground, walls, and ceiling were all teeming with a relentless swarm. Yang Hai retrieved a bottle of concentrated gasoline, uncapped it, and doused the horde. Li Hua now, At his command, two fireballs erupted from Li Hua's hands, detonating at the doorway. Countless small flames ignited upon contact with the gasoline, and the cockroaches that were saturated in the flammable liquid had no chance of escape, instantly vaporizing. In the blink of an eye, the upper staircase and the entrance were engulfed in flames, a nauseating burnt odor permeating the entire area. Hiss! A mutated cockroach the size of a wolfhound pushed aside the corpses around it and lunged toward the group with a screech. Is this a second-tier mutated cockroach? Indeed, the flames from regular gasoline evidently posed little threat to it. Its Achilles heel lies in its abdomen, which is the target for your attacks. Mutated cockroaches are among the most common aberrant creatures in the post-nuclear world, and Yang Hai didn't need to probe with his abilities to identify its weakness. The exoskeleton of a second-tier mutated cockroach is extraordinarily tough, particularly on its back. Even his enhanced blade only left a barely noticeable scratch. As it moved, it swung its robust forelimbs, forcefully clearing a path through the inferno. At that moment, Yang Hai also located what he sought within his space, a metal block left behind after he had slain his first second-tier aberrant. The over 100-kilogram metal piece twisted and morphed within his space, ultimately transforming into a thick iron chain. While fending off the mutated cockroach with his blade, Yang Hai swung the iron chain. With a clatter, the chain ensnared the cockroach's two forelimbs, and with a powerful tug, he sent the creature flying. Its soft underbelly was exposed to the group's view. In an instant, an array of colorful abilities was unleashed. Noticing their success, Yang Hai swung the iron chain again, hurling the mutated cockroach down the staircase. With a resounding thud, the already severely injured creature was split in two, its innards spilling from the wound, presenting a ghastly sight. Nevertheless, Yang Hai remained vigilant, urging Li Hua and Sun Jie to continue their onslaught of abilities. As expected, the remaining half of the second-tier mutated cockroach, singed and charred, opened its eyes once more, emitting a high-pitched screech. Sun Jie's metallic abilities, though impressive, seemed insufficient, as the golden blades were thwarted by the thick exoskeleton. Adapting quickly, Sun Jie redirected his efforts to target the creature's wound. Only when the second-tier mutated cockroach had been thoroughly scorched did Yang Hai descend the stairs, expertly slicing off its exoskeleton before cracking open the brittle shell, revealing a crimson crystal within. I never anticipated that mutated cockroaches would be this difficult to eliminate, Shin Chi remarked, recalling a news story from before the apocalypse about a cockroach surviving for 2 weeks with just its head. Let us proceed and ascertain the situation inside. Yang Hai stowed the exoskeleton in the aberrant core, stepping onto the multitude of insect carcasses to enter the 25th floor. Illuminated by the searchlight, the group beheld a floor teeming with writhing mutated cockroach larvae. Even Yang Hai, accustomed to various grotesque sights, felt a shiver run down his spine. In just a few days, these larvae would mature into adults, leading to the emergence of a new queen. Yang Hai, of course, would not allow them that opportunity, pouring another bottle of concentrated gasoline to send them back home. Upon sighting the larvae, Yang Hai immediately understood what had excited Badu. Once a mutated cockroach colony reaches a certain size, it constructs its own nest and selects a queen responsible for reproduction. The entire colony's resources are then directed toward the queen, facilitating her rapid progeny production. Before the larvae fully develop, the queen prepares sustenance for them, which takes the form of swarm capsules. At the end of the corridor, Yang Hai indeed discovered a black nest with a radius of 2 meters. Removing the top, he revealed a series of black, spherical swarm capsules. These can't all be eggs, can they? Li Hua's reflexes kicked in as he conjured a fireball in his hand. Wait, these are valuable and edible swarm capsules. Yang Hai quickly intervened. Swarm capsules serve a purpose akin to aberrant cores, but the daily consumption limit is significantly higher. Incinerating them would result in a catastrophic loss. What? Are you telling me these are edible? Shin Chi-Chi's face was a canvas of resistance. What's wrong with absorbing aberrant cores? Eating this stuff is akin to jumping off a building. If you choose not to eat, that's your prerogative. Yang Hai picked up a black sphere, applying slight pressure to split the outer membrane, revealing a jelly-like gel inside. He recalled how long it took him to mentally prepare the first time he encountered this substance. After trying it, he found it quite delightful. Witnessing this, Sun Jie also grabbed a swarm capsule, tearing open the shell and tossing it into his mouth. I must say, it has a refreshing, fruity flavor. Sun Jie smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste, before exclaiming in surprise, I just fully restored the vast majority of my expended powers. If Yang Hai's guess was correct, the queen had likely just recently ascended to the second tier, hence the capsule's quality had not yet reached that level, but they contained more energy than first-tier aberrant cores. Observing the delight on his companions' faces after consuming the capsules, Chi felt her resolve wavering. Go on, the flavor is genuinely enjoyable. Sun Hao quickly offered her one. Let us just call this swarm jelly. The term swarm capsule is too easily misconstrued. Chi found herself relishing it. The transparent gel burst with flavor upon entry. And if one overlooked the outer layer, it resembled jelly perfectly. All right, let us focus on the task at hand. Their objective was the supercomputer and generator on this floor. After securing the generator, the group entered the room housing the supercomputer. The sight of the expansive black machinery, occupying 200 square meters, rendered the entire team speechless. You mean to tell me this contraption is only worth 22nd tier aberrant cores? Yang Hai silently cursed the base for its audacity, given the current circumstances. Transporting such a vast array of equipment was nothing short of a fantasy. Baidu space now held over 700 cubic meters. But Yang Hai had accrued quite a collection of supplies, leaving barely over 100 cubic meters available. Furthermore, even if he managed to transport it all, how would he explain the size of his space to others? It appears that the prospect of acquiring these 22nd order is rather bleak, Chi lamented. Chapter 34. Task Submission. Just as Yang Hai was deliberating whether to transport these instruments in batches, Sun Hao hesitantly stepped forward. Perhaps I could assist in assessing the situation. The most critical components of a supercomputer are the main unit and the terminal, while the remaining elements consist merely of data storage servers. We need not take everything with us. Surprisingly insightful, young man. I hadn't anticipated you possess such knowledge, Chi remarked with a hearty pat on Sun Hao's shoulder. If you are correct in your findings, you may well earn significant merit. Sun Hao's face flushed crimson as he explained, I have assisted the laboratory instructors in maintaining our university supercomputer, so I possess some understanding. At that moment, Yang Hai recalled that this lad was indeed a student from Haisher University of Science and Technology, unlike himself, whose lessons had long faded from memory. Let us proceed. We shall enter together. Sun Hao agreed, following closely behind Yang Hai as they ventured into the machine room. This facility was equipped with fire and moisture protection, and not a speck of dust could be found. Such is the treatment afforded to a supercomputer. Sun Hao, displaying admirable modesty, merely cast a glance and deftly extracted the main unit's plug from among hundreds of others. Within mere minutes, the two had secured the supercomputer's principal components. Upon reaching the base of Mingzhu Building, Chi gazed upon the strikingly azure sky, exclaiming in wonder. This is the first time I have witnessed such a vibrant blue sky. Although environmental slogans have been proclaimed by experts for centuries, the outcomes are well known. Following the cataclysm of nuclear transformation, humanity could no longer sustain previous production levels. Industries came to a halt, and systems collapsed. Yet in just over a month, the smog-laden sky has once again regained its beauty. However, as enchanting as it is not easy to behold such a sky indefinitely. Yang Hai elucidated the harsh reality. Without special abilities and strength, all of this is mere fantasy. Yang Hai, I have made a decision. Chi suddenly declared with utmost seriousness. Yang Hai shrugged. I have no interest in knowing what you've decided. Is there any chance we can continue this conversation? I refuse to relent. I must accompany you to Yanjing. What purpose would you serve in Yanjing? Yang Hai inquired, perplexed. Chi bit down on her molars, her words spilling forth through clenched teeth. I intend to confront that sister who foolishly fancies you, unveiling your true nature before her eyes, thus liberating her from her torment. You shall not succeed, Yang Hai scoffed, glancing at Chi with a skeptical expression. Moreover, with your delicate frame, I wager you one tea even make it halfway. Who do you think you're looking down upon? Chi seethed, her chest rising and falling with indignation, contemplating how satisfying it would be to land a blow on this boy. Yet she knew she was no match for him. Frustrated by the deadlock, Chi-Chi's anger intensified. Haisher Base, Task Verification Hall. Meng Chung sat yawning at the empty counter, having served as the mascot for 2 days. The reason was simple. The Task Reception Hall had just been established yesterday, and a throng of survivors and empowered individuals were busy accepting tasks. No one had accomplished any tasks yet, which left him without work. Had he not befriended a wood-based ability user, securing a means to acquire fresh vegetables, he would not have been granted such a favorable position. As Meng Chung contemplated his fortune, several figures entered against the light. Greetings. Are you here to submit a task? Yes, a cold male voice responded, though it was evident that he was still quite young. Please present your task voucher. Meng Chung proceeded methodically, adhering to the protocol. A silver card materialized in the hands of the young man before him. Search task number 3. Meng Cheng's face, already adorned with a smile, now bore an additional layer of respect. tasks that ranked higher in number were inherently more challenging and could only be undertaken by teams of empowered individuals. Please hold on. Search task number 3 pertains to the generator units and supercomputer of Mingzhu Building. There are 13 generator units and 1 supercomputer within Mingzhu Building. Should all be retrieved. An additional reward of 10 second-order EVA will be granted. The task has been completed. We have brought everything back. The young man's voice rang out once more. Very well. What? Meng Chung suddenly grasped the situation, uncertainly repeating, "Are you saying everything has been brought back?" "Yes." The young man's patience evidently waned, his tone tinged with annoyance. Meng Chung's heart raced. Although he could not discern the young man's features, his sixth sense urged him to believe. His intuition had always been reliable. And without hesitation, Meng Chung dialed the supervisor's number. Minutes later, the disheveled supervisor, Zhu Li, arrived late. Zhu tugged at his crumpled shirt, demanding in a sharp voice, "Which shameless individual claimed to have completed search task number 3? Step forward. And you, the verifier, how can you be so incompetent as to miss such a blatant deception? Must I make this trip in vain?" He had only just managed to secure a date with a celebrity, and was in the midst of a triumphant moment when this call interrupted him. If he didn't teach this team a lesson, it would be an affront to the 3 bowls of instant noodles he had sacrificed. "Oh, do you have an objection? You're quite audacious, aren't you? The second in command of the base happens to be my brother. If you..." Before Zhu could finish, a gust of wind rushed towards his face. With a resounding crash, he was flung 8 meters away by a single slap from the very supervisor who had previously dominated him. As the sun shifted position, the light no longer blinding, Meng Qing finally beheld the 3 men and 2 women before him. A young man clad in black athletic wear approached him slowly, extending his hand. "Greetings. My name is Yang Hai. It seems I must trouble you to make another call." Meng Chung, in a daze, shook Yang Hai's hand, then proceeded to dial the laboratory's number. The laboratory exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within 3 minutes, several armored vehicles arrived at the entrance of the task verification hall. Chun Bo led the charge, quickly glancing disdainfully at the unconscious supervisor on the floor before locking his gaze onto Yang Hai. "Where's my supercomputer?" Yang Hai, not one to keep him in suspense, produced the 13 generator units and the components of the supercomputer. A dark mass filled half the hall. Chun Bo hurriedly approached to inspect the supercomputer's condition. The main unit and terminal were intact, the primary server was functional, and the compartment numbers matched. Although the accompanying secondary servers were absent, it could still be utilized. With that, Chun Bo gestured for the researchers behind him to remove the supercomputer. "Wait, do you have something else to address?" Chun Bo pushed up his glasses and raised his hand, signaling the researchers to halt. "I resolved your issue. Should you not also resolve mine?" Yang Hai pointed at the sprawled Zhu Li on the ground, a disarming smile gracing his face. "Chapter 30 Chin Bo Laboratory." "Brother Yang Hai, your audacity is truly remarkable. You just sent a supervisor flying with a single slap." Inside the SUV, Sun Hao animatedly recounted the earlier scene, brimming with excitement. "You foolish boy, do not follow his bad example." Chen Chi-Chi disapproved, her expression betraying her discontent. "You were indeed somewhat impulsive just now." Li Hua also felt that Yang Hai's actions were excessive. Had it not been the laboratory personnel who arrived first, they might have found themselves in peril. "I acted with certainty, which is why I proceeded as I did." Yang Hai, with a sense of resignation, spread his hands wide. He valued his life more than anyone else. He believed that anyone who beheld the items they had retrieved would instinctively know how to respond. While the others chattered animatedly about various topics, Yang Hai's gaze drifted to the black communication device in his hand. Before departing, Chun Bo had discreetly slipped this compact communicator to him. "I sense your strength is formidable. Would you be interested in mutual assistance? What form would this assistance take?" Yang Hai did not hastily decline. "It's quite simple. You will prioritize providing me with any materials from mutated creatures you collect, along with any top-tier instruments. And what would I gain in return?" "My research, Chun Guo." Chun Bo glanced towards the door, lowering his voice. "The personnel from the base are approaching. If you have any intentions, use this to contact me." In his previous life, Yang Hai had perpetually struggled to stay above the subsistence line, leaving him little opportunity for contemplation. However, this did not imply ignorance. The base, while nurturing a substantial number of combat personnel, also housed its own laboratories. These laboratories were engaged in researching various organisms from the apocalypse, achieving remarkable results, producing a plethora of diverse potions and innovative weapons. Yet, the relationship between the laboratories and the base was far from harmonious. The laboratories looked down upon the power struggles of the base's upper echelons, while the latter harbored trepidations regarding the influence of the laboratories. The base desired breakthroughs from the laboratories, but dared not relinquish all its resources to them. Such is human nature, inevitable and unchangeable. At the Haishur base, within the Villa district, after dinner, Yang Hai's team gathered in the secondary bedroom on the first floor, which they had transformed into a semblance of a conference room. Yang Hai leisurely placed his backpack on the conference table and turned his attention to Chinchichi. "Oh, how could I forget about today as a wager? I found it, so it counts as yours," Chinchichi replied. Sun Hao stealthily passed his waist bag to Chinchichi. Wali Hua and Sun Jia quietly handed over their backpacks as well. In truth, this gesture served merely as psychological comfort for Chinchichi. They all understood that the mutated cores in Yang Hai's backpack far surpassed their combined total. As Chinchichi surveyed the 3 backpacks before her, she felt a surge of confidence. Having spent all her time searching for mutated cores, she had been oblivious to the quantity Yang Hai had amassed. With the contributions of others, she believed victory was within her grasp. Ahem, let us start counting. I'll go first. Approximately 50 to 60 first-tier mutated cores clinked onto the table. Is that all? Then it's my turn. Faced with Yang Hai's enigmatic smile, Chinchichi felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. Yet this could very well be a trap set by Yang Hai. I'm curious to see how many you have. Well, keep your eyes peeled. Yang Hai opened his backpack, and an innumerable array of transparent crystals cascaded forth. Among these hundreds of transparent crystals, there were even 2 crimson ones. There was no need to count. Anyone with keen eyesight could discern the truth. Chinchichi's smile froze, her expression one of disbelief. What on earth? How could you possibly have collected so many? Yang Hai raised an eyebrow. What? Planning to renege? Of course not, Chinchichi replied, a hint of guilt flickering across her face. She had considered the possibility, but now that Yang Hai had laid it bare, she found herself with no retreat. Chinchichi, would never be that kind of person. I accept the wager. What are your terms? I'll need to ponder over that, Yang Hai said, a playful smirk crossing his face. In the future, should you encounter my wife, you must respectfully address her as sister-in-law. That is simple enough. I agree. Chinchichi, fearing Yang Hai might change his mind, readily acquiesced. Wait a moment. Chinchichi, regaining her composure, felt a bit dazed. If I call your wife sister-in-law, don't you have to call me? You're trying to pull a fast one. Chinchichi exclaimed in exasperation. Whereas the deception? You agreed to it yourself. Yang Hai replied, arms crossed leisurely. Hurry up and call me big brother, so I can hear it. At long last, he exacted his vengeance for Chinchichi's earlier misrepresentation of her age. Reluctantly, Chinchichi muttered, a wager is a wager, big brother. The last 2 words were barely audible, and Yang Hai, sensing the moment was ripe, decided to withdraw before pushing too hard. Soon, the meeting concluded, and everyone returned to their respective rooms, satisfaction etched on their faces. In his room on the 3rd floor, after a refreshing shower, Yang Hai once again assessed his recent gains. First, from the search mission, there were 13 generator sets, each containing 8 second-tier mutated cores, though 2 sets had been damaged by floodwaters, effectively counting as half. In total, there were 96 second-tier mutated cores. Added to the 20 from a supercomputer and an additional 10 from mission rewards, the grand total reached 126. Yang Hai claimed half of the total haul. Combined with the cores obtained from vanquishing mutated creatures, he possessed 64 second-tier mutated cores and nearly 100 first-tier cores, along with over 40 swarm capsules. After advancing to the second tier, the enhancement provided by first-tier mutated cores for controlling abilities had significantly diminished, yet they remained useful for restoring abilities. With these mutated cores, both he and Bado had ample resources to sustain their abilities in the short term. Just as Yang Hai prepared to absorb the second-tier mutated cores, his discarded backpack vibrated. It was the communicator given by Chunbo. With a mix of curiosity and apprehension, Yang Hai opened the black lid, revealing a palm-sized mini-tablet, upon which a line of text slowly scrolled across the screen. Chunbo 1, have you given it some thought? Chunbo 4, why the rush? And is your designation not a bit hasty? Yang Hai gazed at his nickname, feeling somewhat speechless, especially as he had no idea how to change it. Chunbo Anna. Chunbo 1, it's merely a code, it matters not. Chunbo 4, so you've also encountered 2 and 3? Chunbo 1, you talk too much. Chunbo 4, then I'll refrain from speaking. Chunbo Anna. Chunbo 1, 2 and 3 are dead. The communicator you have is my last backup. Chunbo 4, so, you have no other options? Chunbo Anna. Although reluctant to admit it, that is indeed the case. Chunbo 4, let us work together pleasantly. Chunbo 1, I require the bodies and materials of high-tier, mutated organisms. Anything fresh. It was evident that Chun Bo had recognized Yang Hai's formidable strength and his identity as a spatial ability user. Yang Hai stowed the black communicator into his spatial storage. Should the Haisher base discover the transaction between him and Chun Bo, he would likely be forced to leave this place prematurely. Nevertheless, he deemed the risk of direct dealings with the laboratory worthwhile. Chapter 36. The Triumphant Lu Daqiang. In the old district at the Lianyan factory, in the midst of a low, corrugated iron factory spanning several acres, a four-story office building stood out prominently. On the fourth floor, an office that once could only be occupied by wealthy magnates was now claimed by a gaunt middle-aged man, flanked on either side by two alabaster bodies. A thin-eyed man pushed open the door and respectfully addressed the lean man. "Brother Lu, Liang Haixing's team has returned. How many times must I repeat myself? You must knock before entering. Do you still need your eyes?" Lu Daqiang exclaimed, hurling a nearby vase in irritation. The thin-eyed man deftly caught the vase, grinning lewdly. "Brother Lu, if I can't partake, at least let me feast my eyes. A few days ago, wasn't one just allocated to you, and now it's gone?" The man with narrow eyes expressed his dissatisfaction. "Brother Lu, you know how impatient those people can be. I stepped out for just a moment to lead a team, and someone disappeared." "All right, I understand." Lu Daqiang waved his hand impatiently. "These people are nothing but a constant source of worry." Just as the man with narrow eyes exited the room, a younger associate approached him. "Brother Lang, when will those two by Brother Lu's side be assigned to us?" The young associate had peeked through the crack in the door and noted that their figures and allure were incomparable to the lifeless beings in the basement. The narrow-eyed man sharply struck the young associate's head, scolding, "Such thoughts are best kept to yourself. If the boss hears you, you'll be sent off in a fiery ball to meet your maker." "I was wrong, Brother Lang, I was wrong." The young associate rubbed his numbed head, quickly backing down. Satisfied, the narrow-eyed man withdrew his hand. "Go to the living room and prepare. The boss is going to inspect the goods." About 10 minutes later, a well-dressed Lu Daqiang appeared on the first floor. In the living room, the narrow-eyed man was engaged in conversation with a beaming bald man, who was none other than Liang Haixing. Upon seeing Lu Daqiang, the two immediately approached him. "Brother Lu, these supplies are from that small supermarket in the west." Liang Haixing indicated the boxes stacked in the center of the living room, eager for praise. Lu Daqiang opened one box, casually inspected its contents, and nodded. "Not bad. Though they're merely snacks, the quantity is considerable. Brother Lu, perhaps we should check out the base on the radio. We've nearly exhausted all the resources in this area." The narrow-eyed man quickly suggested, noticing Lu Daqiang's favorable mood. Lu Daqiang hesitated, unsure of the decision. Observing this, Liang Haixing scoffed, countering, "Why work for others at the base when we can reign as kings here?" The narrow-eyed man rolled his eyes. "Then tell me, once we consume these supplies, where do we go next? And haven't you noticed the increasing strength of those aberrants? Let's cross that bridge when we come to it." Liang Haixing's carefree attitude irritated the narrow-eyed man, and just as their argument was about to escalate, Lu Daqiang interjected coldly, "Enough. Zhao Lang has a point. With strength comes the necessity for a broader vision. I command that we gather our belongings in the coming days, and we will head to the Haisher base." During the nights that followed, Lu Daqiang could hear the chilling cries of the mutated creatures, and more importantly, most of the workers who had refused to join them had perished, significantly reducing their manpower. It was becoming increasingly clear that if they wished to venture out for resources, they lacked the necessary cannon fodder. "Understood." Zhao Lang cast a smug glance at Liang Haixing before swaggering out of the living room. As a speed-type ability user, he was aware that he did not hold an advantage over Liang Haixing, a strength type, but the latter's obstinacy often put him at odds with Lu Daqiang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been appointed as the second-in-command of the gang. "Why must I be this useless speedster?" Zhao Lang internally lamented, recognizing that aside from his swiftness, which made him less vulnerable to the aberrants, he was nearly useless in combat. Oh well, at least it's better than being an ordinary person without abilities. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Lang had already arrived at the basement. As expected, his subordinates were laboring diligently there. Observing the few female workers who had become unrecognizable, Zhao Lang furrowed his brow. "You lot will eventually meet your demise at the hands of these women. If Brother Lang is coming, you should have said so earlier. We would have made space for you." One of his brothers jested. "Enough with the banter. Lu Gu ordered the cleanup. Get to work." Zhao Lang kicked each of them in turn. On it, on it." At the mere mention of Lu Daqiang's name, they all scurried to pull up their pants and left in a hurry. The basement fell once more into a dreadful silence. "I'm going crazy." Zhao Lang pulled out a few loaves of bread and a bottle of water from his jacket pocket, tossing them onto the pile of junk. After completing his task, he turned away nonchalantly, mumbling to himself, "There's nothing wrong with being a bit submissive. Nothing is more important than staying alive. Long after, the sound of eating and swallowing echoed in the dimly lit basement. Meanwhile, after the initial chaos, the military of Haishur had reorganized, mobilizing all their weaponry in preparation to return to the city to rescue survivors. In their effort to save more people, the base offered generous incentives, encouraging various ability user teams to join the government forces. Sitting in the second row, Chun-Chi sighed as she gazed at the congested road ahead. At this rate, when will we reach the outskirts of the city? Are we going to have to camp outside? Yang Hai's team had also received a rescue mission, tasked with aiding a neighborhood on the outskirts, accompanied by 2 other ability user teams. The result of mobilizing more than half the base was a traffic jam. Bored, Chun-Chi inadvertently spotted Yang Hai, who was seated alone in the last row. In these circumstances, this oddball was still absorbing energy from second-tier aberrant core. No wonder he was so powerful. Li Hua also noticed Yang Hai's actions and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. By the way, Chun-Chi suddenly recalled something. Turning to Sun Hao, "You silly boy, do you know the ability user team driving the medium-sized bus?" She remembered that Sun Hao had spoken to them when the assembly was called. Sun Hao nodded earnestly. "That's Wang Tianxing and Wang Tianlin. Many of our classmates were rescued from school by them. You should be sure to thank them," Sun Jie reminded. Sun Hao looked exasperated. "Dad, I'm not a 3-year-old. I don't need to be told that." "Hey, you little brat, don't be ungrateful." Chun-Chi immediately defended Sun Jie. "I was wrong, I surrender." "Oomph, that's more like it." Chapter 37. The neighborhood overrun by mutated plants. After passing the main road, the number of vehicles dwindled significantly. Sun Jie pressed the accelerator without restraint, and soon they arrived at the location indicated on the map. Everyone disembarked. "Dad, are you sure you didn't take a wrong turn?" Sun Hao looked around, seeing no sign of any buildings. Sun Jie scratched his head, puzzled. "It shouldn't be. I followed the map precisely." As they pondered, 2 more vehicles approached from behind, stopping behind the white Wrangler, belonging to 2 other teams. "Whoa, old Wang, are you getting senile? Where's the neighborhood?" exclaimed a young man with a wild hairstyle as he climbed out of a van. A white-haired elder quickly exited the driver's seat, calmly stating, "Young master, the probability of 3 people misreading the location is 0. The young man then noticed that the ability user team accompanying them had also stopped here. "We're not in the wrong place." Wang Tianlin, clad in the uniform of Haishur University of Science and Technology, stood before a dense wall of greenery, slowly extending his hand where a brown-black seed lay quietly in his palm. Yang Hai observed clearly. That seed appeared to be from some kind of plant. "Ha ha ha." The young man with the wild hairstyle laughed uncontrollably. "I thought you were going to unleash some grand technique. Turns out it's just a booger." "Young master." The elder looked at the young man with a serious demeanor. The boy with the explosive hairstyle suddenly became serious. My apologies, I meant no offense. It's just that this scene is truly amusing. What kind of young master can't even recognize seeds?" Chun-Chi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "You." The explosive-haired boy attempted to retort, but was taken aback by Wang Tianlin's actions. A surge of green energy penetrated the seed, causing it to rapidly sprout a 1-meter-long yellow stem from the minuscule seed size of gravel. Under the continuous stimulation of wood-type abilities, that slender stem, which seemed fragile enough to break with a mere finger, began to proliferate and cover the green-leafed wall within mere seconds. The yellow stem entwined itself around vines and branches that were dozens of times thicker than itself. Then, a chilling scene unfolded. The black vines, along with the green leaves, visibly wilted and turned yellow, revealing the true nature of the green-leafed wall. Behind the withering vines stood the entrance to a small dwelling on the outskirts of the city. The explosive-haired boy regained his composure and silently pondered, "Is there really a need to go in here?" Their mission was to search for survivors, not to collect corpses. Yang Hai gazed at the still wriggling yellow stems, falling into contemplation. "Is this a daughter?" Wang Tianlin nodded, tacitly acknowledging the observation. Interesting. In Yang Hai's memory, wood-type abilities were typically associated with individuals who merely lingered in the base, living off rations, yet here he encountered one who utilized plants in combat. The daughter, seemingly a feeble parasitic plant, could entwine around other plants to block their sunlight and siphon their nutrients, ultimately leading to the host plant's demise. To his surprise, following the enhancement from wood-type abilities, this parasitic process had accelerated exponentially. "Hey, is anyone listening to me?" The explosive-haired boy jumped in place a few times to attract attention. Yet no one paid heed. "Are you planning to go in?" Wang Tianlin turned to Yang Hai, realizing that it would be impossible for just him and his brother to enter alone. "Why not go in?" Yang Hai shrugged, as they possessed fire-type abilities that counter plants. and with the wood-type abilities, their chances were significantly improved. That's the intent. As the two teams seemed ready to push the door open, the explosive-haired boy emitted a sharp cry. Our mission is to rescue people. How could there possibly be survivors in such a situation? Sun Hao, unable to endure any longer, patiently explained, even if there is no one inside, there will likely be supplies, and we might eliminate some mutated creatures to obtain cores for upgrades. But it looks incredibly dangerous in there. Everywhere is dangerous now. Chun Chi-Chi interjected, pulling Sun Hao aside with dissatisfaction. You're already foolish enough. Why engage with someone even more foolish? Soon, only the explosive-haired boy and the white-haired elder remained outside. Who do you look down on? I'm not afraid. And I'm certainly not foolish. Come on, old Wong, let us go in together. The white-haired elder smiled appreciatively. The young master has finally matured. However, he added, but young master, if we don't enter soon, we'll be left behind. The elder silently pointed to the crowd, disappearing around the corner ahead. Damn, these guys completely disregard me. The explosive-haired boy stamped his foot, quickly replacing his frown with a smile, and called out while running, Hey, wait for me. I'm Su Tianla, let us be friends. Su Tianla soon caught up with Yang Hai and the others, but once again, they were obstructed by the green vines. Boom! A concentrated gasoline explosion erupted, yet the vines remained steadfast, their green leaves still vibrant amidst the flames, proving ordinary fire ineffective against them. Yang Hai pursed his lips and stated gravely, This mutated plant is of the second tier. Let me give it a try. Li Hua conjured a fireball in her hand and hurled it forward. The searing fireball ignited everything it touched, causing the vines to retreat as if alive. It works. Chun Chi-Chi exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, an exaggerated laughter erupted from behind them. Ha ha, I knew it. I am destined to be of use. Allow me to clear the path for you. With that, Su Tianla produced a fireball as well, clearly revealing himself to be a fire-type ability user too. The fist-sized fireball arced gracefully before descending into the lush vines, only to vanish without a trace. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The fireball seemed to have been consumed entirely. I must have thrown it incorrectly. Su Tianla ruminated on Li Hua's previous motion, gathering another fireball and tossing it gently forward. This time, it landed on the green leaves, but after a few seconds of burning, it extinguished with a soft hiss. Su Tianla stood there dazed, having practically dug a 3-room apartment with his thumb. Ha ha ha. Chun Chi-Chi burst into laughter. Where did this middle schooler come from? Sun Hao kindly reminded him. Sister Li Hua's fire-type ability is second tier. You must only be first tier, right? Young master, it's all right. It just means you're smaller than the others. A tiny fireball is still quite adorable, old Wong kindly reassured him. Chapter 38, Tier 3 IV. Li Hua, who had advanced to second-tier fire abilities, stood at the forefront, paving the way for the group as scorching fireballs continuously fell ahead, causing numerous green vines to wither and retreat, revealing a vast open space. Upon entering the community, the group received their first piece of good news. The mutated green vines had not completely overrun the entire area. The building at the far east remained intact. There seems to be something on the rooftop. Chun Chi-Chi exclaimed, her eyes widening as she discerned a white cloth fluttering atop the building. The group also looked up to see a sheet, resembling a bedsheet, tied to the railing on the rooftop, with the words help in bold red letters emblazoned upon it. Let's go take a look. Yang Hai refocused his gaze, considering that if they could locate survivors, they might uncover what had transpired here. Upon entering the building, they were met with an unexpectedly clean and silent interior. There were no corpses, no blood, and not even traces of a struggle. It resembled an empty shell. Yet the sheet on the top floor clearly indicated that someone had been there. This eerie scene inevitably raised their vigilance. Everyone stay alert. We'll head upstairs directly. Yang Hai promptly decided. We should hurry. The daughter in my hand seems to be frightened. Wang Tianlin extended his hand, revealing the yellow tendril that had returned to its seedling state, trembling slightly in the open air. Let us go. Yang Hai took the lead up the staircase. Soon, the 3 teams arrived at the 13th floor. Hello, is anyone there? We are a rescue team from Haisher Base. Chun Chi-Chi and the others knocked on each door. But after checking, they found nothing but emptiness. What is this? Not a single shadow in sight. Chun Chi-Chi remarked, exasperated, feeling deceived after their arduous search yielded no results. Is anyone there? Su Tianla shouted into the corridor, but only an echo responded to him. It seems we VE come in vain. Su Tianla's expression fell, having hoped to find survivors. Silence. I seem to have heard sound. Yang Hai gestured for everyone to remain silent, then strained to discern the faint thudding noise. Thud! Thud! I heard it, coming from the rooftop. Su Tianla exclaimed excitedly, turning to ascend the staircase. Young master, wait for me. Old Wang, filled with unease, hurried after him. Let's go see as well. By the time Yang Hai and the others arrived, Su Tianle was blushing, desperately pushing against the door. Yet no matter how hard he exerted himself, the rooftop door remained steadfast. Make way. Sun Jie unleashed a beam of golden light, cleaving the lock in two. A gentle breeze swept through, and the rooftop door creaked open. Cough, cough, this uncle possesses quite the skills, haha. Su Tian ak wadidi tuka. Inwardly cursing his own ineptitude for not thinking to use his powers to open the door. With that, he quickly pulled the door wide open. Yang Hai noted the severed lock on the door, clearly indicating it had been bolted from the inside. There lay a man, Chen Chi-Chi, with sharp eyes, spotted a hand protruding from the doorway. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found a middle-aged man leaning against the doorframe, clutching a piece of broken brick. Clearly the source of the earlier noise. Wang Tianlin approached to assess the man's condition and turned back to report, he is not dead yet. It appears he is dehydrated. Suddenly, the middle-aged man weakly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Yang Hai and the others, a flicker of surprise crossed his features, but he quickly seemed to recall something. Parting his lips, no, run. What? Light vines. Wang Tianlin barely discerned a few words, and, just as he was about to inquire further, the man's eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. Yang Hai furrowed his brow. This place was decidedly bizarre. What should we do? Let us take him back to the base. We can ask questions later. Observing the man's feeble condition, Yang Hai feared he might perish at any moment. If he were to die, the events that transpired here might remain forever shrouded in mystery. This trip isn't in vain. We gathered quite a bit of useful supplies. Wang Tiansheng effortlessly hoisted the man onto his shoulder. For a second-tier power user like him, the weight was negligible. Upon reaching the ground floor, the previously bright sky suddenly darkened, and the temperature plummeted. This is utterly unscientific. Why does it turn cold the moment the light disappears? Chen Chi-Chi rubbed her arms, attempting to dispel the chill. At that moment, Yang Hai was shocked to discover that the open space they had just traversed had vanished, now completely entangled in dense vines. These things grow too rapidly. He had just seen a narrow path from the rooftop. Li Hua had no choice but to hurl fireballs again to clear a path. Boom! The blazing fireballs detonated one after another, forcing the vines to retreat, revealing the pathway once more, and the group hurriedly followed suit. After walking for a while, a concerned Yang Hai glanced back, only to see countless writhing vines once again covering the path behind them. Just then, a vine as thick as an arm shot forth from the foliage, targeting old Wang, who was trailing behind. Watch out! Behind you! Wang Tianlin noticed the disturbance and quickly warned. Old Wang activated his earth-based powers, and a wall of earth materialized instantly behind him. In the next moment, the black vine pierced through the earthen barrier, penetrating not only the wall, but old Wang's body as well. Gulp, gulp. Numerous orifices appeared on the dark vine, voraciously siphoning old Wang's blood before the horrified eyes of the onlookers. Old Wang. Su Tianle stood frozen, panic etched across his face. Run! Yang Hai's furious shout jolted everyone from their stupor. It was evident old Wang was beyond saving, and they needed to escape. Sun Hao hastily dragged Su Tianle away. Whoosh! Another vine lunged at them. This time, Yang Hai, adept in controlling his powers, accurately pinpointed its trajectory and sliced through it with his silver blade. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the blade in Yang Hai's hand shattered into two pieces. His expression turned grave as he regarded the struggling remnant of the vine on the ground. This creature was also a third tier. I understand now. I know what this thing is. Wang Tianlin had been pondering the middle-aged man's words from the rooftop, and with his recent awakening of wood-based powers and extensive study of botanical materials, he had just pieced it together. Ivy. It is ivy. The light the middle-aged man referred to indicated the ivy's preference for shade and aversion to sunlight. The easternmost building in the complex enjoyed the longest exposure to sunlight, making the ivy naturally avoid that area. It was precisely for this reason that the middle-aged man had survived thus far. Damn it, just when sunlight has vanished. Wang Tianlin lamented, regretting he hadn't realized this sooner. As he observed the increasingly animated vines surrounding them, he gritted his teeth and summoned the daughter vine. His first tier wood powers were no match for the fully grown ivy. Chapter 39. The Exposure of Controlling Powers. Although Wang Tianlin had identified the mutated plant species, it was evidently too late. As Yang Hai's weapon shattered, despair washed over the group. Yet, soon they fell into a stupor. Yang Hai extended his hand, and the severed blade flew back to its hilt. Then, the entire weapon restored itself, as if the earlier breakage had merely been an illusion. Chen Chi-Chi watched in astonishment, murmuring, "Did you all see that? Or was it just my imagination? Don't space out. Focus on defense. Yang Hai cleaved at the black vine, reaching for Chinchichi. A gaping hole reappeared on the recently repaired weapon, darkening Yang Hai's expression. If there were only one vine, it would be manageable. He could simply repair his blade a few more times. However, if the number increased, he would be overwhelmed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, 3 black vines surged from different directions. Damn it, can this thing read minds or what? It seemed that sensing Yang Hai's superior strength, the ivy had deliberately dispatched 2 vines to confront him. As the 2 vines neared simultaneously, Yang Hai found himself with but one blade. The black vines loomed larger in his vision. Yang Hai pushed off the ground with one leg, twisting his body at an improbable angle in midair. The 2 black vines lunged at empty space, but quickly redirected their pursuit towards Yang Hai. Whoosh! A torrent of silvery liquid cascaded from Yang Hai's hand, resembling a colossal mercury beast, engulfing the 2 black vines. Condense. He poured forth his controlling powers until he ensnared the thrashing black vines within. The remaining black vine was temporarily repelled by Li Hua and Sun Jie. Brother Sun, grant me 2 powers. No problem. Although unsure of Yang Hai's intentions, Sun Jie instinctively complied with his command. Yang Hai harnessed his limited controlling powers, merging the 2 golden energy spheres released by Sun Jie, and then severed the struggling roots of the 2 black vines. Vivid crimson liquid gushed from the severed ends of the black vines, retreating in haste. Perhaps due to the debilitating wounds from the severed vines, the ivy remained quiet as the group exited the community gate, and the exceptionally thick black vines vanished from sight. Yang Hai, what are you still doing with that iron block? Chinchichi looked at the still oozing crimson wound and felt a chill run down her spine. It's not that I want to hold on to it, but this object won't fit into my spatial storage. Yang Hai was equally troubled the moment he severed the black vine. He attempted to absorb the iron block into his space, only to meet with unexpected failure. This meant that the 2 vines were still alive. Wang Tianlin, having overexerted his abilities, appeared somewhat pale. The ivy can propagate through cuttings and layering. This implies that these 2 roots could serve as its seeds. On the medium-sized bus, Yang Hai could no longer contain his irritation and opened his eyes. The few individuals who had been staring at him hastily averted their gazes. If there are any questions, ask quickly, but do not disturb my rest. Sometimes, being overly sensitive to one's surroundings is not a blessing. So, Yang Hai, are you a dual-type ability user? Chinchichi eagerly turned around to inquire. Yes. Then what is your second ability? Is it metal manipulation? Sun Hao's eyes sparkled. If his captain were akin to Magneto, that would be truly magnificent. Yang Hai shook his head. No. You fool. Can't you see he can also control Uncle Sun's abilities? Chinchichi tapped Sun Hao on the head. Oh right. Sun Hao rubbed the spot where Chinchichi had struck. This woman was indeed quite forceful. So what exactly is your ability? The 2 pressed closer to Yang Hai, as if they were gazing upon some rare and protected species. If I must describe it, you may understand it as a form of mental control on a physical level. Yang Hai shrugged. This was the most accurate description he could muster. Understood. Psychic power. Sun Hao exclaimed, dawning realization illuminating his face. He had seen numerous sci-fi films where many superheroes wielded psychic powers in battle. You little rascal, explain it to me. This evidently touched upon Chinchichi's knowledge gap. Meanwhile, Su Tianla sat alone at the back of the bus, lost in thought. He glanced at the still unconscious middle-aged man, a flicker of hatred passing through his eyes. If it weren't for saving him, old Wang would have died. With this thought, Su Tianla conjured a fireball, aiming to hurl it at the middle-aged man's face. Buzz! Just as the fireball was about to make contact, it halted abruptly, regardless of his attempts to control it. What do you intend to do? Yang Hai waved his hand, sending the fireball soaring out of the open window. You have no say in this. Su Tianla's eyes reddened, his emotions running high. I want to kill him to bring old Wang back. Does he still think he can have whatever he desires like a spoiled young master? Yang Hai scoffed, his expression turning cold. If you cause any more trouble, get lost. When you accepted the mission, you should have been prepared to face casualties. Not go mad here after someone has died. This man likely possesses information regarding the 3rd-tier mutated plants. Selling it to the base could yield a substantial reward. As for this little brat, once the mission concludes, he can do as he pleases. I have no time to babysit. Bang! The iron block in the aisle began to stir restlessly once more. Yang Hai frowned and unleashed a surge of his control abilities to strengthen its confinement, causing the black vines to settle down. Are you really planning to bring this thing back to the base? Liwa Inkirat Pujlat. Fear not. I have already devised a plan for them. If I were to release the 2 vines now, It wouldn't be long before High City would see the emergence of two third-tier mutated plants, a scenario he wished to avoid. At least, not until he discovered the secret behind the immortals. Moreover, until he understood the capabilities of this mutated plant, Yang Hai was reluctant to act hastily. He could inadvertently create countless clones if he were not careful. Thus, the remaining options were exceedingly limited. In the distance, Yang Hai spotted the entrance to the base and activated his black communicator, which had a limited range of 10 kilometers. Chin bono, shtiri, chin bono, ena. Do you want something good? Chen bono, yiden. Chenbo number 4, fresh third-tier, mutated IV main vine. Chenbo number 1, oh, I'll contact you shortly. Chenbo number 4, alive, 2 of them. Chenbo number 1, where are you? I'll come find you. Yang Hai looked at the large iron block in the aisle, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Not only would this resolve his lingering concerns, but it would also yield considerable profit. Quite splendid. Chapter 40, a grudge for a grain of rice. The medium-sized bus gradually came to a halt at the base's entrance. As the passengers waited quietly in line, suddenly, the bus door was banged upon forcefully. Wang Tianlin, open the door. I see you. Hurry and return our vehicle. Seeing the agitated group of individuals outside, Chen Qiqi turned to Wang Tianlin in confusion. Do you know them? Wang Tianlin frowned, scrutinizing the ragged and dirty group below, hesitatingly shaking his head. I have no recollection. I should not know them. Upon hearing their conversation, Li Shui nearly exploded with anger. But soon her gaze landed on Sun Hao, sitting beside Chen Qiqi, and she shouted in fervent excitement as if she had grasped the last straw of hope. Sun Hao, it's me, Li Shui. Quickly, let's on. You're Li Shui? How could that be? Sun Hao was utterly astonished, bewildered as to how the other party had fallen into such a predicament, considering they had always stayed with the Wang brothers. Noticing the confusion among the crowd, Wang Tianlin sighed and briefly recounted the events from the day they entered the base. They were unwilling to surrender their supplies, so we parted ways. Yang Hai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. My suggestion is to relinquish the desire to help and respect others' fates. No one should delay his meeting with Chen Bo. Yang Hai understood that Wang Tianlin was a clever individual. Li Shui observed the neat and clean Chen Qiqi. A flicker of jealousy crossing her eyes, she deeply regretted not following Wang Tianlin into the base. In the initial days, Li Shui had stayed in a corner of the base's walls with 4 or 5 classmates, managing to shield themselves from the wind and rain with a few wooden planks. They had even mocked the Wang brothers for wasting food by entering the base, believing it was safe outside. However, their laughter was short-lived. One day, they awoke to find all their hidden food had vanished, leaving them with no choice but to queue for meager rations. The so-called rations were little more than a spoonful of broth so thin that the bottom of the bowl was visible, with remnants of various insects floating within. Yet, they had no alternative. To refuse to eat was to await starvation. Li Shui's eyes quickly fell upon the familiar medium-sized bus amidst the flow of vehicles, and she hurriedly called over the surviving Jiang Yang and another classmate. If Wang Tianlin could bring them from school to this place, he could surely get them into the base. She seemed to have forgotten who had previously insisted on staying out of the base. Uncle Sun, just drive on without paying them any mind. If they block the way, just run them over. This was directed both at Sun Jie and Li Shui's group. Li Shui could hardly believe her ears, her indignation boiling over. Wang Tianlin, we are classmates. How dare you treat us this way? Wang Tianlin's brows knitted tightly, his expression icy. Bringing you from school to this place, I have shown you more than enough mercy. The predicament you find yourselves in now is a consequence of your own choices. Had it not been for the bond of our shared education, you would have met your demise the moment you attempted to block the vehicle. Li Shui could hardly fathom that the usually affable Wang Tianlin would speak to her in such a manner. Biting her lip, she seemed to summon an immense resolve. If you take me inside, you can do whatever you wish with me. During her days spent outside the city, Li Shui had witnessed a plethora of sordid affairs, where women were treated as mere commodities. If she remained in this place, it was only a matter of time before she too would become one of them. Jiang Yang and another boy gazed at Li Shui in disbelief. Li Shui, how can you be so selfish? If it weren't for us protecting you, you'd have been dragged away by those vagrants long ago. Ignoring Jiang Yang's reproach, Li Shui turned her hopeful gaze towards Wang Tianlin, who stood atop the vehicle. She was aware that he had harbored feelings for her, having secretly gifted her numerous small tokens of affection, all of which she accepted, though she could never reciprocate those feelings. Back then, Wang Tianlin was merely a poor boy. How could she have considered him? However, the situation was different now. Wang Tianlin's brother was an ability user, and aligning herself with him would guarantee her sustenance and safety. Li Shui was confident that he would acquiesce to her request. I'm not a trash bag. I do not accept refuse. With this cold retort, Wang Tianlin swiftly rolled up the window, dismissing them entirely. Unwilling to relent, the trio prepared to persist in their entreaties when suddenly, two fireballs descended from the sky. Jiang Yang and the other boy, being mere mortals, had no time to react before being engulfed by the searing flames, leaving behind charred remains. Li Shui let out a scream before collapsing to the ground, her eyes wide with terror as she looked towards the back of the bus. Little beauty, follow our brother Lu, and we guarantee you'll be well-fed and warmly clothed. What do you say? Liang Haisheng, sporting a bald head, approached with a grin, his years of experience telling him that this woman was indeed a prized catch. Young and inexperienced, she would quickly bore brother Lu, and when that time came, she would not belong to him. Just the thought of it made Liang Haisheng impatient with anticipation. Upon hearing his words, Li Shui's panic vanished, replaced by a glimmer of hope. Really? Brother Lu is a second-tier fire ability user. Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Lang leisurely stepped out from behind the bus. It was indeed unfortunate. They had followed the government forces out of the factory only to have their vehicle break down midway, forcing them to continue on foot. After walking for so long, the prospect of waiting in line was utterly disheartening. Fortunately, they were treated to a splendid show to alleviate their boredom. Li Shui approached Lu Daqiang, who was old enough to be her father, suppressing her revulsion. Brother Lu, from now on, I am yours. Seeing such an agreeable beauty, Lu Daqiang's vanity swelled with satisfaction. Well, once we get into the base, make sure to take a nice bath. Li Shui smiled sweetly, pressing herself against him, her eyes momentarily flashing with a barely perceptible malice. Brother Lu, what do you think of this bus? I originally had a share, but those people took it from me, believing their abilities gave them the right. She feigned a look of pity. Oh, is that so? Lu Daqiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed that fortune favored him indeed. Zhao Lang, Liang Haisheng, stop that bus. The two exchanged glances before decisively springing into action. With a crack, Liang Haisheng effortlessly pried open the bus door and swaggered inside. Oh, isn't this Yang Hai? What a coincidence. Liang Haisheng scanned the area and instantly recognized Yang Hai. Those on the bus who had intended to act froze, awaiting Yang Hai's response. Unaware that he had narrowly escaped death multiple times, Liang Haisheng assumed his display had instilled fear in the onlookers, which only served to inflate his already swollen ego. Yang Hai found the situation amusing. He had not sought these individuals out, yet they had come to him willingly. Chapter 41. Which brand of trash bag are you? Yang Hai remarked nonchalantly, his expression betraying a hint of mockery. Liang Haisheng was particularly sensitive about Lu Daqiang's rise to power. Having suffered under him, he often vented his frustrations on others while they scavenged for supplies. This provoked Liang Haisheng's ire, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. You little brat, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't bear the surname Liang. After awakening his ability, Liang Haisheng's temper had grown increasingly volatile, and his gaze towards Yang Hai was rife with unmasked murderous intent. It was one thing for Lu Daqiang to ride on his coattails. Now, even this insignificant shrimp dared to challenge him. If he did not punish Yang Hai, how could he maintain his standing among his subordinates? With heavy footsteps, Liang Haisheng advanced, each step resonating with authority, before swinging his palm towards Yang Hai's face. However, before Liang Haisheng's hand could make contact, Yang Hai's palm had already met his face, sending him flying. With a crash, the bus window shattered. Liang Haisheng was hurled from the bus, bloodied and battered, his arrogance utterly obliterated. The force of the slap left him reeling. The world around him reduced to a dull buzz. Yang Hai leaped through the broken window, while Zhao Lang, who had yet to board, stood in shock. Was this the Yang Hai he remembered? Silence enveloped the bus, and Wang Tianlin's eyes shimmered with admiration. A third-tier ability user, so formidable. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from behind. Lu Daqiang regarded Yang Hai with a haughty expression. Very well, you shall replace Liang Haisheng and accompany me from now on. As long as you perform well, you shall have all the food and women you desire. Yang Hai? How had he appeared so amiable, drawing so many people to come and be struck? Which brand of trash bag are you to come before me and act so brazenly? Yang Hai had no intention of indulging him. This was the confidence that came from power. Seeing Yang Hai's blatant disregard for him, Lu Daqiang's expression turned icy. It seems I have been too lenient with you. Today, I shall teach you what it means to know your place. Lu Daqiang callously shoved Li Shui away and hurled a fireball at Yang Hai. Watching Yang Hai remain still, Lu Daqiang smirked, knowing that ordinary ability users were at a disadvantage against elemental users. I believe it is you who needs to learn your place. Yang Hai flashed a grin at Lu Daqiang, the palm-sized fireball hovering steadily before him. Lu Daqiang's smile faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief. You're not a strength user. What kind of ability do you possess? I am your father. Yang Hai replied flatly, casting a glance at the fireball still floating beside him. Lu Daqiang's expression shifted to one of deep apprehension. Yang Hai, let's speak amicably. I may have docked your attendance a few times at work, but now that you've dealt with Liang Haixing, why not return to your bus? We can coexist peacefully. Lu Daqiang was no fool. He recognized that Yang Hai's ability clearly countered his own. A wise man knows when to bend. In the twilight of the world, a factory owner who once enjoyed an annual income of 10 million now finds himself dutifully polishing shoes. What does it matter if he concedes to Yang Hai? If necessary, I can offer you half of the remaining supplies and women. How does that sound? Faced with the conditions set forth by Lu Daqiang, Yang Hai did not flinch, demonstrating his answer through decisive action. Were it not for his rebirth and the awakening of his ability to manipulate powers, he would have been just another worker among the throng. As Lu Daqiang beheld the sudden appearance of a dagger in Yang Hai's hand, he realized that today's affair could not conclude amicably. Gritting his teeth, Lu Daqiang conjured two fireballs, aimed squarely at Yang Hai. In a deft motion, Yang Hai snapped his fingers, causing the three fireballs that had been hurtling towards him to abruptly halt and reverse course. Not only that, but as they changed direction, the three fireballs merged into one. Sensing the impending danger, Lu Daqiang attempted to escape, but it was already too late. Empowered by the third-tier manipulation ability, the fireballs surged forth with astonishing speed, far surpassing what a second-tier ability wielder could withstand. In a mere half-step, Lu Daqiang was engulfed by the infernal orb. Witnessing the imminent demise of her newfound ally, Li Shui descended into a frenzy, trembling and collapsing to the ground, consumed by regret for having provoked Yang Hai. Zhao Lang stood in shock, his mind blank, and upon catching Yang Hai's gaze, he hastily raised his hand in self-defense. Brother Yang Hai, I never intended to harm you. Feel free to take whatever you want from the supplies and the people behind me. At that moment, a dozen dazed men and women stood behind the bus, each burdened with heavy packs. Fortunately, Yang Hai merely cast a fleeting glance at him before turning and reboarding the bus. This knife is hardly worth wielding, TSK. Such a waste of power, Yang Hai muttered to himself. Zhao Lang, clutching his pounding heart, exhaled deeply only after the bus had departed. Goodness, the world has truly changed. Who would have thought such an earnest lad would now kill without a second thought? Had Liang Haixing not been so eager to show off, it could have been him flying through the air instead. His thoughts then drifted to the incapacitated Lu Daqiang and Liang Haixing still sprawled on the ground. What if he seized this opportunity to eliminate them both? As this notion took root in Zhao Lang's mind, he recognized he was no paragon of virtue, yet he could not condone the actions of Lu Daqiang and Liang Haixing. Observing their state, it seemed inevitable they would soon meet their end, even without his intervention. Just as he hesitated, the anguished screams of the two reached his ears. By heaven, he watched in disbelief as the 10 or so men and women, previously guarded by 4 or 5 of Lu Daqiang's subordinates, wielded wooden sticks and stones, even resorting to biting Lu Daqiang and Liang Haixing. Each had harbored grievances for too long, their bodies and spirits ravaged, and now that they had the chance to retaliate against the instigators of their suffering, they would not let it slip away. Listening to their heart-wrenching cries, Zhao Lang felt a chill descend upon him. Brother Lang, what should we do now? The few remaining subordinates quivered in fear, unable to restrain the frenzied mob. Fools! Grab the supplies and run. Zhao Lang smacked one of his underlings on the head. These imbeciles knew nothing beyond relying on their power to intimidate. The disheveled subordinates hastily gathered the abandoned bags and followed Zhao Lang, fleeing without a backward glance. After the oppressed workers had vented their rage, they sat amidst the chaos, laughing and crying, resembling madmen. A throng of refugees, drawn by the commotion, soon gathered, leaving behind nothing but 2 gruesome pools of blood. Chapter 42. The Transaction. Upon entering the base, the group split into 2 factions. Yang Hai, accompanied by a large iron block, proceeded towards the villa district, while the others headed to the mission hall to submit their tasks. As a senior researcher in the laboratory, Chun Bo was always escorted by personnel during his comings and goings, making it exceedingly difficult for Yang Hai to arrange a meeting with him. Dr. Chun, I shall wait for you outside. If you have not emerged in 15 minutes, I will come in to find you. The imposing bodyguard in a black suit exuded an air of authority, appearing respectful yet unyielding. Chin Bo, clearly accustomed to this demeanor, acknowledged the bodyguard before entering his villa. In the foyer, Yang Hai regarded him with a peculiar expression. 15 minutes. What if you find yourself constipated? Chin Bo maintained his usual indifference. Where are the items? Young Hai, sensing no need for further pleasantries, waved his hand, and the box in the living room flew over with precision. Don't say I didn't warn you. This thing is still alive, and my abilities should hold out for another half an hour. Your abilities are impressive, Chunbo remarked, a hint of interest flickering across his usually stoic face. Yang Hai instantly felt a surge of wariness, asking, "What are you planning?" "Just a bit curious," Chunbo replied. "Brother, you might want to temper that fervor in your eyes to lend credibility to your words." Yang Hai rolled his eyes and extended his hand without hesitation. The ability core. Chunbo produced a delicate black pouch from his pocket and placed it in Yang Hai's palm. Upon opening the pouch, 2 orange crystals lay within. The coveted third-tier ability cores. "Shall we verify the goods?" "No need. I can sense it." Chunbo effortlessly lifted the box weighing over 200 kilograms. "Are you truly not considering letting me study your abilities?" Chunbo asked earnestly. "I could provide you with numerous ability cores. Thank for the offer, but I think I'll pass," Yang Hai replied dismissively. "What a pity." Chunbo lamented. The bodyguard outside, witnessing Chunbo carry a large box, was unfazed. Tools for scientific research were plentiful. Once Chunbo and the bodyguard departed, Yang Hai swaggered out the front door, clutching the 2 third-tier ability cores. Every watt of electricity in the base was precious. There was no surplus for surveillance in the residential area, so Yang Hai felt no concern about being discovered. At the Haisher base, in the underground sealed laboratory, a cheerful electronic voice chime beep. Iris identity verification successful. "Dr. Chun, welcome to the high-security isolation chamber." Following the cheerful tone, rows of lights illuminated, and the transparent glass corridors glowed brightly. Suddenly, a humanoid creature covered in black scales appeared behind the glass wall. Yet its corrosive bodily fluids and saliva posed no threat to the glass. As Chunbo advanced, more mutated creatures became visible: black-furred rodent beasts, mutated cockroaches, and various species of fish, all contained within T-shaped glass compartments. Chunbo strolled through the silver corridor with an air of indifference, clearly unfazed by the spectacle. An orb of golden light, composed of countless symbols, materialized beside Chunbo. "Dr. Chun, judging by your facial expressions and body language, it appears you are in high spirits today. According to calculations, there's a 912 probability that you have acquired a new advanced mutated organism, a 65 probability that your research has made a breakthrough, and a 23 probability that you have surpassed the 3rd tier in your abilities. Xuanji, your logical calculation module needs repairs." The orb flickered with light. "The logical calculation module is preparing for an update. Please provide the correct answer." "What is the current probability of a 3rd-tier ability wielder appearing?" Chunbo inquired, shaking the box in his grasp, causing the 3rd-tier vine roots inside to cease their restless movements. Based on the data from the existing 56,789 ability wielders in Haisher, the probability of a 3rd-tier ability wielder appearing at this moment is 0. "And what if I told you I have encountered one?" After a 5-second pause, the golden orb emitted an electronic voice once more. "At the onset of the adaptation period for supernatural abilities, the probability of awakening such powers and advancing to the 3rd tier stands at a mere 0.09, as stipulated by the protocol. The only optimal choice is to report to the base." Beneath the lens, Chunbo's obsidian pupils flickered with an enigmatic light as he slowly articulated, "I refuse." The refusal proved futile. In 5 seconds, the previous conversation would be uploaded to the main database. 5-4. Before the countdown could conclude, Chun raised his hand to adjust his glasses. Black Whale, Camellia, and Glory. The moment Chun spoke, the golden orb ceased its rotation, as his words hung in the air. A golden character deep within the core of the orb flickered with crimson light. "Mystery. Delete the conversation record from the past 5 minutes." With the highest level of authorization granted, the deletion commenced, successfully executed. The red light dimmed, and a cheerful electronic voice chimed in once more. "Dr. Chun, judging by your facial expressions and body language, it appears you are in high spirits today. According to calculations, there is a 91.2 probability that you have encountered a new advanced mutated organism, and a 65 chance that your research has yielded a breakthrough. The probability of your supernatural ability advancing to the 3rd tier is 23. I have acquired a new 3rd tier mutated plant. Prepare a top-tier isolation chamber. The level 3 isolation chamber is ready." As the silver corridor reached its end, a door suddenly appeared, revealing several figures clad in white lab coats. "Dr. Chun, do you have new discoveries today?" "Dr. Chun, the extraction experiment for the alien core energy continues to fail. The alien energy, once detached from its original structure, proves exceedingly unstable, and current technological means cannot store it. Dr. Chun, After analysis by the supercomputer, the mutated rice can still serve as food. Animal experiments can be prepared. Faced with numerous challenges, Chunbo systematically organized the next steps for each experiment. As the youngest laboratory director in the history of Huagua, Chunbo exhibited not only exceptional research capabilities, but also remarkable leadership skills. Take this to the level 3 isolation chamber. Chunbo placed a large box in his hands onto the trolley. Yes, the youthful student readily complied, though curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "Teacher, what is contained within?" Third tier, mutated ivy, alive. Alive? Zhang Cheng's legs nearly buckled, nearly causing him to kneel. His mentor's demeanor remained perpetually upbeat, bringing in a live, third-tier, mutated organism without a care. It was noteworthy that when the base initially brought in that third-tier mutant, it took a full 8 hours. And that was merely the time spent in the lab, not to mention the manpower and resources expended during transport. If we delay any longer, this ivy will emerge. Jimbo kindly reminded. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng dared not utter another word and promptly activated the trolley, making his way toward the level 3 isolation chamber. Chapter 43. The yellow and black cloud with the advance of the government forces, the coastal city has been cleared on its inland side, and a multitude of survivors began to scour the city's outskirts for leftover supplies. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the forehead of a second-tier mutant adorned with 2 white stripes, emerging more than 10 centimeters out the back of its head, bloodless. With that, the last mutant in the parking lot collapsed. A sturdy-looking young man expertly approached the corpse, commencing the retrieval of arrows and alien cores. Sister Li Hua, your aim has improved remarkably. Sprinting back to Li Hua's side, Sun Hao presented the recovered quiver. Li Hua counted the unscathed arrowheads, her spirits lifted, and she chuckled. It's primarily due to the bow and arrows. The original composite bow had been replaced. Now, she wielded bow and arrows enhanced through Yang Hai's supernatural manipulation, crafted from exceptional materials. Particularly, the sharp arrows guaranteed a swift kill to the vital points of second-tier creatures, showing no signs of wear. Given the current situation, it's merely a matter of time before we return to the city. Clutching a reinforced fire axe, Chen Qiqi, covered in blood, radiated a hopeful gleam in her eyes, already envisioning the blissful life upon returning to the city. Indeed, may that day arrive sooner rather than later. Sun Jie reminisced about the tranquil life of yesteryear. Yang Hai toyed with the unfamiliar knife in his hands, silent. Their aspirations were beautiful, yet forever unattainable. The apocalypse has a way of toying with the human heart. Each time humanity nears the dawn of hope, a more devastating blow follows. Check which vehicles are still operational. We will take them back to sell to the base. After regaining his supernatural powers, Yang Hai stretched lazily, preparing for the next task. The official base in the coastal city had opened various exchange rates for alien cores. 1 second-tier alien core for 21st-tier cores, 1 third-tier core for 32nd-tier cores, and so forth. Yang Hai had been a third-tier mutant for nearly half a month, having acquired only 2 third-tier cores through trade with Chinbo, while he himself had managed to obtain just 1. At this juncture, third-tier mutated organisms were still exceedingly rare. To avoid stalling his progress, Yang Hai ventured out on tasks with his team nearly every day. Even so, his stock of alien cores was dwindling. With insufficient cores, Yang Hai began to contemplate the resources of other team members. Of course, do not misconstrue this. It was not a straightforward heist, but rather leveraging his manipulation abilities to earn cores. The bow and arrows now wielded by Li Hua and the fire axe of Chen Qiqi were his creations. Unlike Yang Hai, who had limited daily core absorption, they were all quite affluent. With so many cores lying about, they were keen to enhance their weapons. In the afternoon, the temperature in the parking lot soared to a comfortable 50 to 60 degrees, prompting Yang Hai's team to pause their work and rest beneath a nearby pavilion. Yang Hai, quickly, bring me some ice cubes, Chen Qiqi urged, glancing at the dwindling ice in her hands. I want enough to lie on. It would be splendid. Without raising his gaze, Yang Hai extended a finger, 1 second-tier alien core. I know, just give it to me. Chen Qiqi rolled her eyes, exasperated. She had never encountered someone as stingy as Yang Hai. Once she received the alien core, Yang Hai promptly retrieved 2 large buckets. Fill them with water. Observing Yang Hai's brazen demeanor, Chen Qiqi felt even more speechless. She had to provide the water herself, while Yang Hai only had to convert it into ice. However, since he had provided her with the core, and the weather was so sweltering, she felt she had little choice. Gurgling, clear water flowed steadily from Chen Qiqi's hands, quickly filling the 2 large buckets before them. Under the eager gazes of the onlookers, the pure water began to levitate, swirling above before coalescing into a rectangular shape approximately 1.6 meters in length. Soon after, frost began to crystallize from the center of the water mass, releasing a refreshing chill into the air. Clunk! The large ice block landed firmly on the ground. Chun Chi-Chi exclaimed in delight, disregarding her image as she lay atop it, feeling the heat dissipate. This alien core was worth it. She quickly sat up again and patted the spacious ice surface. Sister Li Hua, Uncle Sun, come over and sit with me. Except for Yang Hai. Yang Hai reclined leisurely on the now vacant bench, nonchalantly stating, feel free, I'm not hot. How infuriating. She had forgotten that this guy was already a third-tier supernatural being, with physical capabilities far superior to theirs. Thankfully, the coolness of the ice mitigated Chun Chi-Chi's grievances. Yang Hai had barely reclined when the pocket lining began to stir. What is it, Bado? As Yang Hai unzipped the bag, a pristine white hamster, devoid of any stray hairs, eagerly darted out, a situation unprecedented until now. Bado, somewhat anxious, nudged Yang Hai and stood upright, gesticulating fervently. In that moment, Yang Hai fervently wished for the presence of a beast language adept. Such individuals, gifted in the arcane arts, possess the ability to comprehend the languages of various mutated creatures and, upon reaching the fourth tier, can communicate directly with them. Is it trying to indicate that we should leave this place? Sun Hao scratched his head, having raised numerous small animals throughout his life. He had never before encountered a hamster displaying such human-like expressions. Following Ba Do's pointed direction, Yang Hai gazed towards the outskirts of the city. Let us return to the base, he declared. Ba Do, typically obedient, was evidently sensing something urgent that prompted its haste. Huh? I haven't finished enjoying my ice block yet. There are still many vehicles to inspect. Though Yang Hai suddenly decided to leave, the others, albeit puzzled, merely voiced their confusion while their bodies obediently followed. I'll bring the ice block back for you to savor at leisure. With a wave of his hand, the large ice block on the ground was stored away in his spatial pocket. Within 5 seconds, the off-road vehicle roared to life and sped towards the city's outskirts. What on earth is that behind us? Chun Chi-Chi, seated beside Li Hua in the back seat, suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Save for Sun Jia, who was driving. The others turned around, curious about what had prompted Chun Chi-Chi's exclamation. Is that a dust storm? A layer of yellow-black ominous clouds had enveloped the area above the previously cleared Mingzhu building. We are at the seaside. Where did dust storm come from? If anything, it would be a typhoon or a tornado. Chun Chi-Chi stared intently at the peculiar yellow-black cloud, having never witnessed such a color in a tornado. Yang Hai furrowed his brow. Wake up. It hasn't rained for over a month. How could it possibly be typhoon weather, right? How could we forget something so straightforward? After Yang Hai's reminder, Sun Hao and Chun Chi-Chi grasped the situation. However, if it was neither a dust storm nor a tornado, then what could that ominous cloud possibly be? Chapter 44, The Terrifying Swarm. Soon, the occupants of the vehicle realized that it was not only the vicinity of the Mingzhu building that was shrouded in yellow-black clouds. Gradually, this phenomenon extended over the entire urban area. Yang Hai rolled down the window, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Before long, he discerned a faint buzzing intermingled with the roar of the engine. Without further contemplation, Chun Chi-Chi in the back seat suddenly shrieked, There's a cockroach in here. With that, she crushed it underfoot. As the others stared at her in silence, Chun Chi-Chi cleared her throat awkwardly and stammered, Ahem, sorry for the spectacle. It was just a reflex. Haha, these pests have been getting increasingly bold lately. Upon hearing Chun Chi-Chi's pale explanation, Yang Hai fell into contemplation. He recalled the saying, if one encounters a cockroach in the bedroom, it signifies that there are at least hundreds in the kitchen. Could it be? A spark of realization ignited in Yang Hai's mind as he retrieved a 100-fold telescope from his spatial pocket. With the aid of the telescope, he finally discerned the nature of those clouds. What do you see? Li Hua inquired, noting Yang Hai's troubled expression, an ominous premonition washing over him. You can see for yourselves. Yang Hai handed the telescope to his companions and turned to the driver. Sun Jia, brother Sun, the faster we go, the better. A swarm of insects is pursuing us. Brace yourselves. Though Sun Jia had little concept of the swarm, he heedfully pressed the accelerator, racing down the recently cleared roadway. No way, that many cockroaches. Sun Hao rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming that he was not hallucinating. Those clouds were indeed composed entirely of mutated cockroaches flapping their wings. Let me have a look. Chun Chi-Chi gestured for Sun Hao to pass her the telescope. After a series of exclamations, she patted her chest, still shaken. I feel like I now have enough material for nightmares for days. Yang Hai, thank goodness for your hamster S warning. Otherwise, we would have been trapped here. Through the telescope, Chun Chi-Chi observed with clarity. Some individuals still within the urban area had evidently sensed the anomaly and attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by the swarm. Those who ran slowly were quickly overwhelmed, their bodies swarmed by countless cockroaches in mere seconds. Those fortunate enough to reach their vehicles found their visibility obstructed by the flying cockroaches. No amount of windshield wiper action proved effective. They either collided with obstacles due to erratic driving or waited helplessly for the second-tier, mutated cockroaches to effortlessly slice through their car bodies, resulting in a grim fate. Just as Yang Hai and the others exited the urban area, a deafening explosion resounded from the city center. The terrifying shockwave nearly lifted the entire vehicle off the ground, shattering the rear window into countless shards that scattered throughout the interior. Suddenly, the time and space within the vehicle seemed to freeze, with glass fragments suspended mid-air. Sun Hao quickly seized the opportunity to push away the sharp shards before they could injure his eyes. After discarding the debris, Yang Hai glanced back. Without the glass obstructing his view, everything in the distance became strikingly clear. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of the government military. The city center had been reduced to ruins. With a heavily armored vehicle emerging from the smoke, its cannons still emitting wisps of white smoke, evidently the source of the recent explosion. At that moment, a voice crackled through the vehicle's radio. This is Colonel Huang Chong, commander of the 2nd Corps of Haisher. All survivors, please evacuate the urban area immediately. I repeat, please evacuate the urban area. Commander, the 4th-tier mutated beast is still alive. We can't hold on. After a flurry of hurried footsteps, the transmission abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, the cannon of the armored vehicle rotated once more. However, before the missile could be launched, a massive head burst forth from the ground, effortlessly overturning the towering armored vehicle. The 4th-tier mutated beast soon revealed its full form, causing Yang Hai's pupils to constrict in disbelief. It was none other than the 4th-tier mutated cockroach. Without a doubt, it was the monarch among all mutated cockroaches in Haisher. After enduring a missile strike, its carapace bore only a shallow dent. Having spent his previous life engaged in menial tasks at the base, Yang Hai had not anticipated encountering a 4th-tier mutated beast at this juncture. It seemed these creatures were far more perilous than he had ever imagined. Comparable in size to the armored vehicle, the 4th-tier mutated cockroach, upon flipping the vehicle, directly climbed onto its underside, effortlessly dismantling the tracks with its pillar-like legs. With a hissing cry, the 4th-tier mutated cockroach's forelegs stomped down heavily, utterly demolishing the armored vehicle, crushing nearly half of its body into a flattened disc. Just as the 4th-tier mutated cockroach prepared to crush the other side, the armored vehicle emitted a sharp alarm. Yang Hai recognized this sound as a self-destruct warning, one he had heard countless times in his previous life. Boom! The armored vehicle disintegrated instantaneously, and the 4th-tier mutated cockroach was propelled into the air. Bang! The 4th-tier mutated cockroach crashed heavily to the ground, its head shattered into fragments. Before the crowd could erupt in cheers, the mutated cockroach, with half of its head intact, rose once more. Despair. What a profound despair it was. The remaining 2 armored vehicles hesitated no longer and sped towards the outskirts of the city. 3 Reaper missiles had failed to eliminate this 4th-tier mutated cockroach. They had no desire to court death any further. However, the enraged 4th-tier mutated cockroach would not let them off easily, screeching as it summoned the swarm to encircle them completely. On the suburban highway, the off-road vehicle continued its steady drive, yet silence enveloped its interior. The earlier scene had profoundly shocked them. Sun Hao lowered his head, his voice heavy. Can we truly return? Uncertain. Chen Qiqi, who had initially believed they could eradicate all mutated creatures, now hesitated. In a place like Haisher Base, devoid of 4th-tier ability users, the cockroach, once considered insignificant in this apocalyptic world, had reached the 4th tier. She could hardly fathom the strength of other already formidable creatures. Yang Hai sighed and spoke slowly. I do not know if we can return, but what I do know is that we are still alive, and somewhere in this world, there are those I wish to see. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, China, once home to 3 billion people, now harbored fewer than 60 million. The brutality of this reality was unimaginable. It had rendered Yang Hai's encounters with death and slaughter as commonplace as the mundane. Indeed, in this world, merely surviving is a stroke of fortune. It matters little where one finds themselves. Sun Jie chimed in cheerfully, his age and experience lending him a wisdom that sought to comfort the younger ones. In the distance, the setting sun bled crimson, radiating a brilliant glow. Chapter 45, Lin Family Village. In the outskirts of Haisher, Lin Family Village. A red and blue motorcycle came to a steady halt at the village entrance. Yang Hai furrowed his brow at the barricade blocking the road ahead and retracted the motorcycle into his spatial storage. Over a month of continuous combat had left the team members, still unaccustomed to the rhythm of the apocalypse, somewhat fatigued. With a wave of his hand, Yang Hai granted them a 2-day respite, encouraging them to relax. Unable to remain idle, Yang Hai ventured to the task hall to accept a minor mission to search for supplies, and Lin family village was his destination. The mission description had clearly stated that this was a deserted village, yet the current situation evidently contradicted that. The barricade was solidly erected, suggesting that it was not devoid of inhabitants. Before Yang Hai could approach, 2 muscle-bound men, resembling carbon copies of each other, leapt forth. Their bronze skin and the axes and hoes in their hands indicated that they were likely farmers from the village. "Hey kid, why are you the only one here?" The man with a buzz cut waved his axe, his tone laced with displeasure. "Are you aware that someone was coming?" Yang Hai narrowed his eyes, a hint of menace emerging in his demeanor. "What's it to you? Enough with the chit-chat. Just come and work for us." The other bare-chested man cursed as he approached Yang Hai. "That bastard Hua Yong really thinks we're fools, taking our mutated rice while sending fewer and fewer people our way. All right, hurry up and bring him in. Maybe others will show up soon." At this, the expression of the bare-chested man softened somewhat. Yang Hai quickly understood the situation. He had been sold out. With numerous tasks of varying sizes at the base, it was evident that today, by accepting a solo mission, he had been marked as an easy target. What do you need so many people for? Before any confrontation, Yang Hai was curious about their motives. At this juncture, no faction would desire a larger number of people unless they were ability users. "Little brat, don't ask what you shouldn't." The bare-chested man growled threateningly. "It's your luck to be here. If you work well, there will be plenty to eat, far better than the meager slop at Haisher Base." Though such words might suffice to deceive others, Yang Hai was not one to be swayed. "Apologies, but I do not lack for a meal." Following his principle of diplomacy before violence, Yang Hai stood firm. "That is not up to you now. In this world, the one with the bigger fist has the final say. Since you understand this principle, it should be straightforward then." Yang Hai drew his 51-style pistol, aiming it at the 2 men. "Brother, what do we do? We've run into a tough opponent." Lin Air turned to his elder brother, though both were second-tier ability users. They were not bulletproof. "What are you afraid of, coward? There are 2 of us, and he is just 1. It's merely a small pistol, at worst. We'll suffer some superficial wounds." Lin E had calculated well. A single handgun could not possibly simultaneously shoot at both. He believed he could close the distance and overpower Yang Hai as soon as he fired. The 2 brothers flanked Yang Hai from either side. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Hai swiftly selected his target, pulling the trigger while simultaneously activating his manipulation ability. The bullets, originally powerful, became even more precise with his enhancement, achieving an accuracy that allowed them to strike exactly where aimed. "Brother." Lin Air panicked upon seeing Yang Hai fire 3 shots at Lin, urgency flooding his voice. "Stop. If you let my brother go, I will give you anything." All 3 bullets struck the same spot on Lin Yi's leg. Despite the second-tier ability user's robust physique, he could not withstand such damage. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound and groaning in agony. Yang Hai paused his actions, yet he did not lower his weapon. If I had spoken reasonably from the start, this could have been resolved sooner. Lin E sprawled on the ground, nearly choked on his fury. But realizing they were at a disadvantage both in strength and reason, he complied with Yang Hai's demands. "What do you want to know?" Lin Yi, disregarding his bleeding wound, recognized that since Yang Hai had not silenced them, he must have inquiries. "I wish to know what lies within Lin family village." Lin E and Lin Air exchanged glances, hesitating over whether to speak. "If you choose not to divulge, I can simply kill you and enter to seek answers. There will surely be someone willing to speak." "Wait, we will tell you." Seeing Yang Hai truly prepare to pull the trigger, Lin E panicked. The 2 began to relay everything they knew about the changes that had transpired since the apocalypse. As Yang Hai had suspected, both were farmers from the village. Due to the elevated terrain, the initial floods of the apocalypse had not severely affected their crops. After the torrential rains subsided, they discovered that the rice they had harvested in September had sprouted anew, growing to heights surpassing that of the 2 men within a month, blooming and producing grains once again. Initially, we had no idea if that rice was edible. It was only after my brother observed the large birds eating it without consequence that we dared to consume it. Lin Air's face reflected relief. Had his brother not discovered that the mutated rice was safe to eat, the villagers would have likely starved long ago. "What does this have to do with your collusion with the base?" Yang Hai found this puzzling. If there was mutated rice as food, the more people who knew about it, the greater the danger. Why would they still seek to lure others here? A look of resignation crossed Lin Yi's face. We do not wish for outsiders to come. However, the mutated rice is simply too powerful. It has killed over a dozen people in the village, and we are severely short-handed for harvesting. Continuing to wait, the unmatured rice will eventually be consumed by other creatures. We merely seek out ordinary individuals to assist us and have not wronged them in any way. If you are skeptical, you may inquire with Zhang Huayong from the Haisher base, Lin Air elaborated. The mere thought of Zhang Huayong ignited Lin Air's ire. They had agreed not to allow any ability users to come, yet this unreliable fellow had, in the blink of an eye, sent one over. If Zhang Huayong were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly exclaim his innocence. When Yang Hai entered the base, he had not disclosed his status as an ability user. Thus his personal information was recorded as that of an ordinary person. What makes the mutated rice so extraordinary? The abilities of the two of us awakened only after consuming the grains from that mutated rice plant. Having reached this point, Lin Yi decided to reveal no further secrets. This is quite astonishing. Yang Hai was instantly intrigued. The unique mutated rice could not possibly exceed the 3rd tier. If it were of the 4th tier, the Lin family village would surely not have any survivors. Thus, he was inclined to investigate further. That might be problematic. Lin Yi's expression turned troubled. What? You do not wish to take me along? Yang Hai's demeanor grew cold. Of course not. Lin Air hastily denied. Just yesterday, that mutated rice was taken away by a mutated individual. We truly cannot take you to see it. One ought to weave tales that are at least somewhat plausible. Yang Hai found himself a loss for words. What was even happening? My brother speaks the truth. We witnessed the struggle between the mutated individual and the rice. The roots, as thick as a person's arm, continuously pierced the mutated individual. Yet, for reasons unknown, the wounds on that individual swiftly healed, and the mutated rice was nearly stripped bare. As Lin Yi recounted, he began to feel a twinge of guilt, but the facts remained unchanged. Just when he believed he and his brother were destined to perish at the hands of the gunmen, he witnessed the young man before them, brimming with excitement, urging them to lead the way to the battleground of the mutated rice and the mutated individual. His sudden belief in their words left the Lin brothers utterly bewildered. Chapter 46, Pursuing the Undying. Lin Yi's leg wound had been hastily bandaged. He was currently perched on Lin Air's back, guiding Yang Hai. To avoid the villagers, they had deliberately taken a less traveled path, quickly arriving at the fields. The mutated rice towered over 2 meters high, its heavy grains bending the stalks downwards, and Yang Hai could easily reach up to touch the fist-sized rice grains at the top. This variety of mutated rice was rather intriguing. In his previous life, while watering plants at the Yinjing base, he had encountered that region's mutated rice, which was not only difficult to cultivate but also yielded scarce, flat grains. It was incomparable to what lay before him now. Regrettably, if the Haisher base had not fallen so early, this variety alone could have distinguished itself among the many survivor bases. Yang Hai lamented silently. At that moment, the black bean in his pocket also peeked out, its dark rodent eyes gleaming with desire, clearly interested in the rice. Yang Hai, without hesitation, snapped off a segment of the rice ear and offered it to the creature. Satisfied with its prize, the black bean retreated. Elder brother, ahead lies the very spot where that special mutated rice once thrived. Lin Air pointed towards the open ground with a respectful demeanor. Despite Yang Hai being younger, in these times, strength commanded respect. Please, elaborate further on the circumstances surrounding the mutated rice and the individual. As he spoke, Yang Hai approached the pit in the center of the clearing. After the confrontation, it appeared that the mutated individual sustained significant injuries. The multiple holes in its abdomen had not fully healed, and it glanced at me before dragging the mutated rice towards the back mountains. Lin Yi pointed towards the adjacent mountain, a hint of trepidation in his voice. As for the mutated rice, it should be entirely dead. Yang Hai examined the pit, which was over a meter deep, and indeed, several pale, primary roots remained. The edges of the pit were stained with dried black blood, and there were signs of corrosion. Clearly, the Lin brothers had not lied. It seems I have found an opportunity. A gleam of determination flashed in Yang Hai's eyes. What the Lin brothers had witnessed was highly likely the undying creature that had once breached the Haisher base in his previous life. Given the murderous nature of the mutated individual, neglecting the Lin brothers, who were easily dealt with, indicated it had sustained a life-threatening injury. In less than a day, even if the undying creature possessed regenerative abilities, it would not recover so swiftly. I understand now. You may leave. Yang Hai tossed this remark over his shoulder, following the trail of black blood on the ground. The Lin brothers collectively exhaled in relief. Regaining his composure, Lin Air promptly carried Lin E back towards the village. As they reached the village entrance, they were halted by a passing villager. "Oh, is that not Lin E and Lin Air? What brings you here? What happened to that wound on your leg? You weren't attacked by a mutated individual, were you?" "Uncle Tang, what do you mean by that?" Lin Air retorted, his anger flaring. Seeing Lin Air's reaction, their uncle became even more convinced of his suspicions and immediately shouted, "Trouble! Everyone come quickly! Lin E has been injured by a mutated individual." The booming voice quickly spread throughout the already small village, and soon 20 or so individuals surrounded the Lin family yard, leaving no room for escape. "Lin E, do not endanger us all. Hurry and leave before you transform." Yes, those injured by mutated individuals ultimately become monsters. Are you all simpletons? My brother's injury is clearly from a gunshot. If anyone keeps spouting nonsense, I will tear their mouth apart. Lin Air was nearly driven to fury. Had it not been for his brother, these people would have long been devoured by mutated individuals and creatures. "Lin Air, how can you speak to your elders in such a manner?" An elderly man with graying hair glared disapprovingly at Lin Air. The Lin family village had dozens of residents, all of whom were related in some way. This man was the village chief. "You should see how they treat my brother." Lin Air clenched his fists, wishing he could unleash his fury on these people. The village chief, having served in the military during his youth, despite his failing eyesight, recognized the gunshot wound on Lin Yi's leg. "Disperse. All of you disperse. The eldest son of the Lin family has a gunshot wound. Stop spreading baseless rumors." Upon hearing the village chief's declaration, the villagers finally ceased their uproar and gradually departed. "Lin E, do not take offense. They are merely concerned for their safety. Please understand." The village chief sighed in relief, leaning on his cane as he tremulously exited. "Elder brother, it will do no good to stop me next time. I must teach these people a lesson." Lin Air, suppressing his anger, fetched a medical kit to tend to Lin Yi's wound. Lin Yi's eyes reflected disappointment as he spoke softly. "Very well. Once I recover, we shall take grandmother to the Heisher base. Their future is no longer our concern." His heart felt heavy. Since the apocalypse, he and his brother had always protected the village. Yet the first reaction upon learning of his injury was to cast him out. Thankfully, grandmother was not home. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly lecture him. The thought of the little old lady at home left Lin Air feeling helpless. Just as he finished speaking, a lithe figure with a brisk stride entered. "What has happened to my eldest grandson?" "Grandmother, I am fine. I was merely injured by a mutated creature." "Lin Yi patiently explained. By heavens, who is spreading rumors outside that my eldest grandson is turning into a mutated individual? You grandmother will seek retribution." Seeing the elderly lady preparing to step out with a hoe to demand answers, Lin E quickly urged Lin Air to restrain her. "What are you staring at? Don't let the old lady out. And also, refrain from mentioning our plan to her." Lin Yi's wound was nearly bandaged, and Lin Air responded with an acknowledgement before hastening outside. Meanwhile, Yang Hai had been traversing the forest for over an hour, following the trail of dark blood. Were it not for the presence of Bado, he would not dare to navigate so boldly. Within this brief span of time, the pair had encountered numerous mutated creatures. Suddenly, Yang Hai halted, a frown creasing his brow. The blood trail had vanished. Scanning his surroundings, he reconfirmed that this dark mass was indeed the last trace left behind. This was troublesome. If the Undying were to seek out the Shanghai base on their own, their power would have escalated to nearly the 4th tier, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they could potentially ascend to that level. At that point, Yang Hai would likely be relegated to merely observing from a distance. The Undying were currently severely injured, presenting a prime opportunity that he could not afford to miss. He did not wish to remain in a passive position. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Hai turned his gaze to his beloved son, recalling that mice possessed commendable olfactory senses. Just then, Bado, merrily gnawing on rice, suddenly sneezed, feeling a chill creeping up his back. This was bad. It was aimed at the mouse. Chapter 47. The Battle of the Third-Tier Monarchs. In the eerily silent forest, a flash of white light suddenly cut through the stillness, followed closely by a shadow of darkness. Yang Hai wiped the sweat from his brow. Perplexed, Bado had yet to ascend to the 3rd tier, yet its speed was hardly inferior to his own. The diminutive creature seemed to harbor boundless power within. Time passed, and the fluffy white ball finally came to a halt, leaping onto a nearby large stone, its demeanor serious as it gazed ahead. Squeak! Yang Hai quickly crouched down, peering over the stone. Before him, over 100 meters away, a nearly 2-meter-tall mutant was locked in a standoff with a shadowy figure. The 3 white streaks on the mutant's head and the green grass tightly gripped in its hand confirmed it was indeed one of the Undying. But who stood opposite the Undying? Just as Yang Hai pondered, the shadow resembling a wolfhound sprang into action, its gleaming white fangs glinting in the sunlight. Its rodent-like tail sweeping side to side. It was the black-haired Mouse Beast King. Yang Hai marveled. Perhaps this was the very Mouse Beast King that had passed through the suburban station. The crimson eyes of the black-haired Mouse Beast King fixated intently on the special mutated rice in the Undying's grasp, clearly coveting it. The Undying would not relinquish its hard-won treasure without a fight, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Roar! As the black-haired Mouse Beast King advanced, the Undying emitted a low growl that served as a warning. The black-haired Mouse Beast King, having taken a few steps forward, suddenly halted and retreated. Yang Hai felt a wave of disappointment. This Mouse Beast King was far too timid. He had hoped it would engage the Undying and wear it down. Sensing its opponent's trepidation, the Undying began to gnaw at the special mutated rice it held. Its injuries could no longer afford delay. Crunch, crunch. The enticing aroma wafted with each bite, and the black-haired Mouse Beast King scratched at the ground restlessly, still hesitating. Just then, a piercing shriek rang in Yang Hai's ears. Squeak! As the sound echoed, countless lower-tier black-haired mice surged from the rubble, frenziedly charging towards the Undying. The bewildered black-haired Mouse Beast King reluctantly joined the fray. Yang Hai stared incredulously at Ba Do, the instigator of this chaos. My dear son, is there anything you cannot do? Ba Do crossed its paws defiantly. Initially, Yang Hai had worried that the black-haired Mouse Beast King and the Undying might notice his position, but soon realized his concerns were unfounded. The two titans of mutated creatures were far too engrossed in their own battle. The relentless tide of mice nearly engulfed the Undying, yet the Undying was no easy prey. Its black-scaled hands sliced through the lower-tier mice with ruthless efficiency. The corpses of the mice piled up beneath the Undying, and as time passed, the black-haired Mouse Beast King grew anxious. If this continued, it would soon find itself alone. Screech! The black-haired Mouse Beast King, having been flung aside by the Undying once more, emitted a sharp cry as 3 deep, bloody gashes appeared along its back. In contrast, the Undying's wounds were gradually healing. In terms of individual strength, the Mouse Beast King was evidently no match for the Undying. Crouched behind a swarm of mice, the Mouse Beast King's red eyes glinted with ferocity, its posture menacing. Fixating on the Undying still submerged in the tide of mice, it arched its back, the long fur standing erect like steel needles. With Yang Hai watching in astonishment, the upright fur began to detach from the Mouse Beast King's skin, scattering like petals in the wind. Countless steel-like hairs shot towards the Undying's direction. The large stone upon which Yang Hai stood was not spared, being subjected to a barrage of strikes. Fortunately, the stone's thickness prevented it from being penetrated. Countless lower-tier mice were slain, their bodies tumbling to the ground. The once grotesque Mouse Beast King now appeared even more terrifying, completely devoid of fur. Meanwhile, the Undying faced a dire situation as well. Its body riddled with the dense needles, as if it had exchanged pelts with the Mouse Beast King. The formidable, self-healing ability required energy to sustain it. The Undying had yet to recover from its battle with the special mutated rice and had unwittingly intruded upon the territory of the mice. Naturally, the first and second-tier mice could not inflict significant harm, but among the horde, there were also 2 third-tier mice. At this moment, the Undying's wounds oozed black blood uncontrollably, its healing ability seemingly reaching its limit. Squeak! At the call of the Mouse Beast King, the 2 third-tier mice surged forward, intent on not relenting until their foe was slain. With the disruption of the self-healing ability no longer a factor, the Mouse Beast King easily tore away chunks of flesh from the Undying, swallowing them whole. The Undying, beset by the other 2 third-tier mice, raked its claws desperately at the Mouse Beast King, who sought to devour it alive. Thud! Thud! Fresh wounds adorned the Mouse Beast King's body as one of its eyes was gouged out, the black and crimson blood mingling in a gruesome spectacle. Seizing the opportunity while the Undying attacked the Mouse Beast King, the 2 third-tier mice lunged forward, sinking their fangs into its neck, their sharp teeth clamping down fiercely. The Undying let out a pained roar, its dark hand crashing down, instantly crushing the heads of the 2 third-tier mice. A cruel glint flashed in the remaining red eye of the Mouse Beast King as it lunged for the Undying's head. Just then, a silver spear whistled through the air, piercing the abdomen of the Mouse Beast King with precision, pinning it firmly to the ground. The Mouse Beast King let out a wail, struggling briefly before falling still, a pool of blood spreading beneath it. With the Mouse Beast King's leadership gone, the lower-tier mice scattered in terror beneath the imposing presence of the third-tier Undying. Yang Hai stepped out from behind the stone, slowly approaching the Undying, gazing at the creature that would one day possess the power to obliterate the entire Shanghai base. The Undying still sought to resist, but its body refused to obey. Crack! Yang Hai withdrew the spear that had pierced the Rat Beast King, swiftly thrusting it into the eye socket of the undead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Utilizing his psychic abilities, he commanded 3 flying knives to embed themselves into the lifeless bodies of the third-tier rat beasts, retrieving 3 orange crystals. Yet, what excited him the most was the peculiar nestled within the skull of the undead. Absorbing it would grant him the regenerative abilities of the undead. Squeak, squeak. Bado emitted a series of urgent calls, seemingly urging Yang Hai to hasten his actions. With the demise of these 2 formidable rulers, the surrounding mutated creatures stirred restlessly. It was time to leave. Yang Hai cast a lingering glance at the scattered before vanishing into the depths of the forest with the corpse of the undead. Chapter 48. Regenerative Abilities Acquired. In order to evade the high-tier, mutated creatures lurking in the forest, Bado led Yang Hai on a lengthy detour before finally returning to the road, just as dusk began to fall upon the base villa. "Brother Yang, you're back." Without waiting for Yang Hai to knock, Sun Hao hurried to open the door upon hearing his approach. Yang Hai replied nonchalantly. "Yang Hai, come quickly and see what marvelous treasures we acquired today." Before he could step into the living room, Chun Chi-Chi's exuberant voice called out, "Brother Yang, you must take a look. It's truly astonishing." Sun Hao's face mirrored her excitement. Yang Hai, intrigued, glanced at the dining table, where 2 neat rows of green gel-like spheres were arranged, his expression one of curiosity, as he was quite familiar with such items. However, he found it odd that these should not have appeared at this time. Chen Chi-Chi proudly picked one up, declaring, "Just one of these will keep you from feeling hungry all day long." "Isn't that impressive?" "What? Isn't that just a nutritional supplement?" Yang Hai retorted. In the apocalypse, such items were commonplace. The refugee camp and the base often consumed the dregs of nutritional liquid mixed with water. He could still recall the tantalizing taste vividly. "How do you know?" Chen Chi-Chi felt disheartened, and then, with gritted teeth, she remarked, "Meng Chung actually dared to deceive me. He clearly stated that this hadn't been released in the base yet, only circulating among the higher-ups. Tomorrow, I shall confront him for a refund on the Yiha. Those 10 nutritional liquids had cost her 21st, equivalent to a second tiria." Yang Hai shook his head. "He didn't deceive you. I simply possess my own sources of information. We are not in need of food. Why did you purchase this?" Chen Chi-Chi was momentarily at a loss for words. She couldn't very well admit to Yang Hai that she had done so to impress him. Just out of curiosity, she forced a smile. Failing to impress, Yang Hai, eager to absorb the osu, waved a hand at the others. "You need not wait for me to eat. I'm heading upstairs." So impatient, Sun Jia, clad in an apron, quietly set down his kitchen knife. They had all consumed the nutritional liquid brought back by Chen Chi-Chi and were not at all hungry. He had merely intended to prepare a meal for Yang Hai upon his return. In the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, Yang Hai suddenly found a touch of green in his hand, the mutated rice that had been uprooted by the undead. The mutated rice appeared pitiful, its stalks withered, with only a few grains remaining. After careful selection, he managed to find a dozen healthy, plump rice grains. This might be better suited for Chun Bo. He had no interest in farming. After stowing away the mutated rice, Yang Hai arranged the 4 orange Yiha in front of him. The largest among them was particularly striking, not only due to its size, but also because of the white, fluffy substance that floated within. It was the Yiha of the undead. My rebirth has indeed brought forth many variables. Originally, this special being was destined to become a dominant force in the apocalypse, only to be ultimately slaughtered by the united forces of the 2 northern bases. Its Yiha would have been claimed by the Yanjing base, ultimately ending up in Wei Zetian's hands, granting him regenerative abilities. However, thanks to Yang Hai's intervention, the undead was eliminated before it could amass power. Squeak! Suddenly, Bat Do leaped from his pocket, his eyes darting between a comical mix of desire and hesitation. Yang Hai couldn't help but chuckle, gently tapping its head before placing the belonging to the Rat Beast King in a Ba Do's embrace. "Here, keep this for yourself. You'll be able to absorb it once you reach the 3rd tier." Ba Do, overwhelmed by the unexpected gift, emitted a series of delighted chirps, clearly pleased, and scurried back to his little nest with the 3rd tier. With Ba Do no longer a distraction, Yang Hai seized the Yiha belonging to the undead, centering himself as he began to absorb the energy within. Time passed unnoticed, and before long, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the villa. Pop! With a soft sound, the 3rd tier in Yang Hai's hand lost its final sheen, turning to white ash. Truly, it It was a remarkably close to Tier 4, brimming with terrifying energy. It took him an entire night to fully absorb the Yifo of the undead. If it had been an ordinary 3rd tier Yi, he could have easily consumed 3 in a single night. Now it was time to assess his gains. A flicker of excitement crossed Yang Hai's eyes. In the apocalypse, sustaining injuries was a troublesome affair. A mishap could lead to complications, especially if confronted by formidable mutated creatures while wounded. The outcome was all too predictable. However, with regenerative abilities, such troubles would vanish. With a thought, a reinforced steel dagger materialized in Yang Hai's hand. Without hesitation, he drew it across his palm. The dagger, with a hardness comparable to that of a 3rd-tier mutant skull, found the soft human skin an effortless target. Before he could even feel pain, blood began to trickle forth. Yang Hai quickly grabbed a pre-prepared, sterilized bandage, wiping away the blood around the wound. The flesh at the injury site was grotesquely exposed, and under his watchful gaze, a nearly imperceptible white light flickered at the wound. Then, to his astonishment, the muscles seemed to come alive, autonomously closing, with the outer layer of skin rapidly regenerating. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Yang Hai touched his palm, now restored to its former state, and felt an overwhelming joy. Regenerative abilities achieved before long. Yang Hai pondered further, his thoughts drifting back to the vast ocean of consciousness, where pure black He floated serenely. A meticulous observation would reveal a subtle white glow pulsating beneath its inky surface. Yang Hai attempted to cut his arm again. The white light from the Yineng He burst forth, and the wound healed completely. Just as I suspected, Yang Hai mused thoughtfully. When Wei Ziqian had boasted to him about his regenerative abilities, he had been curious about the underlying reasons. It now appeared that the unique aspect of the undead Sika lay here. As he absorbed the energy from the undead Sika, the regenerative abilities of the undead were also absorbed into his Yineng He. Regrettably, there remained a considerable gap before reaching Tier 4. Yang Hai Sigit, only with greater strength could he expedite his journey to the Yanjing base. However, he quickly realized he had been overly impatient. The higher the Yineng S level, the more challenging the advancement. Most Niva would reach Tier 4 only after 6 months in the apocalypse, and planning a journey to the Yanjing base would require careful consideration. Wei Zitian, cherish your remaining days well. A cold glint flickered in Yang Hai's eyes. The day he arrived in Yanjing was the moment of Wei Zitian's demise. Chapter 49. The Value of Mutated Rice. In the following days, Yang Hai continued to venture out with his team for missions, returning to the base each night to absorb the alien nuclei. However, he had recently taken on an additional task, planning routes. Drawing upon his fragmented memories, he circled 5 areas on the map: Haishir Base, Gusa Base, Dongqing Base, Beijiang Base, and their ultimate destination, Yanjing Base. The direct distance on the map was nearly 2,000 kilometers, a figure that would be magnified infinitely in the apocalypse. This journey had taken me 5 long years in my previous life. Yang Hai clenched his fists, the suffocating pain crashing over him like a tidal wave. The black energy of his control ability surging violently around him, ominously tinged with a sense of destruction. Squeak! The sound of Bado's call jolted him from his eerie reverie, the turbulent energy retracting back into his body. Yang Hai met Bado's worried gaze, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading as he smiled. Your father is fine. Go play by yourself. Bado scratched his head, but remained nestled in the palm of Yang Hai's hand. Yang Hai made no effort to dissuade him, gently stroking the remarkably soft fur, noting, perhaps due to an illusion, that Bado seemed to have grown a bit. However, this was to be expected. Changes in size were inevitable for mutated creatures. Continuing to scrutinize the map before him, Yang Hai felt a headache coming on. No matter how he planned, this path would prove arduous. Buzz. The communication device on the table suddenly vibrated. Yang Hai raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was unusual for this individual to reach out to him so early, as he typically contacted him in the early hours of the morning. Upon opening the communication device, several messages immediately appeared. Chimbo no. 1. Do you have any more of the seeds you previously provided? Chimbo number 1. Specimens from the mother plant would suffice. Chenbo no. 1. I require more samples to complete its genetic chain. Chimbo number 1. Are you already asleep this early? This fellow was impressively efficient. He had received a response regarding the seeds Yang Hai had given 5 days prior. It seemed that the mutated rice was even more valuable than he had anticipated. Otherwise, Chimbo would not have been so eager. Yang Hai slowly typed out the words, "Let us discuss in person." Chimbo quickly agreed. Half an hour later, Yang Hai arrived once more at Chunbo's villa. Dressed in a white lab coat, Chunbo had already been waiting in the living room for some time. Checking his watch, he remarked nonchalantly, "I have half an hour today." "What is this?" Has the base assigned you a new bodyguard? Yang Hai sated himself opposite Chenbo. The formula for the nutrient solution is in my hands. The base is wary of it. Chenbo's expression remained calm, as if the invention of the nutrient solution were an exceedingly simple matter. Yet Yang Hai knew the truth was far from that. The widespread use of nutrient solutions in his previous life had come even later than the emergence of fourth-tier ability users. Chenbo was undoubtedly a genius. I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for the supercomputer you brought back, I would not have been able to complete the experiments for the nutrient solution in such a short time. Chenbo withdrew his hand from the large pocket of his coat, pushing a black cloth bag toward Yang Hai. I know you're not interested in the nutrient solution. Here are 10 third-tier alien nuclei. Researching mutated organisms was his primary objective, but the nutrient solution was something the base desired. He could only set aside other matters. Yang Hai accepted the bag, understanding Chenbo's predicament. The mutated rice you provided is quite unique. It bears similarities to the mutated rice brought back from Linjia village. Yet it has evolved in an entirely different direction. Chenbo paused for a few seconds, gazing intently at Yang Hai. I need more mutated rice. Why don't you first elaborate on what makes this mutated rice so special? Knowing its value will help with the pricing. The mutated rice from Linjia village was already the most outstanding specimen available. Yet compared to the seeds you provided, those were mere refuse. As long as there is sufficient energy supply, the special mutated rice can grow infinitely. The highest record in the laboratory is producing 100 kilograms of rice in a single day. More importantly, these hastened rice grains lack reproductive capability, only growing for one generation. Naturally, seeds that grow in the wild still possess reproductive capabilities and have a growth cycle half that of the Linjia village mutated rice. In essence, this special variety of rice is a relentless grain-producing machine, and even more crucially, it is controllable. This would have been an exceedingly important strategic resource before the apocalypse, let alone in this era, where one must fight desperately for a mere meal. Yang Hai felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped that the seeds of this special mutated rice would have the potential to continue to the next generation. Fortunately, this did not deter him from making a bold request. I do still have seeds, but that would depend on your sincerity. Yang Hai met Chenbo's gaze inabashedly. He was not a philanthropist. Since collaborating with Chenbo, apart from the alien nuclei, this fellow had not provided him with much additional value. What do you want? Dealing with intelligent people was a breeze. Yang Hai thought to himself. I need materials, the harder the better. Even ordinary steel enhanced with third-tier control abilities can handle most mutated creatures. If I could acquire even higher-grade materials, I can only imagine the enhancement to my fighting capabilities. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, and he had no opportunity to access advanced military materials. But Chenbo was different. He worked in a laboratory and undoubtedly had ways to procure high-grade materials. All right, how much do you need? As much as you have. I'll take it all. Understood. Chenbo agreed readily, reaching for the walkie-talkie at his waist. Zhang Cheng, bring the box from storage cabinet number 5 in my laboratory to the villa. Got it, teacher. A response quickly came from the other end of the intercom. Aren't you afraid the base will suspect you for being so brazen? Yang Hai queried, as he had no intention of leaving Haisher base so soon. Rest assured, no one knows what's in that storage cabinet except for me. Chenbo was quite confident. The base believed they had him under control, but he had never been one to play the passive role. Zhang Cheng was remarkably efficient. About 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang at the villa. Teacher, here, that's the item you requested. Zhang Cheng respectfully handed over a silver box to Chenbo. Thank you. With that, Chenbo unceremoniously closed the door. Zhang Cheng had already stepped back a half step, clearly having anticipated this. Yang Hai withdrew his gaze from the door, somewhat puzzled. Your student? Yes. He looks somewhat familiar. During their conversation, Chenbo had already opened the silver box, and Yang Hai's attention was fully captivated by the contents within. The last of Haishi's super alloy lay within. 3 slender, silver metallic cylinders rested quietly at the center of the box, seemingly shimmering with flowing light. In his hand, Yang Hai held a verdant branch, the mutated rice that the undead had clutched until their very end. To a fruitful collaboration. Chapter 50. The Third-Tier Mutated Tiger. Deep within the dense jungle, a group of soldiers clad in camouflage attire was stealthily advancing. Squad leader, a vulture has spotted traces of a mutated tiger 1 kilometer ahead. The voice of the rookie, barely in his 20s, trembled slightly, his face paint completely soaked with perspiration. The entire unit was assembled, armed and ready to advance at full speed. The squad leader, carrying a machine gun, issued the command without hesitation. The new recruit hesitated momentarily. But the psychic team hasn't arrived yet. We don't need to go ahead, he began to protest, but before he could finish his sentence, the squad leader delivered a sharp kick, rebuking him. Psychics are nothing special. Even the most powerful among them cannot withstand a barrage of machine gun fire. I once saw a fire-wielding psychic exhaust themselves after casting a handful of fireballs, needing to absorb energy from a core to recover. They are merely a hindrance. The squad leader spat contemptuously on the ground, his expression one of disdain. I deliberately left them behind. They're nothing more than a rabble. We, on the other hand, are properly trained military personnel. Why should they stand on equal footing with us? His words resonated with the brothers, who shared a mutual disdain for the psychics, finding their arrogance unbearable. It was no wonder they held such resentment. The government had offered exceedingly generous terms to increase the number of psychics in their ranks. Anyone with abilities could enlist and attain the rank of second lieutenant, a bitter pill for the regular soldiers to swallow. Without waiting for the new recruit to rise, the squad leader sprinted ahead. The new recruit, frustrated, picked himself up, brushed off the dust, and hurried to catch up with the main force. Meanwhile, approximately 3 kilometers behind the main unit, 5 figures stealthily advanced. What makes the military so special? Chun Chi-Chi thought, her face betraying her incredulity. We are here to assist them in exterminating mutated creatures. It's my fault for driving slowly, she muttered. Uncle Son, don't take all the blame. This isn't your fault at all, she fumed. They had planned to depart at 8 o'clock, yet these soldiers had set off 5 minutes early, leaving no trace of their presence by the time they reached the assembly point. If not for the map provided by the base, they would have been utterly lost. Let them leave first. If they complete the mission, we can reap the rewards without lifting a finger, Yang Hai remarked, taking a more relaxed stance. In this apocalypse, the quickest to perish fall into 2 categories: those who lack the courage to take risks, and those who only know how to take risks. Even if they fail, we can still succeed, Li Hua added. All right, Chun Chi-Chi said, suddenly enlightened. In her frustration, she had forgotten the paramount importance of their actual mission. Are we really going to face a mutated tiger? She mused. This creature had once been a nationally protected species prior to the apocalypse, and now it was being officially hunted by the government. How ironic. Sun Hao recalled the mission briefing. The mutated tiger was a female Bengal tiger from the Haishur Wildlife Park, which had fled the urban area after the insect tide, frequently attacking passing vehicles in the region, thus becoming an official target. It was said to have already claimed over 100 lives. Yang Hai fell silent. That number would only rise, and the deployment of an entire squad to eradicate it indicated it was a formidable foe. The sound of continuous gunfire echoed through the silent forest, signaling their arrival. Finally, we don't have to struggle with the map any longer, Li Hua remarked, rolling up the map and stowing it in his backpack. None of them were experts. Navigating by map was an arduous task. Let us hurry. If they can't handle it and the mutated tiger escapes, we'll be in trouble, Sun Hao said, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He had just advanced to the 2nd tier himself and was eager to discover the disparity in strength against this 3rd-tier mutated creature. The group swiftly advanced toward the gunfire. Squad leader, the 3rd-tier mutated tiger is within the cave ahead, reported a scout, nicknamed Vulture, who had awakened a speed ability that perfectly suited his role. Squad leader Jiang Tao nodded in approval. Excellent. Await my command to take it down. I will prove to the higher-ups that our military can handle mutated creatures without the need for psychics. With that thought, Jiang Tao no longer hesitated, throwing 2 gas grenades into the cave. The commotion from explosives could attract other mutated creatures, so the base had not provided them. The gas quickly permeated the narrow confines of the cave, and Jiang Tao's finger rested on the trigger. He was poised to fire the moment the mutated tiger appeared. Soon, a bright yellow figure emerged from the pale green gas. Open fire. At his command, a torrent of bullets erupted, crashing into the mutated tiger. You bastard. Jiang Tao squeezed the trigger fiercely, his body jolting from the immense recoil. The armor-piercing rounds developed by the base S laboratory far surpassed that of a standard rifle. The mutated tiger roared in agony, and a spark of confidence flickered across Jiang Tao's face. I've always said we don't need any psychics. However, in the next moment his smile froze. As the toxic mist cleared, the mutated tiger, comparable in size to a small truck, slowly revealed itself. It let out a low growl, and from this angle, everyone could see that Jiang Tao's prideful armor-piercing bullet was stuck helplessly between the tiger's teeth. Unyielding, Jiang Tao pulled the trigger once more. The bullet struck the tiger's fur, leaving only a trivial scratch before falling uselessly to the ground. Fear crept into the eyes of every soldier, yet they held their weapons tightly, awaiting orders. Everyone run, Jiang Tao shouted, tossing his weapon to the deputy squad leader and drawing a composite knife from his boot, charging toward the mutated tiger. Old Xing, what are you doing? Get out of here with them, Jiang Tao exclaimed urgently, nearly sparking with frustration as he turned to the deputy squad leader trailing behind him. Old Ching merely laughed heartily. Squad leader, I've followed you for 6 years. I'm used to it now. You can't shake me off that easily. Their shared laughter echoed in the tension-filled air. The mutated tiger, seemingly displeased by their taunts, leapt into the air, charging toward them. Jiang Tao knew he stood no chance, but took his stance, bracing for the tiger's assault, hoping to buy even a second more for his squad to escape. However, his knife swung through empty air as the mutated tiger bypassed them entirely and pursued the fleeing soldiers. This is bad, Jiang Tao thought, realizing too late that forest beasts delight in chasing their prey, and they were now mere playthings for the mutated tiger. Chapter 51. Killing the tiger as if slicing vegetables. The 40-odd soldiers scattered, vanishing into the dense foliage. The third-tier mutated tiger was lightning fast, easily catching up to the last new recruit. Bang! 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 Jiang Tao fired several shots, attempting to draw the tiger's attention back to himself. Come at me, you coward! Yet, the tiger, unfazed by the feeble attacks, continued its relentless pursuit of its chosen prey. As the tiger's claws neared Liu Gang, Jiang Tao closed his eyes in despair, fearing that their entire squad would perish here today. At that moment, he felt profound regret. Had he not been so eager for glory, perhaps the situation wouldn't have been so dire. 2 seconds elapsed, yet the anticipated scream did not pierce the air. Instead, Jiang Tao was met with the mournful howls of a beast. What was happening? He opened his eyes in confusion, only to behold the previously formidable third-tier mutated tiger, now floundering on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames licking at its body. This was the work of an ability user. Meanwhile, Li Hua felt an unsettling emptiness within her body, prompting Chun Chi-Chi to rush forward to support her, torn between admonishment and concern. Truly, Li Hua's sister possessed a heart of gold. Having just ascended to the third tier, Li Hua could only wield her abilities within a 30-meter radius. Yet now, in a bid to rescue a soldier, she had forcefully propelled a fireball to a distance of 50 meters. I'm fine. It was an instinctive reaction. Li Hua closed her eyes and produced an ability core to begin restoring her powers. Well, let this day be marked as one of good deeds. Yang Hai, somewhat exasperated, stepped forward. Li Hua's fireball had wholly captured the ire of the third-tier mutated tiger, its furious gaze almost igniting those it fell upon. After singeing its rear, could it refrain from seeking vengeance? Before the mutated tiger could close the distance, a viscous silver-black liquid cascaded down Yang Hai's arm, abruptly solidifying just before it could touch the ground. A beautifully curved foreign blade emerged, perfectly forged. I hope this superstar alloy does not disappoint me. Yang Hai murmured to himself. If Chen Bo were to overhear this, he would surely berate Yang Hai for his lack of discernment. This superstar alloy was a material of aerospace caliber, renowned for its remarkable hardness, flexibility, and excellent malleability, all while being extraordinarily lightweight. Even before the apocalypse, a decade's worth of GDP from Haishur would not suffice to procure the piece of superstar alloy in Yang Hai's possession. Such a treasure could not be bought with mere currency. Clang! The foreign blade sliced through the air with a melodious whoosh, meeting the tiger's claw head-on. Swish! The mutated tiger felt its forepaw lighten, as if something had fallen from its body. Before it could react, 3 golden throwing knives surged forth, launched by Sun Jie. The mutated tiger attempted to pivot to evade the knives, but crashed heavily to the ground. Lowering its head in horror, it discovered that its entire left forepaw had been severed, the cut smooth and clean. Only then did the excruciating pain register in its mind. The tiger's previous fury dissipated, replaced by a primal fear, its enormous pupils trembling. Waving its tail to maintain balance, it began to rise and flee. Attempting to escape? Not so easily. Yang Hai scoffed softly, positioning the foreign blade before him. Under the influence of his abilities, the blade softened once again, subsequently morphing into droplets. These droplets elongated, transforming into iron spikes that sliced through the air, hurtling towards the direction of the fleeing mutated tiger. Thud! Thud! The sound of spikes piercing flesh echoed repeatedly, and the mutated tiger did not have time to utter a single cry before its throat was pierced, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Sun Hao scratched his head, realizing that he would not have the opportunity to test his abilities. Yang Hai lightly waved his hand, retracting the superstar alloy from the ground. The viscous liquid flowed back into his arm, coalescing into a weightless forearm guard. All right, we're done. Yang Hai casually collected the mutated tiger's body, now riddled with holes, into his spatial storage, then turned to Jiang Tao. This carcass belongs to us. I trust you have no objections? This mutated tiger is a treasure trove, and selling it to the base will fetch a considerable amount of ability cores. Jiang Tao, the squad leader, was not merely a figurehead. He quickly regained his composure from the shock Yang Hai had just instigated. Of course, I am pleased we could reach an agreement. Yang Hai chuckled lightly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Huh? Yang Hai halted his departing steps, glancing towards a nearby thicket. What is it? Chun Chi-Chi inquired, puzzled. It seems something is over there, Yang Hai replied thoughtfully. As soon as the words left his mouth, the grass in the distance quivered once more, and this time, everyone took notice. Sun Jie conjured golden throwing knives, swiftly clearing a patch of grass taller than a person. Suddenly, a cute, bewildered tiger cub poked its head out, followed by another, then a third. Sun Jie hesitated for a moment before continuing to direct his knives towards the cubs, instinctively perceiving all mutated creatures as foes. Wait! Yang Hai hurriedly called out to stop him. I can't control it. Sun Jie's face flushed as he adjusted the trajectory of the golden knives just slightly. Yang Hai, disregarding the presence of the military personnel, extended his hand, and the knives steadied, ceasing their descent. Sun Jie exhaled in relief, marveling at the terrifying control Yang Hai had over his abilities. He believed that no one would wish to be Yang Hai's adversary before him. One's abilities felt utterly inconsequential. Chun Chi-Chi could no longer resist approaching the three tiger cubs, still damp, and with their eyes yet to open, clearly just recently born. Yang Hai, what should we do with these cubs? The sight of the young always stirred feelings of compassion. Had Yang Hai not discovered them, a mere pair of rat beasts could have easily whisked them away. Their mother's misdeeds should not implicate them. How could they not be related? Maternal debts must be repaid. It's only natural, old Xing's gravelly voice interjected. The squad members turned to see a line of soldiers who had gathered, with Jiang Tao leading them to the group. This is our concern and does not involve you. Sun Hao glared at the soldiers, his expression dark. Were it not for their timely arrival, these individuals would have been reduced to mere pulp by the mutated tiger. Yet they stood there, issuing commands. You old Xing, be silent. Before old Xing could voice another remark, Jiang Tao interrupted, the ingrained nature of obedience compelling him to fall silent, even if begrudgingly. I apologize. Old Xing's entire family was consumed by that mutated tiger, and his emotions are understandably heightened. Jiang Tao had come to realize the government's motivations for recruiting ability users. He had previously deemed them to be of little merit, but Yang Hai's emergence had shattered that perception. He harbored no doubt that Yang Hai could effortlessly eliminate an entire row of soldiers, and thus, it was paramount not to offend him again. Chapter 52, A Trap for the Unwary. Yang Hai felt a sense of satisfaction at Jiang Tao's perceptiveness. Let's take the little tigers and return. Chun Chi-Chi scooped up the three cubs, and under the protective escort of the group, they cheerfully bounded toward the forest's edge. Squad leader, are we just going to watch them take the mutated tiger into the base? Old Xing was evidently still discontented, and, as Yang Hai's team disappeared from view, he pressed on with his inquiry. Did you not witness the young man's prowess? He effortlessly dispatched a third-tier mutated tiger that could withstand armor-piercing rounds. What use is it for me to disagree? Jiang Tao, equally exasperated, was taken aback by the immense sense of pressure he felt emanating from such a young individual. Damn it, if only I were an ability user as well. Old Xing kicked a nearby tree stump, his eyes filled with resentment. Enough. The important thing is that we have suffered no casualties. Everyone will return safely. Jiang Tao comforted Old Xing with a pat on the shoulder. Heisher Base, Mission Hall. At the entrance, Meng Cheng's eyes lit up upon spotting the newcomers, and he eagerly approached to greet them. Captain Yang Hai, you all have returned quite early today. After completing a mission, each team would have their points recorded, and aside from the military units, Yang Hai's team held the highest score among all ability user squads. Being at the top certainly comes with its privileges. Task submissions are facilitated through a VIP channel, and Meng Cheng serves as the liaison for these distinguished teams. This is the task credential, Sun Hao stated, producing a card. Please follow me. Meng Cheng cast a brief glance and quickly discerned the task's nature, leading several individuals into a special passage adjacent to the hall. Please hold on, I must confirm with the military, he added, noting that the task was commissioned by the armed forces, which complicated the procedure somewhat. After a short while, Meng Cheng stepped outside, only to have the door swung open again by a staff member clad in a blue uniform. Who among you is the captain? Yang Hai. That would be him. Chun Chi-Chi replied, cradling a small tiger cub and pointing a finger at Yang Hai. Please come with me. Your personal presence is required for task confirmation. What a nuisance. Yang Hai remarked, scrutinizing the dark-faced man before him with a hint of disdain. Indeed, once one becomes entangled with the military, matters invariably grow intricate. Thank you for your understanding. The man's demeanor brightened at Yang Hai's willingness to cooperate as he stepped forward to lead the way. Navigating through the building with numerous twists and turns, Yang Hai sensed an excessively tranquil atmosphere, prompting a cold smirk to grace his lips as he leisurely followed behind. He was curious to see who was orchestrating this elaborate affair. Soon enough, the dark-faced man halted before a room on the second floor. "Please enter." A sheen of cold sweat glistened on the man's brow as he feigned composure while opening the door for Yang Hai. This individual was an ability user. Should his deception be uncovered, it could very well lead to his demise. Fortunately, Yang Hai appeared oblivious to any anomaly as he confidently strode into the chamber. Outside, the dark-faced man exhaled deeply, taking his post at the entrance once more. Inside the room, a burly man clad in a white tank top slowly turned around. "Exuding en oppressivora." "So, you're Yang Hai? Why ask if you already know?" Yang Hai responded, his tone laced with nonchalance. "Haha, you possess some courage." Zhu Ding clapped in approval, though an undercurrent of chill resonated in his voice. After all, associating with Chun Bo certainly indicated some exceptional qualities. Yang Hai felt a wave of boredom wash over him. These individuals enjoyed beating around the bush, and his time was far too valuable for such frivolities. "Spit out if you have something to say." His implication was clear. He preferred directness. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Zhu Ding's gaze, artfully concealed but nonetheless detected by Yang Hai. This individual was indeed probing the relationship between him and Chun Bo. If his instincts were correct, the unique mutated rice and nutrient solution in Chun Bo's possession were the source of the trouble. Zhu Ding's next statement confirmed Yang Hai's suspicion. "I hear Chun Bo holds you in high regard, often meeting with you privately. Tell me, what do you think the odds are if I were to exchange your life for the nutrient solution formula with Chun Bo?" A blatant threat. "My answer is 0. Ha ha. Chun Bo has bestowed upon you numerous valuable gifts, hasn't he? Based solely on that, I am confident he would oblige," Zhu Ding asserted, convinced that Chun Bo's pride would compel him to act. Although he was unaware of the specifics of their dealings, it was evident that Yang Hai was no ordinary individual. Given Chun Bo's repeated exits from his laboratory, which he considered sacred, Yang Hai calmly replied, "What I mean is, you cannot take my life. Young man, do you not fear that your bravado may lead you to misfortune?" Zhu Ding mused, his patience wearing thin after Yang Hai's repeated dismissals. "Everyone come out." With a resounding crash, the office door was flung open, and a dozen men clad in black uniforms surged in, each brandishing standard rifles. Their dark muzzles aimed squarely at Yang Hai. "My bringing you here today was no happenstance. I was fully prepared," Zhu Ding declared, clapping his hands as 2 men and 2 women entered behind him. "Ah, an old acquaintance," Yang Hai noted, recognizing the man and woman trailing behind. Zhu Li, the one he had effortlessly dispatched in the task hall, and Li Shui, the university student previously affiliated with Wang Tianlin. "Brother, why are you allowing him to stand there? Quickly restrain him and let me take my revenge." Zhu Li glared at Yang Hai with fierce intensity, his hand instinctively brushing against his face. A lingering ache from their last encounter resurfacing. "Do not impede my business," Zhu Ding retorted, exuding irritation, for if not for familial ties, he would have long since discarded such a fool. "Oh," Zhu Li recoiled slightly, fearing his elder brother's wrath, and resumed his glare at Yang Hai. What a grand spectacle. Yang Hai scoffed, noting that the duo before him were both third-tier ability users, with Zhu Ding himself making 3. "You still have a chance to submit to me, otherwise, prepare to face dire consequences." Zhu Ding issued his ultimatum, believing that the final outcome would remain unchanged, with a bloodless victory being the ultimate goal. "Too much talk." Yang Hai replied coolly. "Everyone attack. Just ensure he remains breathing." Zhu Ding seethed, nearly shattering the desk in front of him in his fury. "Wait, I still have questions." Yang Hai interjected suddenly. "Now you wish to plead for mercy? Whoever agrees to your demands must be out of their mind." "Ha ha ha." Zhu Li laughed uproariously. Yet the expected sounds of conflict were conspicuously absent. Why is everyone stopped?" Zhu Ding's face darkened as he gestured for the pause. "Brother, do not misunderstand. I did not imply you are foolish. Rather, I am the one with a fool's mind. My entire family is foolish." No, just I'm foolish," Zhu Li sputtered, noting Zhu Ding's increasingly darkening expression. Li Shui hastily tugged at Zhu Li's sleeve. "Stop talking," she urged. Zhu Ding suppressed his fury and turned his attention to Yang Hai. "Speak. I simply wish to inquire why you would attack me so brazenly without concern for surveillance recording, which should directly reach the central database of the base." Yang Hai queried, recalling Chun Bo's previous remarks. "Ha ha. Today, in order to deal with you, I deliberately disabled all the cameras in this area. Did that surprise you?" Zuli interjecta triumphantly. Yang Hai chuckled lightly. Ah, in that case I can rest easy. Chapter 53. The Duel of Abilities. Infuriated Yang Hai's mukiri. Zhu Ding shot a glance at the man and woman beside him. Take him down. If they could not be of use to him, they were a liability. At the command, the duo advanced a few steps toward Yang Hai. My apologies, brother. You truly should not have offended our president, Zhu. The nonconformist man with a covered left eye shrugged, mockingly. The woman in the white dress, visibly repulsed, extended her hand with a scowl. I can only wonder what sins you committed in your past life to end up with a combined ability like yours. Yang Hai felt a ripple of intrigue. Indeed, they possessed the exceedingly rare combined abilities. In the realm of enigmatic abilities, when conditions align, the powers of ability users can synergize, yielding a result greater than the sum of their parts. The nonconformist man paid no heed to the woman's disdainful demeanor, boldly clasping her delicate hand and even teasingly stroking it. The woman's complexion, already lacking in radiance, darkened further, though she refrained from retaliating, intent on resolving matters swiftly. The nonconformist's ability was compression, effective solely against inanimate objects, while the woman's power was to manipulate airflow, which, even at full force, merely resembled a gentle breeze. When these two extraordinary abilities were first unleashed, they appeared unremarkable and possessed minimal lethality. The unconventional young man had previously worked in the base's refuse yard, compressing garbage day after day. Soon, a tempestuous energy swirled around them, as if heralding the onset of a colossal storm. Blade of wind, descend. The unconventional young man relentlessly compressed the air currents generated by the woman in the white dress until they transformed into formidable blades of wind, which were then propelled forth by her. Farewell. He cheerfully waved at Yang Hai. With this technique, they had previously vanquished numerous third-tier superhumans and mutated creatures. So dealing with a spatial ability user would surely be a mere trifle. Zhu Li's eyes were fixated on Yang Hai, who stood at the room's center, his anticipation mounting for a spectacle of carnage. Buzz! The swirling blades of wind abruptly halted in midair, merely a meter away from Yang Hai. Zhou Jia, what are you waiting for? Zhu Ding demanded, furrowing his brows at the woman in white. The unconventional young man smirked lewdly. You're not developing a crush on this pretty boy, are you? Zhou Jia was already drenched in sweat. It wasn't that she hesitated to unleash her power, but rather that her air currents seemed to collide with an invisible barrier. No matter how she urged her abilities, they could not penetrate. There is something off about this guy. My air currents are being restrained. She refused to shoulder the blame for this predicament. Zhu Ding, observing Yang Hai's serene demeanor, again commanded fire. A dozen guards advanced, weapons drawn, and immediately pulled their triggers. In an instant, smoke and flames erupted. As the haze dissipated, Zhu Li gazed into the center of the room with exhilaration, only to find Yang Hai standing unscathed when he should have been riddled with bullets. A monster, undeniably a monster. Zhu Li's legs buckled, plunging him into a quagmire of terror, losing control of his body from the overwhelming shock. The guards stared in disbelief at the countless bullets suspended in midair, their pupils dilating in fear. Yang Hai waved his hand lightly, unleashing his abilities, causing all the bullets to return to their origin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The torrential rain of bullets descended upon the crowd. You dare! Zhu Ding's heart skipped a beat, realizing his useless brother was among them. The speed of a third-tier superhuman was formidable, but the manipulation of abilities was even swifter. Before Zhu Ding could intercept the bullets, both Zhu Li and the guards collapsed in unison. The unconventional young man and Zhou Jia were also struck by stray bullets, yet for superhumans, these were not fatal wounds. Looking at Zhu Li, who lay lifeless on the ground, Zhu Ding's eyes reddened with fury as he glared menacingly at Yang Hai. What kind of superhuman are you? As an upper-tier individual, Zhu Ding did not let hatred cloud his judgment. Yang Hai's abilities were astonishingly unprecedented, and he still could not discern the method employed. Yang Hai, unwilling to engage in needless dialogue, hurled the rapidly rotating blades of wind towards Zhu Ding. Just then, he perceived a fleeting motion, and Zhu Ding vanished from sight. Not a mere relocation, but a genuine disappearance. This was troubling, exceedingly troubling. Moreover, the figure who had been in the room now stood in a tranquil meadow, surrounded by the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It dawned upon Yang Hai. Was this perhaps an illusionary ability of the mysterious type? Illusionists could ensnare others within a fabricated reality, the content of which was entirely dictated by the illusionist. This led to the ability being highly sought after within the apocalyptic base, as countless survivors were willing to exchange precious resources for a moment of tranquility. Inside the room, The unconventional young man and Zhou Jie exhaled in relief as they observed Yang Hai standing still with his eyes closed. Zhu's prowess is remarkable. His strike is lethal. Zhu Ding's animosity dissipated, as his previous actions were merely a ruse to lower Yang Hai's guard, facilitating the use of his illusionary powers. As for Zhu Li, his death was inconsequential. What does it matter if his abilities are formidable? He is still too young. He publicly declared himself a power user, yet secretly relied on his true illusionary abilities to eliminate numerous foes. This was also the reason he ascended to the second-in-command of the base. In the next moment, he drew his Desert Eagle from his waist, aiming the muzzle at Yang Hai's head. Just as he pulled the trigger, a white silhouette darted from Yang Hai's collar and landed on Zhu Ding's wrist, biting down fiercely. What in the world? On my hand. The white figure quickly descended, allowing the three to discern its form. It was a snow-white hamster. What are you waiting for? Kill this beast and the kid together. Zhu Ding, clutching his nearly severed wrist, bellowed at the two. This creature has viciously sharp teeth. The air currents within the room began to surge once more, and the unconventional young man and Zhou Jie unleashed their combined abilities again. Watching the wind blades approach, the hamster, Bado, shifted its gaze towards Zhu Ding. The diminutive creature transformed into a blur, racing towards Zhu Ding. The latter, gripped by terror, broke into a cold sweat as he desperately sought refuge within the room. Observing the perilous proximity between the hamster and Zhu Ding, Zhou Jie found herself at a crossroads. Should she throw the wind blades or hold back? Hurry, eliminate this creature. Zhu Ding wished to employ his illusionary powers against Bado, but after 3 failed attempts, all were flawlessly evaded. Under Zhu Ding's urging, Zhou Jie steeled herself and launched her air currents. The wind blade struck Zhu Ding perfectly, cleaving away a significant portion of flesh from his back. Who are you working for? The excruciating pain caused Zhu Ding to momentarily black out, nearly losing consciousness. Chapter 54. You might not believe it. Having sustained such grievous injury, Zhu Ding could no longer maintain the illusion imprisoning Yang Hai. Forget about me. Just kill that kid. Zhu Ding swiftly made his decision. But it was already too late. At that moment, Yang Hai had opened his eyes, and the menacing wind blades hovered mere inches before him. Not good. The unconventional young man reacted quickly, releasing Zhou Jie and making a dash for escape. Yet how could Yang Hai allow him such an opportunity? Manipulating his abilities, he directed the wind blades with terrifying speed, tearing through the air and reaching the pair who had unleashed their combined powers in an instant. Swoosh, swoosh. The whirling blades of wind relentlessly shredded through flesh. Even the cries of agony were drowned out by the ferocious currents. Abilities are indeed formidable, but regrettably, they were misapplied. After dispatching the duo, Yang Hai turned his attention to Zhu Ding. At this point, Zhu Ding was in a pitiful state, his body marred by wounds left by Bado. As Yang Hai found himself unoccupied, Bado leaped off Zhu Ding, disdainfully spitting out blood. If anything happens to me, the base will not spare you. Zhu Ding dragged his battered body, retreating towards the corner of the wall. Rest assured, no one will discover that I did this. After all, you all disabled the surveillance cameras, did you not? Yang Hai replied with an air of indifference. It was indeed thanks to them that he could act without restraint. Zhu Ding gasped, suddenly remembering his oversight. What was originally meant to evade the base's scrutiny had now become Yang Hai's shield from blame. Squeak, squeak. Bado perked up its ears, emitting a series of urgent squeaks. Having carried the seed of the bitter bean for such an extended period, Yang Hai was acutely aware that it was reminding him of an impending arrival. No longer hesitating, he unleashed his final blade of wind, targeting Zhu Ding's throat with precision. He hoped it was not too late. Confirming Zhu Ding's demise, Yang Hai opened the door and descended the stairs to the second floor, remarkably free of even a speck of dust. Below, upon hearing the footsteps, the dark-faced man turned back with a sycophantic smile that froze upon witnessing Yang Hai emerge unscathed. Why have you come out alone? He queried, puzzled. Observing Zhu's demeanor, he had assumed Yang Hai was destined for a one-way journey, yet here he was, appearing alone. However, Zhu's intentions were notoriously inscrutable, and the dark-faced man entertained a million possibilities, yet could not fathom that everyone in that room besides Yang Hai lay lifeless on the floor. Not far away, a contingent of armed guards arrived, encircling the building, while Chun Bo, clad in a lab coat, disembarked from the police vehicle. Regarding Yang Hai with an expression that conveyed, "What trouble have you stirred up now?" Yang Hai raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, indicating his innocence. A guard in a bulletproof vest stepped forward from the crowd, noticing Chun Bo's presence, and promptly inquired, "Dr. Chun, what brings you here?" Ordinary people were unaware, but he had heard that Chun Bo was the prized protege of the base commander, responsible for numerous cutting-edge weapons. It's nothing much. I merely heard that a friend of mine was brought here without cause, so I came to have a look, Chun Bo replied nonchalantly, showing no inclination to depart. As the captain of the enforcement team, Zheng Jun could easily discern that Chun Bo was firmly rooted in place. With a sense of clarity settling in, Zheng Jun cleared his throat, scrutinizing both Yang Hai and the dark-faced man before demanding in a stern voice, "We received a report of a brawl here. Who is the informant? To maintain order within the base, any form of conflict was strictly prohibited. I am the one who reported it," the dark-faced man exclaimed, staring at Yang Hai with incredulity. This man couldn't possibly be sane, daring to report the second-in-command of the base. But he soon regained his composure, eager to witness how this would unfold. "Speak," Zheng Jun said, having discerned the deep connection between Yang Hai and Chun Bo, and thus softened his tone. "You might not believe this, but just moments ago, Zhu Ding and his subordinates turned on each other, and they all perished." "What did you say?" Zheng Jun's temples throbbed violently, his expression one of disbelief. "You must be mistaken. The deputy commander is dead, and by the hands of his own men?" He longed to question Yang Hai's grasp of the situation, but with Chun Bo present, he swallowed his words. Among those present, only Chun Bo took the claim seriously. "If you doubt my words, you can go upstairs and see for yourselves." With that, Yang Hai stepped aside to reveal the passage behind him. Despite their skepticism, Zheng Jun led a team of ability users upstairs to investigate. The scent of blood was overwhelmingly pungent. Zheng Jun's expression grew increasingly grave as he signaled a geomancer from his team to approach the door. The geomancer conjured a shield of earth to guard himself as he slowly turned the doorknob. A nauseating stench wafted forth. "Captain, this..." The geomancer was rendered speechless by the horrific scene before him, momentarily at a loss for words. "What is this nonsense?" Zheng Jun exclaimed, forcefully pushing the door open, revealing a room filled with corpses, with a grisly body of Deputy Commander Zhu Ding lying in a corner. "Good heavens, this is serious." Zheng Jun reached for his walkie-talkie, triggering the alarm. At the Haishur base, in the interrogation room, two guards stared at the young man before them, their expressions grave. "Are you saying that once you entered..." The guard began to turn on each other, and that pair of combined ability users attacked Zhu Ding? Indeed, the scene was exceedingly bloody. Yang Hai nodded solemnly. The two guards exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere thick with silence. "If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage." The guards remained silent. Had they been able to view the footage, they would not be seated here. Just as they contemplated further inquiries, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Zheng Jun appeared at the threshold, respectfully addressing Yang Hai. "Mr. Yang Hai, you are free to leave." Yang Hai shook his chains, gesturing for the guards to release him. Zheng Jun stepped forward, personally retrieving the key to unlock his restraints. "Onche Yang Hai departed." The two guards remained bewildered in the interrogation room. "Captain, who exactly is this person? Letting him leave like this, won't it cause problems?" Zheng Jun cast a long, contemplative glance at them. "I lack the audacity for such decisions. This command came directly from the base commander himself. There is no evidence, not even the surveillance, as it was disabled by the deputy commander's own brother. What has transpired is now inconsequential. What truly matters is Dr. Chen's stance." Though anyone with clear eyes could discern that Zhu Ding's incident was undoubtedly linked to Yang Hai, there was not a shred of evidence to implicate him. The logistics department, standing behind the deputy commander, even requested the assistance of the intelligence system, Xianji, to conduct a comprehensive investigation, yielding a chilling conclusion. The individuals present had indeed perished by their own weapons and abilities, with one plausible explanation being that Zhu Ding had employed his illusionary powers against the combined ability users, who, ensnared in the illusion, inadvertently harmed Zhu Ding himself. It was well known that Yang Hai was merely a spatial ability user. Coupled with Chun Bo's backing, the base commander swiftly made a decision. It seemed that unrest was on the horizon once more. Zheng Jun wearily rubbed his temples. The vacancy left by the deputy commander's demise was sure to incite a storm of turmoil. Chapter 55. Are you interested in the position of deputy commander? As Yang Hai exited the interrogation room, he caught sight of a familiar figure. By the police vehicle, Chun Bo was engaged in conversation with a tall man in a suit. If he wasn't mistaken, this man in the suit was likely the base commander of Haishur. Yang Hai's knowledge stemmed from the Undying. During the massacre of the third-tier ability users at Haishur base, only the base commander had managed to endure, allowing Yang Hai the precious seconds to escape on a fleeing bus. In a moment of distraction, the base commander sensed Yang Hai's approach, his resolute gaze locking onto Yang Hai's. "The person I recommended to you has arrived," Chun Bo remarked, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. "Oh, recommended whom? I was unaware." Yang Hai replied, feigning innocence. Ah, so you're covertly assigning me tasks, are you? Do you still wish to claim the body of the undying? As Yang Hai inwardly grumbled, he approached the two men. You must be Yang Hai. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Neng, the head of Haisher Base. Hello. Yang Hai, he greeted, readily shaking Qi Neng's extended hand. I am a few years your senior, so it seems fitting to address you as brother, Qi Neng humbly stated. You are too modest. I have long heard of your reputation as Haishi's wealthiest individual, Yang Hai replied courteously. Qi Neng laughed heartily. Such titles are mere illusions. I was just discussing with Dr. Chun how Zhu Ding's departure has left the base in a state of unrest. It so happens that when I inquire with Dr. Chun about potential successors, he mentioned your name. One who has maintained the title of the wealthiest individual in Hai City for a decade amidst a sea of affluent competitors must possess a remarkable intellect and cunning. He seeks to fully draw Dr. Chun into his camp, and without a doubt, Yang Hai stands as the most suitable candidate at present. Yang Hai, understanding the underlying implications, recognized that Dr. Chun indeed has no qualms about speaking his mind. At this juncture, appointing him the primary suspect to replace Zhu Ding would render him a target of collective scrutiny. While he harbors no fear of overt or covert attacks, it would be a severe waste of time. Rather than squander precious moments, it would be far more pragmatic to absorb a few more unique cores. As for power, he could effortlessly acquire it through Dr. Chun, without the need for unnecessary entanglements. Yang Hai pondered briefly before shifting the matter back to Dr. Chun. If the deputy base director were to be entrusted to me, I would scarcely have the time to hunt mutated creatures. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Chun? Upon hearing this, Dr. Chun wasted no time and promptly ushered Yang Hai into the vehicle, urging the base director to seek suitable candidates elsewhere. His urgency palpable, as if fearing the director might snatch someone from under him. Under Dr. Chen's insistence, the police car soon roared away, leaving Qi Neng in a state of disarray amidst the exhaust fumes. Yang Hai, intrigued, withdrew his gaze from observing Qi Neng's expression and turned to Dr. Chen with a puzzled look. Pray tell, why did you recommend me to the base director? With arms crossed, Dr. Chen replied evenly. The last time I resolved your predicament regarding Zhu Li, I squandered an hour and 36 minutes of experimental time. And addressing your current issue has cost me an entire half day. I had initially assumed that with your elevated status, you would not require my intervention. He furrowed his brow before continuing. It appears I indeed underestimated the situation. Clearly, this individual found him to be a nuisance. Yang Hai rolled his eyes inwardly, realizing that dragging him down was out of the question. Initially, his plan had been to negotiate with Dr. Chun for some advanced experimental items. However, Dr. Chen's capabilities exceeded his expectations, suggesting that he could elevate humanity to unprecedented heights in this post-apocalyptic world. Perhaps it would be prudent to hand over the corpse of the immortal being to Dr. Chen sooner rather than later. Do you desire something of quality? Yang Hai's slightly teasing voice prompted Dr. Chen's eyes to snap open. Come with me to the laboratory shortly. Very well. At the Hai City base, within the administrative building, a tall figure sat silently before a desk, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the surface, an aura of authority palpable in the air. Knock, knock. The crisp sound of a knock echoed. Enter. Upon receiving permission, the visitor gently opened the door. Base director, here are the documents you requested. After dismissing the individual with a wave, Qi Neng began to peruse the thin file before him. Parents deceased in an accident at 14. A Tier 3 spatial ability user. Yet, curiously, there was no information regarding the parents, which struck him as rather intriguing. The dossier presented a neatly arranged account of Yang Hai's life in Hai City, detailing even the kindergarten he attended, but contained no information whatsoever about his parents. Not even a solitary photograph, save for a blurred wedding picture. In the year 2050, this was quite peculiar. Thanks to quantum data, the information of the entire populace could fit within a palm-sized quantum memory drive. Moreover, the governmental data of Hai City had been swiftly transferred and preserved in the wake of the apocalypse, explaining the rapidity of the base's population statistics. Pondering this, Qi Neng retrieved a thick stack of documents from the top drawer of the desk. The cover page bore the name Chen Bo. He meticulously compared the resumes of Yang Hai and Chen Bo, but to no avail. No matter how he examined it, the two appeared to be complete strangers, even lacking any intersection prior to Yang Hai's return with the supercomputer. Chen Bo, a quintessential prodigy, hailed from an educated family, showcasing extraordinary intelligence from a young age. In contrast, Yang Hai was as ordinary as one could be, merely an unremarkable individual with mysterious parents. Despite the apparent disparity, their connection was significant, indicating that there were matters of which Qi Neng was unaware. Just as Qi Neng was deep in thought, The intercom crackled to life. Base director, Dr. Chun has requested to bring someone into the laboratory. What is the visitor's name? Reporting to the base director, the visitor's name is Yang Hai. Chi Ning's fingers, previously tapping rhythmically on the desk, momentarily stilled before resuming their cadence. Understood, request approved. A flash of insight crossed his mind, given Chenbo's nature. He was likely disinterested in matters beyond research. Yang Hai's rapid acquisition of Dr. Chen's trust must certainly stem from this very reason. Meanwhile, Yang Hai remained oblivious to the fact that the nature of his transaction with Chenbo had been partially deduced. At that moment, he was engrossed in examining Chenbo's research. After obtaining the access permit, Yang Hai followed Chenbo to the cultivation base of mutated rice. Layer upon layer of hydroponic boxes filled the entire glasshouse, where countless rice plants thrived in a shallow, translucent green solution. Even more astonishing was the remarkable growth rate of these rice plants. Merely a few seconds of observation saw the diminutive seedlings sprout an additional centimeter in height. Chapter 56, The Enigma. What you see before you are the raw materials for the nutrient solution. These mutated rice plants sustain the entire military of the base, as well as the refugees in the shantytown. Chenbo's calm voice suddenly resonated in Yang Hai's ear. They ought to be grateful to you. Without the seeds you provided, the situation at High City Base would be far graver. In a struggle for human survival, the weak are often the first to be forsaken. I am but a mundane individual, disinterested in the title of savior, Yang Hai replied, a hint of indifference crossing his face. Aside from our intellect, we are quite similar. Had it been anyone else, Yang Hai would have swiftly dealt with them, yet somehow, he found himself accepting Chenbo's words from the depths of his heart. It was undeniable. He was not one to shy away from the truth. Enough of the pleasantries. Where shall I place the corpses of the Tier 3 mutants? He had just recalled that the other members of his team were still unaware of their arrival. Chenbo had already encountered several Tier 3 mutant corpses. But Yang Hai's notion of good things was certainly not simple. He would soon ascertain what they entailed. This way, before long, the two arrived at New Glass House. Just as the door closed behind them, a flickering golden orb of light suddenly materialized at the center of the room. What was AI? Enigma, at your service. Please select one of the 6 emotional modes: joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, foolishness, or coolness. Just as Yang Hai pondered the source of this artificial intelligence, Chenbo's icy voice rang out. Enigma, should I consider deleting your entertainment database? You've watched far too many dramas, and it's clearly affected your cognition. The characters within the golden orb flickered rapidly, seemingly processing data. Request denied, Dr. Chun. Mr. Yang Hai, good afternoon. Welcome to the Tier 3 isolation chamber. As the female voice returned to normal, Chenbo's tone softened slightly. Do not presume that your backup eludes my awareness. The golden orb flickered with a hint of guilt, opting to disregard Chenbo's merciless exposure. The experimental platform had been meticulously prepared, ready for the commencement of the experiment at any moment. As the declaration resonated, a 32-meter silver table, accompanied by an array of experimental apparatus, was promptly extricated from the concealed compartment beneath the chamber by 2 colossal mechanical arms. Upon witnessing the experimental table, Chenbo instinctively shifted his focus from pursuing accountability to Yang Hai. Let us place it here, he suggested. Yang Hai, showing no hesitation, activated his manipulation ability to retrieve the corpse of the undead from the far corner of the storage space. Thanks to the preservation effect of the space, the corpse retained its appearance at the moment of death, with black blood continually oozing from its eye sockets. Remarkably, Chenbo seemed oblivious to the horrifying stench as he donned sterile gloves and began to meticulously examine the body. The experimental table exuded a chilling aura, designed to delay the decomposition of the cadaver. This aberrant entity is on the verge of reaching the 4th tier, Chenbo concluded abruptly. Yang Hai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he not insisted on taking action earlier, encountering a 4th tier undead would have certainly spelled doom for him. After a cursory inspection, Chenbo's intrigue deepened upon noticing that certain minor wounds on the creature's body were gradually healing. Xuanji, conduct a component scan and comparison. Upon receiving the command, a slender syringe swiftly emerged from the mechanical arm affixed to the experimental table. The silver-glinting syringe effortlessly pierced the creature's skin, filling itself with black blood at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the golden orb floated above the corpse, emitting red beams of light that scanned every inch of the cadaver. What is this? Yang Hai inquired, his curiosity piqued by the interaction between the two, sensing that this artificial intelligence possessed some capabilities. Before Chenbo could respond, The golden orb cheerfully interjected with a feminine voice, "Hello, I am Xuanji, the esteemed artificial intelligence of Huagua." Chun Bo, engrossed in extracting fresh specimens from a corpse, made no rebuttal and added without lifting his gaze, "To be precise, it is a semi-finished product of mine. Xuanji has yet to undergo central testing and lacks an official version number. This fellow has watched too many dramas and has self-appointed itself. Yang Hai suddenly understood. I thought so. With your temperament, how could you create such a lively artificial intelligence?" Reflecting on Xuanji's character, even the typically stoic Chun Bo couldn't help but sigh. The character logic module of Xuanji is not my creation. He quickly dissociated himself from it. The abrupt onset of the apocalypse had resulted in the official intelligence of Haishur being rendered inoperative due to flooding, and given the vast computational power of these intelligences, each was stringently controlled by the government to prevent exploitation by ill-intentioned individuals. The government's intelligences were dispatched from the central authority, and following this malfunction, a replacement was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Chun Bo's own designed intelligence program was nearing completion, with the only exception being the character logic module. In a bid to expedite the restoration of the intelligence's functionality, he had no choice but to forcibly integrate one of the existing government solutions. Casting a glance at Xuanji, who was still scanning, Chun Bo removed his rubber gloves and approached the display screen. Xuanji, under my design, possesses an infinite self-iterative growth mode. By the time the base matters are settled, it will be too late for me to consider replacing its character logic module. However, Chun Bo had to concede that this character logic module was remarkably successful, as it had significantly enhanced Xuanji's logical reasoning accuracy by nearly 20 percentage points. Thus, occasionally tolerating its less-than-intelligent behavior seemed permissible. The results were in. Chun Bo pressed a button, and Xuanji began to report. Lacking energy data from fourth-tier organisms. Unable to determine the level of this creature, but its strength surpasses that of existing third-tier biological data by 172. A new substance has been discovered in its blood, currently under analysis. Do you have any thoughts regarding this new substance? Chun Bo turned to Yang Hai, reasoning that since Yang Hai had deliberately brought back the corpse of this aberrant entity, he must have made some notable observations. You should have seen it. This creature possesses self-healing abilities, Yang Hai asserted, confident that even without his explanation, Chun Bo's keen observation skills would have noted the anomaly of the corpse. Chun Bo nodded. Yang Hai's assertion confirmed his suspicions. Then take your time to study it. I shall take my leave. With the addition of this powerful intelligence, who could say whether Chun Bo might suspect the undead's aberrant core? Yang Hai decided it prudent to make his exit. Following Xuanji's directions, Yang Hai returned to the Soul Passageway elevator. As he stepped out of the elevator, Meng Chung approached him. Captain Yang Hai, your team's mission evaluation has been approved, and your team members have been waiting for you for quite some time. Yang Hai felt a flicker of understanding. Meng Cheng's arrival was undoubtedly at Qin Neng's behest, indicating that the base leader held Chun Bo in high regard. Even a mere bystander like him was benefiting from it. Chapter 57, The Tiger Cub Trade. The sun was dipping towards the west. After spending nearly an entire afternoon in the mission hall, Chun Chi-Chi yawned and continued to tend to the tiger cubs. Perhaps influenced by their mutated constitution, these recently born tiger cubs, despite not having consumed any milk, still exhibited a vibrant vitality. At last, the sound of the door handle turning echoed from the entrance, and a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. "Let us go," Yang Hai said nonchalantly. A few of them sensed that something was amiss, but seeing Yang Hai return unscathed, they refrained from probing further. In the vehicle, Chun Chi-Chi, noticing the somewhat subdued atmosphere, quickly recounted the events that transpired while Yang Hai was away. "Yang Hai, while you were gone, military personnel came to inquire whether we could sell them the mutated tiger. Since Yang Hai was absent, they did not make any unilateral decisions, but merely informed them to wait for their captain's verdict. The military did not press the matter, leaving them with a business card. Sell it? Why not?" Yang Hai said, reclining leisurely in his seat with his hands behind his head. "Keeping just one is sufficient. We cannot afford to raise more. Though it may seem small now, in less than 2 months, it will grow into a large tiger, necessitating the consumption of aberrant cores and various mutated biological flesh to continue enhancing its strength. Then let us head to the location they provided." Chun Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled. While the tiger cubs were undeniably adorable, the price offered by the military was exceedingly tempting. 3 third-tier aberrant cores for a single tiger cub, and selling 2 would net them a total of 6 third-tier aberrant cores. Their assistance in dealing with third-tier mutated tigers only yielded a single third-tier aberrant core as compensation. This was akin to accomplishing 6 days' worth of tasks in one fell swoop. This price caught Yang Hai off guard. He had anticipated acquiring only 2 third-tier aberrant cores, considering there were not many third-tier mutated creatures presently. Of course, it could also be due to the military recognizing the potential of the mutated tiger, given its formidable combat prowess. With a willing buyer at hand, Yang Hai was naturally pleased. The military's base was situated just behind the mission hall, a mere 5-minute drive away. From a distance, a guard halted their vehicle. "Please state your purpose." After inspecting the business card in Chun Chi-Chi's hand, the guard finally lowered his weapon, uttering a curt "please wait," before retreating into the guardhouse. Shortly thereafter, a man dressed as an officer emerged from within. It was him who came to find us before. Sun Hao instantly recognized the individual. Chun Chi-Chi hurriedly helped Sun Hao, who was clutching 2 tiger cubs, out of the car. It seemed the men had made their decision. The man's gaze remained fixated on the tiger cubs, his eagerness and greed prompting a frown from Li Hua. Could such a person truly be trusted to relinquish the Yihe? Soon, the man's perplexed voice broke the tension. "Why are there only 2? What about the other one?" The accusatory tone irked Chun Chi-Chi, who retorted with a furrowed brow, "We are only selling 2. One for the Yihe and one for the tiger cub." The man's eyes flickered before he cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. "As far as I know, this tiger cub should be the offspring of the mutated tiger that was hunted down alongside your team from the 3rd Battalion. Therefore, it rightfully belongs to our military. Does it not?" Chun Chi-Chi was nearly reduced to laughter from his audacity. "So, you were waiting for us here? Given that you know we went out with the 1st platoon, you should also understand that without us, your platoon would have been obliterated. It's one thing to not express gratitude, but to demand a tiger cub from us is outrageous." The man, visibly embarrassed, seethed with indignation. "Are you trying to oppose the military?" He reached for the gun at his waist. Sun Hao handed the tiger cub to Chun Chi-Chi and instinctively shielded her, gathering his earth-based powers. At that moment, a young male voice resonated from the vehicle. "Are you implying that you can represent the military?" Yang Hai opened the car door and stepped down slowly. "What of it? Today, regardless of circumstances, that tiger cub belongs to the military. Since you claim the lion's share of the credit, you can have 2 cubs, but the one belonging to the military must be handed over to me." The shamelessness of the man disgusted both Chun Chi-Chi and Sun Hao. Yang Hai snorted coldly, remarking, "Your rank may not be high, but your temper certainly is." The insignia on the man's shoulder was identical to that of Jiang Tao. At most, he was a platoon leader, yet he dared to challenge them here. He was merely relying on the fact that they were stationed in the military camp, knowing they wouldn't retaliate easily. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Yang Hai. With a swift motion, the man was sent flying, caught off guard. "How dare you strike me?" He spat, gritting his teeth as he reached for his waist, only to discover that his gun had mysteriously vanished. Yang Hai grinned, waving the black pistol he had just snatched, tossing it to Sun Hao. "Here you go. Have fun with it." That was his gun. The sight of this made the man tremble with rage, but having already suffered a loss, he refrained from acting rashly, instead glaring daggers at Sun Hao. "When our commander arrives, you'll regret this. By all means, inform your commander. I, Yang Hai, will be waiting for him." Yang Hai replied, sparing the man's life merely for convenience, especially after having recently killed the deputy base leader. Killing another military personnel would complicate matters significantly. "Oh my! Isn't that platoon leader Yanhua?" Yang Hai turned at the sound, spotting 4 men and a woman hastening towards them. The excruciating pain in his abdomen left Yanhua unable to rise, forced to watch as they approached. "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just the lackeys of Mingzhu Group." Upon hearing the name Mingzhu Group, Yang Hai's expression turned serious. Was it the Mingzhu Group he was thinking of? As if to confirm Yang Hai's suspicion, the middle-aged man leading the group greeted them with a congenial smile. "You must be the team of abilities that exterminated the mutated tiger. I am Tian Hong, formerly the assistant to the head of the Mingzhu Group as Haisha branch. Do you also desire the tiger cub?" Yang Hai inquired jealously. Tian Hong laughed heartily. "Indeed. And we can offer an additional 3rd-tier Yihe on top of the price set by platoon leader Yanhua. We will take both cubs. Can you truly afford that?" Chun Chi-Chi questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. A 3rd was no trivial sum, especially after her recent encounter with military personnel that left her distrustful. "Rest assured, the Mingzhu Group guarantees its credibility." As he spoke, a delicate wooden box appeared in Tian Hong's hands, revealing a shallow layer of orange, containing no fewer than 20 to 30 third-tier. Chapter 58. Little Li. The Mingzhu Group's business empire was extensive, encompassing everything from military equipment to agriculture, their influence pervasive. Following the cataclysm of the nuclear mutation, they had emerged as a formidable power in the Haisha base, thanks to their ample resource reserves and superior weaponry. Tian Hong's possession of such a wealth of third-tier was due to a mutated Doberman. This Doberman, originally known for its ferocity, had become an extraordinary combatant post-mutation. Unfortunately, it had suffered severe injuries in a recent encounter with a mutated being and was on the brink of death. Having tasted the rewards of mutated creatures, Tian Hong rushed over upon hearing of the tiger cubs, only to find he was too late, having missed the military by mere moments. To his misfortune, he was also beaten up in the process. Seeing Tian Hong's earnestness, Yang Hai accepted the situation with equanimity, taking the unawakened tiger cub from Chinchichi. In that case, let us settle the payment. Tian Hong beckoned to his sophisticatedly dressed female secretary, who promptly approached and respectfully retrieved 8 third-tier from the wooden box, presenting them to Chinchichi, standing beside Yang Hai. After her confirmation, Yang Hai handed over the tiger cub. Observing the healthy cub in his hands, Tian Hong's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Unlike the mindless mutated animals, this creature had undergone positive evolution, retaining its intellect while gaining strength. Once a bond was formed, it would prove far more loyal than any human. His previous Doberman was a prime example. Now, with the cub's eyes still shut, it would perceive the first person it saw as its closest companion, making early training a wise investment. Just as the Mingzhu group was preparing to depart, Li Hua, who had remained in the vehicle, suddenly called out to them, Tian Hong. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tian Hong turned, uncertainty clouding his features until he laid eyes on Li Hua. Little Li, he exclaimed, astonished. Both Chinchichi and Sun Hao gazed at Li Hua in disbelief, echoing their confusion. What do you mean, Little Li? Well, I forgot to mention my father is the head of the Mingzhu group as Haisher branch, Li Hua replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. The apocalypse had arrived so suddenly, and her father had been in Yanjing at that time, leaving her somewhat out of the loop regarding the Mingzhu group's affairs. She never anticipated encountering them here today, and it felt too awkward to intervene in the negotiation. Yang Hai, though surprised, had anticipated this revelation. After all, Li Hua's extravagant tastes and her aloof demeanor were not traits easily cultivated by an ordinary family. While the others were still in shock, Tian Hong appeared as though he might weep at the sight of a long-lost relative. Others may not have known, but he certainly did. Do not be misled by young Li's tender age. In truth, he has long been at the helm of various company affairs, possessing leadership skills and vision of the highest caliber. Now, amidst such a formidable team of supernatural beings, the branch of Mingzhu Group is undoubtedly on the path to salvation. Young Li, we have finally found you. Tian Hong and others had already inquired at the base, yet the name Li Hua is all too common, with dozens of individuals bearing the name among the 30 to 40,000 survivors. In such chaotic circumstances, it is nearly impossible to conduct a thorough investigation. Well then, let us converse earnestly. Observing Tian Hong's tearful countenance, Li Hua could not help but express his disdain. Oh, young Li, you cannot fathom how unreasonable the Haisher government has been. Tian Hong lamented, leaning against the car door, pouring out his grievances to Li Hua. Their collaboration with the Haisher base to procure supplies from various companies under their banner, including Hanyun Mall, resulted in a staggering 60% being siphoned off. Although the absence of the base's military pressure significantly hampers the efficiency of reclaiming supplies, the base's avarice is truly appalling, consistently obstructing their tasks. Were it not for the immense wealth of Mingzhu Group, they would have been utterly overwhelmed by now. Listening to Tian Hong's complaints, Li Hua furrowed his brow in concern, ultimately casting a pleading glance at Yang Hai. Yang Hai, perhaps you can intervene? Certainly. Just provide the yiha. This is Mingzhu Group, a venture close to home. Yang Hai felt compelled to assist. The yiha is easily arranged. Let us not delay, and hasten to complete those tasks nearing their deadlines. Instantly invigorated, Tian Hong sprang into action. Many of the base's assignments carry mandatory penalties designed to prevent individuals from maliciously undertaking an excessive number of tasks. Those tasked with assigning us jobs were evidently deliberate, handing over seemingly simple assignments that, in reality, demand a substantial investment of time and effort. Despite our considerable input of manpower and resources, 2 tasks remain uncompleted. As he spoke, Tian Hong's anger grew, directed both at the base and his subordinates. Those with such lack of discernment hastily accepted tasks without proper investigation, resulting in their current predicament. What tasks are we discussing? Yang Hai maintained his calm demeanor, confident that as long as the threats were not excessively formidable 4th-tier mutated creatures, they lay within the team's capabilities. Tian Hong's expression brightened as he quickly retrieved the task card from his spatial inventory and respectfully presented it. Yang Hai glanced at it with curiosity. What a coincidence. The current task of eliminating third-tier mutated plants pertains to the very suburban structure they had previously visited. Chapter 59. Farewell, Ivy. Upon disembarking, a chilling aura enveloped them, causing those following Yanghai to shudder involuntarily. Hiss! Despite the blazing sun, why is it so cold here? Chinchichi complained, rubbing her bare arms. It has been nearly 3 months since the flood, and Haishur has not seen a drop of rain. Temperatures are rising steadily. Alongside the soaring heat, the status of water-based supernatural beings has ascended, exacerbating the severe drought. Outdoor ponds and streams have completely dried up, relying almost entirely on the water summoned by water-based supernatural beings for survival. Numerous plants have withered and perished, including several mutated varieties. Yet these factors evidently have not affected the ivy before them. The gate of the suburban structure remained shrouded from view, its once vibrant green leaves now deepening into an almost black hue. Let's commence. Yanghai directed his gaze towards the 3 fire-based supernatural beings behind him. Alongside Li Hua, 2 others were also employees of Mingzhu Group. The task involved acquiring 3 primary roots of this ivy. The individuals who initially accepted the assignment naively assumed that simply digging a hole would suffice for 3 roots. However, when they presented the roots excavated from the periphery, they were met with astonishment. The primary roots required were not what they had envisioned, but rather those closest to the ivy's core. Yet, if the ivy had not lost its capacity for movement, those roots would have remained unattainable. In essence, they were compelled to eliminate this ivy. Upon learning this, Tianhong dispatched personnel 3 times, each time suffering significant losses. Instead of resolving the issue, they inadvertently provided the ivy with ample nourishment. Consequently, Tianhong no longer dared to send his subordinates lightly, leading to this task being indefinitely postponed. Until today, when Yanghai returned to lead the team. Should they fail yet again, Mingzhu Group would owe the base 10-fold the task reward, amounting to 43rd to. This substantial sum constitutes nearly half of Mingzhu Group's current worth. A price too steep to contemplate lightly. Tianhong surveyed the ivy being driven back by the 3rd-tier fireballs, his expression grave. As Li Hua and the others incinerated the vines, Yanghai remained vigilant, leading a group of gold-based supernatural beings to breach from the opposite side. The superstar alloy in Yanghai's hand, having undergone fortification, bore no resemblance to its former self. The once smooth, light silver surface now exhibited a subtle matte texture. Its hue transformed into an ethereal silver black. Wherever the alloy blade struck, it cleaved effortlessly through all. In truth, Yanghai did not possess an array of intricate techniques. These skills were honed through the crucible of life and death battles, simple yet lethal. The severed ivy branches, after a feeble struggle on the ground, would ultimately lose vitality, with some unfortunate souls becoming ensnared by the vigorous vines. Fortunately, the number of personnel Tianhong brought was considerable, allowing them to support one another, resulting in minimal casualties. Soon, they stood before the suburban structure, the area surrounding the gate, spanning several hundred square feet, charred black, the vines overhead entirely eliminated. It appeared the ivy had been well fed. Yanghai narrowed his eyes towards the easternmost building. That structure, receiving the most sunlight within the community, was now entirely overtaken by ivy. Had it not been for the faint white cloth peeking through the vine gaps, he might not have recognized it at all. The other team members understood Yanghai's intent, according to Wang Tianlin's prior remarks. The ivy had refrained from overtaking the eastern building due to its aversion to light, yet it was now fully engulfed. This indicates a significant enhancement in the ivy's strength. Everyone remained vigilant. Li Hua turned to Tianhong, cautioning him that while a larger number of personnel can be advantageous, it also poses risks should the ivy suddenly charge. They could not ensure the safety of all. Brothers, exercise caution and report any anomalies immediately. Tianhong's assent to his current position was not without reason. He valued his reputation highly. Previously, due to Yanghai's presence, those Tianhong had brought began to lower their guard, believing their safety was assured with such a skilled individual among them. Yanghai noted the few who remained nonchalant but chose not to address it. After all, fate governs life and death, and wealth is determined by destiny. He bore no obligation to protect every individual. The line of engagement pressed onward. Clearing the ivy from a building ahead proved not only uncomplicated but increasingly so. Although the ivy had overtaken the entire structure, all branches originated from the ground floor. By severing the stalks below, the upper leaves would wither at a visibly rapid pace. With the added burden of the upper branches, the lower stalks had little chance of escape. Yanghai struck true with every slice. after effortlessly cleansing 4 or 5 towering edifices. The peculiar ivy could no longer restrain itself. The surrounding tendrils began to writhe, causing the leaves to emit a delicate rustling sound, and the temperature in the air plummeted once more. The tendrils had come to life. A voice from the crowd erupted in alarm. "Yanghai Gazette Head," where the unpurged tendrils from the buildings descended at an alarming pace, rapidly burrowing towards the onlookers. Yet, it was not these that truly seized Yanghai's attention. He was meticulously observing the primary roots concealed within. There it was. Amidst the deep green, a pitch-black tendril lay stealthily hidden beneath the foliage, its target unmistakably directed at Yanghai. It appeared that this creature had not forgotten him. Li Hua also astutely noticed the dark vine, his expression momentarily grave. It was significantly thicker than the last encounter. Yanghai, however, felt no trepidation. The superstar alloy in his grasp offered an overwhelming sense of security. He fixed his gaze upon the rapidly approaching black tendril and brought his alloy blade down with force. With a resounding thud, the tendril, broader than a human arm, was cleaved in twain, crimson sap splattering Yanghai in the process. Before the dark vine could react anew, Yanghai deftly twisted his wrist, severing the already bisected tendril completely. The task's progress surged ahead by a third. Yanghai initially assumed that this severed black tendril would retreat in disarray. Yet, to his astonishment, it merely hesitated briefly before continuing its advance toward him. Meanwhile, 3 other black tendrils successfully seized their prey in discreet corners. The elongated black vines maneuvered skillfully through the throng, devoid of Yanghai's psychic control and the superstar alloy, leaving the crowd to helplessly witness their bodies being pierced. Akin to skewered candied hawthorns, one black tendril, after piercing through 7 or 8 individuals, swiftly retracted, evidently intending to haul its spoils back to the core root system. Yanghai was determined not to afford the ivy the opportunity to regain its vitality. Channeling his psychic power, he split his alloy blade in two. The psychic energy guided the blade directly to sever the retreating black tendril. After inflicting severe damage on 2 black tendrils, the alloy blade returned to Yanghai's hand, rejoining as one. As he observed the remaining 2 black tendrils retreating rapidly with a collection of corpses, a bold idea sparked within him. "Brother Sun, you and Li Hua continue to draw the ivy's attention. Do not relent." "Got it. With us here, you need not worry," Sun Jie roared, his golden abilities radiating brilliantly as he forged a path through the advancing tendrils. Observing this, Yanghai ceased his chatter and swiftly pursued the black tendril that had yet to vanish from sight. Has his fellow lost its mind? Li Hua mused, witnessing the agile figure vanish among the dark green tendrils along with the procession of corpses, a flicker of disbelief crossing his otherwise calm visage. Enough of this. Now is not the time for such thoughts. With renewed focus, Li Hua amplified his psychic output, unleashing fiery orbs that detonated like cannonballs, incinerating vast swathes of the ivy into ash. Meanwhile, Yanghai, stealthily nestled among the corpses, had been drawn farther by the black tendril. His alloy blade transformed into a steel chain, binding him firmly atop it. In a short while, the tendril's pace slackened. After a tremor, Yanghai, along with the other corpses, was unceremoniously discarded. Utilizing the sunlight filtering through the gaps, the surroundings became somewhat discernible. They were situated in a spherical pit approximately 4 to 5 meters in radius and depth, its floor a chaotic lattice of interwoven bones, including those of several mutated animals stretching several meters long. It was evident that this was the site from which the ivy drew its sustenance. Before Yanghai could extricate himself from the heap of bodies, the ground suddenly quaked. He hesitated, opting to feign death. Within moments, the earth fissured and a black tendril, a meter in diameter, emerged from the upheaved soil. Undoubtedly, this was the core of the ivy, with the squad and Mingzhu group diverting attention. The ivy remained blissfully unaware of Yanghai's infiltration. Now even more relaxed, it prepared to feast. The thick black tendril evolved sharp fangs at its tip, which it used to snatch up 4 or 5 corpses in one swift motion. The chilling sound of crunching echoed in Yanghai's ears. The rough surface of the tendril was nearly soaked in blood. With a sickening gulp, the ivy swallowed its bloody morsels, fragments of bone cascading from between its jagged fangs like a macabre bone saw. As the monstrous maw descended once more to feast, Yanghai sprang into action. A flash of cold light severed a significant portion of the maw, the remnants of undigested flesh tumbling to the ground. Had it not been for the limited length of the superstar alloy blade, he had no doubt it would have entirely cleaved through the core black tendril. Boom! The ivy finally registered a disturbance in the food it had retrieved, and the thick black tendril began to retreat underground. This core tendril was unlike the others. Its survival was paramount. Yang Hai, quick-witted, hurled his alloy blade. The rapidly spinning superstar alloy blade sliced through the exposed segment of the core tendril like a helicopter rotor. Almost simultaneously, the enormous leaves overhead began to tremble violently, indicating the ivy's profound agony. Subsequently, a deluge of tendrils and leaves surged towards Yang Hai in the pit. Fortunately, he had anticipated this move. He disintegrated his superstar alloy into numerous shimmering willow leaf daggers that tore through the air, severing all advancing tendrils. This act drained a significant portion of his psychic energy, prompting Yang Hai to hastily consume 2 third-tier energy cores to recuperate. The ivy, having sustained such grievous injuries, was now on the brink of collapse, its multitude of leaves drooping lifelessly, stripped of their luster. The remaining individuals within the neighborhood also sensed something amiss. The tendrils that had once fiercely entangled them now lay motionless on the ground. Everyone was preoccupied with their immediate peril, and Yang Hai's earlier stealthy maneuver, concealed by the corpses, went unnoticed by all but his squad members. Not a soul realized that Yang Hai had vanished entirely. Sun Hao swallowed hard, murmuring, "Brother Yang Hai is indeed a third-tier ability user, right?" "That's a given," Chun Chi-Chi replied, leaning on her fire axe, her face a mask of disbelief. Despite being third-tier ability users themselves, how could Yang Hai single-handedly confront such a formidable ivy? Although the precise level of the ivy remained uncertain, it was clear to all that it was far from an ordinary third-tier mutated creature. Tian Hong, brimming with excitement, urged his subordinates to advance further, instructing them to thoroughly cleanse the ground of any remaining tendrils. "Hey, look ahead. Is it a person?" At the reminder, the crowd collectively turned to the front. Amidst the desiccated green, a dark silhouette emerged against the light, and behind it, a vast expanse of silver-black metal formed a cage. Inside the cage lay the core root system of the ivy, resembling a colossal black serpent. Despite Yang Hai's disheveled appearance, no one dared to voice a word of doubt. Yang Hai waved his hand slightly, causing several black vines trapped at the bottom of the ultrastar alloy cage to gently fall before Tian Hong. "The core main root of this entity has already been severed. With these, you can complete the task." Indeed. The mission only requires 3 main roots. "And we have a full 4 here which guarantees completion." Tian Hong nodded repeatedly, then solemnly declared, "Captain Yang, rest assured, our Pearl Group will not take a single cent from the rewards of this mission. We will completely hand everything over to you." This was indeed an excellent opportunity to align with such a formidable ability user. Forging a connection with him was undoubtedly worth the effort. "I will oversee them." Li Hua also expressed her stance. Having already conferred with Tian Hong, she did not intend to interfere too much with matters concerning the Pearl Group. After all, throughout the apocalypse, Tian Hong had fully emerged as the core figure of the Pearl Group. It would not necessarily be beneficial for her to usurp power, especially since she was reluctant to part ways with her current team. "The rest is up to you," Yang Hai replied with a slight nod. The inhabitants of this community had likely not departed early, and the remaining supplies inside should be substantial. A little collection could yield further rewards. As for him, the mission was complete, and the most pressing matter now was to pass on this hot potato to someone else. The alien core of the ivy had been extracted, yet the main root remained lively and vigorous. Such specialized tasks naturally required the expertise of professionals. Stepping out of the suburban villa with his team, Yang Hai activated his control abilities to summon an off-road vehicle, securing the alloy cage atop the roof. The Wrangler then sped away, disappearing over the horizon. Chapter 61. The Supreme Privilege of Mysteries. In the blink of an eye, the date on which the Heisher base was breached by the undead had arrived, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding surfaced within Yang Hai. It is often said that the past cannot be altered, akin to slaying an undead, which may lead to the emergence of another formidable mutated creature. The fate of the Heisher base remained inescapably doomed. Today, Yang Hai unusually chose to remain within the confines of the base's villa, refraining from undertaking any missions. Firstly, his current worth was considerable. Apart from acquiring a 4th-tier alien core from the Ivy, he had exchanged its core root system with Chun Bo for 33rd-tier alien cores. Coupled with the rewards from the Pearl Group, Yang Hai need not worry about lacking alien cores to enhance his abilities for the time being. Secondly, Yang Hai aimed to witness whether the fate of the Heisher base could be altered this time around. Before the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, Yang Hai slowly opened his eyes. The orange alien core in his hand glimmered faintly, yet had not completely lost its luminescence. indicating that some energy remained. However, he ceased further absorption. Today's intake had reached saturation. Continuing to forcibly absorb alien core energy would likely result in his mutation, with excessive mutation leading to a complete transformation into an aberrant entity. Such foolishness was not something Yang Hai would entertain. Casting a glance at Bado, who was asleep with 2 third-tier alien cores in his arms, Yang Hai unceremoniously lifted him and stuffed him into his jacket pocket. The wall clock had already passed midnight, signifying that the fate of the Haisher base had indeed been altered. With a sense of relief, Yang Hai proceeded to Chunbo's laboratory. Early that morning, Chunbo had contacted him via communicator, indicating that his experimental research had made significant progress. Most of the ground-based stations had been completely destroyed. The previously accessible networks and broadcasts had ceased functioning, leaving only short-range communication devices that did not rely on satellites to barely remain operational. This was not Yang Hai's first visit to the laboratory. From a distance, he spotted Zhang Cheng respectfully waiting at the entrance. Zhang Cheng had followed Chunbo even before the apocalypse, and he was considered one of Chunbo's most capable assistants. Yang Hai's gaze drifted over Zhang Cheng's face once more. He felt an odd familiarity, yet could not recall where he had seen him before. 5 years of the apocalypse had seen him through numerous experiences, making it impossible for him to remember every detail. However, it was likely that such a brilliant mind as Chunbo had remained obscure during the apocalypse, suggesting that this assistant had not achieved anything particularly notable. After some contemplation, Yang Hai cautiously ventured, "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Zhang Cheng, upon hearing this, appeared to ponder for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "I have no recollection. Perhaps you have encountered someone who resembles me." "Perhaps," Yang Hai conceded without dwelling further on the matter. Ding dong. The elevator doors emitted a crisp electronic sound, indicating their arrival at the underground laboratory. "Mr. Yang Hai, welcome to the Haisher Underground Laboratory. Dr. Chen has been awaiting you." Xianji had quietly appeared beside Yang Hai at some point. "Next, I shall take you to Dr. Chen's laboratory. I must return to continue my experiments," Zhang Cheng remarked appropriately. After bidding farewell to Zhang Cheng, Yang Hai followed the yellow orb of light as it led him onward. Along the way, he encountered numerous laboratory personnel, most of whom hurried past, barely sparing a glance at the anomaly in casual attire that was Yang Hai. "Xianji, what is Dr. Chen's ability?" Yang Hai casually inquired, as it appeared they still had quite a distance to traverse, providing an opportune moment to gauge the intelligence capabilities of this artificial intellect. Dr. Chen possesses dual third-tier abilities. His powers are energy field estimation and brain domain development. Is that something you can disclose?" Yang Hai responded, his face a canvas of perplexity. As a significant figure at the Haisher base, Chun Bo's abilities ought to be among the most closely guarded secrets. Yet, this artificial intelligence had divulged such information so readily. Would he face eradication for this? Xianji's gentle voice resonated once more, dispelling his concerns. "Mr. Yang Hai possesses supreme sequence authority. Xianji shall always comply with Mr. Yang Hai's requests." Well, Chunbo is quite the character. To grant such high-level access to such an advanced intellect so casually is remarkable. Yang Hai instinctively assumed that Chunbo must have provided this support behind the scenes. "This fellow is rather straightforward, yet I only recall hearing of the highest authority. Why has he also bestowed upon me the supreme authority? Nevertheless, having such privileges is advantageous, as it would alleviate many potential troubles. Xianji, please elaborate on the ability of energy field estimation." Yang Hai had heard of brain domain development. Aside from a few laboratory personnel, those endowed with this ability were not much different from a robust ordinary person. However, he had no recollection of the energy field estimation ability. The energy field estimation ability can convert various biological energy data into specific numerical values, but it is limited to abilities of the same tier and below. After hearing Xianji's explanation, Yang Hai finally comprehended how Chunbo had discerned his strength. No wonder the latter had been able to identify him at a glance. One must admit, Chunbo's dual abilities would undoubtedly enhance his research endeavors. "By the way, is there any record of my abilities within the base?" "Permission granted. Query results. Yang Hai, dual third-tier spatial and object manipulation abilities." Yang Hai was not surprised by Xianji's response. Having made numerous interventions, the base had undoubtedly investigated and discovered something. However, the findings regarding his object manipulation ability were vastly different from the true extent of his control abilities, so he need not worry excessively. "By the way, I hope that our earlier conversation remains confidential. Can you ensure that?" Yang Hai felt uncertain whether his authority extended to such matters. Xianji's voice reassured him, dispelling his doubts. Permission granted. The dialogue content has been completely deleted. After a brief pause, the gentle female voice chimed in once more. Mr. Zhanghai, welcome to the subterranean laboratory of Haishur. Dr. Chun has been waiting for quite some time. Indeed, the machine's intellect proves invaluable with a mere command. It can erase any trace of conversation. After the dialogue was expunged, Yang Hai felt a sense of trepidation and chose to follow Xuanji in silence. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at Dr. Chen's laboratory. The silver metallic door slid open automatically, and without lifting his gaze from the workbench, Dr. Chun greeted him. You're here. You didn't even look. How could you possibly know it's me? Yang Hai inquired, a note of curiosity in his voice. At this, Dr. Chun paused his work and turned to Yang Hai with a calm demeanor. I could discern the energy fields of each individual. Your readings are currently the highest among those who have visited me. Furthermore, based on the data I've gathered on the 4th tier IV, you are projected to ascend to the 4th tier in approximately 1 month and 7 days. I had no idea you possessed such formidable abilities. Yang Hai feigned astonishment, secretly admiring his own acting prowess. To be fair, there was a hint of desperation in Yang Hai's demeanor, yet Dr. Chun, engrossed in his research, appeared oblivious and continued with his intended discourse. I summoned you today because we have made a breakthrough in the research regarding the 3rd tier metahuman cadaver you provided me. Chapter 62. The Healing Elixir. What new discovery have you made? Yang Hai asked, his curiosity piqued. In a cataclysmic world dominated by nuclear mutations, the strength of abilities held paramount significance, yet the laboratory's potential should not be underestimated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exerted effort to foster a connection with Dr. Chun. Dr. Chun placed his palm upon the biometric scanner, and after a successful scan, a safe beneath the experimental platform began to rise. With a click, a transparent test tube containing a luminescent liquid was retrieved. Both animal and human trials have been successful. The mysterious substance extracted from the unique metahuman can significantly accelerate wound healing. I have named the concoction derived from this substance, combined with other rare materials, the healing elixir. In trials, subjects who ingested the elixir were able to recover from lethal injuries inflicted by 3rd-tier mutated organisms in an astonishingly brief period. Dr. Chun conveyed this thrilling news in a remarkably subdued tone, barely concealing its potential to excite anyone outside the laboratory. Yang Hai couldn't help but question such a monumental discovery. Yet you seem far from elated. Your tone lacks the enthusiasm you displayed when you sought the mutated rice. What is there to celebrate? Dr. Chun replied. Kesting abamusid glanja et Yang Hai. This mysterious substance, as calculated, cannot be synthesized with our current methods. Once this cadaver is depleted, the healing elixir will be no more. The process of extracting this substance is merely a tedious endeavor without any substantial meaning. The world of geniuses is indeed a realm apart from that of ordinary folk, Yang Hai thought to himself, suppressing a sigh. Returning to the matter at hand. How much of this healing elixir can you provide me? He inquired directly, aware of his own self-healing abilities, but recognizing that others were not as fortunate. Such a resource would undoubtedly prove invaluable. 20 vials, the highest concentration of the 4th-tier healing elixir, Dr. Chun stated with precision. We currently have 4 tiers of healing elixirs, classified similarly to the levels of enigmatic cores: 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, and 4th tier. The 4th tier elixir, as promised, theoretically retains efficacy for 4th tier beings. Given its strategic importance, the base has stringent regulations, and 20 vials is my utmost limit. Agreed, but I have a stipulation. What is your request? I desire only 14 vials of the 4th tier healing elixir. The remaining 6 should be substituted with elixirs of other tiers. Dr. Chun furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, but failing to comprehend Yang Hai's rationale. This is akin to enigmatic cores. Few would willingly exchange higher-tier cores for lower ones. Since you insist, I shall acquiesce, Dr. Chun conceded, rising to retrieve 4 exquisite silver cases from a transparent cabinet beside the experimental platform. These are what you seek. Yang Hai waved his hand, enfolding the 4 cases into his spatial storage. With the transaction complete, Dr. Chun promptly issued an invitation to leave. I have matters to attend to. Allow Xuanji to escort you out. Yang Hai, somewhat bemused, remarked, I am certain that if you were to fall in love, you would undoubtedly be a cad who forgets his commitments. Dr. Chun responded with calm indifference. Romance is merely a consequence of hormonal impulses, a significant blunder left over from human evolution. There is a saying, the wise do not enter the realm of love. Have you not heard it? All right, I shall take my leave. You continue your research at your leisure. Xuanji, lead the way. Yang Hai called to Xuanji and followed the golden orb out of the laboratory. Unlike the bustling residential areas outside, The villa district for metahumans was notably tranquil, with most inhabitants already ensconced in slumber at this hour. However, the entrance to the villa district was abuzz with activity, a group of flamboyantly dressed women standing there with various expressions. As several exuberant women noticed Yang Hai approaching, they instinctively moved to greet him, only to be dissuaded by his icy gaze. They had been in the vicinity long enough to recognize who was approachable and who was not, although the base strictly prohibited conflict among individuals. An empowered metahuman held a distinct advantage over an ordinary person. They had witnessed numerous instances where metahumans acted with impunity, with the law enforcement turning a blind eye. Yang Hai felt no stirrings of empathy upon seeing them. They were merely individuals striving to survive, but their plight bore no relevance to him. The opulent villa district was illuminated by streetlights, guiding Yang Hai effortlessly back to his residence. Clop, clop. The sound of heavy footsteps resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. Brother, it seems our grandmother is nearing her end. Do not speak recklessly. We must return to the medical facility. They surely have a solution. Although the man's tone was resolute, the anxiety and panic etched across his bronzed features betrayed his true feelings. In the light, Yang Hai discerned their faces, recognizing them as the two men who had previously intercepted him in Linjia village. They appeared to be in a predicament. What brings you here? Lin Yi looked at Yang Hai, hope flickering in his previously despondent eyes. Strong brother, do you know of a medical facility that can treat my grandmother's injuries? Though Lin Yi was unaware of Yang Hai's identity, the latter's evident strength suggested a position of significance. Yang Hai glanced at the elderly woman Lin Yi was carrying. Her wound, wrapped in white gauze, seeping dark blood. Was she injured by a mutated creature? Lin Er nodded vigorously. Yes. We encountered a swarm of mutated frogs while en route to Haishur, and all three of us sustained injuries. At this revelation, Yang Hai's apprehension solidified. While the two men were metahumans, the elderly woman was clearly not. The mutated frogs were toxic. Though not lethal to metahumans, they posed a grave threat to ordinary individuals. The medical facilities in Haishur would likely be ill-equipped to assist her. Yang Hai felt compelled to express his helplessness. What were we to do now? Lin Er's heart sank, regret washing over him for having brought his grandmother out of the village. Upon hearing Yang Hai's words, Lin Yi understood that the medical point likely held no hope. However, there were no better alternatives at present. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi resolved to continue taking his grandmother to the medical point. Brother Qiangjia, thank you. We shall proceed to the medical point after all. Observing the two eager to depart, Yang Hai sighed and called out to Lin Yi and Lin Er. Wait, I have a method, though I cannot guarantee 100% success. Brother Qiangjia, speak. We will agree to any conditions, Lin Er exclaimed, excitement evident in his demeanor. Nearly kneeling before Yang Hai, he had overheard the doctors at the medical point confiding in his brother during the day, and now, with a glimmer of hope, he felt compelled to trust Yang Hai. First, you must promise to work for me in the future. Yang Hai had his own plans. These two brothers were robust and clearly adept at labor. We agree. Seeing their enthusiastic acceptance, Yang Hai retrieved a transparent vial from his spatial storage, containing the first-tier healing potion he had just acquired from Chun Bo. The rationale behind his request for a variety of healing potions lay here. One could not perpetually suffer fatal injuries. High-tier healing potions would be excessively wasteful for minor wounds. Thus, it was most appropriate to exchange for potions of different tiers. The elder's injuries would certainly be sufficiently addressed by a first-tier healing potion, though he was uncertain whether it would neutralize the poison. Lin Yi carefully administered the potion to his grandmother. In a short while, the frail elder's breathing began to stabilize, and her eyes fluttered open. What has happened? My eldest grandson? Wonderful news, Brother Qiangjia. From now on, our lives belong to you. Chapter 63. The Research Institute, Arc Nuclear Reactor. The last expedition against the fourth-tier mutated cockroaches had resulted in the complete annihilation of the 2nd Regiment of the Haishur base's military, along with the loss of 3 armored vehicles and countless firearms. Many survivors, including Yang Hai's team, had witnessed that harrowing scene, and the city had officially become a forbidden zone. No one dared to accept missions leading into the urban area any longer. On the nearly deserted highway, an off-road vehicle advanced slowly. Abandoned cars obstructed the road entirely. Yet wherever the white off-roader traveled, an invisible force violently cleared the obstacles ahead. Lin Er, seated in the last row, watched this remarkable spectacle with unwavering attention. After Yang Hai had saved their grandmother with the healing potion, Lin Yi and Lin Er officially joined Yang Hai's team. They relinquished their former villa to reside alongside Yang Hai's group. Whenever Yang Hai embarked on a mission, he would take one of the brothers along while the other remained behind at the villa to keep watch and handle matters with the Mingzhu group. Sun Hao leaned closer to Lin Air and whispered, "So how about it? Isn't Boss Yang formidable?" Lin Air nodded fervently, still in awe of the abilities that seemed to leap from the pages of an anime. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the boss's strength. This is also why we dare to undertake missions in the city. Sun Hao would never forget the day Yang Hai single-handedly vanquished the 4th-tier Ivy. It seemed that as long as Yang Hai was present, they were safe. For this reason, when Yang Hai proposed to take on urban missions, none of them voiced any objections. Greater risks often yielded greater rewards, and the base had been exceedingly generous. "Captain, this vehicle won't make it through." Sun Jie observed the severely damaged road ahead and gently pressed the brakes. Yang Hai noticed as well. This road was likely a military creation, riddled with alarming craters. No matter, the research institute is not far ahead. With that, Yang Hai exited the vehicle first. After securing the car, the 6 of them began to cautiously traverse the bombarded road. Few buildings surrounded the research institute, only a handful of low-rise structures, all marked with the scars of bullets and explosions. Chin Chi couldn't help but comment, "What kind of fierce battles took place here? This area is coastal. The cockroaches in the city are at the top of the food chain. What do you think the sea creatures would be like?" Yang Hai elucidated the underlying reason. According to information provided by Chan Bo, after the flood subsided, many mutated creatures emerged around the research institute, and the government forces exerted considerable effort to evacuate the researchers within. It proved to be a worthy endeavor. But what happened to those mutated creatures? Li Hua asked, scanning the surroundings, which bore no signs of life. Wherever there is food, they will be. The might of the mutated beings required vast amounts of energy. Had they not still been unable to completely detach from their aquatic habitat, the survivors at the Haisher base would have long since become a meal for these sea creatures. Once the researchers vacated the institute, it lost its allure for the mutated beings. The base's decision to send Yang Hai was due not only to his combat prowess, but also to the significant advantage of his spatial capacity. After all, during his first search mission, Yang Hai had managed to store over 50 cubic meters of supplies, while transporting some of the larger equipment from the research institute would prove exceedingly complex. Thus, with his vast spatial capabilities, Yang Hai became the base's prime choice. If this trip went smoothly, the team could expect substantial gains. The red access card was swiped, and the blue sealed gate slowly opened. Thanks to the laboratory's stringent management, the number of transformed beings inside the institute was exceedingly low. The floor was littered only with hastily abandoned documents, and in this post-apocalyptic world, it was rare to find a place so clean and orderly. Had it not been for its proximity to the coast, it might have become the first choice for a government base. After a thorough exploration of the research institute, Bado exhibited no reactions. Yang Hai felt assured enough to allow the team to split up, enhancing efficiency. Chin Chi, Li Hua, and the newly joined Lin Air formed one group, while the Sun Father and Son teamed up. As for Yang Hai, he chose to operate independently. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would communicate promptly via their walkie-talkies. Yang Hai distributed fully charged portable headsets to the others. Before long, Yang Hai arrived at the experimental area, where nearly all the instruments and equipment requested by the base were located. His presence here was entirely justified. The familiar underground elevator awaited. He could not fathom why these crucial laboratories were often constructed underground. However, it soon dawned on him that areas concerning national secrets were safer and more discreet when hidden below ground. Should any incidents occur, the impact on nearby civilians would be mitigated. In a city plunged into darkness, the elevator here continued to operate smoothly. Powered by a small arc nuclear reactor located at the base of the experimental zone, the elevator descended rapidly, reaching depths of several hundred meters in under a minute. The small arc nuclear reactor was one of Yang Hai's primary objectives for this trip. If the Haisher base acquired it, they could save at least 3/4 of their concentrated gasoline. This device was quite sizable. Had it not been for Bado's advancement to Tier 3, it might have been impossible to store. Bado's Tier 3 spatial capacity was 1,500 cubic meters, nearly half of which was occupied by supplies. The small arc nuclear reactor measured over 200 cubic meters, making it easy to accommodate. I hope what Shimbo said is true. Before the arc nuclear reactor, Yang Hai pressed the stop button. After cutting off the power, the laboratory's reserve energy could sustain consumption for at least an hour. It would automatically shut down before the energy was exhausted. In other words, he had 1 hour remaining. With a thunderous sound, the battery connector linked to the nuclear reactor was entirely pulled out, and the surrounding lights flickered momentarily before returning to their usual brightness. Placing the pure white hamster on the sealed exterior of the arc nuclear reactor, Yang Hai meticulously explained to Bado the task it was to undertake. After all, the reactor was overwhelmingly large, and relying solely on his telekinetic abilities might drain him entirely. In short, just absorb this black metallic shell along with its contents into your space. Ba Do scratched its head, gazing at Yang Hai with a discerning look. Never mind, just do your thing. With communication yielding no results, Yang Hai opted for a more hands-off approach. No sooner had he spoken than the nuclear reactor vanished in a thin air. Yang Hai swiftly engaged the telekinetic abilities he had left in his space, and the entire arc nuclear reactor now floated serenely at the top of his spatial realm. Truly, a remarkable offspring indeed, astute. Ba Do, that wasn't quite what you meant before. Chapter 64, Tsunami Warning, Danger Approaches. After securing the arc nuclear reactor, Ba Do perched on Yang Hai's shoulder as they ascended through the elevator, floor by floor. The duo soon reached the underground 8th level, and as Yang Hai swiped the access card to open the massive door, a cacophony of alarm bells resounded through the crack. Yang Hai's heart tightened, instinctively taking a step back, fearing imminent danger. However, upon seeing Ba Do's calm demeanor, he felt slightly reassured. What could be the cause of this alarm? Puzzled, Yang Hai pushed the door open and proceeded inside. At the end of the sky-blue corridor, a room's door pulsated with red light, clearly the source of the alarm. The disaster prediction room, Yang Hai mused as he read the plaque at the door, deep in thought. With a click, the door to the disaster prediction room swung open, granted access by the all-powerful universal access card. On the central observation screen, a vivid red countdown flickered, accompanied by a chilling electronic voice that incessantly reported, "A distant ocean tsunami has been detected. There are 2 hours and 39 minutes remaining until the waves arrive. With an anticipated height of 13,578 meters. Please evacuate immediately. Warning message, transmission failed." Upon hearing the announcement, Yang Hai's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could it be a tsunami? In his previous life, when the High City base fell, he had followed the main contingent to the nearest Suzhou base. He later heard from others that the coastal areas had been completely submerged, yet no one pursued the cause. As the electronic voice continued, the central observation screen simulated the tsunami's trajectory. Beneath towering waves reaching thousands of meters, the entire urban area would be obliterated, and the residual waves alongside the remaining seawater would engulf the entire High City. Yang Hai retrieved his long-idle phone from his space and recorded the visuals displayed on the observation screen. If this were true, the recently revitalized High City base would likely regress to square one. Observing the dwindling 2.5 hours, Yang Hai pressed the intercom button. Emergency situation. Assemble at the Research Institute entrance as swiftly as possible. What's happening, Yang Hai? Chen Qiqi's puzzled voice rang in his earpiece. At that moment, she and Li Hua had just arrived at the data repository, having barely collected a few memory drives when Yang Hai suddenly called for them to leave. Li Hua swiftly reacted, shoving the memory drives into his pocket and pulling the still bewildered Chen Qiqi along as they dashed away. Lin Er, witnessing this, hastily followed suit. As Yang Hai pressed the elevator's upward button, he replied over the intercom, "I'll explain once we're in the vehicle." 5 minutes later, Yang Hai appeared at the entrance of the High City Research Institute, where the rest of the team had already gathered. Let's go. Yang Hai produced an off-road vehicle, opened the door, and took a seat. Brother Sun, back to the base. Sun Jie glanced at Yang Hai's notably serious expression, a wave of concern washing over him. The last time he had seen Yang Hai wear such a face was during their encounter with a swarm of mutated cockroaches in the city. You all can judge for yourselves. Yang Hai, believing further discussion was futile, displayed the footage he had just captured on his phone, alongside the recorded video. He had also taken the disaster prediction room's data logs. A mere video was insufficient to validate the accuracy of this information. Curious, Chen Qiqi took the phone and opened the video. An ocean tsunami? Could it be a malfunction of the instruments? The group found themselves at a loss. Although High City was coastal, it had never experienced any severe natural disasters, at most, just a few passing typhoons. The sudden emergence of tsunami warning was indeed hard to believe. Regardless of its veracity, relaying this information to the base was paramount. Li Hua pondered the potential consequences of the news being true, his expression darkening. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Sun Jie pressed the accelerator, and within half an hour, they reached the base entrance. The ability users stationed at the entrance were taken aback by the imposing presence of the off-road vehicle, which seemed poised to breach the base directly. Brother Hua, what is the deal with this vehicle? It's quite audacious, the guards murmured, their hearts racing as they watched the vehicle come to a halt before the security barrier. Zhang Huayong squinted his eyes, scanning the vehicle thoroughly, and upon confirming it wasn't one of the designated vehicles for the higher-ups in the base, his arrogance surged. Whoever it is, even if it's the base leader today, I'll make sure to teach them a lesson. Just as he finished speaking, A young man emerged from the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle. "Hey, you. Stop right there. You're talking to me?" Yang Hai slowly turned, his voice icy. "Did you call for me?" "I was indeed referring to you. The base regulations clearly state that all vehicles must stop for inspection." Zhang Huayong's gaze fell upon Yang Hai's immaculate attire. The retort he had prepared faltered on his lips, and instead he said meaningfully, "We both know what happens to those who disobey." It was evident that few could present themselves so neatly attired. The other party was undoubtedly an ability user, and he could not afford to offend him. Zhang Huayong? Yang Hai glanced at the name tag on the base staff's chest, the name sounding somewhat familiar. Lin Er, who had leaned in to listen, felt a surge of anger upon hearing it, and quickly recognized the familiar round face. "Uh-huh, Zhang Huayong, I finally caught you." Zhang Huayong, upon seeing Lin Er, briefly wore an expression of guilt before it swiftly vanished. "Captain, my brother and I paid a hefty price to have this kid hire a few ability users to escort us to the base, but unexpectedly, they turned out to be utterly useless and all perished shortly after setting out. We've lost a fortune," Lin Er fumed, recalling how he and Lin had given half of their wealth to Zhang Huayong, which amounted to several 100 kilograms of mutated rice, an invaluable resource, only to end up with such a result. Had it not been for Yang Hai, Grandma Lin would have long since passed away for poisoning. Zhang Huayong, with a quick flick of his eyes, responded with righteous indignation. "Let us keep public and private matters separate. That's not the issue at hand right now. You've violated the base regulations. So off to the security team, you go for your punishment." "You," Lin Er was about to retort, but Yang Hai raised a hand to silence him. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the base, and the keenly perceptive abilities of the extraordinary individuals present made it easy to discern the sound of tires grinding against the ground. The base's gates swung open with remarkable speed, and a black Hummer burst forth, coming to an abrupt halt before the crowd. Zhang Huayong was about to unleash his frustration, but caught sight of the ostentatiously conspicuous license plate, 88,888. The curse poised on his lips transformed into a forced smile. What pressing matter could have compelled the base leader to visit this place? Such a striking license plate number could only belong to the base leader, Qin Neng. No other individual could possibly match it. However, to Zhang Huayong's disappointment, it was not Qin Neng who emerged from the vehicle, but rather a young man clad in a white lab coat. Chapter 65, Decision-Making. Chen Bo, without casting a sidelong glance, bypassed Zhang Huayong, who stood before the vehicle, and made a beeline for Yang Hai, his tone unexpectedly laden with gravity. "Come with me to the laboratory. We need to review the materials you brought back." "Let us go." Yang Hai was not taken aback by Chen Bo's arrival. He had already sent a message as soon as the communicator fell within range. "Stop." Zhang Huayong, incensed by his utter disregard, hurriedly obstructed their path. He was unaware that his clandestine dealings had been reported to his superior, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to remain at the gate for the rest of his life. After boasting just moments ago, he realized he needed to establish his authority today or risk losing all credibility in the future. With this thought in mind, he clasped his hands behind his back and assumed an even more arrogant demeanor. Was the base's code merely decorative? Did he think himself the base leader, free to roam as he pleased? Sensing the reverent gazes directed towards him, Zhang Huayong felt a surge of pride. What was wrong with being a gatekeeper? A gem would always shine, and he could see that these individuals were utterly daunted by him. "I was unaware that our Haisher base had such diligent guardians." A resonant voice echoed from behind him, causing Zhang Huayong to stiffen and turn. The impeccably dressed figure behind him was none other than the base leader, Qin Neng. The dual pressure of a level 3 extraordinary individual and a superior nearly brought Zhang Huayong to his knees. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and bowed his head repeatedly. "Base leader, you." Before he could complete his sentence, he vanished from sight, and a few moments later, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed. Chen Bo coolly withdrew his right foot, as if the act of kicking Zhang Huayong away had not been his doing. "Dr. Chen, I suggest such matters be delegated to subordinates in the future." Qin Neng, seasoned in handling high-stakes situations, waved his hand behind him, prompting the security team to promptly remove the half-conscious Zhang Huayong. With the obstruction eliminated, the group smoothly boarded the vehicle and set off toward the laboratory. "Let us return to the villa," Li Hua said, rubbing his temples, wearied. He believed that results from Yang Hai's side would emerge soon, but they needed to prepare everything before the other party arrived. With Zhang Huayong's precedent in mind, the remaining guards wisely allowed the group to pass. 10 minutes later, in the subterranean laboratory of Haisher, the conference hall, the footage recorded on a makeshift device by Yang Hai was projected onto the central screen, becoming somewhat unclear Yet the 8 individuals present scrutinized the fuzzy image with utmost attention, fearful of missing any detail. Elder son, what are your thoughts? Qi Neng, seated at the head of the table, inquired of the elder to his right. Elder Sun, formerly known as Sun Xuanzhou, was the director of the Haisha Research Institute. Sun Xuanzhou stroked his white hair but did not respond directly. Instead, he instructed Xuanji to retrieve the data concerning the tsunami warning system. Observing the screen filled with red text, both Chun Bo and Elder Sun furrowed their brows. The satellite monitoring of the Research Institute's tsunami warning system had ceased functioning, and the data was transmitted solely by swarm detectors. Unless all swarm detectors were malfunctioning, the warning system could not yield erroneous results. A sense of despair washed over Sun Xuanzhou. As the developer of the swarm detectors, he held absolute confidence in his instruments. Yet at this moment, he found himself wishing that the detectors had malfunctioned. The swarm detectors operated on a shared hive consciousness, relaying information in layers, as long as one detector remained operational. The collected data could return to the Research Institute. According to the data, over 1,000 detectors were still functional, with 350 operating normally. Chun Bo's words shattered the last vestige of hope among the group. If we remain here, we face only a dead end. As if to echo Chun Bo's assertion, Xuanji began displaying the latest generated simulation on the central screen. The surging waves crashed upon the land, inundating the entire Haisha urban area, and showed no signs of abating. As the blue waters continued to surge inland, threatening to engulf the very location of the Haisha base. The waves are projected to reach the base in 1 hour and 8 minutes, Xuanji's gentle voice announced. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grave. Immediately notify all personnel at the base to prepare for evacuation. Qi Neng stood, his demeanor serious. Wait, what do you mean by this evacuation notice? The voice interrupting him belonged to Zhou Haoming, the head of the logistics department. Zhou Haoming scoffed, continuing, once the evacuation notice is issued, the entire base will descend into chaos. How can we ensure a safe departure then? The registered population at the Haisha base exceeds 80,000, and the actual number is likely even greater. Even discounting those on external missions, that is still a considerable figure. Such a massive population transfer is no trivial matter. Qi Neng's previously resolute thoughts wavered slightly. Seizing the moment, Zhou Haoming pressed on. In my opinion, those ordinary individuals should be left behind. They serve no purpose other than to burden the base. The extraordinary individuals and research personnel are our hope. I concur with Minister Zhou's perspective. If our evacuation is hindered by those ordinary individuals, it would be a loss beyond measure. Indeed, we're the hope of the Haisha base. Observing these individuals, Yang Hai could not help but let out a derisive laugh. What nonsense! Do you think everyone in the base is blind? This underground laboratory is situated at the heart of the base, arguably the safest location. Any disturbances would be detected throughout the base. Escaping in the first instance would be exceedingly difficult. Zhou Haoming smirked, callously remarking, what is the issue? Simply deal with those who obstruct us. Silence. Qi Neng's gaze towards Zhou Haoming was as fierce as fire. He had invested considerable effort into the Haisha base, and Zhou Haoming's words had crossed a line. Though reason and data told Qi Neng that evacuating everyone within a mere hour was impossible, after much internal struggle, he made a final decision. In 15 minutes, the entire base shall sound the alarm. Should there be any action harming civilians, the security team will intervene immediately. Zhou Haoming wished to voice further objections, but upon glancing at the countdown timer on the screen, he ultimately departed in frustration. There was much to take with them, and no time left for further debate. Dr. Chun, Elder Son, I must trouble you both to coordinate arrangements for the laboratory. Of course, Elder Son nodded. Little Qin, do not be too hard on yourself. If there were choices, no one would wish to act this way. With that, he turned and departed with Chun Bo. Soon, only Qi Neng and Yang Hai remained in the conference room. Forgive me for burdening you, my brother Yang, Qi Neng said, appearing suddenly aged. Yang Hai shook his head. No, base leader Qin, your sense of duty is commendable. Chapter 66, Urgent Evacuation. Qin had numerous matters to arrange, so he did not bid farewell to brother Yang Hai. With that, Qin left the conference room. Yang Hai gazed contemplatively at the small arc-like nuclear reactor nestled within the space, pondering whether the base should retain this contraption. However, amidst the current chaos, it seemed no one could provide an answer to his dilemma. Never mind, he decided it was best to leave the base first. Li Hua and the others were likely prepared by now. With this thought in mind, Yang Hai activated his intercom. How's the packing of the villa coming along? The Mingzhu group has dispatched a space ability user, and all supplies have been stored in his space. Upon hearing Li Hua's response, Yang Hai nodded in agreement. That's good. We shall meet at the base's main gate. Upon returning to the ground, Yang Hai retrieved a new vehicle from his space and drove towards the gate. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the underground laboratory of Haishur was fraught with tension. Dr. Chun, are we truly abandoning the project we have labored over for months? The water purification system is on the verge of completion, and my deodorizing agent, a throng of researchers, young and old, surrounded Dr. Chun, desperately attempting to preserve their respective projects. In the face of their relentless pursuit, Dr. Chun remained remarkably composed. Time, manpower, and space are limited. The prioritization of research projects is dictated by necessity. Rather than waste time here, it would be more prudent to organize the data. If you choose to linger here and await your fate, I shall not hinder you. Realizing that appealing to Dr. Chun was futile, the crowd turned their beseeching gazes towards Sun Xuanzhou. Old Sun, what do you think? Although Dr. Chun was currently the lab supervisor, Sun Xuanzhou, as his mentor, held a significant status. Clearing his throat, Sun Xuanzhou waved his hand dismissively. Ahem, I am powerless in this matter. Dr. Chun has spoken quite clearly. The group departed, albeit reluctantly. You, immersed in research, must not neglect the importance of interpersonal skills. Sun Xuanzhou observed his student with a sense of helplessness. Dr. Chun was exemplary in many regards, yet his inability to avoid offending others remained unchanged. 15 minutes flew by in an instant, and soon the Haishur base was filled with the piercing sound of alarms. Attention survivors, a distant ocean tsunami will reach the base in 50 minutes. Please evacuate westward immediately upon receiving this message. Is the base's broadcast system infected with a virus? A young man walking along the path scratched his head in confusion. Indeed, I have lived in Haishur for over 40 years and have never heard of a tsunami. In this apocalypse, is anyone still making such jokes? Is it true? Should we pack our belongings and make a run for it? Observing the hesitance of those around him, Yang Hai slowly raised the car window. Looking ahead, it was evident that many were well informed, as a considerable queue had formed at the exit of the base. Knock, knock. Suddenly, the left window was rapped upon. Lifting his gaze, he saw Chun Chi-Chi, dressed in a pink hoodie, accompanied by Sun Hao. Yang Hai, Sister Li Hua, and the others are already outside the base. Just waiting for you. Yang Hai rolled his eyes in exasperation before allowing the two to enter the vehicle. Upon arriving at the gate, the number of guards stationed there was several times greater than usual, armed to the teeth. These guards were evidently tasked with maintaining order. Each vehicle was given a cursory inspection before being swiftly permitted to pass. Occasionally, a few individuals attempted to cut in line, but upon witnessing the formidable presence of the guards, they could only sheepishly retreat to the back of the line, saving Yang Hai considerable trouble. Captain, where should we go next? Sun Hao queried, uncertainty etched on his face. The Haishur base was no longer a viable option, and the outside world was rife with anomalies and mutated creatures. What are you fretting about? The higher-ups will take care of it. Despite his words, the normally carefree Chun Chi-Chi felt a pang of concern. Noticing the two engaged in idle conversation, Yang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, the communicator he had stowed in his pocket began to vibrate. Dr. Chen 1, come to the lab and help move some things. Yang Hai rolled his eyes inwardly, responding with a text. Dr. Chun 4, you should have mentioned this earlier. I'm already outside the base. Dr. Chen 1, once the task is complete, I'll have a 4th-tier anomalous core. Dr. Chun 4, where are you? Stay put. I'll be there shortly. Chen Chi-Chi and Li Hua stood dumbfounded, only realizing their predicament as they inhaled a lungful of exhaust from the off-road vehicle. They had been left behind. Amidst the throng of vehicles surging outward, a white SUV, traveling in the opposite direction, stood out conspicuously. Under the puzzled gaze of the guards, Yang Hai made his way back to the center of the base without hindrance. There was no choice. Dr. Chen's offer was simply too enticing. Under the guidance of Xuanji, Yang Hai soon arrived at his intended destination, the strategic reserve room in the depths of the underground laboratory. Esteemed Mr. Yang Hai, welcome to the strategic reserve room. Dr. Chen asked me to inform you that the items within are not included in the official inventory. Dr. Chen only requires the experimental supplies from Area D. How much of the rest you can take is entirely up to you. Such good fortune? Yang Hai's interest was piqued. As Xuanji illuminated the reserve room, rows of neatly arranged supplies came into view. In addition to the experimental materials Dr. Chen needed, there was a significant stockpile of military supplies, various compressed biscuits, and military rations. Although these items were unnecessary for him, they were highly coveted by those in the base. Perhaps they could be exchanged for anomalous cores with those struggling to get by. Having returned from rebirth, Yang Hai had learned to plan for the future. Ordo, it's time to get to work. While his 3rd-tier control abilities were indeed formidable, the current circumstances did not permit excessive use of such powers. After all, The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty. At the command, Bardot promptly leapt from Yang Hai's shoulder and began to scurry about the spacious room. Chapter 67. Wishing you a safe journey. As time slipped away, the Haisher base descended further into chaos. Armored vehicles were seen departing from the central building towards the base's exterior, and those who had previously dismissed the alarms suddenly became frantic. With orders from the base commander, the guard team had prepared well in advance, managing to maintain some semblance of order, yet unrest remained inevitable. Following the instructions broadcasted, stranded survivors rushed towards the rescue buses, with ordinary people vastly outnumbering the anomalous individuals within the Haisher base. In a world where even securing a meal was challenging, how could ordinary people possess transportation? Even if they had vehicles, acquiring concentrated gasoline was another matter entirely. For various reasons, the number of survivors requiring transportation was astronomical, causing the entire parking lot to become utterly congested. Why are we not allowed to bring supplies? These are my designer bags and clothing. The base has regulations. Each transport vehicle is permitted to carry only one backpack per person, explained a uniformed guard patiently. The impeccably dressed young woman before him, however, seemed unwilling to listen, obstinately blocking the path to the transport vehicle. I don't care. Wherever my baggage is, there I shall be. With that, she tugged at the 3 large bags trailing behind her, determined to board the transport vehicle. The guard rushed forward, positioning his body to shield the woman. The base commander had issued a decree that under no circumstances should force be used against civilians. However, should this woman set a precedent, those already in the vehicle and those waiting in line would undoubtedly erupt in chaos. My boyfriend is an adept, and if he learns of how you have treated me, he will not spare you upon his return. The guard rolled his eyes inwardly. These individuals were clearly unaware that the teams dispatched on missions had nearly been sentenced to death. There was simply no manpower available to inform them. The situation devolved into a standoff, and the commotion quickly attracted the attention of the squad leader. What's going on here? Upon hearing the familiar voice, the guard's eyes brightened as he cast a pleading glance toward the squad leader. Captain, what should we do? Is a gun in your hand merely for show? The first-tier adept squad leader effortlessly parted the crowd, advancing to berate the guard mercilessly. But the commander said we must not enforce violence, nor lay hands on civilians. I'm at a loss here, the guard replied, his face a picture of grievance. Still being obstinate with me, you fool. The squad leader slapped the guard on the head, then withdrew his hand and pulled the trigger, firing several rounds into the air. The loud gunfire startled those nearby, causing them to retreat in alarm, exclaiming, "Ah, they're killing people! Help!" The nearest woman, her legs giving way, emitted a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig, abandoning her luggage and scrambling backward in a frenzy. The squad leader's piercing gaze swept over the crowd as he barked. Any further actions that disrupt the evacuation will be met with lethal force. Form an orderly line. The previously arrogant woman was now reduced to a quivering quail, trembling as she picked herself off the ground and obediently made her way toward the bus. With order restored, the squad leader returned to his post at the entrance of the square, resuming his watch. The chaos, now quelled by the woman's example, faded, leaving only the sound of shuffling footsteps. As bus after bus departed, the base grew increasingly desolate. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory, Yang Hai received a notification from Chunbo. Chimbo Anna, evacuated. The timing was impeccable. Yang Hai waved Bado, let us go. Squeak, squeak. Bado had sensed the danger long before. But since Yang Hai did not leave, it remained by his side. Now that its somewhat troublesome master was finally ready to depart from the perilous location, Bado eagerly scurried up to perch on Yang Hai's shoulder. Yang Hai affectionately patted Bado-'s head in reassurance and stepped toward the elevator. Seemingly sensing Yang Hai's approach, the elevator doors opened automatically, revealing a space devoid of any occupants, illuminated only by the mysterious golden glow. Ding! It's the Mr. Zhang Hai. Welcome aboard the elevator. Dr. Chun is awaiting you at the exit. As he beheld the golden orb before him, Yang Hai pondered, would Dr. Chun truly leave you here? Although the entity typically manifested as a projection, it was well known that the core of the intelligence was substantial in size. The fact that it remained here indicated that the higher-ups of the base had no intention of taking it with them. Rest assured, Mr. Yang Hai, Dr. Chun has prepared a backup for me. Another version of myself is expected to arrive at the border port in approximately 18 minutes. Yang Hai nodded. The border port was indeed the farthest point that the tsunami could reach, and it was the destination for everyone from the Sea City base. As the elevator ascended halfway, Yang Hai inquired again, Xianji, how much time remains until the tsunami strikes? The waves are projected to reach the Sea City coastline in 11 minutes and 18 seconds, and upon arrival, They are expected to inundate the Sea City base in 7 minutes and 35 seconds. How long does it take to reach the border port? The border port is 36 kilometers from the Sea City base, but the factors affecting this are unknown, making it impossible to calculate. Young Hai fell silent. Given the current circumstances, traversing 36 kilometers in 18 minutes would prove quite challenging. It was evident that the outside had descended into utter chaos, compounded by the interference of various mutated creatures. Time was of the essence. Just as Yang Hai finished speaking, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing Chun Bo's cold, sharp visage. Mochi. Chun Bo glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist and said flatly, "We'll exit through the secret door." "Fine, you know the way." Yang Hai replied with a shrug. Taking the main entrance would undoubtedly waste a considerable amount of time. "Mr. Yang Hai, please get in the vehicle quickly." "Time is of the essence," urged Zhang Cheng, who stood next to the black armored vehicle, wiping the cold sweat from his brow in a state of agitation. With the tsunami looming at their doorstep, the casual banter between the two left him envious of their composure. Chun Bo paid no heed to his student, instead directing his attention toward Xianji within the elevator, issuing his final command. "Xianji, initiate the Ebola electronic sequence." "As you wish, Dr. Chun." Although the likelihood of Xianji being taken by someone with ulterior motives was minimal under the current circumstances, Chun Bo would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Since the underground laboratory was entirely controlled by Xianji, he could only destroy it once everyone inside had evacuated. The Ebola electronic sequence was specifically designed by him as a virus targeting Xianji's intelligence. Having replicated the core of its intelligence, he was able to calmly articulate this command. Just before the elevator's light extinguished, Xianji's gentle voice resonated once more, despite the system's malfunction causing some distortion. Yang Hai clearly heard Xianji's words. "Wishing you a smooth journey, Mr. Yang Hai and Dr. Chen." Chapter 68, Border Port 1. Upon entering the vehicle, Yang Hai was taken aback by the luxurious and orderly interior of the armored car. Wow, this is quite an eye-opener. The exterior of the armored vehicle offered little indication of its lavishness. Inside, it resembled a compact living room, furnished with all manner of essential amenities. A thought suddenly crossed Yang Hai's mind. "I wish I could compete with you wealthy individuals." However, in this apocalyptic scenario, the differences in treatment between the affluent and the impoverished mattered little. Strength and authority were the true currencies of power. The armored vehicle was designed for complete enclosure, yet its walls were composed entirely of reinforced glass screens, allowing for a 360-degree view of the surroundings. Yang Hai noticed that the armored vehicle wound its way into an underground garage, where apart from Chun Bo's vehicle, 5 or 6 similarly styled vehicles awaited, presumably belonging to other significant figures within the Sea City base. Navigating through a dark corridor, they soon emerged onto a road outside the Sea City base. The smooth asphalt seemed somewhat overqualified for the armored vehicle, and as Yang Hai felt the swift yet stable acceleration, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. "Is this little creature traveling with you too?" Chun Bo inquired. His interest piqued as he gazed at the white hamster perched on Yang Hai's shoulder. Yang Hai was no stranger to such scrutiny. This man was a veritable scientific madman, endowed with an almost obsessive prowess, clearly having discerned Bado's elevated status. "Yes, my pet hamster," Yang Hai replied nonchalantly, ruffling Bado's fur. With so many mutated creatures about, as long as he refrained from mentioning Bado's extraordinary abilities, even if Chun Bo could sense the hamster's power level, it wouldn't pose a problem. How intriguing. Indeed, Chun Bo soon withdrew his probing gaze and focused intently on the computer before him. By the way, Yang Hai suddenly recalled the proverbial hot potato residing in the space. "How do you intend to handle that nuclear reactor?" "A management fee will be required if it is housed here. The reactor is quite substantial in size and is indeed a considerable inconvenience in the space. Moreover, the base has yet to provide the heteronuclear." Yang Hai has never been one to engage in unprofitable ventures. "Upon arrival, I shall discuss this matter with Commander Chin." If there were no tsunami, Chun Bo might be elated to hear this news, but the current circumstances are vastly different. All construction at the base must start anew, undoubtedly delaying his research progress. At that moment, Yang Hai, reclining in his chair, distinctly felt a decrease in the vehicle's speed. The display screen ahead revealed a significant amount of traffic. They had emerged from the side road onto the main thoroughfare, and naturally, with more vehicles, the speed had slowed. Chun Bo merely cast a cursory glance and made a decisive command to the driver. "Let's proceed off the highway." Situated in a plain, Haishi's landscape is notably flat due to years of development, the only concern being the densely packed trees beyond the roadway. The driver, An elderly veteran who had seen combat abroad in his youth, was well acquainted with the chaos of war and remained unfazed by such minor obstacles. After a moment's contemplation, he deftly turned the steering wheel and veered off the asphalt road at a speed so swift that other drivers barely had time to react, let alone voice their frustrations. "Hold on tight, Dr. Chun," he called out as he pressed the accelerator, transforming the armored vehicle into a ferocious beast, rampaging across the gravel-strewn ground. The vehicle collided with stones and branches, yet a closer examination would reveal that such impacts did not mar its paint in the slightest. Were it a conventional automobile, even if it did not sustain complete ruin, the tires would certainly bear the scars of such reckless driving. Goodness, how impressive! The armored vehicle's audacious maneuver astonished the nearby survivors, who, though anxious, dared not emulate it, fully aware of their own vehicle's limitations. "Brother, let us follow that armored vehicle," Wang Tianlin urged, observing the painfully slow pace before them. With such sluggishness, they risked being engulfed by the encroaching waters. However, they found themselves trapped in the center of the road, unable to move. Wang Tiancheng, ever obedient to his younger brother, knew that the surrounding vehicles were too tightly packed to find even a sliver of space to escape. "What is so difficult about this? Just watch and learn from me." Su Qianla, seated in the back, promptly rolled down the window and shouted to the adjacent vehicle. "Hey there, could you kindly clear a path? We need to get out." "Who is this insolent brat?" "Stay where it's cool," came the retort. "Why should I yield to you when you won't even yield to your father?" Unperturbed by the refusal, Su Qianla remained unfazed. Everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, and such reactions were to be expected. "Such rude fellows," Su Qianla scoffed, gathering his powers swiftly, a searing fireball materializing at his fingertips in an instant. The man in the passenger seat lost all composure, fixating on the swirling fireball, fearing that it might be hurled at him within moments. He hastily tapped his driving companion, signaling him to halt, then forced a smile. My apologies, young man with abilities, we misunderstood. We'll slow down and let you pass." It was no jest. A single fireball could leave them with no place to hide. "Brother Tiancheng, let us move forward," Su Tianla said, gleefully waving his fire ability. He employed the same tactic to clear the remaining lanes, compelling the other vehicles to yield willingly. A somewhat dilapidated bus lunged into the gravel, belching black smoke before wobbling along the path created by the armored vehicle's passage. Su Tianla flung the fireball into the dense thicket, but noticed that Wang Tianlin's expression was not quite right. "What is wrong, Brother Tianlin? Aren't we making our escape?" Su Tianla inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Wang Tianlin anxiously surveyed the highway. It seemed they had inadvertently set a poor precedent for the other ability users. While they had indeed evaded, he worried that others would mimic their actions, using their powers to carve a path for themselves, perhaps with even more ruthless methods. However, even without Su Tianla, these ability users would eventually resort to such tactics. Contemplating this, Wang Tianlin shook his head slightly. "It's nothing, just some concern about the speed of the tsunami. Brother, stay close to that armored vehicle." Wang Tianlin returned his gaze to the road ahead. Brother Tianlin truly possesses foresight. "He had our old vehicle upgraded long ago," Su Tianla remarked, shaking his slightly dizzy head, marveling at Wang Tianlin as prescience. Despite its outward appearance, the bus had undergone significant enhancements. Its tires and engine had been replaced with the finest from the Haisher base. He had previously thought it more prudent to replace the bus entirely rather than waste heteronuclear resources on upgrades, but now he saw the merit in his current choice. This bus not only offered ample space for supplies, but was also far more fuel-efficient than any ostentatious vehicle. In the jostling view, Wang Tianlin glanced at the rearview mirror. After them, several vehicles were following, maintaining a respectful distance. While the survivors on the highway envied those trailing the armored vehicle, none dared to abandon their own vehicles. The road conditions were far from favorable, and any issues with their cars could spell disaster at such a perilous moment. Inside the armored vehicle, the steadfast Chunbo abruptly shut the computer before him, murmuring, "The waves are approaching." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's expression stiffened, instinctively glancing back. Yang Hai continued to stroke the somewhat agitated little rodent, which had grown from a length of his finger to almost the size of his palm, nearly doubling in size. "Teacher, where are we now?" Zhang Cheng asked anxiously, having not yet observed the worst-case scenario. At least there were no signs of waves approaching. They still had at least half the distance to the border defense port. Chenbo glanced at the map and quickly deduced. "The waves will reach the Haisher base in 5 minutes, and it would take merely 3 to 4 minutes to inundate our current position." The elderly driver, upon hearing this, felt his heart sink. 8 or 9 minutes was insufficient to traverse this distance. "Dr. Chun, our current speed is already at its limit." The veteran expressed his frustration. It was not for lack of desire to accelerate, but the road conditions were exceedingly poor. Besides the rugged rocks, mutated plants occasionally obstructed their path. Fortunately, these mutated creatures were not particularly formidable, and the armored vehicle's quality was robust. Shall we abandon the vehicle? We might be able to move faster on foot. The thought took root in Zhang Cheng's mind, and he considered that with all occupants being ability users, they could surely outrun the armored vehicle. Yet Yang Hui disagreed. Based on his 5 years of survival experience in the apocalypse, traveling by vehicle was unequivocally safer than on foot. Before Yang Hai could voice his thoughts, Chen Bo swiftly dismissed Zhang Cheng's proposal. Getting out now would be tantamount to seeking death, not to mention the numerous mutated creatures lurking nearby. Other survivors would also pose a significant obstacle. If we abandon ship, the vehicles behind us will certainly object. The traffic on the highway was gradually slowing down, and various conflicts began to emerge. Yang Hai had already witnessed numerous ability orbs soaring through the air. In the presence of those with extraordinary powers, ordinary people could only bow their heads and endure in silence. However, as the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite. When pushed to the limit, human nature becomes uncontrollable. Initially, Yang Hai had hoped to conserve some energy, but it appeared he had overestimated the situation. He rose to the passenger seat and waved at the old soldier. "Lao Chun, could you please open a window?" The old soldier, whose full name was Chun Danyang, was uncertain about Yang Hai's intentions, but instinctively opened the barrier. With the obstruction removed, Yang Hai slightly extended his hand, channeling his control ability, which spread forth like a wave. The other 2 individuals in the vehicle, aside from Chen Bo, were taken aback. Before their eyes, the obstacles ahead of the armored vehicle seemed to come alive, automatically shifting aside as if loyal subjects bowing to their most esteemed king, revealing a wide and smooth path before them. "Excellent, excellent, excellent!" Lao Chan exclaimed excitedly, not missing a beat as he floored the accelerator and charged ahead. Meanwhile, in Chun Bo's perception, an energy imbued with a sense of destruction radiated outward from Yang Hai. A glimmer of insight flashed in Chun Bo's eyes, and a new plan began to form in his mind. Yang Hai, however, had no time to concern himself with the thoughts of others. For someone who had reached the 3rd tier of control abilities, manipulating objects was an effortless task. The challenge lay in the sheer volume of obstacles before him, compounded by the vehicle's speed. Within minutes, he felt his energy reserves deplete significantly. Just as he prepared to retrieve an energy core to replenish his abilities, Zhang Cheng approached him. "Mr. Yang Hai, this is what the teacher asked me to give you." With that, Zhang Cheng handed over 10 3rd-tier energy cores. "I hope I haven't miscalculated. This should suffice for your daily consumption." "Goodness, you've even figured that out." Yang Hai was genuinely astonished, feeling a slight instability in his control abilities. He hadn't anticipated that this individual could deduce such personal details from a single display of power. Chun Bo adjusted his glasses and replied coolly, "Focus on clearing the path. Even if I explained, you might not comprehend. Not everyone is interested in your research." Yang Hai was left speechless. It must be said that Chun Bo was indeed formidable. Remaining in his company, the secrets of Ba Do would likely be compromised. As the armored vehicle sped forward, almost as if under some sort of enhancement, they encountered a few oblivious mutated creatures along the way, all of which were effortlessly reduced to fragments by the super alloy in Yang Hai's possession. The convoy trailing behind the armored vehicle grew increasingly lengthy, as keen observers had already noticed the peculiarities along the roadside. The path forged by the violent exertion of control was smooth and even, suitable even for ordinary sedans. However, as they drew nearer to the border defense port, a cacophony erupted from behind. Yang Hai distinctly sensed the unique briny scent of the sea wafting through the air. This was not a promising omen. Rising approximately 100 meters into the air, colossal waves, laden with silt, surged forth, drawing perilously close to the armored vehicle. Observing the encroaching water, Zhang Cheng surprisingly maintained his composure. Often, in the face of absolute overwhelming force, individuals lose their will to resist. 2 minutes later, the distance between the armored vehicle and the rising tide dwindled to a mere 10 meters. Aside from the bus closely tailing them, all other vehicles and their occupants had been swallowed by the waves. On board the bus, Wang Tianlin was already sweating profusely, while Su Tianla was rendered speechless by fear. They had just witnessed their rear vehicles vanish one after another, and now, it seemed, their turn was imminent. With a thunderous crash, torrents of water slammed against the bus's roof, causing the entire cabin to shake violently. The typically composed Wang Tianlin instinctively shut his eyes. However, the anticipated chill of despair did not arrive. "Ha ha, the heavens have shown favor. Could it be that I am truly the chosen one?" Hearing Su Tianla's almost maniacal laughter, Wang Tonlin opened his eyes in confusion, only to see the waves receding at a visible pace. Don't celebrate too soon, he cautioned. What is wrong, Tianlin bro? Aren't we saved now? The wave have already pulled back. Su Tianla was puzzled by Wang Tianlin's serious demeanor. Are you familiar with the principles behind tsunami formation? Tianlin bro, you know I haven't even graduated high school yet. Wang Tianlin shook his head and continued, you don't need to know all that. Just understand that the signs preceding a tsunami are the sudden retreat of the sea. Though Su Tianla often acted foolishly, he was no fool. He quickly grasped the implication of Wang Tianlin's words. Was that merely a prelude? At that moment, Wang Tianlin could only silently pray that the armored vehicle ahead would be wise enough not to celebrate their narrow escape like the other vehicles on the highway. Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded. The armored vehicle showed no intention of stopping, continuing to race forward at its previous pace. Let us hope we make it in time, Wang Tianlin thought anxiously as he observed the rocks and trees flying past them. Look, up ahead is the border defense port. Su Tianla, having calmed his nerves, excitedly pointed at the rusted signpost. The border defense port bore no relation to a ship harbor. Instead, it was a completely terrestrial area, devoid of any rivers. This location sat several hundred meters above sea level compared to the coastal areas of Huagua, resembling a natural dam and taking on a harbor-like shape. Hence the name Border Defense Port. Following closely behind the black armored vehicle, the bus traversed smoothly, successfully navigating a winding mountain path to reach the temporary gathering place. Didn't he expect it to be you? Yang Hai said as he stepped out of the vehicle, encountering Wang Tianlin, who had just disembarked from the bus. He was somewhat surprised, reflecting on the fortuitous luck of the brothers. He had witnessed their recent peril from inside the vehicle. Wang Tianlin paused, quickly recalling their previous mission where Yang Hai had made a lasting impression on him. Gratefully, he expressed, if it weren't for you, Yang Hai, we would have likely met our demise on that last mission. I can't believe you've saved us again today. You're overestimating it. Yang Hai replied with a subtle nod, then followed Chun Bo toward the temporary gathering site. Inside a room in the border defense port village, various tools and documents were haphazardly strewn across the floor, with faint traces of blood still visible. Any news on Dr. Chun? Qi Neng was overwhelmed by a multitude of tasks, yet his thoughts remained with Chun Bo. If circumstances allowed, he would have liked to keep Chun Bo tethered to him at all times. Unfortunately, the key to the self-destruct virus was in Chun Bo's possession. Otherwise, he would have insisted on bringing him along. As the time until the wave's arrival grew shorter, the absence of any updates from Chun Bo only heightened Qi Neng's anxiety. Reporting to the base commander, there's still no news. Just as the assistant finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Commander, Dr. Chun has arrived. Great. I'll head over immediately. Qi Neng set down the documents in his hand and strode toward the exit. Meanwhile, at the other end of the village, Yang Hai Yenid in Boredom. How much longer do you intend to take? Holding an alloy screwdriver, Chun Bo did not lift his head, but responded indifferently. Assembling the artificial intelligence core is not as facile as you might imagine. When did I ever claim it was easy? Aren't we just eager to hit the road? Yang Hai retorted, retrieving a pod from his pocket and placing it on his shoulder. The pocket was now barely sufficient for it. Are you truly planning to venture to Yinjing alone? Chun Bo asked, his tone unexpectedly tinged with confusion. To him, Yang Hai's journey seemed akin to courting disaster. Why would I jest about such matters? Provide me with a reason, Yang Hai pressed. There are those waiting for me, he said, pressing a hand to his chest. A wave of bittersweet emotion washing over him at the thought of Sheng Mingwei. Chun Bo paused momentarily, exhaling a single word. Foolish. Is that a personal attack? Be careful. Or I might just dispose of your ARC's nuclear reactor. Yang Hai scoffed, fully aware of the myriad challenges that lay ahead on the path to Yinjing. Yet he could no longer afford to wait. With his imminent ascension to the 4th tier and the acquisition of the undead's regenerative abilities, there had never been a more opportune moment. Recognizing Yang Hai's resolve, Chun Bo lowered his gaze, pondering for a while, though his hands continued their work. Just then, Zhang Cheng burst into the room, slightly flustered. Teacher, the base commander has arrived. Chun Bo exhibited no surprise, responding coolly, and finally set down his tools. Shortly thereafter, Qi Neng pushed open the door, confirming Chun Bo's well-being before internally sighing in relief. Whatever Dr. Chun requires, please instruct Zhang Cheng to fetch it. I hope the AI at Haishur Base can resume operations swiftly. Rest assured, Commander, I am acutely aware of priorities. I shall compile a list for Zhang Cheng to deliver to you shortly. By tomorrow at the latest, Xuanji will be operational again. With that, Chun Bo donned a fresh pair of gloves and resumed his diligent work with the alloy screwdriver. Pleased with the sight, Qi Nung nodded in approval, exchanging farewells with Yang Hai before striding out with Zhang Cheng. Watching their retreating figures, Yang Hai fell into contemplation. Is this student of yours under the base commander's wing? It seems you're not entirely dim-witted. Chenbo paused briefly before continuing. They believe their plans are flawless. Yet they're so contrived that I saw through them at a glance. I wondered why you continually neglected that child. Yang Hai, having sensed an odd atmosphere between the two, had not anticipated this explanation. However, he interjected, you wouldn't actually make me wait here until tomorrow, would you? Having made a decision long before reaching the border port, Yang Hai had already informed Chunbo of his intentions to return the communicator, even before he disembarked. To his surprise, upon hearing of Yang Hai's solo departure, Chunbo insisted he wait a moment longer. That won't do. If it weren't for you, Xuanji would have been operational tonight. Is this really my fault? Yang Hai grumbled, though his curiosity about Chunbo's plans remained. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed he would be occupied for some time. Considering that today's absorption limit for the Yihe had yet to be reached, Yang Hai settled into a corner, producing his stock of Yihe to begin the absorption process. Meanwhile, moments after Yang Hai and the others arrived at the border port, the coastline in the distance began to tremble ominously, heralding the arrival of a true tsunami. Buildings that had previously exhibited discernible structures were utterly obliterated, and where the waves surged, not a blade of grass remained. The road leading to the border port remained congested, and with the pressure of the waves receding, survivors began to relax. In a slowly advancing car along the winding mountain road, a family of 5 occupied the vehicle. A lively girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, took advantage of her mother's distraction to roll down the window and gaze behind them. Dad, look, the mountains are coming closer. Child, didn't I tell you not to open the window? What if a mutated creature appears? It's too dangerous, her mother exclaimed, yanking the girl back with an air of barely concealed worry. But there really are huge mountains approaching, Mom. Just look. All right. I'm looking, the mother replied, attempting to soothe her daughter's anxiety. However, as her gaze followed the direction indicated by the girl's small finger, her voice quivered uncontrollably. Honey, the waves are coming again. What nonsense are you spouting? The waves have receded. The father, already agitated by the slow pace of the car, glanced at the rearview mirror, only to have his blood run cold at the sight reflected within. In the mirror, the mountains the little girl spoke of were in fact colossal waves surging towards them. Hurry, get Mom and the kids out of the car. The family of 5 quickly abandoned their vehicle, but it was too late. The hundreds of meters of mountainous road had become an insurmountable chasm. The waves arrived as expected, consuming everything in their path, while the border port remained untouched. Chapter 71, The Journey Alone. A night passed in the blink of an eye, and as dawn broke, Yang Hai arrived at the village entrance. Merely a few hours after the tsunami, the border port village had undergone a significant transformation, the perimeter now surrounded by makeshift iron alloy barriers. Within the confines of the walls, the survivors' living areas had been tentatively delineated. The scattered tents and vehicles indicated that few had escaped the tsunami's wrath. Hearing footsteps behind him, Yang Hai retracted his gaze, calculating that the others should have arrived by now. Brother Yang Hai, aren't you taking us along? Sun Hao scratched his head, puzzled. Are you afraid? I might expose your true nature before your wife. Chen Chi feigned shyness, adding, rest assured, I am not that kind of person. I will only speak well of you in front of your sister-in-law. Yang Hai shook his head, explaining, you're not suited to accompany me. It would be disingenuous to claim that the bonds forged over the past few months amidst the apocalypse were trivial. Now, as the pillar of their small team, Yang Hai's sudden departure invoked feelings of reluctance, confusion, and fear among the others. After all, their team was the only one in the base that had not suffered casualties from the very beginning. In contrast to the others, Li Hua maintained a calm demeanor. Be careful on the road. She understood that Yang Hai must have his reasons for this choice, and she would not interfere with his decision. Yang Hai nodded to the group before making his way toward the village exit. As he watched Yang Hai's figure gradually fade into the distance, becoming a mere indistinct, Chen Chi felt a pang of regret. Damn it, I must seem too weak. Everyone understood that Yang Hai's strength far surpassed theirs. Forcing themselves to tag along would only burden him. It's all right, Chi, we're still here. Li Hua gently patted Chen Chi's shoulder. Indeed, while we may not be as formidable as Brother Yang Hai, we still possess our own strengths. If we survive long enough, we might meet again. Xiao Hao is right. I sense that Yang Hai's determination to go to Yanjing is anything but simple. Li Hua turned her gaze toward the east of the border port, where the steep mountain road led to an expanse of ocean below. I hope it's not what I fear. Half an hour later, having completely exited the border port area, Yang Hai came to a gradual halt. Squeak. Lazily perched upon his shoulder, the little creature let out a few languid calls. Yang Hai glanced back in a certain direction, only to find it utterly deserted. Truly cautious indeed. That individual had been trailing him since he departed from Chunbo's residence. And it was evident that they were likely an informant from the material department of the Haisher base. In essence, the Haisher base is dominated by three factions: the conglomerate led by Qin Nung, the material department overseeing the base supplies, and the military forces. These three titans mutually restrain one another, each coveting the laboratory, a veritable prize. Currently, the laboratory, under Chun Bo's leadership, evidently favors Qin Nung's base, which is undoubtedly unfavorable for certain individuals. The sudden onslaught of a tsunami had rendered the military, responsible for daily protection, unable to attend to their duties. Thus, the only ones likely free to tail Yang Hai would be those from the material department. After all, the former deputy base leader he had eliminated was also affiliated with the material department, making their heightened vigilance towards Yang Hai entirely understandable. People depart swiftly, and patience is not my virtue. Yang Hai silently retracted the superstellar alloy that had formed in his hand. Although he intended to leave, should he leave behind incriminating evidence, it would not affect him and Chunbo, but the other members of the team might not be so fortunate. This was also the reason Yang Hai chose to act after traveling such a considerable distance. At present, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Once he confirmed that the area was devoid of witnesses, Yang Hai retrieved a palm-sized black box from his backpack. I wonder if the results of Chun Bo's labor over the past half-day will leave me disappointed. In the early hours of this morning, Chun Bo had silently thrust this black box into Yang Hai's hands, instructing him to wait until he was at least 5 kilometers away from the village before opening it. Yang Hai activated his control ability, and the superstellar alloy that clung to his arm slowly extended a small segment, which instantaneously coalesced into a sharp spike. The spike gently grazed his finger, and crimson blood surged forth in an instant. Yang Hai pressed the wound against the black box, and a miraculous scene unfolded before his eyes. The blood from his finger was entirely absorbed, revealing skin as smooth as before, with the once deep wound now vanished without a trace. Click, click, click. The black box, having absorbed the blood, rapidly transformed into countless equally sized cubes that collided, merged, and dispersed. In no time, the entire black box morphed into a pool of black liquid. As if possessed of consciousness, it crawled up Yang Hai's wrist. What in the world, good grief? Yang Hai's mind went blank. He had never witnessed such an eerie spectacle in 2 lifetimes. Just as he hesitated, the black liquid had already unfastened his wristwatch, writhing a few times before solidifying into a sleek bracelet, firmly affixed to his wrist. Beep, beep, beep. The bracelet vibrated a few times, and a golden radiance gradually emerged. The first-generation intelligent brain of Huagua, Xuanji, at your service. Upon seeing the familiar projection of the golden orb, Yang Hai sighed in relief. I was beginning to think some extraterrestrial being had invaded Earth. Shaking off the bizarre thoughts cluttering his mind, Yang Hai soon found himself puzzled. Chunbo entrusted you to me. How will he account for you back at the base? Rest assured, Mr. Yang Hai, Doctor. Chun has merely implanted a portion of the Think Tank-S data and the most fundamental analysis module within this new type of nanomaterial. As long as it is not connected to the same terminal, the self within the Haisher base will not detect my presence, nor will it affect the self within the base. Then what is your purpose? Yang Hai was not naive enough to believe Chunbo would engage in futile endeavors. Permission granted. The ultimate objective is to analyze and collect data on Mr. Yang Hai's abilities and other mutated biological indicators, while the secondary goal is to enhance Mr. Yang Hai's survival rate without compromising the primary objective. Quite straightforward indeed. Yang Hai's lips twitched slightly, as he was not in the least surprised by this response. Now, do tell me about your function, Xuanji. He did not harbor any aversion to Xuanji's presence, for he lacked the full confidence that he could reach Yinjing entirely on his own, capable of traversing heaven and earth, your very own devoted intelligent steward. Stop, stop, stop. Hearing such a lengthy self-introduction made Yang Hai's head spin. I heard from Chunbo that you could adjust your personality module. I think you're a tad too humorous right now. With that, Yang Hai began to probe the black bracelet. I understand your urgency, but please hold on. Personality adjustment module activated. Please make your adjustments. Yang Hai swiftly lowered the humor value from an initial 80 to the absolute minimum. After all, every time Xuanji made a joke, it felt like conversing with an artificial intelligence gone awry, utterly unreliable. Chapter 72. The Poisonous Weeds in the Way. Observing the pink progress bar representing the humor value turn entirely blank, Yang Hai withdrew his hand from the virtual display, satisfied. While humor could indeed add enjoyment to the journey, your antics were simply too absurd. Now, let us see what a normal intelligent brain ought to resemble. Xuanji, Daily Report. A golden light flickered across the black bracelet, followed by a gentle female voice. Your body temperature is 36, 5 degrees Celsius. Your physical condition is excellent. The wind direction is from the southeast, and the outdoor temperature is 53, 2 degrees Celsius. It is advisable to minimize unnecessary travel. Excellent. It even sounds more intelligent now. Yang Hai felt relieved and subsequently retrieved a map of Huagua from his backpack. He had scrutinized this map countless times, carefully marking the routes with a red marker. Despite the urban transport collapse post-apocalypse, the terrain itself had not undergone significant alterations. As of now, such formidable mutated creatures capable of easily reshaping the landscape had yet to appear, making it relatively easier to find his bearings. Beep. Navigation instruction module. Trigger conditions met. Do you wish to unlock? Yang Hai's eyes brightened, and he decisively activated Xuanji's navigation instruction module. To his surprise, there was an unexpected delight. Map scanning successful. Route planning in progress. Please hold on. Though it requested a moment, in reality, Xuanji completed the planning immediately after uttering those words. And a miniature, three-dimensional map materialized above the black bracelet. The red forward path on the map matched precisely with the markings on the paper map. Route has been successfully imprinted. The blue arrow indicates your direction of travel. Yang Hai attempted to turn his body, and the blue arrow on the map shifted accordingly. Technology truly transforms life. The ancients were not deceiving me. With Xuanji as an ally, his journey to the Yanjing base felt considerably more assured. After confirming the direction, Yang Hai summoned an off-road vehicle from his space and proceeded along the desolate road. He employed his control ability to hurl aside any obstacles encountered, simple yet brutal. However, Yang Hai's good mood did not endure for long. Merely half an hour later, he was compelled to hit the brakes. Not for any other reason, but because the road ahead was entirely obstructed by a plant with purple leaves. The leaves of this plant were elongated, resembling oval shapes with stout veins, measuring up to 2 meters in length. Yang Hai climbed atop the vehicle's roof, but still could not discern the extent to which this plant stretched. All he could see was the eerie glow of purple. As far as I recollect, it seems that this creature never existed before. In his previous life, he accompanied the main force to the Gusu base, which could be deemed a relatively smooth journey. Aside from encountering a few third-tier mutated creatures, they were all dealt with by the abilities of his companions within the team. The uniquely characteristic mutated plant before him was unforgettable. However, the current timeline diverged from his past experiences. Yang Hai quickly realized that there were still several months before the main force departed from the coastal port of Haishur base. And it was entirely plausible that something had transpired during this interval that led to the disappearance of this purple plant. What kind of plant is this? Scanning and analyzing. Following a flicker of faint golden light, the analysis returned with an answer. The comparative results indicate a 95% probability that the plant before you is a malagane at the late 3rd tier level. Malagane, Yang Hai murmured to himself, not unfamiliar with this toxic herb, having encountered it numerous times before, though this purple variant was a first. The malagane species is diverse, each variant exhibiting distinct forms, yet all invariably possess lethal toxicity. This characteristic grants the malagane an immense advantage in the post-nuclear apocalypse, making the size of the specimen before him unsurprising. Yang Hai confidently retracted the herder into his spatial realm, as he had no idea how long the detour would take. Although malagane is highly toxic, as long as its branches and stems remain unbroken, the venom contained within poses no threat, and the plant itself does not exhibit aggressive tendencies. The expanse of toxic foliage ahead stretched endlessly, making it uncertain whether he could circumvent it. Resolute in his decision, Yang Hai gently patted the small creature nestled on his shoulder, adopting a serious tone. My dear son, do refrain from tasting this toxic plant. The moment any malagane branch is severed, its venom would spray forth like a high-pressure water gun, potentially inciting aggressive responses from other branches as well. While he could shield himself from the venom, he could not protect himself from the entire malagane plant. Squeak! The small creature protested disdainfully, suggesting that his father should worry more about himself. Taking a deep breath, Yang Hai carefully brushed aside the enormous purple leaves obstructing his path and ventured inside. The safety within was far greater than he had anticipated. The late 3rd-tier malagane reached heights of 3 to 4 meters, creating an incredibly spacious interior. Due to the plant's toxicity, few mutated creatures could survive within. Of course, there was one exception, the monarch butterfly. The mere thought of the monarch butterfly stirred a ripple in Yang Hai's heart, though it lasted but a moment. The mutated monarch butterfly retained its original habits, feeding on the pollen of the malagane, showing no interest in humans or other mutated creatures. As he manipulated his abilities to clear the obstructing foliage, Yang Hai mused, "No wonder the Yanjing base specifically cultivates this toxic herb around its perimeter. Just a few scraps of mutated creature remains tossed to the malagane can yield splendid growth. The pesky black-haired rodent beasts and venomous insects that trouble the base also keep their distance. Who wouldn't desire such a cost-effective guardian?" Recollecting his thoughts, Yang Hai meticulously followed the virtual map on his black wristband, advancing swiftly. Under Yang Hai's precise control, the force exerted by his abilities to part the toxic plants was just right, rendering any movements outside undetectable, as if nothing stirred within. Suddenly, in the central region of the mutated malagane thicket, numerous pale pink flowers, exuding a delicate fragrance, bloomed vibrantly under the scorching sun. A massive shadow descended, accompanied by a gust of wind, causing the pollen and nectar-laden bell-shaped flowers to sway precariously. From its rigid landing and the still damp wings, it was evident that this was a newly emerged, mutated monarch butterfly. Eagerly extending its proboscis, it greedily began to sip the nectar. With each crude action of the mutated monarch butterfly, nectar and pollen spilled from the flowers, cascading down onto the leaves and ground below. Meanwhile, at the coastal port village, in a secluded corner, a middle-aged man stealthily pushed open a door, confirming that no one was around before slipping inside. "Report to Minister Zhou that Yang Hai indeed ventured out alone, leaving the rest of the team behind." "Oh, is that so?" Zhou Haoming toyed with the orange third-tier energy core in his hand. Eyes inscrutable. "Let us not relax our surveillance of the team just yet. I am curious to see what leverage Yang Hai possesses over Chen Bo." Chapter 73. The Unconventional Monarch Butterfly. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Hai had traversed the mutated malagane thicket for nearly half a day. With his abilities nearly half depleted, replenishing them with an energy core here was utterly inadvisable, as the mutated malagane would undoubtedly sense it. Therefore, he found a shaded spot, leaning against the stem of the malagane and directly settling onto the ground. The energy core within his spiritual sea quietly revolved, gradually replenishing his abilities at a slow pace. Just as his control abilities were nearing full restoration, the small creature beside him began to stir. "Squeak!" it softly called, inching closer to Yang Hai, its tiny paws repeatedly tapping on his shoulder. "What is it?" Yang Hai opened his eyes instantly. In the next moment, a drop of icy liquid plopped onto his head. Instinctively, he reached up to inspect it, finding the purple liquid rather viscous, exuding a captivating fragrance. "What is this? It smells rather delightful." Before Yang Hai could fully comprehend the situation, more purple liquid began to rain down upon him, accompanied by a deluge of fragrant powder. Hastily, Yang Hai tucked the small creature into his jacket and looked upwards. His gaze met that of the monarch butterfly, which was busily searching for nectar. Both remained silent for a few seconds, Yang Hai composed as ever. After all, the monarch butterfly was herbivorous, and even would hesitate to act beneath the very eyes of the mutated malagane. Yet, he had encountered a mere fledgling. The newly emerged monarch butterfly, still mastering its feeding techniques, had struggled for quite some time without much reward. Its efforts were in vain, and it was left exhausted, with nectar spilling and scattering everywhere. It was incensed. Just as it had finally located a cluster of fresh flowers, they had all fallen, landing squarely on Yang Hai. In its small mind, it concluded that Yang Hai had stolen its food. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. The monarch butterfly extended its elongated black proboscis downward. Naturally, Yang Hai could not remain idle. His control abilities were nearly restored. In a flash, a glimmering shard of super alloy, resembling a flying knife, shot forth from Yang Hai's hand like lightning. Simultaneously, the monarch butterfly unfurled its wings adorned with black and gold patterns, preparing to lift the unknown creature below for a thorough reprimand. In the blink of an eye, the super alloy knife struck fiercely against the monarch butterfly's outstretched proboscis. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking metal rang out melodiously, causing the butterfly's proboscis to jerk violently and snap. The intense pain instigated a retreat in the monarch butterfly, which swiftly retracted the remaining portion of its proboscis, attempting to flee. Though Yang Hai had exerted great effort to contain his power, the previous strike inadvertently severed a small piece of leaf. As the white venom stored within the leaf veins erupted forth, the previously tranquil, mutated malagane began to writhe slowly. Emitting a rustling sound, the surrounding leaves began to shake violently, instilling a sense of dread. Evidently, he had stirred the slumbering giant. At this juncture, regret was futile. Yang Hai's mind raced as he shifted his gaze towards the regal butterfly poised to take flight above. This peculiar butterfly might just become his lifeline. If you're leaving, take me with you. As the monarch butterfly turned, it suddenly felt a weight pulling it down. Its enormous compound eyes afforded it a splendid view, and it soon realized that the unidentified creature that had interrupted its feeding was swiftly approaching. The optimal range for a third-tier ability was 30 meters, but with a bit of effort, surpassing that distance was feasible. Yang Hai was uncertain if it was due to his rebirth, but his control over his abilities effortlessly extended beyond 50 meters. At present, he was merely a few meters away from the monarch butterfly. The superstar alloy that had clung to his arm transformed instantaneously into a long whip, ensnaring the butterfly around its abdomen. Utilizing this momentum, Yang Hai successfully evaded the relentless pursuit of the mutated poison vine. The stem of the mutated poison vine stretched skyward for several meters before soon drooping helplessly. It was a child of the earth, not destined for the skies. Yang Hai continued to shorten the distance between himself and the monarch butterfly, seizing the opportunity to vault onto its back. The sizable third-tier butterfly easily accommodated his weight. However, the experience of flying was rather disconcerting. The powerful gusts generated by the butterfly's wings left Yang Hai feeling dizzy and disoriented, whether by design or coincidence. The butterfly's erratic flight path led them on an extensive detour. Behave yourself. Yang Hai once again urged his control abilities, directing the superstar alloy dagger to pierce lightly into the mutated monarch butterfly's back. A hiss. The already weakened butterfly emitted a mournful cry, and it immediately calmed, flying with significantly more stability. Observing the ever-changing scenery beneath him, Yang Hai exhaled a sigh of relief. This creature seemed to possess some utility after all. He scrutinized the butterfly flying diligently beneath him. After 7 or 8 minutes of relentless searching, the mutated poison vine finally settled into silence, as if nothing had occurred. At this moment, Yang Hai had also trained his new steed. A little to the left, a tad more to the left. Stop. Fool, too far left. A bit to the right. Seated atop the monarch butterfly, Yang Hai controlled its direction by tapping its antennae. Left for the left antenna, right for the right. Though he had yet to master the finesse, it was sufficient for their needs. Initially, the mutated monarch butterfly had resisted, but after a few jabs from Yang Hai, it had become utterly compliant, dutifully following his commands. Before long, the butterfly successfully navigated them out of the range of the mutated poison vine. Had Yang Hai attempted it on foot, it would have taken him at least half a day. Upon leaving the toxic area, the duo entered a dense forest. The monarch butterfly deftly weaving through the trees, avoiding branches with grace. As obstacles increased, the frequency of the butterfly's wing beats gradually slowed, its vividly colored wings tracing beautiful arcs through the air. Yang Hai cautiously surveyed his surroundings, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloping the area. The wind whispered silently by, leaves rustling softly, yet these subtle sounds became strikingly pronounced in the stillness. Yang Hai furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable weight pressing down on the surroundings. In broad daylight, a faint mist hung in the forest, obscuring distant objects from view. Just as he hesitated over whether to release the monarch butterfly and proceed on his own, the butterfly unexpectedly came to a sudden halt beneath him. Bang! Inertia propelled Yang Hai forward as he watched the butterfly collide with a nearly transparent web. The butterfly's wings became ensnared, unable to break free. Despite its vigorous struggles, the web's grip only tightened, ensnaring it further with each attempt to escape. Chapter 74. The Phantom Face Spider. Yang Hai, situated upon the butterfly's back, narrowly avoided the calamity and remained unscathed. Observing the beleaguered monarch butterfly, he had no time for relief and swiftly retrieved the superstar alloy dagger he had used to train it. Upon seeing the familiar dagger, the butterfly's struggles intensified, fearing it would be harmed. Quiet down. Are you trying to invite the spider over any faster? In light of the mutated monarch butterfly having aided him thus far, Yang Hai had no intention of abandoning it. Before him, the infant finger-thick strands of silk intricately entwined, forming a complex web. The razor-sharp superstar alloy dagger gleamed with a cold light, seemingly capable of slicing through anything. However, when the dagger met the spider's silk, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The blade's tip struggled to penetrate the silk, only managing to leave tiny scratches on the surface as the silk tightly coiled around the dagger, thwarting further cutting. Each forceful attempt merely bent the silk slightly, which quickly returned to its original shape. Yang Hai furrowed his brow. This was the first time his enhanced superstar alloy had faltered. Fortunately, the alloy was not entirely ineffective against the silk. After numerous attempts, one strand finally snapped. Just as he prepared to tackle the remaining strands, the web suddenly quivered rhythmically. A flicker of alertness crossed Yang Hai's face as he followed the vibrations. He beheld a spider, the size of a small car, leisurely crawling towards the monarch butterfly's position at the edge of the web. One enigma. What creature is this? The analytical results indicate that the current creature is a mutated phantom face spider, 4th tier. The response startled Yang Hai. No wonder the typically formidable superstar alloy struggled against the spider silk. If this phantom face spider was indeed 4th tier, it would explain everything. The spider's body was adorned with bizarre orange patterns, interwoven with its pitch-black form to create a grotesque visage that sent shivers down one's spine. As the phantom face spider drew nearer, the monarch butterfly's thrashing intensified. Damn it, it's too late to flee now. The aura emanating from this 4th tier, mutated phantom face spider surpassed that of the mutated poison ivy he had encountered previously. Yang Hai had no doubt it could easily catch up to him with a mere flick of its legs. While he racked his brain for a solution, the phantom face spider continued its leisurely ascent up the web, as if strolling through its own backyard. Observing this scene, Yang Hai couldn't help but feel perplexed. Was this mutated phantom face spider too composed? Even with the monarch butterfly within its grasp, it shouldn't remain so unflustered. As the phantom face spider edged closer to the monarch butterfly, Yang Hai felt a surge of urgency, yet hesitated to act rashly. He quickly crouched down, curling his body as much as possible, carefully concealing himself beneath the massive scales of the butterfly's wings. Yang Hai silently summoned his abilities, gathering strength within. He knew that if the situation turned dire, a surprise attack might be his only chance for survival. At this moment, he was intensely focused, his senses heightened, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Swiftly, the mutated ghost face spider advanced with its 8 legs to a position directly above the monarch butterfly. Yang Hai could even discern the bristles on its legs, sharp as needles. Just as Yang Hai prepared to strike, the mutated ghost face spider extended its robust and formidable appendage, adorned with sharp spines, and began to shake vigorously the silk thread ensnaring the monarch butterfly. Before the bewildered Yang Hai could comprehend the situation, within mere seconds, the once firmly trapped mutated monarch butterfly was forcefully flung down by the spider. With a flurry, the liberated monarch butterfly immediately commenced fluttering its wings, escaping the perilous vicinity. What on earth just transpired? Who can elucidate this? The strong gust of wind roused Yang Hai from his dazed state, yet he remained perplexed by the actions of the mutated ghost-face spider. Whether it be a positively mutated organism or an aberrant one, exclusivity is an instinct etched in their very genes. Ding! The ever-ready Xuanji soon provided an explanation. The monarch butterfly, which has been feeding on the toxic milkweed since its larval stage, carries milkweed toxins within it. The ghost-face spider is not immune to this toxin, hence the monarch butterfly is not its prey. It appeared that luck was on my side. Yang Hai exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that had he encountered that ghost-face spider alone, he would not have fared as effortlessly as he did now. The mutated monarch butterfly, with its tattered wings, struggled to carry Yang Hai forward for a short distance. Finally, it exhausted its last ounce of strength and gently descended beside a small pond shrouded in mist. At that moment, the monarch butterfly appeared utterly haggard and fatigued. Having just undergone a grueling metamorphosis, it had barely emerged from its cocoon. To add to its woes, it had provoked Yang Hai, resulting in a severed mouthpart, further deteriorating its already precarious condition. Despite narrowly escaping the 4th-tier ghost-face spider, the scales of the monarch butterfly had endured significant damage. Its once resplendent wings now punctured with numerous fist-sized holes. Gazing at the limp and lifeless monarch butterfly resting on the stone, Yang Hai understood that this creature had truly exhausted all its efforts. Contemplating, he produced several 2nd-tier aberrant cores and placed them before it. Sensing the aura of the aberrant cores, the monarch butterfly instantly regained its spirit and began to consume them eagerly. The babbling brook before him stirred a desire within Yang Hai. The monarch butterfly would require some time to recuperate. Now was the perfect opportunity for a bath. The honey and pollen from the milkweed clinging to him had begun to emit a rancid odor under the oppressive heat. The castor bean nestled against him wore an expression of disdain, having buried its nose and glared at him for quite a while. If you continue to regard me with such disdain, you might as well join me for a wash. Without hesitation, Yang Hai tossed the castor bean into the small pond before him. The pond, measuring 4 meters square, had a corner where a stream of fresh water flowed continuously. He had already surveyed it thoroughly with his control abilities. Although the castor bean had never been in water before, it was now a third-tier mutated organism. It certainly wouldn't drown itself. Shedding his clothes in a jiffy, Yang Hai leapt into the refreshing waters. What a delightful bath! The coolness of the pond's flowing water was a stark contrast to the sweltering heat outside. Chapter 75. The Alchemical Ability User. A fluffy, snow-white hamster lay blissfully on its back, its lightweight body floating gently upon the water's surface, drifting slowly with the waves. At a glance, one might mistake it for a tuft of cotton adrift. Meanwhile, Yang Hai, now fully dressed, waved to the castor bean, saying, "Come on, my dear son. It's time to continue our journey." Hearing this, the castor bean gazed longingly at the crystal-clear pond beside it, but eventually swam swiftly to the shore like a nimble fish. Once ashore, the castor bean shook its body a few times, causing the sparkling droplets of water clinging to its fur to roll off and vanish without a trace. Just as it was about to dash towards its master, the castor bean abruptly halted, twitching its nostrils and tilting its head towards a tree. Yang Hai, sensing something amiss, instantly became alert. As his gaze shifted, several distinct forms of abilities floated towards them. Yang Hai frowned and used his control ability to intercept the water balls, fireballs, and blades aimed at the mutated monarch butterfly. However, being a mutated creature, the monarch butterfly was easily startled and took flight. This left Yang Hai, who had hoped to hitch a ride, seething with frustration. When the world is happening, our abilities seem to be ensnared. From behind the tree, a head first emerged, followed by several men who stepped out one after another. They stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief as they beheld the orbs of extraordinary light suspended in midair, seemingly defying the laws of physics, even neglecting the recently departed monarch butterfly. Faced with this spectacle, Yang Hai's expression remained impassive, his gaze as cold as ice. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the rear of the crowd. It was a woman of graceful stature and striking beauty, though her makeup was somewhat garish. Her eyes flitted over Yang Hai, scrutinizing him from head to toe, revealing an unmistakable interest. "Silence. If anyone utters another word, do not blame me for being impolite," she chided playfully, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. "We certainly wouldn't want to frighten this handsome young man away." The oily, sultry tone sent a shiver down Yang Hai's spine, prompting him to hastily cast aside the abilities he had been wielding. It was evident that these individuals were not after him. They likely believed that the monarch butterfly posed a threat to him, thus employing their powers. Although their intentions were misguided, Yang Hai was not one to judge without discernment. "Castor bean, come here, we're leaving." With the castor bean in tow, Yang Hai prepared to depart. "How rude. We saved you, and you don't even say thank you before walking away?" A young man, appearing no older than 17 or 18, pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Hai. Yang Hai was taken aback. "Which of your eyes saw that I needed your assistance?" Had they not intervened, he would have left with the monarch butterfly long ago. Hearing Yang Hai's response, the young man felt a surge of delight. Yang Hai's lack of gratitude perfectly aligned with his expectations. Yet he feigned a wounded expression, turning to the alluring woman and whining, "Cinny, look at this person. He is completely oblivious to kindness." As he spoke, he deliberately winked, adopting an innocent and endearing demeanor that made Yang Hai feel nauseous. The young man continued, "If we hadn't kindly driven away that fearsome, mutated monarch butterfly, he would have surely perished from its potent toxins." While saying this, Zhao Peng cast a smug glance at Yang Hai, confident that his endearing antics would win Cinny's favor. However, what he did not anticipate was that today, Sister Xian exhibited an unusual demeanor. She did not comfort him with her typical gentleness, and without even sparing him a glance, she impatiently pushed him away. He could only hear her mutter, "Zhao Peng, I've never seen you so talkative." After casting a glare at Zhao Peng, Sister Xian turned her gaze cheerfully toward Yang Hai, her demeanor shifting dramatically. "Brother, meeting is a matter of fate. Why not return to the base with me? I am one of the founders of the Rui base, and I assure you, you will not regret it." The other men, witnessing this, chimed in supportively. "Indeed, brother. You appear to be an ability user as well. Our base offers excellent benefits. Following Sister Xian will definitely not lead to regret. Miss this opportunity, and there won't be another." "Thank you, but I'm not interested in joining your base," Yang Hai replied coolly, turning away without looking back, as if everything around him was of no concern. Seeing Yang Hai's resolute stance, Zhao Peng internally despaired. He furtively observed Sister Xian's increasingly dark expression while pondering how to salvage the situation. It was evident that Sister Xian held a keen interest in this man. If he failed to bring Yang Hai back to the base today, he would undoubtedly become the target of her ire later. At that moment, an idea struck Zhao Peng, a potential means of redemption. He hurriedly strode after Yang Hai, calling out, "Brother, don't be in such a rush to leave. We haven't finished our conversation yet. Just wait a moment." Upon hearing the call from behind, Yang Hai's steps faltered slightly, but did not come to a complete stop. He merely slowed his pace, responding coldly. "Have I not made myself clear enough?" Cough, to be frank, brother. Zhao Peng leaned closer to Yang Hai, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Do you know what Sister Xian's ability is and why we all willingly follow her? Her ability pertains to that aspect, and as a man, you should understand." Noting Yang Hai's continued impassivity, Zhao Peng pressed on with an enticing proposition. "Moreover, while enjoying yourself, your own abilities can be enhanced." Yang Hai's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Was this not the legendary mysterious furnace ability? This ability, as the name implies, is akin to the furnace physique from cultivation novels, which can enhance one's powers through intimate relations, proving to be not only simpler than direct absorption of ability cores, but also far more intriguing. Yet, what relevance did this have to him? Yang Hai merely uttered a faint "oh" before departing without a backward glance. "Damn it, this kid is truly ungrateful." Zhao Peng muttered under his breath as he watched Yang Hai's retreating figure. "Sister Xian, do you want us brothers to assist you in securing him?" For the first time being so brusquely rejected, a chill crept over Sister Xian's face as she coldly huffed. "No need. I do not enjoy forcing others." Yes, indeed. Sister Xian is magnanimous." With the adulation of numerous men, Sister Xian's expression brightened again, and the group laughed and chatted as they made their way toward the base. Chapter 76, Covetousness. Having departed from the small pond, Yang Hai, guided by the mysterious forces, returned to the highway. Realizing the day was waning, he needed to find a place to rest for the night quickly. The highway was remarkably clean, evidently a result of human upkeep. After driving a short distance, he spotted other vehicles ahead. After a brief contemplation, Yang Hai turned the steering wheel and followed the convoy. The dangers of the wild at night are formidable. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would choose to spend the night alone outdoors. As dusk fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the towering, sturdy walls of the Rui base, as if draping the entire establishment in a shimmering veil. At that moment, the entrance was bustling with activity. "Please show your residence permit." The guard at the gate stated expressionlessly. Standing before them was a tall, young man with a stern countenance. In response to the guard's request, the young man shook his head. "I do not have one." The base personnel responsible for inspections scrutinized the unfamiliar figure with keen eyes, and upon confirming they had never encountered him before, they expertly retrieved a logbook. "First-time entrants must register. Please provide your name and ability." Yang Hai was well aware of this procedure and felt no surprise. He maintained a calm demeanor, responding evenly, "Yi Chun, no ability." Wishing only to secure a place to rest for the night, he naturally refrained from disclosing his true identity. After all, he intended to leave early the following morning. The more inconspicuous, the better. Upon hearing Yang Hai's response, the base staff exhibited no significant skepticism, as many ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken their abilities existed in this world. According to regulations, ordinary people wishing to enter the base must pay 2 first-tier ability cores or equivalent value in goods as an entrance fee. "All right," Yang Hai replied softly, then reached back into his backpack. Shortly thereafter, he produced 2 transparent, glimmering crystals. "I will pay with ability cores." These first-tier ability cores were of little use to him now that he had reached the 3rd tier. He felt no regret in exchanging them for a night's shelter. "Very well, please enter," the base staff said, hurriedly handing Yang Hai the residence permit before swiftly turning to attend to the next individual awaiting entry. Yang Hai accepted the permit and successfully passed the inspection, officially stepping into this so-called base. However, the scene before him left him somewhat astonished, rather than a base. It resembled more of a gathering place, enclosed by walls. The entire area spanned merely over 400 square meters, and aside from 2 villas positioned centrally, the periphery was dotted with makeshift, small houses. They appeared dilapidated and exceedingly rudimentary, hardly comparable to the government-established high-city base. However, for Yang Hai, who was not particularly picky about his living conditions, this was of no concern. He exchanged a bag of biscuits for a relatively clean small room. After locking the door, Yang Hai sat on the edge of the bed, meticulously organizing the ability cores he currently possessed. In this cramped room, the sole bed was adorned with a tattered straw mat, yet was now piled high with an array of colorful crystals. Among these translucent gems, 5 yellow crystals, each the size of a pigeon egg, stood out prominently. They emitted a faint glow, as if containing boundless energy. Undoubtedly, these are the exceedingly rare 4th-tier ability cores. One was obtained by Yang Hai after personally vanquishing a 4th-tier Ivy, while the other 4 were spoils he had acquired from the High City base. 2 is compensation for repairing the Ark's nuclear reactor, and the remaining 2 is payment for completing tasks for Chunbo. As for the 3rd-tier ability cores, after a thorough count, Yang Hai found that he possessed a total of 174. This figure appeared substantial, yet when considering the actual circumstances, it was rather meager. It was essential to note that Bado required 5 to 6 3rd-tier ability cores daily to satisfy its growth needs. Based on this consumption rate, the existing 3rd-tier ability cores would scarcely last until he successfully ascended to the 4th tier. Upon completing the statistical analysis of the 3rd tier Iha, Yang Hai proceeded to segregate the remaining 1st and 2nd tier into distinct containers. Although the 1st and 2nd tier held relatively minor significance for him, the 2nd tier Iha at least had the capability to aid in the restoration of his abilities. At dawn, as the sky began to blush with the faintest hint of light, Yang Hai, having enjoyed a brief respite of merely 2 or 3 hours, found himself revitalized and brimming with energy. Noticing that there was still over an hour until daybreak, he resolved to continue his efforts, enhancing his powers through the absorption of Iha. Just as he retrieved 2/3, a faint, almost imperceptible sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. In an instant, Yang Hai halted his movements, swiftly concealing the Iha in his hand. Almost immediately, hushed voices could be heard conversing outside. "Brother Jiqiang, I assure you I am not mistaken. That new fool must be hoarding a wealth of supplies." "Oh, what makes you say that?" inquired the one referred to as Brother Jiqiang. "Hey, last night, I told him that a mere bag of cookies would secure him a night's stay, and without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Moreover, I distinctly witnessed him retrieving cookies from that massive backpack of his, which was stuffed to the brim." Yang Hai recognized the voice. It belonged to the landlord who had rented him the room. "If this scheme succeeds, you certainly won't be shortchanged," Jiqiang declared with fervor, puffing out his chest with an air of self-satisfaction as he continued. "You see, I am now a 2nd-tier strength ability user, and in a real confrontation, most would not stand a chance against me." As he spoke, Jiqiang produced a spare key, preparing to unlock the dilapidated door before pausing to inquire, Are you certain that fellow inside isn't an ability user?" The landlord eagerly nodded and replied, ingratiatingly, "Brother Jiqiang, you needn't worry even a bit. How could someone from such a destitute place possibly be an ability user? Who wouldn't wish to reside in a lavish villa instead of renting a room from me?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiqiang conceded that the landlord had a point. After all, their base, Rue E, had an insatiable demand for ability users, welcoming them unconditionally with the offer of luxurious accommodations in the central area, regardless of their individual power levels. Who would choose to dwell in such a rundown slum? Yang Hai, preferring to maintain a low profile and avoid unnecessary troubles, found himself unexpectedly embroiled in a predicament. Chapter 77, Conflict. The crisp sound of a lock clicking shattered the stillness of the night as the door creaked open. 2 shadows, akin to phantoms, stealthily glided into the room, their movements light and cautious, careful not to make sound. Jiqiang and the landlord shared a silent understanding as they approached the bedside. Once they stopped, their eyes met, revealing a glint of ferocity. Jiqiang gripped a concealed, sharp butcher's knife at his waist, its gleaming blade radiating an aura of lethal intent. With a swift motion, the knife, empowered by his strength abilities, pierced through the blanket and directly into the bed frame. Having awakened his powers, Jiqiang had dispatched numerous mutated creatures, and countless humans as well. Yet now he felt an unsettling sensation creep over him. Frowning, he muttered under his breath, "This feels a bit off," filled with apprehension. Jiqiang hesitated for a moment before lifting the blanket. What lay before him was not the expected corpse, but rather a solitary backpack. His expression darkened instantaneously, a surge of indignation bubbling within him. Just as Jiqiang was engulfed in confusion, the oil lamp in the room flickered to life. A cold, detached voice emerged from the doorway. "Are you two looking for me?" Yang Hai's sudden appearance was as startling as a specter, his gaze sharp as a cold star, penetrating deeply into the souls of Jiqiang and the landlord. "You, how could you?" Before Jiqiang could comprehend the situation, he felt a chilling sensation at his neck, warm blood gushing from his artery as if it were freely flowing. The landlord beside him slumped to the ground, his body betraying him. The pristine, bloodless star alloy throwing knife gently returned to Yang Hai's hand. The resilience of an ability user allowed Jiqiang to cling to life a moment longer. But unnoticed in the corner, he discreetly pressed the alarm button in his grasp. The urgent and piercing alarm rang out, reverberating throughout the Rui base. The patrol team arrived with astonishing swiftness, far exceeding Yang Hai's expectations. In mere seconds, over a dozen ability users surrounded the area, sealing it off completely. Quickly inform Tiger and XIN. Someone shouted. After all, this alarm was a device that only second-tier ability users could possess. At this moment, most members of the patrol team were still at the first-tier level. Shortly thereafter, a robust, imposing man hurriedly approached, flanked by a throng of people, his demeanor exuding authority. "Well, explain to me what the hell is going on here," he bellowed. "Tiger, the alarm has sounded," a guard replied, trembling in fear. Tiger glared at the guard, scolding him. "Isn't that stating the obvious? With such a commotion, do you think I wouldn't hear it?" The guard appeared flustered, stammering as he attempted to clarify. "We just arrived here, and Haven T had the chance to assess the situation before you appeared." The others lowered their heads, cowering, too frightened to utter a word. "Useless cowards." Tiger kicked the guard away with disdain. "There is not a single one of you I can rely on. I want to see what dares to wreak havoc in my Rui base." Just as Tiger prepared to force the door open, the alarm abruptly ceased. The slightly ajar door swung open, revealing a neatly dressed young man, Yang Hai. He tossed the now crumbled alarm device to the ground, having reduced it to a pile of black dust. Clearly, his control over his abilities still required refinement, as even handling such a trivial device consumed more time than anticipated. As Yang Hai completely disregarded him, Tiger's expression darkened to an extreme, as if it could drip with bitterness. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Daring to commit murder on my territory, and now you think you could just walk away?" At that moment, the room was thick with the acrid scent of blood. Even from a distance, it was unmistakably pungent. Everyone understood the grim scene that had unfolded within. However, in the face of all this, Yang Hai remained unusually composed, responding with an unruffled tone. "Your men coveted my supplies, but alas, they were woefully inadequate, and their attempts to pilfer resulted in their own demise." Upon hearing this, Tiger's fury ignited, his eyes wide with rage, emanating a formidable aura of lethal intent. Just as he prepared to strike at Yang Hai, a sweet, melodious voice chimed from behind him. "What are you all making such a racket about so early in the morning?" As the crowd stirred, they parted to reveal a gap, through which emerged by Exen, clad in delicate silk pajamas, her graceful figure accompanied by several male guards, as she sauntered over to stand before Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu gazed at the enchanting by Xin before him, and an instinctive surge of protectiveness welled up within his heart. He hastily clarified, "Sister Xin, there is no need for concern. It is merely an ignorant fool who has infiltrated our base, and it poses no significant threat. With my capabilities, resolving such trivial matters is a mere trifle." Upon hearing Xiao Hu's emphatic declaration, by Xin offered a gentle smile and replied softly, "I am well aware of Brother Hu's prowess. With you here, I am confident that any challenge can be effortlessly surmounted." With that, Bai Xion's captivating gaze shifted toward Yang Hai, who stood nearby. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Yang Hai remained composed, meeting her eyes steadily. Bai Xion's lips curled into a playful smirk as she spoke. "Well, handsome, it seems we meet again, given your pleasing appearance. If you're willing to call me sister, we can pretend today's incident never occurred. What do you say?" As the saying goes, the unattainable forever stirs the heart. Bai Xin, having encountered countless men, found herself thwarted for the first time by Yang Hai, whose allure was undeniable. "Oh, do you know this person, Sister Xin?" Xiao Hu's smile faded as he recognized Bai Xion's demeanor. However, given Yang Hai's appealing looks and extraordinary abilities, he felt compelled to allow the situation to unfold, even if it meant risking his own interests. It would be akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, an embarrassing case of failing to recognize one's own kin. It appeared to be merely a misunderstanding, and laughter erupted from the surrounding men as they began to defend Yang Hai. Bai Xion's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Yang Hai, observing him with incredulous intensity as he showed no sign of yielding or retreating. Not even a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Consequently, her previously gentle tone turned frigidly cold. "So it seems you are unwilling?" Chapter 78. Instant Kill. "I have already answered that question yesterday," Yang Hai stated flatly, a frown creasing his brow. Why was it that some people simply could not comprehend his words? Bai Xin, finally losing her composure after being rebuffed once more, watched as her sweet smile evaporated, replaced by a fierce grimace. She glared at Yang Hai, her voice filled with ire. "Very well, you certainly have some nerve. Since that is the case, I shall see what qualifies you to utter such words." Xiao Hu, witnessing this turn of events, recognized it as his moment to shine. He stepped forward menacingly, his expression twisted with malice, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. What a clueless brat. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility. Watch as I vent my frustrations on you for Sister Xin. In truth, Xiao Hu harbored his own ulterior motives. Eliminating a rival by Xin's attention would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. To showcase his abilities before her, Xiao Hu exerted considerable effort. His metal-based powers had just reached the 3rd tier, allowing him to conjure a maximum of 20 golden blades at once. Yet, in his eagerness to confront Yang Hai, he unleashed them all at once, clearly intending to leave no escape route. Golden blades go. The spectacle of over 20 golden beams erupting simultaneously was nothing short of breathtaking. Those of a more timid disposition had turned pale, hastily shielding their eyes, fearful of witnessing the impending carnage and nightmares that may follow. However, in the next instant, the triumphant smirk on Xiao Hu's face froze, as if he had been struck by a curse, rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, gasps of disbelief and astonishment rippled through the crowd. Eyes widened in shock as they beheld the young man clad in black, who merely raised a hand with grace and poise. In an astonishing display, the once unstoppable golden blades, aimed directly at him, abruptly halted midair as if enchanted, refusing to advance a single inch. They hung there, suspended in stillness, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Goodness, I knew something was amiss with this fellow. Zhao Peng, peering through the gaps between the crowd, was once more struck with awe, recalling his encounter with Yang Hai the previous day. What have you done to my powers? Xiao Hu demanded, straining to summon his abilities, his face flushed with effort. Yet, his powers remained unresponsive, no matter how fervently he concentrated. I've already stated, my patience is finite, Yang Hai replied coolly, a hint of frost in his voice. In the 5 years of apocalypse, he had witnessed countless lives lost and understood the preciousness of a single life. Yet, some individuals insisted on seeking validation through confrontation. Then do not be surprised if I am less than courteous. As Xiao Hu watched his powers falter, panic gripped him, and he shouted for his subordinates to act swiftly. You fools, why are you just standing there? Quickly, eliminate that pretentious brat. With that, Xiao Hu hastily produced 2 second-tier ability cores from his pocket to replenish his dwindling powers. His subordinates responded in unison. Understood, Brother Hu. Let us all attack together. With our numbers, how can we possibly lose to just one man? Easier said than done, for despite their boisterous declarations, none dared to make the first move. Paralyzed by fear of Yang Hai's previous display of power, Xiao Hu, witnessing their hesitation, was incensed, nearly losing his composure. Were it not for his nearly depleted powers, he would have been the first to strike down these cowardly fools. In a fit of frustration, Xiao Hu resorted to a tempting proposition. Whoever kills this brat first shall receive 32nd-tier ability cores. It was worth noting that not everyone possessed the formidable strength of Yang Hai, capable of easily hunting high-level mutated creatures for cores. 32nd-tier cores would surely entice the ability users within this small base. As expected, the moment Xiao Hu's words left his lips, over a dozen ability users surged forward. Power and speed users charged at Yang Hai with the fervor of a mob intent on dismemberment. Zhao Peng, having offended by Xian the previous day and now relegated to the back of the crowd, felt a pang of envy for the 30 cores. What a stroke of luck for them, he muttered, spitting on the ground in frustration. The first to charge, a speed user, approached Yang Hai like a gust of wind, closing in rapidly. Yang Hai, his expression as tranquil as still waters, surveyed the scene with indifference before once more activating his control abilities. In an instant, the golden blades of supernatural energy, which had been suspended in midair, appeared to come to life, beginning to tremble violently as they swiftly altered their flight path. Like sentient beings, they surged directly towards the eager, supernatural users, among whom was naturally Xiao Hu. A sense of dread washed over him. The reaction speed of the 3rd-tier supernatural users was undeniably swift, yet it paled in comparison to that of Yang Hai. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air, and before many supernatural users could even react, they were mercilessly impaled by the razor-sharp golden blades. Xiao Hu, who had just attempted to evade, watched helplessly as a gleaming blade embedded itself into his chest. With great difficulty, he turned his head to gaze at Yang Hai, his eyes filled with boundless shock and resentment. Ultimately, his body could no longer withstand the assault and slowly crumpled to the ground. Silence enveloped the scene. Bai Xin, struck dumb by fear, stared vacantly as she watched Yang Hai stride over the corpses of numerous supernatural users, only to feel her legs weaken, prompting her to mutter softly to herself. A monster, undoubtedly a monster. Damn it, I'm lucky to be alive. Within mere seconds, Zhao Peng finally realized he was drenched in cold sweat from fright. Never before had he felt such relief for having displeased Sister Exine. Otherwise, he too would have become one of those lifeless bodies. Chapter 79, Cheng Shang. Following his experiences at the Rui base, Yang Hai altered his approach. Being overly low-key was not necessarily advantageous. Some individuals habitually looked down on others, leading to troublesome situations. To address this issue, the simplest method at present was the use of firearms. Yang Hai deliberately strapped 2 handguns to his waist, a decision that proved effective. Given the current circumstances, no base or gathering place would prohibit firearms, so he had no concerns about being turned away at the door. Xuanji, how far is it to the first mark point? Yang Hai had grown accustomed to conversing with his wristband. According to the map scale, there are approximately 150 to 160 kilometers remaining to reach the first marked location. The first mark point was indeed the Gusa base, but since Xuanji was developed by Chun Bo, he refrained from explaining everything to avoid unnecessary complications in the future. Checking the time on his wristband, Yang Hai calculated in his mind. It was currently 11 o'clock, and nightfall was still some time away. It seemed he had time for a proper meal. Ever since leaving the Haishur base, he had been on the move, hastily consuming meals. However, humans are not machines, and if conditions permit, who would refuse a bit of comfort? 3 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yang Hai maneuvered his off-road vehicle off the road and gradually came to a stop beneath an ancient tree. Only 20 kilometers remained to the Gusa base, and it was the hottest time of the day. At that moment, the temperature under the blazing sun had soared to a staggering 60 degrees Celsius. If he continued driving, the tires might very well melt on the asphalt. Only beneath this tree could he find some respite. Yang Hai cranked up the air conditioning to its highest setting and then retrieved a box of steaming boiled beef from his spatial pocket. Brother Sun's culinary skills are truly exceptional. The tender, juicy beef, coupled with fresh, crispy sprouts and vibrant lettuce, created a mouthful that satisfied him to the depths of his soul. Just as Yang Hai was relishing his meal, a faint tapping sound suddenly echoed from the window. Due to the vehicle's excellent sound insulation, he could see the small man outside moving his lips, but not a single word was discernible to him. Calmly swallowing a piece of beef, he slowly set down his bowl and chopsticks and cracked the window open slightly. "What's the matter?" Yang Hai asked with an impassive expression. "Wow, brother, what is that smell in your car?" "It's absolutely divine. A refreshing coolness, accompanied by the rich aroma of boiled beef, wafted into the small man's nostrils. I haven't smelled food in 2 whole months." The small man could not help but swallow hard. "If there is nothing else, I'll return to my meal." Just as he finished speaking, Yang Hai prepared to shut the window. Wait. Only then did the small man awaken from his daze, finally remembering the purpose of his visit. "You see, brother, I'm from the elite team of the Gusa base. It's sweltering out here, and our team's vehicle is low on concentrated fuel. I happened to come across you, and thought I'd ask if you have any extra." The small man rambled on, and Yang Hai finally grasped the situation. The high temperature and continuous air conditioning had skyrocketed their fuel consumption, and their spatial ability user, who could replenish the fuel, had been injured the previous day and did not accompany them. "I do have concentrated fuel, but what will you trade for it?" Yang Hai had more concentrated fuel in his spatial pocket than he could possibly use alone, so he was certainly open to trading. The small man wiped the sweat from his brow and extended a finger. 1 bottle of concentrated fuel for 1 second-tier mutated core. "Goodbye, not for sale." Yang Hai closed the window with a look of indifference. If this price had been offered a month ago, he might have considered it. After all, concentrated fuel is a consumable, and second-tier mutated creatures are not particularly rare. If the price were right, he would sell to anyone. Unfortunately, the other party clearly viewed him as an easy mark. The small man seemed eager to negotiate further, but upon seeing Yang Hai's resolute demeanor, he could only sigh in defeat and leave in dismay. However, before Yang Hai could take another bite, the small man returned, this time accompanied by a tall, slender man. The small man beamed at Yang Hai and said, "Brother, earlier, Xiao Ding was thoughtless. Please don't take it to heart. How about this? We're willing to offer 10 second-tier mutated cores for a bottle of concentrated fuel. What do you think?" He gestured to the tall man beside him and introduced, "This is our elite team's captain, Cheng Shang." "Hello, I am Cheng Shang. I hope this price meets your satisfaction." Upon hearing the name Cheng Shang, fragments of memory surged in Yang Hai's mind. If he recalled correctly, this individual was the illegitimate son of the base leader at the Gusa base. Just prior to the cataclysm, he had been acknowledged by the base leader and brought home. However, after the outbreak, his status had not changed significantly. He still found himself assigned to dangerous frontline teams. As for how he was privy to such gossip, it was because in his previous life, when he arrived at the Gusa base, This seemingly inconspicuous illegitimate son had transformed into the actual power holder of the Gusa base. His remarkable exploits had long since spread throughout the entire base. At this moment, Yang Hai regarded the impeccably groomed, refined man before him, nodding slightly in agreement. Deal. Thank you, brother. Seeing Yang Hai acquiesce, Chengshang promptly produced 22nd-tier mutated cores without hesitation. Continuing on, Yang Hai no longer concealed his identity, decisively retrieving 2 bottles of concentrated gasoline from his spatial equipment and handing them to the other party. At this moment, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Chengshang's eyes. Ah, so the young brother is a spatial ability user. It all makes sense now. In that case, I have one more modest request. You may speak. In the face of the future base leader, Yang Hai exhibited a rare patience. Do you have any extra food? The price is negotiable, as the aroma of your boiled beef has wafted 3 miles away. A hint of wry amusement appeared on Chengshang's face. This meal is not for sale. Yang Hai instinctively rejected this, but he then produced a box of self-heating rice, lazily remarking, "This, however, can be sold." Chapter 80, An Olive Branch. Without hesitation, Chengshang offered to exchange an entire box of self-heating rice for a 3rd tier. He turned to the young Ding and instructed Ding, "Take this self-heating rice back to our team and let everyone have a taste." "Certainly, Captain. I shall head over at once." Ding Zhuang, beaming with enthusiasm, quickly made his way towards the direction where their Team-S vehicle was parked. Watching Ding Zhuang's gradually receding figure, Chengshang seemed to suddenly recall something. Abruptly turning his gaze to Yang Hai. "Oh, by the way, I still do not know how to address you, young brother." Yang Hai answered candidly. "My name is Yang Hai." Upon hearing this name, Chengshang slightly furrowed his brow, rapidly searching his memory for relevant information. After a moment, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and confirmed once more. "Brother Yang Hai, you surely are not from our Gusa base, are you?" "Oh, what makes you say that?" Yang Hai felt a surge of astonishment, pondering internally. Could it be that merely because he was a spatial ability user, the other party could so confidently deduce that he was not from the Gusa base? How astonishing. Externally, he maintained his composure. Chengshang offered a faint smile, speaking in a gentle tone. "Brother Yang Hai, do not overthink. I merely made a conjecture based on certain clues, lacking absolute certainty." He then paused momentarily before continuing his explanation. "To be frank, my younger sister also possesses spatial abilities and is quite familiar with the other spatial ability users within the Gusa base. Young and handsome individuals like you, if truly from our Gusa base, would surely have caught her attention by now." At this juncture, Chengshang seemed to glance at Yang Hai with a hint of intention. "My sister and I share a close bond and discuss everything. If she had encountered brother Yang Hai, she would undoubtedly have mentioned it to me." Despite Chengshang's insistence that this was merely personal speculation, Yang Hai understood well that the other S ascent to the position of base leader was no mere coincidence. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that Chengshang was a meticulous thinker. Thus, Yang Hai did not entirely trust his words and maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. "I did not expect such a deep bond between you siblings," Yang Hai remarked while subtly observing Chengshang's expression, seeking to glean more insights. However, Chengshang remained adorned with what appeared to be a sincere smile, making it difficult to discern his true intentions. "Speaking of my sister," Chengshang's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. "Though Wan and I share no blood relation, that little girl has always been particularly fond of clinging to me." Perhaps realizing he had slightly lost his composure, Chengshang cleared his throat twice and swiftly reined in his emotions. Returning to the matter at hand, "I see that you are alone, brother Yang Hai. Would you be interested in joining our elite team?" He further added, "Though my abilities are limited, I do have some connections and resources within the Gusa base. Should you agree, we shall all be like family. If brother Yang Hai already has a team or other commitments, I apologize for my presumption and hope for your understanding." In truth, extending this olive branch to Yang Hai was not a spur-of-the-moment decision by Chengshang. Their team was in urgent need of a member with spatial abilities. And from their brief interaction, Yang Hai did not strike him as a deceitful or cunning individual. Moreover, the courage to venture alone into the wilderness suggested formidable capabilities. "I will not linger long at the Gusa base." Yang Hai's gaze was resolute as he met Chengshang's eyes, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. His purpose for being here was singular, to acquire Yiga. Although he had hunted numerous third-tier mutated creatures along the way, it amounted to little more than a drop in the ocean. His supply of third-tier Yiga had nearly been depleted. Engaging in transactions with the base was undoubtedly the most expedient and effective means of acquiring them. However, obtaining a substantial number of high-tier Yiga from the Gusa base was no simple task. Thus, Yang Hai required a reliable intermediary, someone capable of facilitating transactions while ensuring his safety. Cheng Shang appeared to be that ideal candidate. Cheng Shang narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the young man before him. In an instant, he grasped the underlying meaning behind Yang Hai's words. Cheng Shang was an astute individual, well aware of how to seize opportunities. After a brief contemplation, he unhesitatingly extended his hand to Yang Hai. "Welcome to our elite team." This statement served as a key, unlocking the door to collaboration between the two. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ding Zhuang had already returned to the makeshift camp, cradling the self-heating rice. Upon seeing Ding Zhuang alone, a woman reclining on a lounge chair immediately rose to her feet. The woman possessed a curvaceous figure, her black leather attire accentuating her form. She regarded Ding Zhuang with a gaze filled with disdain and contempt, bluntly questioning, "Why are you alone? Where's the captain? Why hasn't he returned?" In face of such inquiry, Ding Zhuang seemed oblivious to the woman's aversion to him, instead gleefully unwrapping the packaging of the self-heating rice and presenting it to her like a treasure, saying, "Qing Tian, here, take this. Be sure not to wait until others come and snatch it away." With that, a radiant smile adorned his face. Fresh fruits and vegetables were cultivated by the wood-type ability users in the base, commanding exorbitant prices. The costs of various seasonings were also steep. They had been subsisting on compressed biscuits and plain porridge for the past 2 to 3 months. Just moments ago, someone had sneakily indulged in boiled beef, igniting cravings among all of them. Now, upon seeing the self-heating rice, Su Qingtian was already salivating. However, upon realizing it was Ding Zhuang, she maintained an air of aloofness. "No need. I'll wait for the captain to return before eating." "Oh, Qingtian, why be so polite? We are fellow villagers." With that, Ding Zhuang pressed 2 boxes of self-heating rice into Su Qingtian's hands. At that moment, the other team members finally took notice of Ding Zhuang. "Ding Zhuang, what delightful treasures do you have in your hands?" Upon seeing the self-heating rice, their eyes widened with excitement, and they rushed towards Ding Zhuang like a stampede. "Do not rush, everyone. This is a treat purchased by the captain with a 3rd tier. Each of you shall have 1 box. Do not take more. How dare you grab 3 boxes? Look at you all, so pathetic. Swallow your saliva before you speak." Chapter 81. The bridge is broken. In an instant, a large box of self-heating rice was completely devoured by the crowd. The water-based ability user in the team generously released a bucket of fresh water for everyone to use. At this sweltering moment, with the aid of the heating packs, the water quickly began to boil. The scalding steam just emerged from the box, only to vanish without a trace in the scorching air. "Oh, the captain is back." Ding Zhuang, who was momentarily lost in thought, was the first to notice Cheng Shang approaching them. Soon after, others in the team sensed something unusual and inquired with expressions of skepticism. "Who is that person beside the captain? I don't recognize him, but he seems difficult to approach." However, Ding Zhuang recognized Yang Hai at a glance, as the unforgettable taste of boiled beef still lingered in his memory. Although the aroma of the self-heating rice was enticing, it paled in comparison to that authentic boiled beef. "I know this person." Ding Zhuang pointed at the self-heating rice in front of them. "We bought our self-heating rice and concentrated gasoline from him. Goodness, there are still resources available. What a tough guy." In an instant, curiosity about Yang Hai surged among the crowd. Before long, Cheng Shang brought Yang Hai before the team and introduced him with solemnity. "Let me introduce you all. This young brother is named Yang Hai. From now on, we are all comrades." The few members of the team were initially taken aback, but out of trust in Cheng Shang, they welcomed Yang Hai's addition. "All right, finally someone younger than me has joined the team. I am no longer the youngest." A towering black man, nearly 2 meters tall, stood up excitedly and greeted Yang Hai warmly. "Hello, I am Peng Yong, just graduated from university, previously a basketball athlete. Ever since he became familiar with the team, these guys had taken to calling him brother. Who could understand the plight of a 2-meter-tall man being called brother every day?" Yang Hai nodded slightly and then fell silent. "Haha, it seems the newcomer is rather shy." Peng Yong, unfazed by the perceived coldness, chuckled and returned to his seat. "All right, everyone, let's briefly introduce ourselves." Cheng Shang quickly stepped in to mediate and gestured for Ding Zhuang to start. "Sure thing, Captain. We've met before. I am Ding Zhuang, a 2nd-tier speed ability user, assisting everyone in the team with various tasks." After a round of introductions, Yang Hai gained a rough understanding of the team, which comprised 8 members, including him. The original space ability user of their team was Cheng Shang's sister, Cheng Wan, who is currently recuperating at the Gusa base. Captain Cheng Shang and teammate Peng Yong possessed mysterious abilities, specifically a 3rd-tier corrosive acid ability and a 2nd-tier air bullet ability, respectively. Ding Zhuang was a second-tier speed ability user, while the only two women in the team were Su Qing, a second-tier earth ability user. Lao Su, the oldest member at over 40, was a third-tier strength ability user. Lastly, there was a bespectacled man in his 30s named Li Xiang, a second-tier water ability user. By the way, we've talked so much, yet we still don't know what ability you possess, young brother Yang Hai. Lao Su Yin Guit, a hint of curiosity sparkling in his somewhat murky eyes. He trusted Cheng Shang's judgment, but felt compelled to inquire further. Handing over one's back to an unfamiliar person could be quite perilous. Yang Hai leisurely found a seat and replied calmly, I'm a third-tier dual ability user, possessing both space and object manipulation abilities. Wow. Pang Yong, who was enjoying his meal, nearly spat out his rice upon hearing this. However, remembering the precious nature of the self-heating rice, he managed to stifle the urge. After a fit of coughing, he took a big gulp of water and said with difficulty, No way, brother. You are actually a legendary dual ability user. The others took some time to digest this revelation. Oomph. Do you really believe him just because he claims to be a dual ability user? Su Qing scoffed, clearly skeptical. Yang Hai didn't even spare her a glance. To put it bluntly, he was there for Cheng Shang, and he had no need to concern himself with the others. Su Qing shot a glare at Yang Hai and then turned to Cheng Shang, pouting. Captain, look at this person. He doesn't even acknowledge me. Anzai, Su Qing. Yang Hai is not much of a talker. With me as his guarantor, there's no need for anyone to worry. With Cheng Shang vouching for him, the others felt it inappropriate to voice further doubts. Pang Yong quickly stepped in to lighten the mood. Come on, everyone, let us continue enjoying this self-heating rice. If you can't finish yours, just hand it over to me. I've been craving this fish-flavored shredded pork for ages. Ding Zhuang quickly hugged his rice box tightly, sitting closest to Pang Yong, terrified that his precious bite might be stolen. Just eat your own, you brat. Amidst the jovial banter, time passed swiftly, and the Ace team wrapped up just after 4 o'clock. The Ace team had 2 vehicles, and the newly arrived Yang Hai naturally became a topic of concern for the vehicle he would take. At this moment, Cheng Shang took the initiative to invite Yang Hai over. Yang Hai, why don't you ride in my car? The passenger seat is yours. Otherwise, unfamiliar vehicles entering the base will require some procedure. Ding Zhuang, who had just filled up the car, felt a twinge of jealousy and remarked, Captain, aren't you being a bit biased? That passenger seat is usually reserved for Wan Wan. You never let anyone else sit there. Su Qing behind him was practically grinding her teeth in frustration, as that was the spot she had long coveted. Yet Yang Hai, seemingly oblivious, sat down without hesitation. Cheng Shang merely waved his hand dismissively at Ding Zhuang. Get in the car, stop complaining, we need to hurry back to the base. With someone driving, Yang Hai was free to enjoy the scenery outside. Cheng Shang drove steadily, just like his demeanor. Yang Hai glanced at his wristband, which he had set to silent mode. From the outside, it appeared to be merely a rather unique wristband. Estimating the time, he figured they would reach the Gusa base in about 10 minutes. In the distance, a towering osmanthus sculpture loomed, one of the iconic structures of the Gusa base. Each time he saw this sculpture, it signified that they were close to returning to the base, and Pang Yong in the back seat felt his anxieties begin to ease. Ah, another safe return home today. Yet something felt amiss. Pang Yong stared at the sculpture ahead, sensing that something was missing. Indeed, something was off. Cheng Shang gently pressed the brake. What is wrong? Yahai Asked, who's led? Pang Yong pointed ahead, his voice trembling. The tower of the Gusu Bridge is missing. Chapter 82. Swim across? The Gusu Bridge sprawled across the Sioux River like a colossal dragon, its main spans stretching an astonishing 1,067 meters, while the originally towering bridge towers, soaring over 100 meters high, were particularly eye-catching. Yet at this moment, the surface of the grand bridge ahead appeared deceptively tranquil, while the towers, intricately connected by countless suspension cables, seemed to have vanished in a thin air, leaving no trace behind. As perplexity enveloped the crowd, a dark green pickup truck slowly reversed from bridge. The driver, upon reaching their side, pressed the brake, bringing the vehicle to a halt, revealing 2 middle-aged men inside. Observing this, Pang Yong hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation. Brother, what on earth has happened up ahead? How could the suspension cables of this bridge suddenly disappear? Pang Yong asked, his heart racing with urgency. The man in the passenger seat furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face as he sighed deeply. This bridge, I fear, is completely beyond repair. Cheng Shang, who had been observing quietly from the side, nonchalantly retrieved 2 cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to the man as he spoke softly. I hope you could elaborate on the circumstances. The man, eyeing the offered cigarette, smacked his lips contemplatively before finally accepting it. After breaking one in half for his companion, he cautiously tucked the remaining cigarette into his pocket and cleared his throat. We were just driving back when approximately 200 to 300 meters from here, the bridge suddenly collapsed. Not only that, the towers and cables have all fallen into the water. It seems we will need to find another way to cross. Upon hearing this, the elite team was taken aback. How could this be? Someone exclaimed. What are we to do now? This road is our only safe and reliable route back to the base, Li Xiang said, his face clouded with anxiety. Cheng Shang remained silent, pondering for a long time before finally directing his gaze towards Ding Zhuang, shouting, "Go ahead and investigate the situation." "Understood, Captain. Please hold on for a moment." Ding Zhuang replied, nodding before activating his speed-enhancing ability, darting away like a gust of wind, swiftly disappearing from sight as he raced toward the Gusa Bridge. Is this the only bridge over the Sioux River? Yang Hai furrowed his brow, skepticism evident in his voice. Cheng Shang shook his head gently, his tone somber as he explained, "Not at all. Apart from the Gusa Bridge before us, there are indeed 2 other routes available for crossing. However," he sighed, "both of those routes are dead ends." It turned out that the Gusu base was situated on an inland island, encircled by the Sioux River. This unique geographical positioning, while providing a certain degree of safety by thwarting most mutated creatures, had also rendered it exceedingly difficult for those living within the Gusu base to leave. Aside from the Gusu Bridge, the other 2 exits had long been occupied by formidable high-level mutated creatures. The base had previously dispatched numerous ability users to the Nanxiong intersection and Sushui Road, but the news they returned with was disheartening. According to their observations, there were at least 4th-tier, terrifying mutated creatures present. At this point, a deep sense of helplessness manifested on Cheng Shang's face. For this reason, to prevent these dreadful mutated creatures from threatening the safety of the base, we had no choice but to take action and actively destroy the Cross River Road, eliminating future risks. His voice was filled with regret and reluctance. Before Cheng Shang's words had fully settled, Ding Zhuang, who had gone to gather information, hurried back. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he recounted his observations in detail. Just as that man had said, the Gusu Bridge was indeed broken, with over 100 meters of the bridge surface having vanished into thin air. However, upon my careful inspection, I discovered that both sides of the bridge still remain submerged in water. If we swim across this distance, we can climb up and reach the opposite side without issue. After hearing Ding Zhuang's account, the elite team fell into a contemplative silence. While Xiao Ding's reasoning held merit, for the sake of caution, it would be wise to observe the situation further. Ultimately, Cheng Shang made the decision to follow closely behind the dark green pickup that had just left the Gusa Bridge. Firstly, the time was still early. While returning to the base was urgent, there was no need to rush at this moment. Secondly, Cheng Shang harbored a notion of passively observing the changes in the situation, for the early bird often faces the brunt of the shot. As the sun began to descend, the number of people gathered before the fractured Gusa Bridge steadily increased. With darkness approaching, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Soon, some could no longer contain their impatience. "If you ask me, with so many of us here, is there really no one with useful abilities?" One voice rose above the rest. "Yes. Is there anyone who can fly, to carry us across one by one? I'll be the first to contribute my ability core." Another added, "But if we continue to delay, once night falls, those mutated creatures and other abilities will surely emerge." Despite the escalating discussions around them, Yang Hai and Cheng Shang maintained an air of calm. Just then, a man beside Yang Hai stepped forward, his voice booming with indignation. "Damn it, I'm truly amazed by your cowardice," he shouted. Then, with derision, he added, "It's just a bit of water. Watch closely, I'll demonstrate how it's done." Clearly, this brash individual hailed from a particular team. Despite his teammates' earnest pleas for him to remain calm and not act impulsively, he dismissed their advice. Striding boldly towards the edge of the broken bridge and plunging headlong into the water. At that moment, the gathered abilities above were so tense they scarcely dared to breathe, the atmosphere becoming palpably heavy and silent. The previously cacophonous environment fell silent, leaving only the crisp sound of rushing water, seemingly the lone voice in the entire scene. It must be acknowledged that this man was not purely reckless. His well-executed swimming strokes and lightning-fast pace revealed that he possessed a certain level of skill and strength. Before long, he had successfully swum halfway across the distance to the broken bridge. As time ticked away, approximately 2 minutes later, it appeared that the man was nearing the opposite side of the bridge. Many could no longer suppress their growing restlessness and followed suit, jumping into the Sioux River. Chapter 83, The Fish in the Water. One life to live, so let's go for it, someone exclaimed. Isn't it safe enough? Why waste so much time here? With a splash, 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 as the surrounding crowd dwindled, the previously bustling atmosphere gradually quieted. The other members of the elite team began to stir restlessly, their faces betraying their anxiety. Pang Yong, the most impatient among them, could no longer contain his urge and desire, striding up beside Changshang. Captain, are we going to continue waiting? If we delay any longer, there might not be anyone left. The fewer people there are, the more dangerous it becomes. Beside him, Li Xiang quickly echoed, exactly, Captain. As the saying goes, delay invites change. Should we miss the optimal moment, we may find ourselves in peril. Moreover, the first individual who leapt into the water has already successfully reached the opposite shore. At this moment, he is engulfed by profound regret, lamenting why he was not the pioneer in this endeavor. Ultimately, his tone betrays a hint of resentment towards Changshang. For today, they had the rare fortune of completing their task swiftly and returning early. Had it not been for the captain's indecisiveness, they would not have been left waiting here for so long. The others, too, harbored a modicum of dissatisfaction, yet refrained from voicing it directly. Recognizing Changshang's kindness towards them and acknowledging him as a commendable leader, Changshang's expression remained as solemn as ever, his gaze unwavering as he fixed his eyes upon the shimmering surface of the water, as if attempting to penetrate the layers of rippling waves to uncover the secrets concealed beneath. He spoke softly, "Do not rush. We need not hasten at this moment. Let us wait a little longer and observe the situation." As his words fell, his gaze subtly shifted towards Yang Hai's direction. "What do you think, brother Yang Hai?" Yang Hai, leaning casually against the railing of the bridge, exuded an air of relaxed nonchalance, yet his eyes mirrored a calm and composed demeanor. In response to Changshang's inquiry, he merely replied, "I share your sentiments." This tranquility stemmed largely from the prior warnings of Bado. Even before the first person plunged into the water, Bado had been anxiously clawing at Yang Hai's clothing, displaying palpable agitation. Thus, Yang Hai was convinced that the river below the bridge harbored lurking dangers. Li Xiang, witnessing Changshang's utter lack of reaction to his suggestion, felt a surge of indignation. Is my voice truly so insignificant? Or do you believe I am unworthy of respect in your eyes?" He fixed his glare on Changshang, his eyes aflame with anger and resentment. This emotion intensified, especially upon observing Changshang's favoritism towards the newly joined Yang Hai. How amusing it was to realize that they were regarded as inconsequential in his eyes, while a mere newcomer, a third-tier dual-element ability user, could render their voices irrelevant. As his frustration mounted, Li Xiang found himself unable to contain it any longer. He abruptly flung his hand and strode away from the bridge's edge, leaving behind a harsh retort. "If you wish to wait, then wait on. I shall take my leave. Brother Li Xiang, please do not act impulsively," Pang Yong exclaimed, reaching out in an attempt to restrain him, but Li Xiang forcefully broke free. "Do you not know what sort of person the captain is? He is merely cautious. This is not directed at you." Pang Yong anxiously attempted to diffuse the sudden conflict. However, at that moment, Li Xiang was impervious to any counsel, his mind singularly focused on departing from this place. Thus, he recklessly pressed forward, swiftly reaching the edge of the bridge. "Is there anyone else who wishes to leave? I certainly will not compel anyone to stay." Changshang observed this scene with a mixture of helplessness and disappointment, realizing that those who could not comprehend his stance would not be compelled to understand. Just then, a sudden whoosh echoed as Li Xiang, without hesitation, leapt into the tumultuous waters below. Pang Yong was left in stunned silence. He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Gazing at the desolate bridge and the surging river, he found himself at a loss. Su Qing, witnessing this unfold, rose without hesitation, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. "Captain, whatever decision you make, I shall always support you." Shortly thereafter, Ding Zhuang followed suit, affirming his steadfast allegiance. "Indeed, Captain, I share the same thoughts as Su Qing." Upon saying this, Ding Zhuang cast a glance at Su Qing, yet she remained solely focused on Changshang, hardly noticing him. The usually taciturn Lao Shui unexpectedly broke his silence, stating, "It is always prudent to proceed with caution. I have no objections to that." After uttering these words, he once again fell silent. As the group expressed their loyalty to Changshang, Yang Hai, who had been intently observing the surface of the Sushui River, suddenly spoke up. "It seems something is approaching over there." Hearing this, Changshang quickly followed the direction pointed out by Yang Hai. The previously tranquil water surface suddenly rippled, and 3 enormous, sail-like fish fins emerged from the depths, hurtling towards the bridge with astonishing speed. "Li Xiang, danger! Quickly return!" Pang Yong shouted desperately, his voice resonating across the river. At that moment, Li Xiang, who had been swimming ahead, sensed that something was amiss. He halted, preparing to turn around, but it was far too late. A gargantuan fish, shimmering with silver-black light, leapt from the water, its massive jaws wide open, mercilessly swallowing Li Xiang whole. After securing its prey, the monstrous fish swiftly descended into the depths, leaving behind only tattered remnants of clothing and a few haunting streaks of blood that floated upon the surface. In the blink of an eye, the vivid crimson stains were washed away by the tumultuous current, as if nothing had ever transpired. At this juncture, aside from the first man who had jumped in, most of the ability users were still halfway across. Some had sensed the peril, but it was too late for regrets. They could only propel themselves forward with all their might. Each of the three monstrous fish measured nearly 10 meters in length, and the ability users in the water were akin to dumplings in a bowl, easily devoured in a single gulp. Those still on the shore began hurling their abilities into the water in an attempt to drive away the fearsome fish. However, their efforts yielded little success. The fish moved with blinding speed, and the unleashed energy spheres inadvertently harmed several of their own. Cheng Shan's corrosive acid was also significantly weakened. As the river water diluted what would normally be a potent substance capable of dissolving the bones of third-tier ability users, rendering it ineffective. Chapter 84. No one passes. The three gigantic fish prowled beneath the shimmering water surface, at times concealing themselves below, only to suddenly breach the surface, each appearance resulting in a gruesome slaughter. They ruthlessly claimed one life after another, leaving the once clear river water stained a horrifying crimson, as the number of ability users dwindled at an alarming rate. Some fortunate souls who had just leapt into the water, sensing the impending doom, did not hesitate to swim back with all their might, striving to claw their way up the riverbank to escape the calamity. However, on the other side of the Gusa Bridge, the man who had first plunged into the water stood at the shore, nonchalantly observing the frantic struggles and terrified expressions of those still floundering in the water. This was the essence of the saying, "The brave enjoy the world first. You cowards can only await your demise in the river." The man laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing through the air, a jarring sound that even Yang Hai on the opposite shore could hear distinctly. What kind of people are these? Pang Yong could no longer contain his indignation and began to voice his grievances. Beside him, Lao Shuel let out a deep sigh, a wave of melancholy and lament swelling within him. Alas, those who commit injustices will ultimately face their own doom. Such repugnant individuals will inevitably reap their just rewards. A cool breeze swept through, carrying a chill, while the sky darkened, as if mourning the tragedy unfolding below. As Lao Shue's voice faded, an unusual fish suddenly leapt from the water, lunging ferociously towards the man standing at the water's edge. My goodness! The man was startled by this unexpected turn of events, letting out a startled scream. However, his reflexes were remarkably swift, and he hastily retreated several steps. With a resounding crack, the fish's razor-sharp fangs collided violently with the bridge structure, missing its target and becoming lodged partway in the bridge's surface. Witnessing this spectacle, the man couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. Hands on his hips, he pointed derisively at the creature, laughing boisterously. Huh, what do you say to that? If you're so capable, come ashore and see if you can bite me. He continued his mockery. Oh, can't reach me, can you? What a useless fish. Just wait, I'll make sure you taste a bit of my power. Yet, in the face of the man's taunts and scorn, the strange fish showed no sign of fear. A flicker of anger flashed in its once cold eyes. Oblivious to this, the man continued to flaunt his luck, even daring to step a few paces closer. You think you can swallow me? Not a chance. Watch as I blind you with this golden blade. As he spoke, two gleaming golden daggers appeared in his hands, which he hurled towards the creature's eyes without hesitation. It must be said that the man possessed a measure of cunning and luck, for the eyes were indeed the only unguarded part of the fish's formidable form. Sensing the threat to its life, the fish thrashed its tail in a frenzy. However, once on land, its agility was diminished, leaving it to struggle clumsily. Despite its desperate resistance, the fish's efforts bore no fruit. The golden blades, intended for its eyes, merely struck its incredibly hard head. With a sharp clang, the daggers were sent ricocheting away, leaving no mark on the resilient fish. Before the arrogant man could unleash his powers again, the fish took the initiative. Yang Hai observed everything clearly. He saw the creature slightly part its mouth, unleashing a blue water arrow at breakneck speed. Caught off guard, the man was pierced through the heart by the water arrow, collapsing to the ground with a look of agony, and soon thereafter, he breathed his last. At that moment, the other ability users in the water had also become the meals of the remaining two strange fish. Thus, the once bustling Suzhou Bridge, teeming with people, now harbored fewer than 20 surviving ability users. Those who had narrowly escaped were mostly fraught with fear, their bodies trembling as if they had just emerged from a terrifying nightmare. Pang Yong pressed down hard on his wildly beating heart, gazing gratefully at Cheng Shang, his voice tinged with residual fear. Thanks to the captain's reminder just now, or else I would probably be in the same fate as Li Xiang, swallowed whole by that fish. However, in the face of the crowd's relief and gratitude, Cheng Shang's expression remained grave. He furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "Let us not celebrate too soon. If we cannot return to the base in time, the situation may become even more perilous as night falls." Upon hearing this, Su Qing was immediately incensed, her gaze returning to the river. Those wretched fish. They've devoured everyone and still refused to leave. What on earth do they want? At that moment, the surface of the Su Shui River had regained its calm, yet the enormous fin, reminiscent of a sail, continued to hover near the broken bridge, seemingly searching for its next target. Could it be that they had developed a taste for flesh and intended to lie in wait for their next meal? Pang Yong suddenly recalled a fable his teacher had told during his school days, sending a chill down his spine. Yang Hai, however, shook his head dismissively, then pointed towards the fish stranded on the bridge. Their target now should be that one, despite the abundance of energy within the ability users. It was likely insufficient to drive the massive mutated creatures into a frenzy. After all, compared to the insignificant humans, these colossal beasts were more inclined to view the ability users as mere snacks. To satiate their hunger, they would likely need to consume other mutated creatures as a substantial feast. Beside him, Pang Yong gazed at the terrifying fish, swallowing hard. Could it be that these monsters would resort to cannibalism? Lao Shui sighed deeply, reflecting, cannibalism is, in fact, not uncommon. Pang Yong, regaining his senses, recalled some of the events that had transpired in the impoverished districts of the Suzhou base. With food prices soaring and the rations dwindling, many resorted to preying on the weak and vulnerable to fill their bellies. At that moment, Yang Hai suddenly warned, "They're about to move." No sooner had he spoken than the two fish in the water began to flap their fins vigorously, swiftly swimming towards the other side of the broken bridge. Chapter 85, From Water to Ice. Yang Hai stared intently at the receding figures of the two fish, a plan quietly forming in his mind. Cheng Shang, noticing the change in his demeanor, directly asked, "Brother Yang Hai, do you have an idea?" Yang Hai nodded slightly, responding softly, "Yes, I do have a thought, but the risk is considerable." His gaze shifted to the distance, seemingly lost in contemplation. Pang Yong anxiously glanced at the setting sun in the west, becoming increasingly agitated. "Yang Hai, just speak plainly. Once night falls, those mutated creatures will only multiply, and the situation could worsen." Facing the eager eyes of his companions, Yang Hai took a deep breath and calmly articulated his plan. "My approach is to first find a way to eliminate those two fish." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically, retorting, "That's obvious. Who wouldn't want to get rid of them? The real question is, how do we accomplish that?" Her dissatisfaction with such a simplistic and blunt suggestion was evident. What if there are more strange fish lurking in the river? Lao Shui furrowed his brow, filled with apprehension and unease. Cheng Shang gently shook his head, expressing firm conviction. That won't happen. Mutated creatures possess a strong sense of territory. They will guard their domain and not allow others of their kind to encroach. He paused for a moment before adding, "Moreover, if there were indeed more mutated creatures nearby, they would have already appeared when there were many ability users in the water, vying for this fertile hunting ground." Well, that makes sense. The surrounding ability users nodded in agreement, beginning to whisper among themselves, expressing admiration for Cheng Shang's analysis. Someone interjected, "So what should we do about those vile fish now?" Another complained, "The speed of those fish is astonishing. My abilities can't keep up with them." In an instant, everyone fell into deep thought. They had already attempted to throw their abilities at the fish from the shore, and while it could not be said to have been entirely ineffective, it was clear that it had borne no fruit. As for the matter of plunging into the water to confront the monstrous fish, the fate of the hundreds of extraordinary beings serves as a poignant testament to the perilous situation. Yang Hai remained impervious to the cacophony surrounding him, resolutely striding toward the edge of the broken bridge, slowly extending his hand into the waters of Su Shui River. The opportunity was singular. Whether it would be seized depended entirely on their resolve. Under the astonished gaze of the ace team, a multitude of pristine, snow-white ice blocks radiated outward from Yang Hai's palm like ripples. Within mere breaths, a stretch of the river spanning several meters was completely encased in ice. Leading the charge, Yang Hai confidently stepped onto the ice surface he had conjured with his formidable abilities, possessing unwavering faith in his powers. Am I dreaming? How can this river freeze so swiftly? Pang Yong, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if to confirm he was not trapped in a dream. Do not say I did not warn you. This ice surface can only endure for a scant 20 seconds. While the third-tier ability of transforming water into ice is not particularly arduous, Yang Hai was reluctant to squander his powers on such a feat with that. He did not hesitate to advance, treading upon the ice and moving further away. Only then did the members of the Ace team awaken from their stupor and follow suit. Having witnessed the apocalypse firsthand, they were no strangers to the extraordinary, yet the spectacle of transforming decay into vitality was a first for them. The ice, shaped by the manipulation of molecular structures in the water, was remarkably sturdy. Though only a few centimeters thick, it managed to support the weight of several individuals. Even as they felt the tumult of the flowing water beneath, alongside the Ace team, a handful of intrepid extraordinary beings chose to follow. Cheng Shang glanced back, and indeed, the ice blocks near the shore began to dissipate, just as Yang Hai had predicted. The icy grip steadily advanced, soon covering more than half of the 100-meter distance. Before long, the group beheld the two monstrous fish ahead. As Yang Hai had anticipated, the scene before them validated his earlier conjectures. The two creatures had indeed begun to feast upon the large fish stranded on the shore. The massive fish, measuring 15 meters in length, bore a tail that was in tatters, with several gaping wounds the size of bowls likely inflicted by water arrows. Yet, astonishingly, its head remained relatively intact, even as it struggled desperately, clearly at the end of its strength, exhaling more than inhaling. Suddenly, a shrill sound pierced the air. One of the monstrous fish had opened its gaping maw and sank its teeth into the large fish, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. Instantly, a potent and pungent stench enveloped the area, accompanied by a torrent of crimson blood and a cascade of shattered entrails spilling forth from the pristine fish flesh. Such a brutal and sanguinary sight was almost unbearable to behold. The other monstrous fish, hindered by its position, could only gnaw at the less flavorful tail end of the fish. Observing its companion indulge in a lavish feast while it was relegated to mere scraps clearly incited its dissatisfaction. Thus, this creature began to shift its massive, cumbersome body, seeking a more advantageous position to partake in the savory meal. Just as they vied for the prime feeding spot, Yang Hai and his companions had already stealthily approached. As the ice surface neared the two monstrous fish, Yang Hai abruptly halted and turned to explain the current situation to the group. Henceforth, I shall exert my utmost effort to restrict the movements of these two creatures, but how to deal with them subsequently rests upon your shoulders. After all, my abilities are finite. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shang nodded resolutely, responding with unwavering conviction. Rest assured, Brother Yang Hai, if we do not eliminate these two beasts completely, we shall find no safe escape. His words resonated as both a promise and a dire warning to all. Old Shui surveyed the surroundings, emanating the formidable aura characteristic of a third-tier extraordinary being, and then warned the group in a somber tone. Should I catch anyone slacking off at such a critical moment, neglecting their duties, I shall unhesitatingly cast them into the river to feed the fish. In truth, given Yang Hai's genuine prowess, it would be a trivial matter for him to single-handedly dispatch the two monstrous fish. However, he had long maintained a habit of obscuring his true capabilities from others. After all, at times, it is prudent to conceal one's brilliance and reserve a measure of strength. With this consideration, Yang Hai resolved to delay no further, immediately concentrating his energy to unleash his manipulation abilities, hastening the process of encasing the entirety of the river's surface in ice. The two monstrous fish naturally fell within this scope. Chapter 86, Arrival at the Gusa Base. As the water gradually solidified into ice, a frigid wave surged forth, finally alerting the two monstrous fish who had been engrossed in their feast. At this moment, Yang Hai's manipulation powers were ceaselessly at work, rapidly transforming the water surrounding them into robust ice blocks. With crisp cracking sounds, the two monstrous fish flailed their tails in desperate attempts to escape this sudden confinement. Yet their struggles were in vain. Each thrash merely shattered a thin layer of ice, only to be ensnared by further layers of newly formed ice. Though Su Shui River was resource depleted, its water was inexhaustible. Yang Hai needed only to focus his efforts on converting the moisture around the fish into solid ice. The two monstrous fish found themselves ensnared in an ever-narrowing space until their bodies lay fully exposed upon the ice. At that moment, the members of the Ace team, along with several other extraordinary beings, sprang into action. Cheng Shang deftly evaded the icy shards propelled by the fish's struggles, simultaneously concentrating his mental energy to conjure corrosive acid spheres, which he hurled toward the location of the monstrous fish with great force. Trapped upon the ice, the fish could only make limited movements, allowing for easy targeting with a slight prediction. The green corrosive acid rained down upon the monstrous fish, instantly ravaging its silver-black skin, leaving it riddled with wounds. The severely injured fish began to thrash with renewed vigor, recklessly colliding with the surrounding ice blocks in a frantic bid for escape. Only in the water could they hope to unleash their full potential. Yet the extraordinary beings showed no signs of relenting. You have devoured so many of my comrades. I shall ensure you meet a grave end. The roar came from a third-tier, strength-type, extraordinary being, the sole survivor of his squad, whose fury could no longer be contained. In a blind rage, he swung his massive fists repeatedly at the monstrous fish, splattering blood, both that of the fish and his own, across the scene, rendering it a tragic tableau of despair. Devoid of the cover of water, the two monstrous fish had become unwieldy targets. Under the assault of a dozen extraordinary beings, they swiftly succumbed, lying motionless like the previously stranded fish. Finally, it is over. Cheng Shang wiped the water and blood from his face, yet joy eluded him. In a recent skirmish, those two monstrous fish claimed the lives of 5 or 6 individuals, and Old Shui suffered a water arrow injury. Although his life is not in jeopardy, his left hand is largely incapacitated. Pang Yong approached Cheng Shang, producing 3 warm orange crystals. Captain, these were just excavated from the monsters. The superhumans displayed commendable restraint and did not fight over them. After all, without our squad, they would never have ventured here, let alone vanquished those beasts. Cheng Shang nodded, accepting the 3 third-tier nuclei. We shall allocate them upon our return to the base. Yang Hai retracted his psychic control and swiftly ascended to the bridge. The ice blocks, deprived of psychic support, melted away in an instant, and the colossal corpses of the monstrous fish sank into the depths of the Sushui River. On the opposite side of the Gusa Bridge, the superhumans were vigilantly monitoring the situation here. They harbored the notion of reaping the benefits while the clam and the snipe contended. Now, witnessing Yang Hai and his companions successfully slay the monstrous fish and reach the broken bridge, they all began to act. To their astonishment, they truly succeeded. What of their success but to fashion garments for us? Indeed, we merely lingered here a tad longer, and they handled the monsters for us. At last, we can return home safely. By this time, the sky was nearly cloaked in darkness, and the remaining superhumans on the opposite bank leapt into the Sushui River. Swimming towards the other side, a speedster glided through the water with remarkable swiftness, nearing the opposite bank. Oomph! That fellow who led and spoke of opportunities being singular surely intended to intimidate. He felt an immense admiration for his own cleverness, now crossing effortlessly. The surroundings seemed unervingly quiet. Despite being the fastest swimmer with no one ahead of him, he could still distinctly hear the splashes made by his teammates behind him. However, at some point, all sounds abruptly vanished. A potent curiosity compelled him to halt and glance back. What he beheld left him astounded. The water behind him was now eerily calm and utterly devoid of life. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of fear surged within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Just as he quaked in terror, attempting to swim forward, a slimy, ice-cold tentacle ensnared his ankle. Before he could utter a cry, the man-ass figure swiftly disappeared beneath the surging river waters. Simultaneously, the bizarre fish carcass previously lodged on the bridge also vanished with him, as if it had never existed. At the entrance of the Gusa base, the guards clad in standard green uniforms listened to Cheng Shang and the others recount their tale, furrowing their brows in confusion. How could the Gusa bridge suddenly be broken? Pang Yong, just having escaped with his life, felt an anger swelling within him. Do you think we have time for jest? Believe it or not. He then turned to Cheng Shang. Captain, let us leave. Offering a warning only to be met with suspicion is intolerable. We have said all that needs saying. You may dispatch someone to investigate. With that, Cheng Shang led his elite team into the Gusa base. After their departure, the entrance returned to its previous silence. A guard stealthily approached the guard captain, whispering, Captain, wasn't he that the base leader's son? Was your demeanor appropriate? The captain leaned against the wall, stretching lazily, his eyes half closed. Ah, you misunderstand. What is he to Cheng Shang? Merely an illegitimate child of the leader's dalliance. It is only the kindness of Our Lady that grants him a name. With that, the captain tapped the guard's head with his robust finger. Remember, our base leader has but one son, Cheng Jin. The guard seemed to grasp the implication and promptly produced half a cigarette from his pocket, eagerly offering it to the captain. Thank you for the guidance, brother. Here, let me light it for you. Lighting the cigarette, the captain took a deep drag, relishing the moment. You're a good lad. Hee hee. ISNT, that what big brothers teach? But the guard's tone shifted, expressing confusion. It seems that apart from the last group returning, no one else has entered today. Upon hearing this, the captain lost interest in his cigarette. Why didn't you mention such an important matter sooner? After scolding the guard, the captain hurriedly gathered a group and left the base entrance, heading towards the Gusa Bridge. Chapter 87. Chungwon. The Gusa base sprawled impressively, outclassing the Haisher base, a disparity evidently linked to the population of each locale. Indeed, while Haisher flourished, its population and geographical extent paled in comparison to that of Gusu City. Inside the vehicle, Yang Hai remained transfixed by the scenery outside the window. Noticing this, Pang Yong eagerly assumed the role of tour guide. Yang Hai, you may not know, but this Gusa base was originally Su Shui Chang'an University. I studied here, so I know the place well. Just tell me where you wish to go. Every mention of this evoked a sense of nostalgia in Pang Yong. Mere months ago, he was an unremarkable athlete, particularly popular among the girls. Yet now he found himself perpetually engaged in monster hunting. However, Yang Hai was indifferent to such matters. He remained focused on his purpose for being at the Gusa base. So, where's the mission hall? Chung Shang interjected. I will first escort you back to your accommodation for some rest, and I'll inform one of your safe return. After that, I will proceed to the mission hall to submit our tasks, and you can accompany me. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle gradually entered a secluded compound. As the car came to a halt, a girl dressed in a black and white checkered dress dashed out from the entrance like a lively fawn. Brother, you're finally back. Her voice was clear and melodious, brimming with joy. Upon seeing her, Chung Shang hastily opened the car door and stepped out, calling out to his sister, Chung Wan. Little Wan, be careful. You still have injuries. Don't run around. All right, I know. You're such a nag, Chung Wan replied dismissively, pouting slightly. However, her attention soon shifted to Yang Hai, who occupied the front passenger seat beside Chung Shang, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and intrigue. Brother, who is this? Chung Wan gazed intently at Yang Hai, her round, adorable almond-shaped eyes seeming to peer into his very soul. In response to his sister's inquiry, Chung Shang instinctively reached out to gently pat Chung Wan's head, then introduced her. I hadn't the chance to tell you. Come, little Wan, let me introduce you. This is Yang Hai, our squad's new member, and of course, you may also consider him your brother. Upon hearing this, Chung Wan stubbornly shook her head, playfully retorting, I don't want that. You're my only real brother. With that, she mischievously stuck her tongue out at Chung Shang. Her gaze soon fell upon the bloodstains on Chung Shang's clothing, her expression shifting to one of gravity as she voiced her concern. Brother, are you hurt? Why is there so much blood? Chung Shang hastily shook his head and reassured her, Don't worry, I'm fine. This blood isn't mine. He gently patted his sister's shoulder in an attempt to soothe her anxiety. However, Chung Wan remained vigilant, her brow furrowed tightly as she pressed on. Then whose blood is it? Brother, you mustn't lie to me. Seeing the worry etched on his sister's face, Chung Shang felt a warm surge of affection. He knew that Chung Wan genuinely cared for him. It's the blood of a mutated creature. I encountered a minor complication earlier, but it's already resolved. Upon hearing this, Chung Wan let out a slight sigh of relief, though the concern in her eyes did not completely dissipate. Brother, you must be careful from now on. At that moment, Chung Shang remembered that he still needed to take Yang Hai to submit their mission. He could not afford any further delays. He assured his sister, rest assured, I will be cautious. I must submit my task now, and I'll explain everything when I return. Chung Wan, though a bit reluctant, nodded obediently in understanding. After comforting her once more, Chung Shang turned to leave with Yang Hai. At the Gusu base, the spacious and brightly lit mission hall was bustling with activity. Chung Shang and Yang Hai walked side by side to the counter, ready to submit their completed task. This time, they had undertaken a B-level mission to slay a Tier 3 stray dog. The proof of their accomplishment was the carcass of the Tier 3 stray dog, which Yang Hai had already brought with him. With a casual flick of his arm, a massive dog carcass, measuring 5 meters in length, abruptly materialized in the center of the room. The staff swiftly donned gloves and approached to examine it closely. There's an old wound on the left side of the forehead, and a crescent-shaped patch of white fur on the chest, he murmured. After a thorough verification, the staff nodded. Indeed, this is the target of the mission. Receiving confirmation, the staff member quickly opened his safe, retrieving the appropriate reward for the task and handing it to Chung Shang. After accepting the package, Chung Shang led Yang Hai to the outer room, where a tablet displayed all the missions and commissions available at the Gusa base. Our team is currently at B level, so we can only undertake B-level missions, Chung Shang explained with a smile. Before Yang Hai agreed to temporarily join the Ace team, He had clearly communicated his intentions. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. During Yang Hai's time with the Ace team, he would strive to assist them in completing missions. In return, he needed to utilize Cheng Shang's captain privileges to accept tasks and acquire a substantial amount of mutant cores. Yang Hai scrolled through the tablet, swiftly scanning the task listings. Cheng Shang observed as Yang Hai's fingers danced across the screen before he set the tablet down, surprised. Have you made your selection? Yes. Yang Hai nodded slowly. While the tasks appeared numerous, filtering through them simplified the process significantly. The most abundant resources in the Bado space were supplies, and he intended to extract the compressed biscuits and military rations he had gathered from the Haishur base's strategic reserves. Recognizing the situation, Cheng Shang handed over his identity card. I will wait for you here. You are already familiar with the submission process. Yang Hai felt quite satisfied with his chosen partner, appreciating Cheng Shang's intelligence, lack of greed, and clear sense of boundaries. I will return shortly. He casually selected an available task submission room and entered. B-level task number 108, resource collection. With that, Yang Hai produced Cheng Shang's identity card. Access granted. This facility recognized cards rather than individuals, so the staff would not scrutinize too closely. The base gathered resources, each type marked with a price, outlined in a detailed price list. Yang Hai accepted the paper handed to him by the staff, carefully comparing the figures. To be frank, the prices listed were considerably higher than his expectations. It seems the Gusav base is in greater need of food than I had imagined, Yang Hai mused internally. Chapter 88. Is this how we become an A-level team? The price list contained meticulously detailed information in the resource recovery section. The corresponding prices for various common food items were clear, with fresh fruits and vegetables commanding the highest prices. The compressed biscuits and military rations Yang Hai intended to sell also ranked highly. In this early apocalypse, most individuals had exhausted their stored food supplies, while the remaining undiscovered resources had deteriorated in the heat. The number of edible mutated plants and animals was scarce, marking an exceedingly challenging period of extreme food scarcity. Consequently, the Gusa base was willing to invest a significant amount of mutant cores to procure food. What type of resources does your team intend to submit? The staff member at the counter gazed at the lone spatial ability user before him with an expression of indifference, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. After all, individuals with spatial abilities held a relatively special status within a team. Typically, the team's assets and resources would be entrusted to them, granting them additional protection. Food. Yang Hai replied flatly. Upon hearing this, the staff's eyes lit up with eagerness as they inquired, what kind of food, and what is the specific quantity? Yang Hai slightly raised his finger, gesturing toward the price list, and replied coolly, compressed biscuits. And how many? The staff pressed on. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yang Hai unwaveringly tapped into his spatial ability, extracting a portion of the compressed biscuits from Bado. You can take a look for yourselves. As his words fell, a multitude of boxes filled with compressed biscuits seemed to descend from the heavens, abruptly appearing behind Yang Hai. These boxes were densely packed together, forming a massive black square that towered like a small hill, reaching up to the ceiling. The staff members' previously calm demeanor erupted into overwhelming excitement. They understood all too well the severity of the food shortage the Gusa base was currently facing. Since 3 days ago, the portion sizes of the base's work meals had quietly diminished by 1/3. If this was the case for those with abilities, one could only imagine the plight of the ordinary citizens. Snapping back to reality, the staff hurriedly exited the counter, diligently starting to tally the number of compressed biscuits. This staff member was also a spatial ability user, but their capacity was evidently limited. After storing only half of the biscuits, their storage space was already full. A hint of embarrassment crossed the man's face. Fortunately, the packaging of these compressed biscuits was entirely intact, making it relatively easy to calculate their total weight. Ace team, right? There are a total of 400 pounds of compressed biscuits here. According to regulations, that equates to 240 tier 2 mutant cores. The staff quickly regained their composure and softly pointed to a card slot on the table. Upon confirming that everything is accurate, you may simply swipe your identification card here to complete the transaction. Yang Hai nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. I have one more request. The man's heart tightened, his nerves instantly becoming taut, and a flicker of wariness flashed in his eyes, fearing that Yang Hai might suddenly retract his previous decision. He hastily inquired, what request? As long as it is not too unreasonable, we shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Yang Hai gazed steadily at the man and slowly replied. Could you convert these provisions into third-tier cores for me? That shouldn't pose much of a problem, should it? Upon hearing this, the man visibly relaxed, though his expression remained serious. He took a deep breath and earnestly responded, According to regulations, this is not permissible. However, given the current circumstances, the base has lifted such restrictions. No sooner had he finished speaking than he unhesitatingly produced 8 third-tier cores from his space and presented them to Yang Hai. Satisfied, Yang Hai nodded and accepted the 8 cores into his possession. Over the next half hour, Yang Hai repeated the process, visiting several other rooms to successfully exchange more provisions for additional cores. With each completed transaction, the points of the elite squad soared skyward like a rocket. Cheng Shang had always been a person of great patience, yet as night fully descended, Yang Hai still had not come to find him. Even someone as composed as he began to harbor a measure of doubt. But the exit of the mission hall is singular. If he intends to backtrack, I would surely see him. Just as Cheng Shang's thoughts were in disarray, Yang Hai's figure finally appeared within his line of sight. Thank you. Yang Hai approached and handed over the identification card he had been gripping tightly. Cheng Shang offered a slight smile, conveying that he was unperturbed, and accepted the card, preparing to stow it away. However, as his gaze swept across the card, he suddenly detected an anomaly. The letters upon it seemed somewhat awry. This identification card was uniformly issued by the GUSA base to each squad as a form of identification, prominently displayed on the front. Alongside the basic information of the squad members was the emblem denoting the squad's rank. Before handing this card to Yang Hai, Cheng Shang distinctly recalled a capital letter emblazoned at the top. Yet just now, it appeared to be an A. Cheng Shang, incredulous, quickly withdrew the identification card for a closer examination. And indeed, it clearly bore a capital letter A. Brother Yang Hai, what is the meaning of this? Cheng Shang asked, his face a mask of confusion. In the face of Cheng Shang's inquiry, Yang Hai remained remarkably composed. Naturally, the mission upgrades as we progress. Yet Cheng Shang understood well that elevating a squad was no simple feat. The GUSA base housed thousands of ability user squads. Yet only a mere 6 had managed to ascend to A-rank status. It now seemed that their squad had become the 7th A-rank team. The advantages of attaining A-rank status were manifold, one of the most significant being that the base would provide them with a luxurious villa, a dwelling unattainable regardless of the resources expended. Presently, their standalone courtyard comprised only 5 rooms, with 2 allocated to the 2 young women, leaving the remaining 3 for the 4 men to share. Previously, Cheng Shang had been contemplating how they might allocate rooms upon Yang Hai's arrival, but that dilemma was now effortlessly resolved. Chapter 89. Cheng Wan's Predicament. Just as Cheng Shang joyfully returned with Yang Hai to the elite squad's base, eager to share the news of their impending promotion with everyone, an unexpected situation suddenly unfolded before them. There stood Pang Yong, his face stained with tears and his expression one of deep sorrow. In a daze, upon spotting Cheng Shang, Pang Yong rushed over as if he had grasped a lifeline. Captain, it's terrible. Wan has been taken away. You must hurry and see. Upon hearing this news, Cheng Shang's elation vanished instantaneously, replaced by a profound shock and anxiety. He clutched Pang Yong by the collar, nearly lifting him off the ground. What did you say? How could Wan be taken? Quickly tell me what happened. Moreover, who took her? Due to overwhelming tension, Cheng Shang's voice involuntarily escalated by an octave, leaving Pang Yong's ears ringing. The poor Pang Yong, merely a second-tier ability user, could hardly withstand such treatment. As Cheng Shang gripped him, he felt as though his neck might snap, and breathing became a struggle. Cough, cough, Captain, please loosen your grip. Pang Yong managed to squeeze this out between gasps. At last, Cheng Shang regained his composure, realizing his actions had been excessive, and hurriedly released his hold. He looked at Pang Yong's flushed face, filled with remorse. I apologize, I was too impulsive just now. Pang Yong waved his hand, indicating that he bore no ill will. He understood well the deep bond between Cheng Shang and Wan, so he could fully comprehend the captain's reaction at this moment. Subsequently, Pang Yong recounted the entire series of events in detail to Cheng Shang and Yang Hai. It turned out that shortly after Cheng Shang and Yang Hai had stepped out the door, Cheng Jin had arrived, accompanied by several ability-wielding bodyguards, exuding an intimidating presence. Upon their meeting, Cheng Jin launched into a tirade of cold mockery directed at Cheng Shang, uttering many hurtful and disparaging remarks. Unable to endure the insults, Cheng Wan could not help but retort a few times. However, these mere words ignited Cheng Jin's fury, prompting him to signal his bodyguards to seize Cheng Wan immediately. Pang Yong was filled with regret and self-reproach. If only I were a third-tier ability user, I could have at least delayed them a bit longer. Perhaps I could have waited for you to return, Captain. It was known that only Cheng Shang and Lao Shui among the elite squad possessed third-tier abilities, along with the newly arrived Yang Hai. At that moment, Lao Shui had already gone to the medical station for treatment due to an injury to his left hand, leaving only a few second-tier ability users, including Pang Yong, Su Qing, and Ding Zhuang, to to guard the base. Confronted with the aggressive Cheng Jin. Not only was he a third-tier ability user, but the 3 bodyguards accompanying him were also of the same rank. Naturally, the second-tier users stood no chance against them, and Pang Yong and his companions could only watch helplessly as Cheng Wan was taken away. Cheng Jin. Cheng Shang gritted his teeth, forcing out those 2 words, his eyes brimming with fury and indignation. After a prolonged silence, he finally made up his mind, slowly turning to Yang Hai and Pang Yong. "You stay here at the base. I will go find him alone," Cheng Shang declared with unwavering resolve. Pang Yong, filled with urgency, looked at Cheng Shang. "Captain, let me accompany you. Although I may not be of much help, at least I could intimidate them." However, Cheng Shang gently shook his head, indicating his dissent. "I know Cheng Jin well. This action is directed at me, and bringing you along would only entangle you further in this matter. But as his brother, he might have some reservations and would not go too far. However, should the roles be reversed, the circumstances would undoubtedly differ." Yang Hai gazed into Cheng Shang, seemingly piercing through the depths of his thoughts. Without hesitation, Yang Hai spoke. "Then I shall accompany you." Cheng Shang paused momentarily, studying Yang Hai before responding. "It appears you have discerned that my intent extends beyond merely ensuring a safe return. I am well aware that you will not regret my presence." Cheng Shang was taken aback, locking eyes with Yang Hai's calm, profound gaze. Yang Hai continued to stare unwaveringly at Cheng Shang, revealing a harsh truth. "It is utterly impossible for you to achieve this alone." A bittersweet smile crossed Cheng Shang's face as he inwardly lamented. How could he not understand that it would be futile to contend with Cheng Jin single-handedly? What truly gnawed at him was Cheng Jin's audacity to extend his malevolent grasp toward Cheng Wan. This time, he was resolute in making Cheng Jin pay a heavy price for his actions. With this thought, Cheng Shang's expression hardened, as if he could freeze the very air around him. He then turned his gaze to Yang Hai, a flicker of gratitude shining in his eyes. He regarded Yang Hai earnestly and declared with unwavering conviction, "Since my brother Yang Hai is so willing to assist me, I shall no longer feign reluctance. If we can navigate this incident safely, and I still draw breath, then I, Cheng Shang, will owe you an immense debt of gratitude. I shall certainly repay you in full in the days to come." Standing nearby, Pang Yong was in a state of anxious turmoil, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He implored, "Captain, what on earth are you 2 discussing? I can comprehend each word, yet when they form sentences, I find myself utterly bewildered." Cheng Shang gently patted Pang Yong's shoulder, but refrained from providing an explanation. Instead, he earnestly advised, "Pang Yong, remember this. Tonight, you did not see Yang Hai and me. Furthermore, you must take good care of the other personnel still at the base." Although Pang Yong was utterly confused and did not grasp the situation, he understood that following the captain's orders was undoubtedly the right course of action. Thus, he nodded and replied, "Understood, Captain, I will remember." Once Pang Yong turned to return to the base, Cheng Shang slowly closed the car door once more. "Brother Yang Hai, do you require anything further? I must trouble you to accompany me for a short journey, as transportation is rather inconvenient in that direction." It was evident that Cheng Shang was aware of Cheng Jin's whereabouts. Yang Hai nodded and then unzipped his backpack. A flurry of white suddenly sprang forth, swiftly settling onto Yang Hai's shoulder. He reached out to stroke Bado, who stretched comfortably with a yawn. "All set, let us depart." Cheng Shang cast a lingering glance at the hamster perched on Yang Hai's shoulder. He sensed that this creature was also an anomalous being, and its level was evidently not low. Yang Hai was indeed more enigmatic than he had initially presumed. The 2 of them, lightly equipped, turned and vanished into the thick cloak of night.